Lin Yuan traversed into a fantastical realm, becoming an outer disciple of Yunlan Sect. At the outset, he faced the tragic demise of his master, who was succeeded by his master's wife in imparting teachings. "Master, why does this technique appear rather unorthodox?" he inquired. "Yuan'er, do not question. Simply devote yourself to the cultivation," she replied. As Lin Yuan diligently practiced, he found himself surrounded by an increasing number of celestial maidens. "Master, how can you insist this is not a dual cultivation method?" Chapter 1. The death of the master and the transmission of teachings on the Tianlan continent, in the eastern region, late Qingshan town, within the Qin family estate. The family hall was adorned with white silk, and numerous relatives clad in mourning attire bowed their heads in sorrow, the atmosphere heavy with grief. At the forefront stood three individuals, a youth, a beautiful woman, and an elderly man. After a prolonged period of mourning, they lifted their gazes to the memorial tablet on the offering table, their eyes reflecting nostalgia. The individual being honored today was Qin Ren, the patriarch of the Qin family. The elderly man, Qin Zhong, served as the family's elder. Following Qin Ren's death, the burdens of the family fell squarely upon him. "My dear lady, life and death are matters of fate. You need not grieve excessively," Qin Zhong consoled, turning to the beautiful woman. She was Gu Shu Qin, the late Qin Ren's wife. Despite his words, she continued to gaze at the tablet, tears mingling in her eyes as she softly replied, "I understand, Uncle Zhong. You need not worry about me." Her voice trembled, laden with sorrow, revealing the depth of her anguish. After all, she was still in her 30s, quite young in the realm of cultivation, and losing a devoted husband at such an age was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Standing beside her was the youth, Lin Yuan, who sighed at the sight of his master's wife in distress. Once a denizen of Blue Star, he had met his demise through an unforeseen accident and was reborn into this world. Although he had successfully traversed realms, his 18 years of life had been fraught with challenges. Orphaned at a young age due to his parents' disappearance, he was adopted by a couple. At 15, he participated in the Yunlan Sect's assessment and, possessing a modicum of cultivation talent, was fortunate enough to be accepted as a servant disciple. He had initially believed this would mark his ascent, yet little did he know that servant disciples were not regarded as true disciples. His days consisted of menial tasks fetching water and cooking, earning a meager 1 yuan stone per month. The labor was exhausting, and several times he contemplated resigning, but he persevered. Despite the hardships, servant disciples still had opportunities for advancement. Leaving the sect could mean forfeiting his chance to cultivate forever. How could he, after all, who had traversed to this fantastical world, resign himself to a mundane existence? Driven by this determination, he continued in his servitude for 2 years. As the adage goes, heaven never forsakes the diligent. At 17, he was fortuitously recognized by an outer elder and formally accepted as an outer disciple. This elder was none other than Qin Ren. Lin Yuan believed he was finally poised to rise, but within a year, his master had passed away. Lin Yuan felt desolate, lamenting his unfortunate fate as a traveler. Though Qin Ren's cultivation was modest, he was still an outer elder. With his death, Lin Yuan found himself without support, and life in the outer sect would undoubtedly become more arduous. Qin Zhong gazed at the beautiful woman, his lips moving as he sighed. "Madam, you are aware of the 3 prominent families in Qingshan town, the Lei family, the Xie family, and our Qin family. These 3 families have always been rivals. While the patriarch was alive, a balance was maintained, however. With his death, our Qin family's strength has diminished significantly. It will not be long before the Lei and Xie families commence their encroachment upon us." The elder's words bore a noticeable weariness. The news of Qin Ren's death had spread rapidly, and upon learning of the event, the Lei and Xie families had already begun their insidious plans against the Qin family. As the elder, despite his intentions to uphold the family, he lacked the strength to contend with the other 2 families. Gu Shu Qin understood the implications of his words, directly addressing him. "Uncle Zhong, do you wish for me to assist the Qin family against them?" "Indeed, but the patriarchs of the Lei and Xie families should possess strength comparable to my husband, correct?" "Yes, they are both in the Ningguan realm." Realm classification, body refinement, opening meridians, Ningguan, gathering qi, Yuandan, Tao platform, Zifu. Each realm is divided into 9 levels. Gu Shuqin smiled wryly. I am merely in the opening meridian's realm. How can I contend with them? Qin Zhong stroked his beard. Though your strength may not match theirs, you are a member of Yunlan Sect. Should you step forward to make a statement, they may hesitate to act against us. You overestimate my influence, Elder Zhong. Though I have been in Yunlan Zone for quite some time, I am merely an outer disciple without substantial power. Why would they fear an ordinary disciple? Then, do you know any other elders? I do, in fact. Then please, ask them to assist us. Seeing the expectation in his eyes, Gu Shuqin felt a pang of helplessness. In the cultivation realm, interests were paramount. Even close friends would not offer their help without compensation. If she sought the aid of those elders, she would undoubtedly have to pay a price. Presently, apart from her own being, what more could she offer? A hint of irony graced her lips as she sighed. Very well, I shall help the Qin family weather this storm. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhong expressed his gratitude. Thank you, madam. The patriarch was truly fortunate to have wed such a remarkable wife. She waved her hand. We are all family, there is no need for such formality. With that, she turned towards the patriarch's chamber, calling out, Yuan'er, come with me. Yes, master. Lin Yuan respectfully followed her. Inside the bedroom, Gu Shuqin sat upon the bed, her exquisite visage tinged with hesitation. Should she proceed with this? If so, it would undoubtedly betray her husband's memory. Yet if she refrained, the Qin family would be in peril. This predicament left her in a bind. Observing her internal struggle, Lin Yuan began to speculate. From Master's previous words, she intends to assist the Qin family in establishing a foothold in Qingshan town. However, her cultivation is insufficient, necessitating external aid, which will undoubtedly come at a price. Given her current situation, the only bargaining chip she possesses is this thought crossed his mind. Lin Yuan felt a pang of regret. Despite having a Dao partner, her numerous admirers remained undeterred. With Qin Ren's death, those who coveted her would likely become even more fervent. The thought of his beautiful master sacrificing herself for the Qin family caused him great pain. She was meant to share a lifetime with his master. Why did fate impose such a harsh punishment upon her? Yuan'er, Gu Shuqin suddenly spoke. I shall impart to you a technique, take it to heart. A technique? Just as he was about to inquire further, she conveyed the information through her spiritual essence. As the information flowed in, Lin Yuan quickly learned the name of the technique. Yin-Yang transformation, from extremes to harmony, divine art of heaven and earth. Chapter 2. The Yin body and mutual breakthrough. With a lengthy name, it is even referred to as a divine art. This technique must be quite powerful, right? Lin Yuan instinctively asked. Indeed, it is quite formidable, Gu Shuqin replied softly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Noticing her reaction, Lin Yuan grew puzzled. Master, what troubles you? Gu Shuqin's expression was one of struggle. After a moment of hesitation, she finally steeled herself and said, Yuan'er, I require you to cultivate together with me. Ah, Lin Yuan felt bewildered. Why must the technique be practiced together? Can it be cultivated individually? Upon this realization, he suddenly exclaimed, could it be that this is a dual cultivation technique? A flicker of panic crossed Gu Shuqin's face, and she quickly denied, of course not. I am your Shermu. How could I possibly teach you such a technique? Lin Yuan remained perplexed. But why did you mention cultivating together? The beautiful woman regained her composure and calmly replied, because this technique allows for faster progress when practiced by 2 individuals. While one can certainly cultivate alone, the effects are vastly inferior to those achieved through mutual practice. I see. Lin Yuan's confusion dissipated, and he inquired, then how exactly should this technique be cultivated? Come here, and I shall teach you slowly, she instructed. All right. Lin Yuan stepped forward and seated himself beside the alluring woman. He then watched as she produced a tome. Shermu, is this what you refer to as the technique? Indeed, the transmission of knowledge through spiritual means may prove somewhat incomplete, so I have decided to provide you with the original manual of the technique. This will enable you to comprehend it more effectively. Although Gu Shuqin's expression remained serene, her tone bore a hint of awkwardness. This was her first time alone with a man other than her husband, and naturally, anxiety began to creep in. Very well, I shall ponder this for a moment. Lin Yuan took the manual and began to peruse its contents with great care. As he delved into the technique, he quickly grasped its cultivation method. This was indeed not a dual cultivation technique, but rather what she had described as mutual cultivation. The two individuals must first engage in open communication, then join their hands until their hearts resonate and merge into one, thereby achieving the cyclical harmony of yin and yang within. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? The subtle distinction between the terms mutual and dual rendered them nearly synonymous, leaving Lin Yuan somewhat flustered by this unexpected development. Despite Gu Shuqin's beauty, Lin Yuan had always regarded her as an elder, never once entertaining any impure thoughts. Now, suddenly being asked to engage in such intimate actions with an elder was understandably disconcerting. Gu Shuqin was also aware that this was rather inappropriate, yet there were no alternatives left. At present, she stood at the 9th level of the Kaimai realm, just a step away from reaching the Ningguan realm. With a single session of mutual cultivation, she could successfully break through to the Ningguan realm. Not only would this safeguard the Qin family, but she could also continue to support Lin Yuan in establishing himself within Yunlan Sect. Since mutual cultivation required a man, she found no comfort in the thought of associating with lecherous elders. After much contemplation, she concluded that her own disciple was the most suitable choice. He was not only handsome and virtuous, but also diligent and respectful toward his elders. Though his innate talent was somewhat lacking, it could certainly be compensated for through effort. With the formidable yin-yang divine technique and her guidance, Lin Yuan's future accomplishments would undoubtedly be remarkable. Furthermore, a woman as sought after as she was could hardly allow another man to benefit from her. The adage, "the fertile water should not flow to outsiders," could be applied here. Her disciple was essentially kin. With this connection, she felt an undeniable sense of unease. Regardless, a disciple of my husband is not truly a disciple if necessary. I can simply expel him from the sect, and our ties will be severed. With this thought, Gu Shuqin steeled her resolve, loosening the belt at her waist. There is nothing wrong here, just do as I instruct. Instantly, Lin Yuan's eyes widened, and he began to survey the voluptuous form beside him, murmuring, but such audacious scrutiny caused Gu Shuqin's cheeks to flush, prompting her to urge, "Enough with the buts, quickly remove your clothing. You cannot expect your Shermu to bear her honesty alone, can you? Does that not mean I would be taking advantage of my Shermu? I am not an outsider. What is wrong with you gaining some advantage? That is not. Stop your hesitations. I am a woman and have no fear. Why should you, a grown man, be so timid?" With her words, Lin Yuan found it impossible to resist. He complied without hesitation. Under her guidance, they commenced their mutual cultivation. Rationality warned Lin Yuan that this was not a proper course of action. Yet, having already progressed halfway, stopping now would be equally unfeasible. "My apologies, Shirzhen." With no other recourse, he silently chanted this to himself, then cast aside his distractions and began to earnestly cultivate. Time slipped away, and eventually the session concluded. Gu Shuqin sat cross-legged, absorbing the refined essence she had gathered. Lin Yuan lay beside her, his visage marked by exhaustion. Cultivating this technique proved to be no trivial task, particularly given that her cultivation level surpassed his. He spent much of the time in a passive role, subject to her guidance. Wait, why am I thinking this way? Lin Yuan was startled by his own thoughts. His Shirzhen had just passed away, and the mourning period had not even concluded. How could he show such disrespect to his Shermu? Such thoughts were utterly scandalous. He promptly dismissed these absurd notions and focused on sensing his own condition. Though this cultivation had been tiring, it had also yielded significant rewards. His cultivation level surged from the 5th to the 9th level of the body refinement realm. This revelation filled him with immense joy. It is well known that for cultivators of modest backgrounds, each advancement in the body refinement realm demands substantial resources. Yet now, he had broken through 4 minor levels in a single session of cultivation. How could this be anything short of miraculous? Was the technique described by his Shermu truly so formidable? If so, could it be that after a few more sessions, he could reach the Kaimai and Ningguan realms? At that moment, Gu Shuqin ceased her cultivation and opened her eyes. Her skin glowed with a lustrous sheen, her demeanor exuding an ethereal quality, and the aura emanating from within her was palpably stronger than before. Lin Yuan exclaimed, "Shermu, you have broken through?" She smiled radiantly. "Yes, through this session of cultivation, I have successfully advanced to the first level of the Ningguan realm." Lin Yuan rejoiced. "This is splendid. With your new level of cultivation, we need no longer fear the Lei and CF families." Mentioning these two clans, a chill crept into Gu Shuqin's gaze. Should they dare to threaten the Qin family, I will ensure they pay dearly. Hearing such fierce words, Lin Yuan grew concerned. The heads of the Lei and CF families likely possess cultivation levels beyond the first of the Ningguan realm if they join forces. Do you believe you can handle them? Gu Shuqin playfully tapped his forehead with her slender finger, her tone affectionate. "You mischievous boy, you are still in the body refinement realm, yet you worry for your Shizhuan?" Lin Yuan's expression was earnest. "Shermu, you're the closest person to me aside from my parents. How could I not be concerned for your safety?" Gu Shuqin replied gently, "Rest assured, Yuan'er. As a bearer of a special physique, my combat prowess far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators." A special physique. Lin Yuan's expression shifted in surprise, and he asked, "What type of physique do you possess?" "The Xian'in physique." "The Xian'in physique?" Indeed, this physique is endowed with an inexhaustible supply of yin energy, which not only enhances combat strength, but also offers significant advantages when interacting with the opposite sex. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan recalled his own remarkable advancement, realizing, "No wonder I managed to break through 4 minor levels in quick succession. It turns out it was all thanks to you, Shermu." Chapter 3. The Conversation with Shifu's Wife. The murderer Gu Shuqin nodded and said, "Indeed, the substantial benefits you have received stem from 3 factors. First, my unique constitution. Second, the formidable nature of the cultivation method. And third," as she reached the final point, her words faltered and a rosy hue graced her cheeks. "Was the third, Shermu?" Lin Yuan could not help but inquire, having heard only part of her statement. "Ahem, the third is my Jinyuan." The term Jinyuan refers to the primordial essence formed shortly after human birth, containing immense energy. During cultivation between different genders, one could bestow Jinyuan to enhance the other's cultivation. What? Lin Yuan was taken aback. Jinyuan? But didn't T. Shermu already unite with Shizhuan years ago? How could such a thing still exist? Gu Shuqin's face flushed as she softly explained, "The power of the Xian'in physique increases with strength, resulting in a more potent Jinyuan. Thus, to achieve greater enhancement, Shizhuan and I have refrained from consummating our union. I had intended to wait until I reached the Ningguan realm before we cultivated together, but unforeseen circumstances led to you benefiting instead." Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but lament, "Had I been the Ningguan realm, that abundant Jinyuan would have sufficed to assist you in breaking through to the Kaimar realm. Alas, given the urgency of our situation, we cannot afford to delay any longer." Lin Yuan finally comprehended that he had inadvertently taken what rightfully belonged to Shizhuan. Such a transgression, his heart was filled with remorse, amplifying his guilt towards Shizhuan. Observing her disciple's thoughts, the beautiful woman consoled him. "Do not fret, Yuan'er. Your Shizhuan is a kind-hearted individual. If he were to learn of our situation from beyond, he would surely feel comforted." Though Shermu's words were meant to reassure, they struck Lin Yuan as peculiar. Would Shizhuan truly feel comforted in such a situation? Perhaps not. Regardless, Shizhuan had already passed, and it was best to focus on caring for Shermu. Casting aside his chaotic thoughts, Lin Yuan nodded. "Thank you, Shermu, for imparting your teachings. I will strive diligently in my cultivation to ensure your well-being." Seeing her disciple's earnest declaration, Gu Shuqin couldn't help but smile. "You little rascal, your cultivation is still beneath mine, yet you dare to speak of caring for me." Lin Yuan replied earnestly, "I may not surpass you now, but I will certainly do so in the future. That day is far off. Take your time with your cultivation. Even if your strength never surpasses mine, Shermu will not complain." "Shermu, do you truly have no faith in your disciple?" All right. If you're confident, then I shall await the day you surpass me, and from then on, I can rest easy. Indeed, I will take good care of you for Shizhuan." "You silly child. Cease mentioning your Shizhuan. Forgive me, Shermu. I shall speak of him less." The mention of Qin Rin suddenly cast an awkward atmosphere between them. After all, It had only been a day since his passing, and their relationship had developed to such an extent. Should this matter become public, it would undoubtedly invite judgment. Perhaps they were moving a bit too hastily. However, there was no choice. The threats from the Lei family loomed large, and Gu Shuqin needed to reach the Ningguan realm to resolve the crisis. Given the circumstances, it was unnecessary to dwell further on this topic. Ahem. Lin Yuan cleared his throat and shifted the conversation. Shirmu, do you know why Shizhuan met with such an unfortunate incident? Gu Shuqin composed herself and replied solemnly. I suspect this matter is related to Song Mian. Elder Song? Wasn't he on good terms with Shizhuan? Why would he conspire against him? Lin Yuan's mind conjured the image of Song Mian, a gentle and honest man, completely at odds with the notion of a murderer. Gu Shuqin elucidated. What you do not know is that the Yunlan Sect is about to hold its quinquennial reward ceremony. According to the contribution rankings of the Outer Sect elders, your Shizhuan ranks first and is set to receive the sect's reward. However, he passed away just before the event. Who stands to gain the most from this? It must be the elder ranked second. Lin Yuan responded directly. With the first place deceased, the reward would undoubtedly be transferred to the second place. Thus, the second place would possess a motive to eliminate the first. Is the second ranked elder Song? Lin Yuan surmised. Gu Shuqin affirmed, indeed. Lin Yuan lamented. How could Shizhuan have been so careless? Gu Shuqin sighed helplessly. You are aware of Qin Ren's temperament. He was known for his kindness and righteousness, always willing to help others. Having known Song Mian for many years, he naturally had no reason to refuse an old friend seeking assistance. Lin Yuan also sighed. Shizhuan devoted his life to benevolence, only to be harmed by a scoundrel. The heavens are truly unjust. Gu Shuqin fumed. That wretched Song Mian. My husband treated him well, yet he conspired against his old friend for the sake of a reward. Such treachery deserves the harshest punishment. Lin Yuan was indignant. To strike down a fellow sect member is utterly reprehensible. How could such a vile creature exist within our sect? As she spoke, she turned to Lin Yuan with gravity. Thus, Yuan'er, the death of Shizhuan serves as your first lesson. Remember, the cultivation world is cold and ruthless. Never trust anyone, for they may betray you at any moment for their own gain. Lin Yuan pressed his lips together. I understand, Shirmu. Without needing further admonition, he grasped this truth. His 2 years of servitude had exposed him to much. Some would go to great lengths to curry favor with superiors for easier work. Others would sell their bodies to become outer sect disciples. And some would murder their closest friends for mere scraps of spirit stones. Human nature is starkly revealing and dark. Observing his serious demeanor, Gu Shuqin couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right, Yuan'er, I merely wish to remind you. There is no need to be overly cautious. At least between us, we can trust one another. Lin Yuan smiled lightly. Since Shirmu is now my person, I certainly trust you. The beautiful woman playfully tapped his forehead. Pouting, you little rascal. How did I become your person? Chapter 4. The ambitions of two families. Decisive action. Weren't we just cultivating together? What cultivating? I said it was a joint cultivation. All right. It was joint cultivation, not dual cultivation. Lin Yuan feigned compliance, yet inwardly mused, such a stubborn woman. Now that the deed is done, why fuss over terminology? Gu Shuqin crossed her arms and huffed. Also, do not reveal our relationship in front of others. Lin Yuan teased. What relationship, Shirmu? Aren't we just master and disciple? The beautiful woman shot him a glare. What do you mean by relationship? I am uncertain, Shirmu. What do you say? You little rascal. If you keep being cheeky, I shall not be kind to you. Gu Shuqin brandished her delicate fist at him, a gesture that, while threatening, appeared adorably innocent. It was the first time Lin Yuan witnessed her display such a girlish demeanor, especially juxtaposed with her captivating beauty, creating a striking contrast. Faced with this alluring scene, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her. His sudden action startled Gu Shuqin, prompting her to push him away, her voice laced with mild anger. What are you doing? Lin Yuan confessed. I apologize, Shirmu. You are simply too beautiful, and I could not help myself. Flattered by his compliment, Gu Shuqin felt a flicker of joy, though she feigned displeasure. Considering your honesty, I shall spare you this time. But do not let it happen again. Yes, Shirmu. He acquiesced, yet inwardly thought, When the time comes for dual cultivation, it will be a different story. Lin Yuan boldly inquired, "What are your plans for dealing with them?" "Shermu?" Gu Shuqin replied coldly, "We will confront them directly, making it clear that even without Qin Run, the Qin family remains untouchable." In the great hall of the Lei family, the head of the family, Lei Zhen, sat at the main seat and spoke. "Xie, now that Qin Run is deceased and the Qin family is leaderless, they are no longer qualified to stand alongside us as one of the three great families. Let us seize this opportunity to eradicate them, and in the future, let the interests of Qingshan Town be divided solely between our two families." Xian, seated in the secondary position, stroked his beard and smiled. "The death of Qin Run is indeed monumental news for us. From now on, Qingshan Town will belong to our two families, and the Qin family can be removed from the equation." Upon learning of Qin Ren's demise, both families could not contain their joy. After so many years, the dynamics of Qingshan Town could finally change. This had always been a small town, with limited resources to be divided among three families, which was unsatisfactory for their ever-growing ambitions. Now, with the possibility of eliminating one family, the entirety of the pie could be shared between the two of them, and they were determined not to let this opportunity slip away. "Elder, quickly gather all the clan members. This time we must strike with full force and flatten the Qin residents." Lei Zhen's words were impassioned, eager to act immediately to raise the Qin family to the ground. The elder below clasped his hands and replied, "Yes, family head." Just as he was about to turn and summon the clan members, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. "What audacity, Lei family head! You think you can annihilate the Qin family with a mere gathering of insignificant minions? Who gave you such courage?" As the voice fell, Gu Shuqin and another figure appeared in the grand hall. "Gu Shuqin, how did she come here?" Lei Zhen and Xie immediately rose, their gazes lingering on the alluring figure of the woman, a glimmer of desire flashing in their eyes. As heads of the three great families, they had crossed paths with Qin Ren's wife on occasion, and they had long coveted this enchanting beauty. Lei Zhen's eagerness to mobilize was driven not only by the desire to eradicate the Qin family, but also by the wish to meet this widow and explore the possibility of winning her over. "Madam Qin, what brings you here?" Lei Zhen leered, unabashedly revealing the greed in his eyes. "Brother Lei, you are mistaken. If Brother Qin were still alive, we would call her Madam Qin, but since that fellow is dead, we should refer to her as Miss Gu," Xian chimed in, also chuckling while shamelessly surveying her form. "Indeed, Brother Xie speaks true. How painful it is for us to see such a young Miss Gu lose her husband." Lei Zhen feigned a sigh. When Qin Run was alive, they would have held back their desires, but in the current situation, there was no need for pretense. Lin Yuan, witnessing the ravenous expressions of the two family heads, could not help but scoff inwardly. "These two old fools think they are worthy to covet my Shermu's body? They truly do not know their place. Shermu should rightfully belong to my master. I almost forgot. My master is dead, and now she belongs to me." As he relished his thoughts, Gu Shuqin spoke up, "You need not concern yourselves with my affairs." Upon entering the Lei residence, "I overheard your plans to annihilate the Qin family. Is this true?" Lei Zhen confessed, "Indeed, with Qin Ren's death, the Qin family no longer deserves to stand alongside us, and they should be eliminated." Xian added, "Of course, Miss Gu, if you wish to protect the Qin family, it is not impossible. The price is your submission to our two families, and you must obey our commands henceforth." In their eyes, the beautiful widow was merely an insignificant figure, and there was no need for courtesy. Lei Zhen's expression grew cold. "Miss Gu, let me be frank with you. You are a disciple of Yunlan Sect, and we cannot touch you, but the people of the Qin family have no such protection. If we were to annihilate the Qin family, no one would dare to speak against it. Do you truly wish to see your late husband's family perish?" Gu Shuqin replied with pride, "As long as I am here, the Qin family will never fall." Lei Zhen scoffed, "With your mere cultivation of the Kaimai realm, you have no right to protect the Qin family." Just as the words left their mouths, they suddenly sensed a shift. The confidence they had held faltered as Gu Shuqin unleashed her aura. The condensation realm. She had actually reached the condensation realm. It was utterly inconceivable. Hadn't she just recently advanced to the 9th level of the Kaimai realm? How had she achieved condensation in such a short time? Looking at the astonished expressions of the two men, the beauty sneered, "Do I still lack qualifications now?" Xian coldly replied, "What Lei family head said is correct. Even if you have broken through to the condensation realm, it has not changed the fate of the Qin family. You should surrender quietly. Is that so?" Gu Shuqin softly murmured, channeling her inner energy, which coalesced in her palm and surged toward the two men. Chapter 5. Defeating the two families, returning to the Qin residence. They dared to make a move. Their pupils constricted as they immediately gathered their energy to counter. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their energies colliding echoed within the hall. Moments later, the two men were thoroughly defeated. Lei Jun spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale, disbelief clouding his eyes. Defeated. They had actually lost, and the opponent's cultivation was inferior to theirs. How could this be? How could her strength be so formidable? Xian retreated to a corner, clutching his chest, a trickle of blood staining his lips. He too found it hard to believe that the woman they had deemed insignificant had turned the tables on them. This outcome was unacceptable to both. Gu Shuqin, clad in white mourning attire, exuded an aura of icy dignity. She coldly declared, from this day forth, "If anyone dares to act against the Qin family, I will not show mercy. Do you understand?" "We understand. We understand." The two men nodded repeatedly, their attitudes exceedingly respectful, not daring to show any sign of negligence. "Humph." The beauty snorted coldly and then soared away with Lin Yuan. They left the two family heads slumped on the ground, their hearts tumultuous, unable to regain their composure. Qingshan Town. In midair, the beauty held the man's hand, her expression still cold and fierce. "This time, my intervention should deter them from acting recklessly," she spoke. "Indeed, just look at their frightened expressions. They certainly will not dare to harbor any ulterior motives against you." Lin Yuan agreed. Gu Shuqin rolled her eyes. "I was speaking about the Qin family, yet this rascal is thinking of something else." Lin Yuan feigned annoyance. "Those two fellows were practically drooling the moment they saw you, as if they wished to devour you whole. Clearly, they were plotting against you." Seeing the little man's anger on her behalf warmed Gu Shuqin's heart, and she smiled. "Yes, their intentions were transparent, which is why I struck them with a heavy hand. A well-deserved lesson. Those two lecherous worms deserve to be ruthlessly punished. Let us see if they dare to covet you again." Lin Yuan exclaimed with satisfaction. Hearing this, Gu Shuqin pouted. "You little rascal, you call others lecherous worms. Yet are you not one yourself?" "Of course I am not. I have never had any improper thoughts about Shermu. Is that so? Weren't you just like a little calf, desperately trying to stir me up?" As she spoke, she recalled a recent incident, a faint blush creeping onto her face. Lin Yuan, caught off guard by her words, felt a bit embarrassed, his gaze evasive. "Wasn't it because Shermu is too beautiful? I simply couldn't help myself." Once again praised by her disciple, Gu Shuqin felt a surge of joy and, without thinking, asked, "So, Yuan'er, do you like Shermu?" "Of course I do." Lin Yuan replied without hesitation. "What do you like about me?" "Because you are so kind, was so good about me. Everything about you is good. In short, Shermu is the best." "Be more specific. There are so many wonderful things about you that I can't list them all at once." "You little smooth talker with such sweet words. Do you often say this to young ladies?" "That's a false accusation, Shermu. I have never been with any woman in my life. You are the first." "Umph. Now that sounds more like it." Gu Shuqin lightly hummed a couple of times, suddenly recalling something, and whispered, "Were you jealous when those two rascals had designs on me?" Lin Yuan's expression faltered for a moment, then he nodded earnestly. "Indeed. How could those two toads dare to covet such a noble person as you, Shiji?" Gu Shuqin teased. "While they cannot lay a finger on me, what if I encounter a more formidable foe in the future? Then I shall help you drive them away. Good disciple, seeing your filial piety, I shall grant you a reward." "What reward?" "Come a little closer." "All right. Akish." Lin Yuan was stunned. He had been kissed. His Shiji had actually taken the initiative to kiss him. This was utterly absurd. In his eyes, Shiji was an exceedingly aloof woman, and he had never seen her display affection towards Sherzuan, not even holding hands. Yet now, she not only took his hand, but also willingly bestowed a kiss upon him, shattering his perception of her. At that moment, Gu Shuqin's face flushed crimson, her heart racing wildly. She had not anticipated such a bold action from herself. Previously, when she was with her husband, she had never felt this way. However, after spending time with her disciple, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Absurd. Gu Shuqin, you are truly outrageous. He is your disciple. How could you act so inappropriately towards him? Moreover, your husband has only just passed away, and you are already developing feelings for another man. This is utterly shameless. Calm down. Don't think about these things anymore. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and gradually regained her composure. Lin Yuan had also come to his senses and shamelessly remarked, "Thank you, Shiji, for the reward. Might I request more?" Gu Shuqin scoffed. "You little rascal, are you trying to take advantage of me?" "Good Shiji, I merely wish to express my filial piety. Today, having gained so much vitality, we need to digest it thoroughly before discussing anything further." Very well. Lin Yuan understood that having jumped from the 5th stage of body refinement to the 9th, he had accumulated quite a bit of energy that would likely require half a day's time to digest. Nevertheless, he could not help but feel a sense of regret. Noticing his expression, Gu Shuqin's heart softened, and she gently comforted him. "What troubles you? I won't be leaving. I will always be by your side." Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. "Yes, I will also always be by your side, Shiji." Hearing some commotion from outside, the elder Qin Zhong hurried out and immediately spotted the beautiful woman holding hands with the young man. Upon seeing this, his gaze became peculiar. Under such scrutiny, Gu Shuqin quickly released Lin Yuan's hand, cleared her throat, and said, "Cough, cough. Zhong Lao, I just visited the Lei family to warn Lei Zhen and Xian. They should not cause any trouble anymore." Qin Zhong was instantly delighted. "Is that true? How did you manage to do that?" The beautiful woman proudly revealed her cultivation. "I have broken through to the Ningguan realm." Chapter 6. Returning to the sect, pawning the bracelet, Qin Zhong exclaimed, "Ningguan realm. You have actually broken through to the Ningguan realm. How did you achieve that?" "By relying on the medicinal pills left by my husband, I fortuitously broke through." "I see. That is wonderful." At this moment, the heavy burden in Qin Zhong's heart was finally lifted. With a Ningguan realm expert in their ranks, the Qin family could continue to hold their ground in Qingshan town. Gu Shuqin produced a storage bag and handed it to him. "This contains my husband's former savings. Please return it to the Qin family." "What is the matter, Zhongshu?" "No, we cannot accept these items." "Why not? You and the family head are husband and wife. His possessions are yours. Moreover, our Qin family still needs your protection. How could I take your belongings?" Qin Zhong's words made Gu Shuqin regard him deeply. Then she put away the storage bag and nodded. "Since you say so, Gu Shuqin, promise that as long as I am alive, I will do my utmost to protect you." Qin Zhong bowed deeply. "Madam, your noble intentions are appreciated on behalf of the Qin family." "You are too polite, Zhongshu. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave here. This is a communication jade slip. If the Qin family encounters trouble, you may contact me directly, and I will come to assist." After saying this, Gu Shuqin handed him a jade slip and then grasped Lin Yuan's hand. Soaring into the air, "Shiji, where are we going now?" "To avenge your Shizhuan." Yunlan Sect. At the outer entrance of the sect, after an hour of flight, they finally arrived. Lin Yuan curiously asked, "Shiji, how fast can a practitioner in the Gathering Qi realm fly?" Given that Xingyang town was several hundred kilometers away from Yunlan Sect, Shiji had only taken an hour to arrive, which he considered quite fast. Gu Shuqin replied, "Practitioners in the Gathering Qi realm can soar swiftly, covering hundreds of kilometers in just a quarter of an hour. As for the Yuan'er realm, the speed is even more terrifying. They can travel at the speed of light using the power of Yuan'er. Travel at the speed of light." Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with longing upon hearing this. Though he had never seen such powerful beings, he understood from the description that they were undoubtedly capable of stirring up storms and boiling seas. The beautiful woman patted the young man's shoulder, reminding him, "You're only in the body refinement realm now. It is better to focus on how to break through to the meridian opening realm rather than aiming for such lofty heights." "Yes, Shiji. I will take one step at a time and diligently cultivate." Lin Yuan clasped his hands in respect. "Now, follow me to Lingbao Pavilion." "Lingbao Pavilion? What are we going there for? Didn't you say you wanted to avenge Shizhuan? We're going to buy you some things. As for avenging your Shizhuan, our current strength is insufficient. We shall take our time with that. Lin Yuan understood that revenge was not something to be rushed. So he followed Shiji's lead into the sect. Soon, they arrived at Lingbao Pavilion. This was the official shop established by Yunlan Sect, dedicated to selling medicinal pills and spiritual artifacts to disciples. When they arrived, the counters were already crowded with people. Gu Shuqin scanned the area and finally found an empty counter. She stepped forward and inquired, "Hello, I would like to purchase a Shisui pill and a Tongmai pill. How many yuan stones do I need?" The attendant behind the counter glanced at them and replied, "The Shisui pill costs 500 low-grade yuan stones, and the Tongmai pill costs 3,000 low-grade yuan stones." Gu Shuqin frowned. Wasn't the Tongmai pill 2,500 yuan stones before? Why has it increased in price? The price of the herbs required to refine the Tongmai pill has risen, hence the increase in the pill's price. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's expression grew troubled. Her total savings amounted to just over 3,000 yuan stones, which she had thought would suffice, but now the Tongmai pill had unexpectedly increased in price. It seemed there was no other choice. After a moment of hesitation, she removed the jade bracelet from her wrist and handed it to the attendant. This is the Green Spirit Bracelet, a 10-pattern spiritual artifact. When activated, it can form a protective shield capable of deflecting attacks from a Ningguan realm practitioner. How much can you offer for it? After speaking, she hurriedly left. How'd it go? Gu Shuqin asked expectantly. The elder said that this 10-pattern spiritual artifact is of good quality and valued at 2,000 yuan stones. Are you sure you want to pawn it to us? Upon hearing this price, the beautiful woman felt disappointed. The Green Spirit Bracelet was a token of affection given to her by Qinren, costing her 3,000 yuan stones at the time of purchase. She never imagined it would only be worth this much now. Well, let it go to you then. Additionally, I wish to purchase a Shisui pill and a Tongmai pill. A pained expression crossed her face as she spoke. Not only was she regretting parting with the token of affection, but she also felt the selling price was far too low. However, with no other way to obtain a large sum of yuan stones, she had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Certainly, a total of 3,500 lower-grade yuan stones is required. After deducting the 2,000 lower-grade yuan stones obtained from pawning, you still need to pay 1,500 lower-grade yuan stones. Gu Shuqin handed over the difference in yuan stones to the other party, successfully obtaining 2 elixirs, and then left Lingbao Pavilion with Lin Yuan. Shirmu, that Green Spirit Bracelet was a gift from Shizhuan to you. Are you truly selling it? Lin Yuan inquired. That bracelet can only withstand attacks at the Ningguan level, and I have already surpassed that realm, so it has become of no use to me. However, Lin Yuan still wanted to say something, but was silenced by a gentle hand covering his mouth. I understand the significance of that item. If you truly feel regret, then wait until you have the means to buy me a better one in the future, the beautiful woman said softly. Lin Yuan comprehended her implied meaning and nodded in agreement. Yes. In the future, I shall buy Shirmu 100-pattern spiritual artifact. No, 1,000-pattern one would be better. Hearing the little man's promise, Gu Shuqin's stunning face radiated a brilliant smile. Very well. Shirmu shall await the arrival of that day. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the residential area where all the outer disciples lived. Due to the large number of outer disciples, the sect established dormitories, each occupying about 10 square meters, just enough for one person. Even the outer elders resided in this area, albeit with their own private courtyards. The houses were larger, yet the surrounding concentration of spiritual energy was the same. Only upon entering the inner sect would the sect arrange exclusive caves for disciples, inscribed with arrays to gather spiritual energy for their cultivation. Upon reaching the entrance of Qinren's courtyard, they noticed that the nameplate of the courtyard master had been removed, replaced by a notice. According to sect regulations, upon the death of an outer elder, their residence shall be returned to the sect. Family members are to collect the deceased's belongings within 3 days, after which a new elder will occupy this courtyard. Reading the notice, both felt a pang of sadness. However, it was understandable that Yunlan Sect would act thus. Outer disciples held little value to the sect, and they naturally would not expend resources and effort for a deceased individual. This was the case not only for Yunlan Sect, but for all factions within the cultivation world, where loyalty would always be subordinate to profit. Come in, Yuan'er. Let us gather your Shizhuan's belongings, Gu Shuqin said, taking out a key to unlock the door and pushing it open. Lin Yuan followed her inside. He was quite familiar with this courtyard, having previously lived here with his Shizhuan and his wife. The two spent some time organizing various daily necessities, packing them into storage bags. In truth, there were not many items. For cultivators, daily life consisted mainly of meditation and occasional meals. Cultivators in the earlier realms still needed to eat, but only upon reaching the Yuan'er realm could they convert the world's spiritual energy into sustenance, achieving the effect of fasting. Nevertheless, lower-rank cultivators could substitute meals with fasting pills, which would satiate them for 3 days, allowing more time for cultivation. As they finished organizing, the sky had darkened. Growl. At this moment, it was mealtime, and both master and disciple felt their stomachs rumble with hunger. Yuan'er, wait a moment. Shimu will go prepare dinner for you, Gu Shuqin said gently. Fasting pills were expensive, and Qinren could not bear to buy them. So it was up to the beautiful woman to cook for their family of 3. All right. Lin Yuan nodded and sat cross-legged in the courtyard to meditate, digesting the energy gained from their earlier cultivation together. Before long, wisps of smoke began to rise above the courtyard, accompanied by the enticing aroma of meat wafting from the kitchen. Unable to resist, Lin Yuan opened his eyes to see Shimu emerging with a plate. Come, Yuan'er. You eat first. Isn't Shimu eating? I'm still cooking a dish of scallion oil braised ribs. Once it's done, we can eat together. Okay. Cultivators could utilize spiritual energy to roast, stew, pan-fry, and deep-fry, which was far more efficient than using firewood. Thus, Gu Shuqin soon prepared 4 dishes and a soup, neatly arranged on the table in the courtyard. Shimu's culinary skills are truly remarkable. I could never tire of your dishes. Lin Yuan praised sincerely after finishing a piece of rib. Gu Shuqin laughed softly. Silly Yuan'er, once we break through to the Yuan'er realm, we won't need to eat anymore. Even so, we should still occasionally savor flavors to satisfy our appetites. You just wish to eat the dishes Shimu makes, don't you? Indeed, especially your braised tofu. It's simply divine. Then I shall make it for you every day from now on, all right? Yes. Good Shimu, I adore you. Enough with the flattery. Hurry and eat. Otherwise, the dishes will go cold. As they chatted and dined, Lin Yuan soon felt full, looking at the remaining dishes on the plate. He couldn't help but ask, Shimu, why is today's portion the same as usual? Gu Shuqin's expression faltered for a moment, forcing a smile. I was accustomed to cooking for 3 people. I momentarily forgot that your Shizhuan is no longer with us. As soon as she spoke, the atmosphere fell silent. Cough, cough. Lin Yuan broke the silence with a forced chuckle. I've had enough, Shimu. What about you? I've had my fill as well. Then let us clean up the dishes. All right. The two disposed of the leftover food into the waste bin, and Gu Shuqin used her spiritual energy to condense water, washing the dirty plates clean. Lin Yuan remarked, Shimu, this technique is truly convenient. Once cultivators reach the Ningguan realm, they can condense spiritual energy into matter. Not just water, but also fire, wood, metal, silver, and other materials can be gathered. Gu Shuqin smiled lightly. Indeed, it has become much more convenient. In the past, I had to boil water for bathing, but now I can do it myself. Lin Yuan teased, boiling water is quite troublesome. Next time, let us bathe together, so we won't waste water. Gu Shuqin shot him a playful glare. You little rascal, how dare you think such thoughts? Your Shizhuan never bathed with me, and yet you dare to propose such an idea. I just want to spend more time with Shimu. We have plenty of time. There's no need to linger during bathing. Hey, is Shimu not fond of Yuan'er anymore? Lin Yuan feigned disappointment. All right, put away those mischievous thoughts and let us focus on the matter at hand. Gu Shuqin halted the conversation and retrieved 2 brocade boxes from her storage bag. Upon opening them, 2 round elixirs lay inside. These are Shisui Dan and Tongmai Dan. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly as he inquired, Are these 2 elixirs for me? Gu Shuqin nodded and explained, yes. Shisui Dan can cleanse your marrow and expel impurities from your body, while Tongmai Dan will assist you in opening your meridians, officially entering the Kaimai realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt deeply moved. When he was but a menial disciple, he could only earn 1 Yuan stone in a month. Acquiring these elixirs would have been impossible, even if he worked until his death. Yet Shimu was unreserved, directly purchasing 2 elixirs, even sacrificing the token of love that Shizhuan had given her. Such kindness leaves him a loss for how to repay her. Shermu, your generosity is overwhelming. I fear I may never be able to repay you. Lin Yuan said, biting his lip. How could that be? Am I not someone who repays kindness? If you truly wish to repay me, then properly absorb these 2 elixirs and grow stronger to avenge your Shizhuan. My cultivation is still low. Even if my strength increases, it will not be enough to match yours in a short time. Why not spend the Yuan stones on yourself? Because you are my disciple. Is it not right for Shermu to care for her disciple? But this is too much. You little brat, how can you not appreciate Shermu's kindness? I do. Of course. I appreciate it. Then quickly take the elixirs. Do not let my goodwill go to waste. All right, Shermu. I will take the Shisui Dan first. Gu Shuqin retrieved a green elixir from the ornate box and handed it to Lin Yuan. He took it with outstretched hands, tossed it directly into his mouth, and closed his eyes to begin absorbing the medicinal energy. As time passed, an unpleasant odor emanated from his body, and dark liquid seeped from his pores, coating him entirely. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, Shermu, I have completed the cleansing of my marrow. Gu Shuqin covered her mouth and nose with her delicate hand, instructing, quickly remove your clothes. I shall cleanse you. Lin Yuan, noticing the filth on his body, hurriedly stripped off his soiled garments. Subsequently, Gu Shuqin extended her fair fingers and pointed at him from a distance. A slender column of water shot from her fingertips, dousing him. After a series of splashes, the impurities on Lin Yuan's skin were finally washed away. Now completely naked, he stood exposed before the beautiful woman, stealing glances at her figure. Gu Shuqin couldn't help but think, Yuan'er truly possesses an impressive physique. I had not noticed this while he was absorbed in his training. What am I thinking? This is not the time for such thoughts. After this cleansing ritual, his entire demeanor transformed. His originally refined features became even more handsome, and the rough skin from his laborious days now appeared smooth and pristine. Seeing this striking young man, Gu Shuqin felt her heart race. How handsome! I always thought Yuan'er was good-looking, but now he seems even more so. As a woman with normal inclinations, witnessing such a beautiful youth stirred her emotions. Noticing her intense gaze upon him, Lin Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment. Is something wrong, Shermu? Does my appearance trouble you? Gu Shuqin composed herself, expressing concern. No, you seem well. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? I feel quite comfortable, as if a heavy burden has been lifted. I feel much lighter, he replied. Well, that's good, Gu Shuqin said, taking out another elixir from a different ornate box. With a flick of her finger, she stated this is the Tong Maidan, which can assist cultivators in breaking through to the Meridian realm. Given your current physical strength, you have over a 90% chance of success. Lin Yuan, quick to act, grasped the elixir and nodded, great. I will do my utmost to break through. He consumed the elixir once more, sitting cross-legged to concentrate on digesting its power and striving for the Meridian realm. Soon, his breath reached a critical point, just a hair's breadth away from the next level. Concentrate all your energy into the Ren Meridian and break through it in one go to reach the Meridian realm. Gu Shuqin guided him from his side. Lin Yuan heeded her advice, channeling his energy into the Ren Meridian and commenced his attempt. Bang, bang, bang. He repeatedly struck at his meridians, yet the Ren Meridian remained impervious as a rock. As seconds ticked away, Lin Yuan's complexion grew increasingly pale and his breath weakened. Ultimately, he exhausted his strength and fell back weakly. Gu Shuqin rushed forward to support him. I'm sorry, Shermu. Yuan'er was unable to break through and has disappointed you, he murmured, leaning against the beautiful woman. How could this happen? Gu Shuqin whispered, her face a mask of disbelief. In her view, Lin Yuan's chances of breaking through to the Meridian realm were virtually assured, considering his solid foundation and the prior consumption of the cleansing elixir, which left his body devoid of impurities. Yet, under such favorable conditions, he had failed. Why, oh heavens, can those with lesser talent succeed while Yuan'er cannot? The beautiful woman questioned the heavens in turmoil. Sensing her unusual state, Lin Yuan bit his lip and softly reassured her. It's all right, Shermu. Although we failed this time, there will be another opportunity. Despite his words, she understood the gravity of their situation. If even the Tong Maidan could not aid him in breaking through, what other means were left? Furthermore, He had exhausted his Yuan stones, and obtaining more elixirs would require a considerable amount of time to gather funds. Why can't Yuan'er break through? Gazing at the empty large bed before her, she felt lost. Previously, with Qin Run by her side, she had a man to rely on. But now that he was gone, her hopes rested solely on her disciple. Alas, reality was harsh. Lin Yuan's failure to break through the Meridian realm left her pondering her next steps. Should she continue to nurture this young man? Would dual cultivation assist him in breaking through? However, considering the ineffectiveness of the Tongmai Dan, dual cultivation would likely yield little result. On the outskirts of Yunlan Sect, on a hillside of the back mountains, Lin Yuan was disturbed by the events of the night, tossing and turning in his room, unable to sleep. He quietly stepped outside for some fresh air. Oh heavens, what have I done to offend you, Lin Yuan, to deserve such treatment? He lamented while gazing at the starry sky. Is there any other soul who has faced a more frustrating fate than mine? A tragic background is one thing, but possessing such weak talents that I cannot even break through the most basic meridian realm is akin to a hellish ordeal. Just as his heart boiled with indignation, a streak of light suddenly fell from the sky. A meteor? Wait, it seems to be heading towards me. Realizing the impending event, he quickly ran away and hid behind a tree. Thud! The streak of light landed precisely where he had stood, sending up a cloud of smoke. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, watching as the smoke gradually dissipated to reveal the figure of a woman. Chapter 9. The Mysterious Woman and the Confrontation with the Assailant. How beautiful! He gazed at the woman, awestruck by her ethereal beauty. Her youthful features and picturesque brows were captivating. And even though her aura was faint and her complexion pale, her beauty could not be concealed. Lin Yuan had thought Gu Shuqin the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Yet in the presence of this lady, she seemed to pale in comparison. Such an extraordinary beauty ought not to exist in the mortal realm. His gaze wandered from her face to her body, taking in her flawless, naked form, perfectly revealed before him. This woman is truly a celestial being, he mused internally. Advancing toward her to assess her condition, he had no ulterior motives. Unexpectedly, as he reached her side, she suddenly opened her eyes, meeting his gaze. The atmosphere grew awkward, and Lin Yuan forced a smile, saying, "Fairy, I saw you fall from the sky and came to check on your condition." The woman did not respond but coldly inquired, "Are you human?" Lin Yuan was taken aback. "What do you mean, Fairy? Are you not human?" With that, she transformed into a beam of white light and entered Lin Yuan's mind. He felt a foreign presence intrude and experienced a brief pang of pain before regaining normalcy. This way, the meteor fell over here. An outer sect disciple led a group of disciples and several elders through the woods, among them the figure of Song Mian. Lin Yuan quickly realized that they were drawn by the sound of the beautiful woman's landing. His mind raced as he swiftly devised a response. If I'm not mistaken, the meteor should have fallen here. The outer sect disciple pointed to the ground ahead. The group turned their gaze and found Lin Yuan standing alone. "Are you a disciple of Yunlan Sect?" An elder in black robes inquired. "Yes, I am Lin Yuan, an outer sect disciple. Greetings to the esteemed elders," he replied. The elder continued, "A meteor fell here moments ago. Did you witness anything unusual upon your arrival?" "Nothing. It was just as it is now," Lin Yuan said, shaking his head as he gestured to the crater left by the woman. "I am unaware. It was like this when I arrived." The elder furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you truly claiming that you saw nothing?" Lin Yuan decisively nodded, "Of course not. How could I, as a disciple, dare to lie?" The woman exuded an extraordinary aura, undoubtedly possessing a significant background, and he certainly could not expose her. Beside the elder, a middle-aged man clad in yellow spoke coldly. "A meteor suddenly descends, and precious treasures emerge. There must be treasures falling in this place. You are certainly lying." Lin Yuan's heart sank. He was so close to deceiving them. Yet another troublemaker had appeared. Just as he was about to defend himself, Song Mian stepped forward, gently saying, "Brother L, your words are misguided. This young man is a disciple of Qin Run, and I have been friends with him for many years. His character, like his, is honest and kind. He would never deceive us." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing Qin Ren's commendable character and moral integrity. They knew he held others to high standards, and, as his disciple, Lin Yuan must have been well educated. Song Mian held considerable respect among the elders, and with his words, the crowd had no choice but to turn away. Lin Yuan followed suit, departing with the group. "Thank you, Uncle Song, for helping the younger generation," he said, cupping his hands in gratitude. Song Mian approached with a smile. "You're too kind, my nephew. I share a deep bond with Brother Qin. As his disciple, it is only natural for me to look after you." Speaking of Qin Run, his expression turned somber. "Alas, such a good man as Qin has passed away prematurely. I truly feel it is unjust." Lin Yuan inwardly scoffed at this so-called murderer lamenting the deceased, but on the surface, he feigned sorrow, saying, "The death of my master has caused me great grief. If given the chance, I will surely avenge him." A flicker of coldness appeared in Song Mian's eyes. Before he sighed, "I too mourn Brother Qin's death, but seeking vengeance may not be easy." "What do you mean by that, Uncle Song?" Lin Yuan inquired. "At the time, my master and I were on a mission in the Yunlan mountain range. To increase efficiency, we split up. During that time, I received a message from him stating he encountered a powerful beast and asked for assistance. By the time I arrived, he had already fallen to that beast. As he spoke, he struck his chest in despair. If I had arrived just a moment sooner, Brother Qin might have survived." Observing this acting master, Lin Yuan chuckled coldly within, but outwardly he bit his lip and asked, "What kind of beast was it? Did you see it?" "It was a third-tier gold-eating mouse," came a reply. "A gold-eating mouse?" "Indeed, that beast possesses immense endurance. Despite being third-tier, its combat strength is equivalent to several condensed pill realm practitioners." Lin Yuan clenched his fist. "Understood. I will definitely seek out this gold-eating mouse in the future." Song Mian smiled wryly. The Yunlan mountain range is vast. Searching for a third-tier beast is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It is no easy task. He then patted Lin Yuan's shoulder reassuringly. "Do not be too fixated, my nephew. Life and death are matters of fate. Perhaps Brother Qin's passing was destined." With that, Song Mian turned to leave, leaving behind a parting remark, "Rest early. Do not let your master's wife worry." Lin Yuan watched his retreating figure, his brow furrowed deeply. This man was duplicitous and shrewd. He was certainly not easy to deal with. Nevertheless, pondering too much was futile. He should first check on the situation of the ferry. With this thought, Lin Yuan unlocked the courtyard door and, upon entering, saw his master's wife seated in a chair, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. "Master, why have you not yet rested? I should ask you the same. It's late at night. Why are you still out wandering?" "I simply couldn't sleep, so I went out for a stroll," Lin Yuan explained. Gu Shuqin understood that he had suffered a setback in his breakthrough and must be feeling dejected. So she consoled him, "It's all right, Yuan'er. A single failure does not define anything. I have read in ancient texts that some practitioners in antiquity possessed exceptionally strong and resilient meridians, making it exceedingly difficult to open them. However, once they succeed, their power will surge, far surpassing that of their peers." Chapter 10. Tianhe Long Nu, Zhuoyang Divine Meridian. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. "Are you suggesting that my meridians might be different from others?" "Indeed, so we need not lose heart." "I will not, Master. I will strive diligently." "Very well. I shall take my leave to rest. You too should retire early. Do not let this matter trouble you." After hearing the comforting words of the beautiful woman, he suddenly felt a surge of confidence. "Indeed, I am a transmigrator. How can my physique be ordinary? It must be due to my unique meridians that I cannot open them just yet. Once they are opened, I shall undoubtedly surpass my peers. But how can I open them?" With this thought, he recalled the stunning woman from before and immediately focused his mind, entering his soul sea. He saw her sitting cross-legged within his soul sea, eyes closed in meditation. "Fairy, can you hear me?" He spoke through his soul. Upon hearing, the woman opened her eyes and coldly inquired, "I can hear you. Are you safe now? Is anyone else around?" "I am safe. There is no one else." "That is good to hear. Fairy, from whence do you come? How did you end up here? And how can you enter my soul sea?" Lin Yuan asked 3 questions in rapid succession. The woman answered each. "My name is Ao Ling Shuang, hailing from the Tianhe Divine Sea, the Q Ngling clan. I was harmed by a hostile force, and in my moment of peril, I burned my essence to escape. I can enter your soul sea because I have practiced the soul transformation technique, allowing me to convert my physical body into a soul and reside within another soul sea. Tianhe Divine Sea. Yuan'er clan. Lin Yuan had never heard of this place, but just the name suggested it was certainly located in the upper realm, far from the Tianlan continent. The Yuan'er clan was undoubtedly significant. The status of dragons among beasts is not to be underestimated. This woman indeed has a remarkable background. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that she belonged to the beast clan. This thought filled him with concern. As the saying goes, those not of my kind will have different hearts. Since she is of a different race, she could potentially pose a threat to him. Sensing his apprehension, Lin Yuan reassured him, "Do not worry, I will not harm you. On the contrary, if you can assist me in healing, I can provide you with help in return." Lin Yuan chuckled bitterly. "I am but a mere insect who has just begun my cultivation journey. How can I possibly assist you in healing?" Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, used her spiritual sense to probe within his body, furrowing her brows. "Your physique is somewhat unique. I believe I have seen something similar in an ancient text." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, are you saying my physique differs from the norm? Wait, why are the numbers of your meridians incorrect?" "Huh? What do you mean?" "The 8 extraordinary meridians. A normal person has only 8, yet you possess 9. "What?" Lin Yuan was taken aback and exclaimed, "Is that true?" "You must not be mistaken." Lin Yuan confirmed, "Indeed, it is 9. If I am not mistaken, you possess the legendary Zhuyang Divine Meridian." Zhuyang Divine Meridian. What a majestic name. Just hearing it conveys immense power. Lin Yuan rejoiced. "Fairy, what is so special about my Zhuyang Divine Meridian?" The Zhuyang Divine Meridian, as its name suggests, contains an immense amount of yang energy. It can be transformed into energy, enhancing your combat power. For every meridian you open, your strength will significantly increase. If all 9 meridians are opened, you will be able to crush practitioners of the same realm. Lin Yuan's words thrilled Lin Yuan. Indeed, as his master's wife had said, his meridians were extraordinary. To possess such formidable power, he could already envision the scene of all 9 meridians being opened. However, the woman then shifted her tone. Though the Zhuyang Divine Meridian is powerful, opening the meridians is exceedingly difficult. While an ordinary person may take only a few years to open all their meridians, you may require decades to reach the 9th level of meridian opening. Each breakthrough in the meridian opening realm necessitates the opening of a meridian, and for Lin Yuan to advance to the pinnacle of this realm, he must open all 9 divine meridians. This left him feeling troubled. If opening even one is so arduous, how can I possibly open all 9? Lin Yuan consoled. There is no need to feel disheartened. Throughout history, numerous cultivators of the Zhuyang Shan might have successfully transcended to profound realms, indicating that there are indeed methods to unlock the divine meridians. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Fairy, do you possess a means to assist me in unlocking my meridian?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan replied, "I am currently gravely injured and unable to utilize my vital energy, but my spiritual power remains intact. I shall employ my mental strength to help you break through this divine meridian and see if it can be opened." Initially ecstatic, Lin Yuan soon composed himself. "Fairy, with such assistance, how can I repay you?" Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly, "As I have said, our relationship is one of collaboration. I assist you in unlocking your meridian, and you aid me in healing my wounds. However, your strength is insufficient to help me at this moment. We shall wait until you grow powerful enough to assist me, and then you can repay me. Are you gambling then? Perhaps. After all, you possess the Zhuyang Shanmai and have exceptional talent for cultivation. I believe that day will inevitably arrive." Hearing this, Lin Yuan bit his lip and solemnly stated, "The grace of the fairy shall remain etched in my heart. If I am ever able, I will certainly repay you with all my might." Lin Yuan could perceive the sincerity in his tone and nodded. "As long as you have this intention, that is sufficient. Now, close your eyes and focus, and align with my spiritual power to impact the Runmai together." Understood. He immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and channeled all his vital energy towards the Runmai. Lin Yuan's spiritual power followed closely behind, and together they launched a concerted effort to break through the meridian. Bang, bang, bang. With each successive impact, the previously blocked Runmai gradually loosened, showing signs of opening. Both were elated and increased their efforts, striking fiercely. Finally, with their combined strength, a resounding boom echoed as the run fully opened, and a robust surge of yang energy erupted from the meridian, flooding into Lin Yuan's limbs, warming his body and significantly enhancing his aura. Whoosh! Lin Yuan opened his eyes and sprang up, gathering vital energy in his palm before striking forward. The air trembled, leaving a distinct palm imprint on the wall a yard away. The release of vital energy marked the sign of a cultivator entering the meridian opening realm. At that moment, he officially stepped into the realm of meridian opening. Fantastic! I have finally succeeded in opening my meridian. Lin Yuan stretched his limbs, his face radiating joy. Young human, do not celebrate too soon. While you have successfully opened your meridian, this is merely the first renmai. Each subsequent breakthrough will present greater challenges, so prepare yourself mentally. Ao Ling Shuang cautioned. No matter, the higher the difficulty of opening the meridian, the stronger my meridians will be. The more arduous the trial, the more substantial the reward. I am ready to embark on this treacherous path, Lin Yuan declared with unwavering determination. Chapter 11. The Dragon Princess, a surprising teacher, Ao Ling Shuang praised. Good lad. Your ambition is commendable. The possibility of my recovery in the future relies upon you. Princess? Lin Yuan inquired in astonishment. You are the princess of the Qinglong clan? Indeed, I am the daughter of the Dragon King, and they refer to me as the ninth princess. Lin Yuan was taken aback to discover the fairy's noble identity. It is truly a blessing to meet you. Do not belittle yourself. With such a divine meridian, your future status may well surpass mine. Thank you for your kind words. Fairy, I will strive diligently in my cultivation to aid you in your recovery. Why do you always refer to me as fairy? It sounds a bit awkward. You possess such extraordinary beauty and hold such a lofty status. It is only fitting to address you as fairy. Your human titles are rather peculiar. We are not deities. So why use fairy to describe us? Lin Yuan, feeling slightly helpless, chose not to pursue the matter further and directly asked, how would you like me to address you? Ninth Princess or Your Highness? Ao Ling Shuang dismissed that notion. That feels a bit too distant. Just call me Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang, Lin Yuan repeated softly, not wanting to appear overly formal. Very well, from now on, I shall address you as Ling Shuang. I have already asked you not to call me fairy. I apologize. My words slipped out in haste. Lin Yuan smiled sheepishly and suddenly had a whimsical thought, secretly pondering, Ling Shuang feels a bit distant as well. Perhaps I should call you Yuan'er? This thought he dared not voice, fearing her reaction. What is your name? You have yet to tell me. Lin Yuan, with Lin meaning forest and Yuan meaning abyss. Lin Yuan is easy to pronounce. Haha, since you are older than me, if you do not mind, you may call me Xiao Yuan. All right, Xiao Yuan. If that is the case, you may call me Shuang Jia. Understood. From tonight onward, I shall rely on Shuang Jia for guidance. No need for thanks. I have expended some of my soul power to assist you in breaking through the meridian, and I need to rest for a while. You should also consolidate your cultivation. All right, Shuang Jia. Thus, the two rested and cultivated, and the night passed slowly. The following day, cock-a-doodle-doo, the crowing of a rooster echoed, and sunlight streamed through the window paper into the small room. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, leaped from the bed, and stretched, feeling invigorated. After a night of cultivation, his meridian opening realm was thoroughly stabilized. Knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door, followed by a gentle voice. Breakfast is ready, Yuan'er. Lin Yuan was surprised, opening the door to see the graceful figure of a beautiful woman. Upon seeing the man open the door instantly, Gu Shuqing exclaimed, How did you wake up so quickly? Did you not sleep last night? Lin Yuan replied softly, I was cultivating last night, and just as I got up, I heard you knocking. Gu Shuqing shot him a reproachful glance. Did I not tell you not to overthink things? Why are you still troubled by that matter? Though her words suggested concern, her expression revealed a hint of despondency, and faint dark circles were visible under her eyes, indicating she had not rested well. Lin Yuan understood all too well the reason for her demeanor. It was all due to him. To prevent her from feeling sad, he promptly reassured her, Teacher, I have not been dwelling on it. The reason I could not sleep well last night was because I was consolidating my cultivation. Consolidating your cultivation? Wasn't your body at the 9th level of body refinement already stable? It is not the body refinement realm, but the meridian opening realm. Lin Yuan then raised his hand and channeled, causing a pure burst of vital energy to manifest at his fingertips. Vital energy release. Yuan'er can actually release vital energy. Gu Shuqing's calm demeanor finally shattered, her eyes widening in disbelief as she fixated on the sphere of energy. Incredible. How can this be? Just one night has passed, and he has already broken through to the meridian opening realm? Has the heavenly law manifested? Lin Yuan smiled. I have fulfilled teacher's expectations and successfully opened my meridian. He explained. Last night, feeling troubled, I went to the back mountain to clear my mind. Unexpectedly, a beam of light descended upon me, filling me with a powerful force that directly opened my renmai. Due to Ao Ling Shuang's unique status, he refrained from mentioning her. A beam of light descended? Gu Shuqing furrowed her brow. I have never heard of such an opportunity. Do you feel any discomfort? None. Although that force was powerful, it was gentle, and I felt quite comfortable. That's good. Gu Shuqing nodded thoughtfully before suddenly exclaiming, I understand. This must be a blessing from the heavens. The heavenly law possesses consciousness, and that beam of light was surely sent by it to protect you. Protect me? Indeed, those favored by the heavenly law are destined individuals, and you will inevitably reach the pinnacle and usher in a new era on the Tianlan continent. Gu Shuqing was ecstatic, nearly jumping with joy. Destined individual. You are truly a destined individual. As long as there are no unforeseen circumstances, you are bound to become a formidable force that will dominate an era. I am so fortunate to have such a disciple. Lin Yuan was utterly bewildered. What on earth? Am I a destined individual? Teacher S' imagination runs wild. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, he feigned laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha! I always knew my fate was extraordinary. Has not fortune just smiled upon me? The beautiful woman, initially exhilarated, gradually regained her composure and remarked, Though you are indeed a person of destiny, you must not become arrogant or complacent. Diligent cultivation is essential. Otherwise, even destiny may forsake you. Lin Yuan replied earnestly, Indeed, I shall devote myself to cultivating diligently, so as not to disappoint you or the Tao of Heaven. Very well. I believe in you. Remember to keep this matter confidential. Do not speak of it to outsiders, she advised. Understood, Shenyang, he affirmed. Now, let us partake in breakfast. The two took their seats at the table and enjoyed a light bowl of lean meat porridge. Lin Yuan could not help but inquire, Shenyang, do you not usually rise at the fourth watch? Why are you up so early today? Gu Shuqing responded. I had intended to rise early to accept the task and accumulate more yuan stones for you, to aid in your swift breakthrough to the Kaimai realm. However, it appears that it is no longer necessary. Upon hearing this, warmth flooded Lin Yuan's heart, and he expressed concern, Shenyang, you have sacrificed so much for me. It is truly too arduous. You need not toil so hard anymore. Let me take care of you. Gu Shuqing smiled brightly. Even if you break through to the Kaimai realm, you would still be weaker than I. How could you care for me? Lin Yuan, full of confidence, replied, I am a person of destiny. It is only a matter of time before I surpass you. Then let us speak of this again when your cultivation exceeds mine. After conversing for a while, Lin Yuan suddenly asked, Shenyang, since you have already broken through to the Ningguan realm, you can apply to become an outer sect elder. Correct? At that point, the sect will allocate you a courtyard, and we would not need to move. Gu Shuqing smacked her forehead, indeed. How did I not think of that? I must have been dull. Yesterday's sorrow over my husband's passing caused me to forget that I am qualified to become an outer sect elder. Chapter 12. The Outer Sect Competition. Selection of martial arts techniques. I shall go apply for the elder position right away. By the way, Yuan'er, there is one more thing I must discuss with you. What is it? As you are now a Kaimai realm cultivator, you are eligible to select a martial technique and a cultivation method from the sect's library. You may choose your martial technique, but as for the cultivation method, I have already imparted it to you, so there is no need to study another. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Shenyang, that Yin Yang Zhao Hua technique has such a lengthy name. Where did you acquire it? What is its rank? Gu Shuqing replied softly. It was an accidental discovery made with your master in an abandoned cave. I had intended to cultivate it together with him, but unexpectedly Lin Yuan teased with a smile. Unexpectedly, it has fallen into my hands. Gu Shuqing playfully huffed, You little rascal. Not even my husband enjoyed it, and now you have taken it for yourself. How will you compensate me? Lin Yuan stood up with a gentle smile, embracing the beautiful woman from behind, whispering in her ear, "Rest assured, Shenyang, I shall take responsibility for you." Humph, at least you have a semblance of conscience. The beautiful woman turned to face the young man, their faces mere inches apart. Lin Yuan gazed at her exquisite features and could not help but steal a kiss. Gu Shuqin feigned resistance for a moment, but soon surrendered to his advances. After a long while, their lips parted. "Shenyang, you truly are delightful," Lin Yuan remarked, licking his lips. The beautiful woman's face flushed, and she pushed him away. "You little lecher, always teasing me. I speak the truth. How can that be considered teasing? All right, enough of that. There is one more thing I forgot to mention. The annual Outer Sect competition is about to commence. Do not forget to register. Outer Sect competition? With my cultivation at the first level of Kaimai, can I participate? Any disciple of the Kaimai realm is eligible to compete. If you achieve a high rank, there are generous rewards." Upon hearing of the rewards, Lin Yuan's interest was piqued. "Shenyang, do you know what the rewards are?" Gu Shuqin began, based on previous year's rewards. The top 10 can receive 500 Yuan stones and a Sheng Yuan Dan, while the first place will receive 3,000 Yuan stones and a Ning Yuan Dan. The monthly stipend for an ordinary Outer Sect disciple is merely 10 Yuan stones, while an Outer Sect elder receives only 50 Yuan stones. 3,000 Yuan stones is undoubtedly a substantial sum, Lin Yuan exclaimed, and the Ning Yuan Dan is even more precious, as it aids cultivators in condensing their Qi Dan. Consuming this elixir significantly increases the probability of breaking through to the Ning Yuan realm. Though these rewards may seem trivial to the sect, they are substantial for the disciples. Lin Yuan expressed his delight. 3,000 Yuan stones could equate to your salary for several years. The sect is indeed quite generous. Gu Shuqin scoffed. 3,000 Yuan stones may be a lot for us, but to the sect, it is but a drop in the ocean. The entire Yunlan Sect collects taxes from subordinate forces, yielding profits in the tens of thousands of Yuan stones annually, not to mention their own Yuan stone mines, from which they extract vast quantities daily. Lin Yuan could not help but feel the disparity in strength. Compared to a powerful sect, our strength as disciples is truly insignificant. The beautiful woman comforted him. Though we may seem small now, it does not mean we cannot grow stronger in the future. Yes, I will strive to achieve a commendable rank in this competition, Lin Yuan asserted. Seeing the man's earnestness, Gu Shuqin chuckled softly. The top 10 in the Outer Sect competition are traditionally peak Kai, my realm cultivators. As a newcomer to the Kai, my realm, I do not expect you to place well. Our purpose in registering is not solely for the rewards, but to allow you to hone your combat skills and accumulate practical experience. Lin Yuan nodded. I understand, Shenyang. You mentioned that the top 10 are peak Kai, my realm cultivators. What about the Ning Yuan realm? Outer Sect disciples who break through to the Ning Yuan realm before the age of 30 can enter the Inner Sect and become Inner Sect disciples. If they exceed 30, they can only serve as Outer Sect elders. Upon saying this, the beautiful woman chuckled self-deprecatingly. For someone like me, being called an Outer Sect elder is a polite term. A harsher truth is that we are abandoned by the sect, as the best resources are reserved for the Inner Sect. Outer Sect members have no right to enjoy them. Lin Yuan frowned. Is there truly no promotion path for Outer Sect elders? The beautiful woman explained. There is, but the conditions are stringent. One must reach the Gathering Qi realm before the age of 40. Only then can one bypass being an Inner Sect disciple and be directly promoted to an Inner Sect steward. Upon hearing this, a hint of sarcasm appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. Those who cannot break through to the Ning Yuan realm before 30 will likely possess mediocre talent. How could they possibly reach the Gathering Qi realm before 40? The sect has effectively severed the promotion path for Outer Sect elders. Gu Shuqin replied matter-of-factly. Naturally, the sect seeks profit. They will prioritize resources for those with exceptional talent. For us, ordinary individuals, even if we receive the same level of resources, we cannot hope to achieve the same growth as those prodigies. Lin Yuan clenched his fist. Shenyang, you are a Xianing body. With the aid of the Yin-Yang divine skill, and with my devoted support, there is certainly a chance for you to reach the Gathering Qi realm before 40. Gu Shuqin smiled wryly. I'm already 36, and have only just broken through to the Ning Yuan realm. It will be quite challenging to advance to the 9th level of Ningguan and then break through to gathering qi within 4 years. There is no difficulty in this world, only a lack of determination. As long as we work diligently, we will surely find success, Lin Yuan encouraged. What shall we cultivate? Your fertile ground, he replied. Gu Shuqin looked puzzled for a moment before understanding his meaning, and she blushed with indignation. You little rascal. Have you learned to tease your Shenyang? Lin Yuan chuckled. Not at all. I genuinely wish to assist you. You're not to speak such words again. It is truly inappropriate. Very well. Then I shall head to the library to select my martial techniques. Go ahead. I too need to apply for the outer sect elder position. After tidying up their dishes, the two departed in their separate directions. At the entrance of the library, Lin Yuan arrived to find an elderly man in gray lounging in a rocking chair, basking in the sun. This man was the elder in charge of the library, holding a respectable position within the sect. Outer sect disciple Lin Yuan, greetings to the elder, he said respectfully, bowing his hands in salute. Hearing this, the elder lifted his gaze slightly, casting a casual glance at Lin Yuan, and replied nonchalantly, You have just broken through to the Kaimai realm, I see. Indeed. Today I have come to select martial arts techniques. Very well, you may enter, but remember you're only permitted to choose from the first floor. Understood. Chapter 13. Inside the Tsangjing Pavilion, a fortuitous martial art. The Tsangjing Pavilion comprises 3 levels. Outer disciples are allowed access only to the first floor, while inner disciples may enter the second. The 3rd level is reserved solely for inner elders or disciples granted permission by the higher-ups. The martial arts and techniques are categorized into 4 ranks, Tiandi, Xian, and Huang. Among these 3 levels, the first floor boasts the largest area, housing a collection of Huang-ranked martial arts and techniques. Although classified as Huang, they can still fetch thousands of yuan stones in the market. In Qingshan Town, possessing a single Huang-ranked technique allows one to establish a foothold, while owning a Xian-ranked technique is regarded as a treasured family heirloom. Outside the 3 prominent families of Qingshan Town, the remaining weaker clans lack their own techniques and must become vassals to the 3 great families to cultivate. Thus, Yunlan Sect is quite generous towards outer disciples, as the first floor of the Tsangjing Pavilion still offers a considerable selection of advanced Huang-ranked martial arts and techniques, which would undoubtedly attract frenzied competition from minor families if placed in the outside world. Lin Yuan's objective was clear. He made his way directly to the shelves of advanced Huang-ranked techniques. After all, one would naturally choose the best available options. King Kong Palm, Rui Fist, Shattered Stone Seal, Wind Interception Finger. He recited the names of the techniques, momentarily unsure of which to select. All these techniques belonged to the same rank, yet he remained uncertain as to which would suit him best. Wait, why is there a low-level Huang-ranked technique here? While scanning the shelves, Lin Yuan's attention was suddenly drawn to a brown book, its cover marked with a label Huang-ranked low-level. How could a low-level Huang-ranked technique be mixed among the advanced Huang-ranked shelves? This seemed amiss. With a heart full of questions, he picked up the martial art and opened the cover, revealing a description on the first page. Tong Bei Fist, Huang-ranked low-level martial art. This technique emphasizes channeling energy through the meridians and consists of 9 forms. Each form produces a resonant sound, with each successive sound amplifying the martial arts rank. If one can achieve 9 sounds, it is comparable to an advanced D-ranked martial art. Advanced D-ranked. Lin Yuan was astonished. This is extraordinarily powerful. D-ranked martial arts are indeed rare treasures. Even a prestigious sect like Yunlan would possess only a handful. To find such a martial art on the first floor of its Tsangjing Pavilion is astounding, although this technique claims to rival advanced D-ranked martial arts. Achieving 9 resonant sounds is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Otherwise, everyone would choose this technique. Lin Yuan contemplated. Xiao Yuan, you should choose this Tong Bei Fist. Just as he hesitated, the voice of Ao Ling Shuang suddenly resonated. Why do you say that, Sister Shuang? This technique emphasizes channeling energy through the meridians, which complements your Zhuyang divine meridians perfectly. Each sound you produce will be enhanced by the divine meridian's yang energy, significantly increasing its power. Significantly increase. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. Does this imply that if I can produce 9 sounds, my power would be comparable to a Tian-ranked martial art? Precisely. Even if you cannot produce 9 sounds, 1 or 2 sounds would still equate to the power of a Xian-ranked martial art. Excellent. Then I shall select this one. Lin Yuan decisively tucked away the technique and casually picked a book on cultivation before turning to leave. Upon noticing the young man's swift exit, the elder was somewhat surprised. Have you chosen so quickly? Yes, I have made my selections. Which martial art and technique did you choose? I selected this technique and this martial art. Lin Yuan presented the 2 volumes to the elder. Tong Bei Fist, he softly uttered the 3 characters, prompting the elder to chuckle disdainfully. Kid, you must have chosen this technique after reading its description, right? He did not comment on the cultivation method, but could not resist addressing the selected martial art. Indeed. Yet another one deceived by the description of a martial art. What do you mean by that, elder? While the Tong Bei Fist is indeed formidable upon mastery, have you considered the difficulty of producing the resonant sounds? According to the elder, is it truly that difficult to produce the sounds with this technique? Difficult does not even begin to describe it. Even the current ancestor of the Lin family can only produce 6 sounds. Lin Yuan was startled. A cultivator of such caliber is truly a rarity, possessing extraordinary talent. However, if even such a powerful figure can only produce 6 sounds, how many can I manage? The elder continued. Most disciples practicing this technique cannot even produce a single sound, let alone 7 or 8 sounds. Such talent has yet to be born. Lin Yuan could not help but inquire. Which family is the Lin family? Is it located in our eastern region? The elder explained. The Lin family is an ancient lineage of considerable strength, not inferior to our Yunlan Sect, located in the western part of the eastern region, quite a distance from here. Why mention the ancestor of the Lin family specifically? Because the Tong Bei Fist was created by the Lin family's forebear, a figure of immense renown whose name resonates across the continent, and he is the only person in history to produce 9 sounds with the Tong Bei Fist. To produce 9 sounds is indeed an extraordinary feat. The ancestor of the Lin family is truly remarkable. Well, young man, I have shared so much with you simply to convey that this martial art is not so easily mastered. You should quickly consider selecting another, lest you waste the opportunity to choose a martial art. In response to the elder's persuasion, Lin Yuan resolutely stated, "Thank you for your guidance, but I still wish to select this martial art." The elder, upon hearing this, ceased further argument and softly remarked, "Very well. You young people often need to encounter setbacks before realizing your mistakes." Lin Yuan smiled. Facing setbacks may not necessarily be a bad thing for me. All right, I still need to rest. Please provide your name and the martial art for registration, and then you may leave. Lin Yuan complied, slightly bowing to the elder before turning to depart. In a rocking chair, the elder closed his eyes and murmured, "Lin Yuan, he shares the Lin surname." What an interesting coincidence. Outside the Songjing Pavilion, amidst the bamboo grove. "Xiao Yuan, why did you not carefully select a cultivation method?" "Because I have already cultivated one." "What cultivation method?" "The yin-yang transformation skill, which has a lengthy name. Let's just call it the yin-yang divine skill. This skill is so remarkable that it dares to call itself divine." "I'm not entirely sure, Sister Shuang. Have you heard of this technique?" "I have not." "Well, truthfully, this technique greatly enhances a cultivator's abilities. It just has some peculiar methods of practice." "What peculiarities?" "Ahem, it requires cooperative cultivation." Lin Yuan felt a bit embarrassed as he said this. Cooperative cultivation? Ao Ling Shuang's expression turned peculiar. "Xiao Yuan, you have not already engaged in cooperative cultivation with a woman, have you?" "Yes." "Who is the other party?" "Someone you have met." "Could it possibly be your teacher's wife?" "Yes." "You rascal, you actually managed to win over your teacher's wife?" No, it was her initiative. She requested to engage in cooperative cultivation with you?" "Yes." TSK. You two truly know how to have fun, don't you?" "Sister Shuang, you jest. We are merely striving to grow stronger. And the process of cultivation is not important." "You are correct. As long as it accelerates our strength, it matters not." "Sister Shuang, do you not find our situation strange?" "Not at all. What is strange about it? Although she is your teacher's wife, I believe her husband has passed away, right? Since she is without a partner, it does not count as infidelity and is not morally wrong." "You are quite reasonable, Sister Shuang. Rather than fixating on your relationship, it would be wiser to seek out several more women for cooperative cultivation. We will take it slow. For now, having just my teacher's wife is sufficient. Yes. In any case, you must enhance your strength quickly so that I may also recover from my injuries swiftly. Chapter 14. Elder's Obstruction, Innate Charisma. While Lin Yuan conversed with A.O. Ling Shuang, he was suddenly intercepted by a middle-aged man. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the man as Elder L, who had troubled him the previous night. Elder L scrutinized the young man with a stern expression. You are Lin Yuan, correct? Indeed. I wonder why the elder has suddenly blocked my path. Did you witness something on the back mountain last night? There are no outsiders here. You need not conceal the truth any longer. Just tell me the truth, and I shall ensure your departure. Huh? Would you truly allow me to leave if I spoke? Lin Yuan's heart scoffed coldly, yet he maintained a facade of calmness and replied, Elder L, I truly saw nothing. Please do not disturb my cultivation any further. With that, he attempted to step past the elder. L. Joe swiftly sidestepped, once again obstructing Lin Yuan, and coldly declared, You shall not leave until you speak the truth. Lin Yuan met the elder's gaze with unwavering determination, stating, This is the core area of the Outer Sect. Do you dare act here? Are you not afraid of being taken away by the enforcement elders of the Discipline Hall? At his words, L. Gio's expression hardened, and after a moment's contemplation, he stepped aside. Nevertheless, he did not forget to issue a warning. Boy, I will not cease until I uncover the truth. Lin Yuan cast a dismissive glance at him, then smiled derisively before departing. Once he had left, a youth clad in yellow emerged from the bamboo forest, frowning as he remarked, Master, it seems that fellow is quite obstinate. L. Gio replied icily, Disciple, the Outer Sect competition is about to commence. That lad just received techniques from the Scripture Pavilion, indicating he has entered the opening veins realm. He will undoubtedly participate in the competition, and should you encounter him, do not hold back. The youth's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination as he clasped his hands and assured, Rest assured, Master, if I cross paths with him, I will do my utmost to incapacitate him, teaching him the cost of offending us. Hello, I wish to register for the Outer Sect competition. Approaching the counter, Lin Yuan stated his intention directly. As it was already late in the registration period, few individuals were present, and he did not need to wait in line. Show me your disciple token. Lin Yuan produced his Outer Sect disciple token for inspection. State your name and cultivation level. Lin Yuan, opening veins first layer. Registration complete. Take this token. It serves as proof for your participation in the competition. The attendant handed Lin Yuan a palm-sized token, upon which the number 9527 was engraved. Is this my participant number? What an astonishing number of registrants. Although he was aware that the Outer Sect had many disciples, he did not anticipate there to be over 10,000. And this does not even account for the disciples in the body refinement realm. If included, the number could reach several tens of thousands. The Yunlan Sect indeed sustains such a vast number of disciples. No wonder it is a major sect in the eastern region. Lin Yuan sighed as he left the affairs hall. Lu Yang, you have not spent a few pieces of Yuan stone on me. Yet you have the audacity to make such demands? Miao Yitzi, how dare you say that? In the month we have been together, I have spent at least dozens of Yuan stones on spirit herbs and pills for you. Yet you won't even let me touch your hand. Is this what a normal partner looks like? Do you take me for a fool? Ha! You think you can possess me for merely spending a few dozen Yuan stones? Do you believe I am a courtesan in a brothel? Fine. Since you think I am insufficient in my contributions, return all the Yuan stones I spent on you. What matters more, my face or Yuan stones? I earn merely 10 Yuan stones a month. A few dozen Yuan stones would take me half a year to save. You, shameless. Think as you will. If you do not provide the Yuan stones today, do not expect to leave. Lin Yuan overheard their conversation from a distance and could not help but shake his head slightly. Both individuals were in the body refinement realm and had trained alongside him in the practice room, so they were somewhat familiar. Although he was not acquainted with them, he had learned from other disciples that the quality of this pair was rather poor. One relied on her modest beauty, deceiving male disciples for gifts while offering no reciprocation, calling it a test of their sincerity. The other, reportedly from a somewhat wealthy family and possessing decent looks, often sought female disciples for socializing. Many women, enchanted by his lavishness, fell for his flowery words and lost their virtue within days. His modus operandi was to abandon them once he grew weary, rendering their earlier promises meaningless. Therefore, the current situation appeared to him as merely a case of dogs biting each other. Miao Yitzi, realizing the other was intent on detaining her, felt a surge of panic. This situation was inherently her fault, and even if the discipline hall intervened, it was likely she would be forced to return the Yuan stones. What should I do? In a moment of desperation, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure, and her eyes brightened as she rushed towards him. Senior brother Lin Yuan, this scoundrel wishes to bully me. Please stand up for me. The woman hid behind the man, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. How could such trivial matters involve him? He instinctively wanted to dismiss her, but suddenly heard the voice of Ao Ling Shuang. Xiao Yuan, this girl possesses a natural charm, abundant yin energy, and could aid you in dual cultivation. Find a way to secure her. Natural charm? Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he pondered. He stepped protectively in front of the girl and coldly declared, Lu Yang, this is the sect's territory, a public space. What kind of decorum is this ruckus? Upon hearing this, Miao Yitzi felt a surge of joy. Lin Yuan, who usually seemed taciturn, was unexpectedly reliable in this critical moment. Lu Yang, recognizing Lin Yuan, knew he was only at the body refinement 5th layer and not his match, thus directly asserted, this matter is between Miao Yitzi and me. It does not concern you, so please step aside. Miao Yitzi quickly interjected, Senior brother Lin, this man is attempting to assault me, shamelessly trying to take advantage of me in broad daylight. You must not let him off the hook. Let him off the hook. Lu Yang laughed. You two, one at body refinement 5th layer and the other at 4th layer, dare to speak of letting off someone at body refinement 7th layer? With that, he raised his hand to seize the woman. Lin Yuan snorted coldly, channeling his energy to repel Lu Yang. Both of them were stunned. Chi emission. He has actually reached the opening veins realm. Chapter 15. The truth revealed and the charm secured. According to sect rules, disciples are prohibited from private dueling outside the arena. Your attempt to strike me just now is already a violation of sect rules, Lin Yuan stated coldly, fixing his gaze on Lu Yang. He was unsure how Lu Yang had broken through to opening veins, but given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to relent. Brother Lin, I am not your opponent, but Miao Yitzi deceived me out of many Yuan stones. Surely, an explanation is warranted. Lu Yang was unwilling to relinquish his claim, believing he had the upper hand even if the matter escalated to the discipline hall. Lin Yuan understood this reasoning and contemplated briefly before turning to the woman. How many Yuan stones did you take from him? Return half. At this, Lu Yang sighed in relief. A demand for half was within acceptable limits. Miao Yitzi, however, looked distressed. Senior brother, I cannot produce any Yuan stones. What? Have you used them all up? Yes, not a single one left. Indeed, Lin Yuan was momentarily speechless. Typically, outer sect disciples would retain some Yuan stones for various cultivation expenses, yet this woman had used them all without reserve. Lu Yang sneered, since you have no Yuan stones, let the discipline elder judge you. Miao Yitzi's face paled. No, please don't. The discipline hall was notoriously severe. Although her offense was not grave enough to warrant expulsion, she would certainly face a painful reckoning. Those accustomed to a life of luxury, like her, could hardly endure such suffering. Senior brother, please help me. Help me repay this debt, and I will diligently save money to return it to you. In her panic, she turned to the man for assistance. Lin Yuan remained silent, instead sending a message. I can assist you in repaying the debt, but you must agree to one condition. If you consent, simply nod. Miao Yitzi thought to herself that since he was a disciple of Qin Run, he would likely not make unreasonable demands. Thus she nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Lin Yuan, upon witnessing the situation, turned to the man and inquired, how many Yuan stones did you spend in total? The gifts combined amounted to 68 Yuan stones, which means half would be 34. Very well, I shall provide it. After receiving the Yuan stones from Lin Yuan, Lu Yang finally relaxed his demeanor. Before leaving, he reminded, Brother Lin, this woman is cunning. Do not fall for her tricks. Lin Yuan paid no heed and addressed the woman. Come with me. Disciples passing by witnessed the entire event and shook their heads, murmuring, it seems another man is about to be deceived by that vixen. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yuan led Miao Yitzi to a secluded grove. Once he confirmed that no one was nearby, he turned and spoke. I have repaid your Yuan stones. It is time for you to fulfill your promise. Miao Yitzi flashed a captivating smile, saying, Thank you for your assistance, senior brother. Please, feel free to state your demands. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. The sudden allure of her demeanor momentarily distracted Lin Yuan. Truly, she was a natural enchantress. Every smile and frown could ensnare one's heart. No wonder so many disciples had fallen prey to her deceit. After a moment of reflection, he steadied himself and declared, I want you to be my cultivation partner. Ah, Miao Yitzi was taken aback. Surely not. The usually taciturn Lin Yuan would make such a request of me? Was she truly not hearing correctly? Senior brother Lin, what did you just say? I said, I want you to be my cultivation partner. Lin Yuan replied with piercing clarity. Upon hearing this, Miao Yitzi was instantly enraged. Did these men truly see her as a mere courtesan? Did they think that a handful of Yuan stones could buy her? Was she so cheap? Although furious, she understood her inferior strength and had to suppress her anger, responding in a softer tone. Senior brother, while my reputation may be tarnished, I assure you my body has never been touched by a man. Do you truly think you can have me for just a few dozen Yuan stones? Lin Yuan replied, coolly, the Yuan stones may not be much, but the partnership I propose would be beneficial to you. If you cooperate fully, your cultivation progress will see a significant improvement. Miao Yitzi, still fuming, perceived his words merely as a pretext to gain her favor. After all, she had deceived many men with similar lies and had little faith in a man's sweet talk. Senior brother Lin, I had thought you to be a righteous man, genuinely wishing to help me. I did not expect you to be like those other men, merely seeking to possess my body. Finally, she could no longer contain her disappointment. Lin Yuan frowned. Do you not believe what I say? Huh. I have had men tell me that sleeping with them would earn me hundreds of Yuan stones. Do you think I would believe that? Miao Yitzi retorted with scorn. At this moment, Lin Yuan began to waver, contemplating whether to reveal the yin-yang divine art to her. His master had specifically instructed him that this technique should not be divulged. Should it fall into the wrong hands, it could lead to significant trouble. Xiao Yuan, are you worried she might disclose the technique? Just then, the voice of A.O. Ling Shuang echoed in his mind. Indeed, this technique is of great importance, and I cannot yet ascertain her loyalty. Do not fret. I possess a sealing technique that can prevent her from divulging specified information. Thus, she would be unable to disclose the technique or any related matters. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened with intrigue. Such a wondrous spell exists? The world is vast and filled with wonders, yet this technique has its limitations. It is only effective against low-tier practitioners and would be useless against those of slightly greater strength. Then please, Sister Shuang, use it now. Very well. A.O. Ling Shuang immediately cast the spell upon Miao Yitzi. Suddenly, Miao Yitzi felt a fleeting discomfort in her body, which vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. She furrowed her brow in confusion. Xiao Yuan, I have completed the spell. You may now disclose your intentions. Understood, Sister Shuang. Lin Yuan, following her cue, opened his palm, gathering pure Yuan energy before her eyes. Merely a day ago, I was a fifth-tier body refinement practitioner, yet I have since broken through to the meridian opening stage. Do you wonder how I accomplished this? Upon witnessing the energy in his hand, Miao Yitzi gasped. Could it be through collaboration? Indeed, I possess a cultivation method specifically designed for partnership, which yields remarkable results. If you practice this method, you could potentially break through to the meridian opening stage in just a few days. The meridian opening stage. Upon hearing this, Miao Yitzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having trained for over a year in the outer sect of Yunlan Sect, she had only managed to advance from the second to the fourth tier. And that was with the aid of deceitful tactics against numerous men. At this rate, breaking through to the meridian opening stage would take her several years. The prospect of achieving it in mere days was exhilarating. Senior brother Lin, are you being truthful? You should know the character of my master. I am his disciple and would not lie. Miao Yitzi nodded in agreement, recognizing Elder Qin Ren's esteemed reputation in the outer sect, thus trusting Lin Yuan's integrity. Will this method truly aid me in breaking through to the meridian opening stage? She inquired, her interest piqued. Lin Yuan feigned impatience. I do not wish to repeat myself. If you refuse, I shall seek another partner, and I will not lend you those 34 yuan stones for free." Hearing that he might find someone else, Miao Yitzi panicked. "No, I shall agree. What a fool's errand it would be to let such an opportunity slip away. The chance to attain the meridian opening stage, a realm that typically took years to achieve, was within her grasp. She could not afford to miss it." A flicker of disdain crossed Lin Yuan's gaze as he nodded. "Very well. Let us commence our cultivation now." "Now? Is that not a bit too soon?" "What? Do you not wish to advance to the meridian opening stage soon?" "I do. Of course I do." "Then let us proceed. Where shall we go?" "To my residence." Chapter 16. Sisters' Joint Cultivation. Breaking through to the second tier. Fortunately, his master was not present at the moment. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for words to explain himself. As he thought of this, a twinge of guilt surfaced regarding the beautiful woman. In this fantastical realm, strength was paramount. Only by growing stronger could he protect himself and safeguard his master. With this conviction, Lin Yuan set aside his hesitations and made his way to his humble abode. Behind him, Miao Yitzi's expression was tinged with uncertainty. Though she had consented to his request, having never been in close proximity to a man before, the sudden proposition of joint cultivation left her feeling apprehensive. "Miao Yitzi, this is a rare opportunity to grow stronger. What are you hesitating for? Moreover, senior brother Lin is handsome and more powerful than you. Yielding to him is hardly a compromise." With this rationale, her resolve strengthened, and she hurried to catch up with him, entering the small dwelling. With a soft click, the door closed behind them. Time passed without measure. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, assimilating the energy he had acquired. Through this cultivation session, he successfully broke through to the second tier of the meridian opening stage. "Sister Shuang, did you not mention that breaking through to each tier of the meridian opening requires opening a meridian? Why did I not have to open a meridian this time?" The smoothness of this breakthrough prompted his inquiry. "My understanding of the 9-yang divine meridian is limited. Perhaps it differs from that of ordinary practitioners. It may not require the opening of a meridian at each minor breakthrough, but rather that a meridian opens only upon achieving a significant breakthrough." "A significant breakthrough?" Lin Yuan's countenance shifted as he exclaimed. "Does that mean I must reach the condensation stage to open the next divine meridian?" "Yes, that seems to be the case." This pace felt rather slow to Lin Yuan. He had envisioned opening all 9 meridians and surpassing his peers with ease. However, Ao Ling Shuang remarked, "This may not be a disadvantage for you. If you followed the conventional pace of meridian opening, you might have lingered in the meridian opening stage for a long time. Now, you need not worry about that." Lin Yuan nodded, acknowledging, in terms of cultivation speed, it has indeed accelerated significantly. They exerted tremendous effort to open the first divine meridian, which leads one to ponder the escalating challenges that lie ahead. This elongated process of unlocking the meridians has indeed eased his burden significantly. While others in the Kaimai realm can connect 8 meridians, I have only managed 1. Does that mean my strength pales in comparison to theirs? Lin Yuan suddenly contemplated this concern and asked anxiously. Ao Ling Shuang chuckled lightly, assuring him, "Do not worry. The strength of a divine meridian surpasses that of ordinary ones. Although you possess only 1 divine meridian, the combat prowess you can unleash will undoubtedly not be inferior to theirs." Upon hearing her words, Lin Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, followed by excitement as he exclaimed, "You mean a single divine meridian could match the 8 meridians of an ordinary person? What if I were to possess 2 or even 3? Naturally, that would lead to an exponential increase in power." The thought of such an enhancement was truly beyond imagination, especially after I consolidate my energy. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, and his desire to grow stronger intensified, yearning to manifest the might of the divine meridian as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Miao Yitzi was meditating to solidify her cultivation, following their joint training. She successfully broke through to the 5th level of the body refinement realm. Observing this, Lin Yuan chose not to disturb her, instead closing his eyes to consolidate his own cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, the sky darkened. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and stretched his arms. "Senior brother, have you finished your training?" A female voice chimed in his ear. Turning to her, Lin Yuan replied, "Yes, thanks to our training together, I have advanced to the second level of the Kaimai realm. Miao Yitzi exclaimed in surprise. You have broken through too? I made a breakthrough as well. At that moment, her heart was still aglow with excitement. Achieving a minor breakthrough after just one session of training, could it be that with a few more, she would soon open her meridians? This was simply marvelous. Senior brother Lin truly did not deceive me. In her joy, she couldn't help but step forward and plant a forceful kiss on him. Lin Yuan, taken aback, questioned, what are you doing? Hadn't this little green tea previously shown resistance? Why was she now being so proactive? Miao Yitzi rubbed her hands together, apologizing. I'm sorry, senior brother. I misunderstood you before. You did not deceive me. This technique is genuinely powerful. I was foolish to doubt you. Lin Yuan smiled gently, saying, now that you understand, let's cooperate more during our training. This way, we can both achieve greater advancement. Miao Yitzi nodded enthusiastically, replying, yes, senior brother, I will definitely work hard to coordinate. How come I never realized how clever you are before? She teased. That's just my nature. Otherwise, how could I enjoy serving you, senior brother? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. This girl was truly unfiltered. She had entered the playful mood before they even began. Noticing his speechlessness, Miao Yitzi giggled. Senior brother, do you like your junior sister like this? What do you think? Lin Yuan replied. I guess senior brother must like it. You men are always drawn to flirtatious women, yet you dislike it when they flirt with other men, right? Haha, you certainly have quite the understanding. It seems you've done your research on men. Not at all, I've just heard a lot and picked up a thing or two. As Miao Yitzi spoke, she suddenly had a thought and asked, senior brother, why did you specifically seek me out for training? Is it because you like something about me? Lin Yuan playfully lifted her chin, saying, of course, I found you, this little vixen, quite beautiful. Miao Yitzi pouted, I don't believe you. There are plenty of beautiful female disciples. You could easily find one of them and tell them about the power of this technique. I'm sure they would be more than willing to assist you. While she was confident in her beauty, she also knew there were several others in the outer sect who could match her looks. If Lin Yuan sought her out, it must be for another reason. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent dozens of spirit stones helping her repay her debts, engaging in such a thankless task. Lin Yuan couldn't help but regard her with newfound admiration. You are indeed sharp. I have indeed taken a liking to something about you. What is it? She inquired. Jing Yuan. Miao Yitzi's cheeks flushed at his words, and she retorted, but there are many girls like that in the outer sect. Why not seek them out? Because. Lin Yuan's expression shifted as he said, you wait here. I will return shortly. With that, he donned his clothes and departed. In the courtyard, upon seeing his furtive demeanor, Gu Shuqin couldn't help but ask, what is wrong, Yuan'er? Is there something in your room? Why did you close the door so quickly? Chapter 17. Revealing the truth, the master frowns. Lin Yuan changed the subject. It's nothing. How did the application for the elder go, master? Was it approved? It was approved. We can continue to stay in this courtyard, Gu Shuqin replied, producing the outer sect elder's token and shaking it before him. Excellent. Congratulations, master. What is there to congratulate? It's merely an outer sect elder. The benefits are not that substantial. To truly gain advantages, one must enter the inner sect. What technique did you choose? Tongbai Kwan. Tongbai Kwan? Upon hearing this, Gu Shuqin frowned. Why did you choose this boxing technique? I think this technique is quite good. It is good, but difficult to cultivate. Among 100 disciples, few can produce a single sound. What makes you think you can? Rest assured, master. No matter how poor my skills may be, I can still produce a sound. A sound is merely a low-level yellow-grade martial skill, even if you can produce it. What use is it? You may not know, but Tongbai Quan relies on the power of the meridians to generate force. My meridians are different from ordinary ones. Even a single sound produced will possess power equivalent to that of a high-level yellow-grade martial skill. Oh, your meridians are different. Let me see. The beautiful woman's expression changed subtly as she approached and grasped his shoulder, releasing her spiritual sense to investigate his internal condition. Within his body, the robust Ren meridian had already opened, emanating an overwhelmingly powerful aura that shook her spirit. Such powerful meridians. This aura was both blazing and intense, far surpassing the strength of her own meridians. As I expected, Yuan'er's meridians are indeed extraordinary. With such assistance, his strength will undoubtedly far exceed that of his peers. With this thought, Gu Shuqin grew increasingly excited, nodding repeatedly. Good. Wonderful. No wonder my Yuan'er is so different from the rest. Master is overpraising me. No matter how unique I may be, I will always remain your disciple and will forever honor you. You cheeky boy, Gu Shuqin chuckled, lightly pinching his nose. Her emotions gradually settling as she said solemnly, Yuan'er, you must never let outsiders know about your unusual meridians. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. The stronger the innate talent of a cultivator, the greater the danger they face. Many ill-intentioned individuals will not allow such a genius to thrive. So until you are capable of standing on your own, this matter must remain confidential. Lin Yuan nodded, understood. I will keep it to myself and not mention it to anyone. Gu Shuqin suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, I notice your aura seems to have increased. Have you made a breakthrough? Yes, I have advanced to the second level of the Kaimai realm. Ah, but I see you have not opened a second meridian? It's like this. Lin Yuan explained Ao Ling Shuang's speculation. Gu Shuqin's expression shifted to understanding. I see. Your meridians are indeed special, requiring a major breakthrough to open. Lin Yuan chuckled. In that case, it's quite favorable. Otherwise, given the extent of my meridian's blockage, who knows when I would be able to ascend to the 9th level of the Kaimai realm. That's true. This way, you can take it easier. Gu Shuqin nodded and continued. I will go prepare dinner. You should continue your training. After speaking, she moved to leave, but noticed Lin Yuan standing still. What's wrong? Yuan'er? Do you have something else to say? Master, Lin Yuan hesitated, biting his lip, and eventually smiled awkwardly. The reason I was able to break through to the second level of Kai Mai was because I trained with someone else. Someone else? Gu Shuqin's beautiful eyes widened as she immediately inquired, with whom did you engage in cultivation? A female disciple from the Outer Sect named Miao Yitzi. Gu Shuqin softly repeated the name, quickly recalling the individual, and frowned. Are you referring to that woman known for her deceitful ways among the male disciples? Due to the notorious reputation of the individual, she had heard of her. Indeed, if you genuinely wish to cultivate with someone, why not seek out those virtuous female disciples instead of associating with such a disreputable woman? Gu Shuqin expressed her anger. Despite her swift submission to her disciple, she remained a fundamentally conservative woman, unable to tolerate her partner mingling with dubious individuals of the opposite sex. Lin Yuan hurriedly explained, Madam, you misunderstand. While that person may not have the best character, she is still pure. Gu Shuqin, calming her emotions, questioned, Is that so? Yet, I have heard she is quite adept at using her beauty to gain favors. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. She certainly excels in that regard, but she is the type who takes without giving. Thus no man has ever touched her. I am the first. If you doubt me, you may check my room. She's still inside. You brought her to the courtyard? Yes, madam, do you mind? If you disapprove of strangers, I shall have her leave immediately. Lin Yuan asked earnestly. Should the other party be uncomfortable, he would not hesitate to expel her. After all, his gratitude towards his madam was immense. And a mere acquaintance like Miao Yitzi held no significant standing in his heart compared to the long-time companionship he shared with his beautiful matron. Gu Shuqin cast an unpleased glance at him and admonished, What are you talking about? Since she is a young maiden, and you have already compromised her, you must take responsibility. Otherwise, you will surely hurt her feelings. Given her own commitment, she naturally wished for the same from others, desiring not to see the girl suffer abandonment. Lin Yuan smiled. Madam, do you not disdain her poor character? Gu Shuqin reasoned. While poor character is indeed undesirable, if she can reform, she might well be a good girl. Besides, she has merely swindled a few yuan stones. It is not a grave offense. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Madam, you are truly magnanimous. I admire you. Stop your flattery and let me see just how beautiful this Miao Yitzi is, that she can enchant so many male disciples. As she spoke, Gu Shuqin pushed open the door to the small room. Inside, the young girl sat at the edge of the bed, her delicate feet adorned with embroidered shoes, lightly touching the ground. Her poised demeanor revealed a hint of nervousness. From the moment she arrived at this courtyard, she had been aware that this was the residence of an elder. although she had no lack of accommodations. She certainly wished to be near Lin Yuan, allowing for day and night companionship and endless opportunities for cultivation together, enhancing their bond and accelerating their growth and strength. What could be more advantageous? Since losing herself to him, her heart had firmly chosen Lin Yuan. She naturally desired to elevate her status in his eyes, hoping to garner more affection from him. However, to remain, she needed the consent of Yunlan and his wife, who were said to be virtuous and just, leaving her to anticipate being dismissed. She sighed inwardly when the door opened, and Gu Shuqin entered. The two women exchanged glances, both displaying astonishment. Gu Shuqin's beauty was well known among the Yuan'er sect, but Miao Yizi's stunning appearance took her by surprise, stirring feelings even within Gu Shuqin. "Greetings, esteemed elder. Are you Madame Qinren?" Upon seeing the visitor, Miao Yizi hurriedly stood and respectfully inquired. Gu Shuqin nodded. "Yes, I am Qinren's wife, but he has passed away. I am no longer Madame Qin. You may refer to me as Elder Gu." "Ah." Miao Yizi was taken aback. Qinren had actually died? What was happening? Noticing the confusion on her face, Gu Shuqin explained, "The tale of my husband's demise is lengthy. Let us not dwell on it. Instead, let us discuss you." As she spoke, she moved to sit by the bed. Miao Yizi, seeing this, modestly stepped aside, standing like a maidservant before her mistress, lowering her head to gaze at the tips of her shoes, hardly daring to breathe. She had now realized that with Qinren's death, her desire to stay in this courtyard hinged solely on Gu Shuqin's approval, a far simpler task than facing Qinren. She felt a wave of relief. "Very well. Elder Gu, what would you like to discuss? I shall answer any questions you have." Miao Yizi's hands were folded before her as she gently spoke. "How did you come to know Yuan'er? Why were you willing to submit to him?" The matron crossed her legs and surveyed the girl. Miao Yizi did not dare withhold the truth and candidly shared part of the story. "I was being pursued for debt by a man in the Yuan'er sect, and Lin Shixiang intervened on my behalf, even repaying the Yuan stones for me. I was immensely grateful to him, which is why when he made his request, I readily agreed." "A request?" Gu Shuqin furrowed her brow slightly and looked at Lin Yuan, asking, "Was this your doing?" "Yes. I acted to help Miao Shimi in her time of need, thus capturing her heart." "Nonsense." Gu Shuqin scoffed. "You were merely lusting after her body. Spare yourself the embellishment." After saying this, she turned to Miao Yizi and remarked, "You, too, are not innocent. Having maintained your chastity for so long, I imagine you value your virtue. How could you offer yourself up for a few Yuan stones? Surely you have ulterior motives?" Miao Yizi bit her lip, her gaze flickering. Unsure if the other party knew about the yin-yang divine art, she hesitated to reveal the truth. Lin Yuan interjected, "Madam, I informed her of the powerful effects of the yin-yang divine art, which is why she was willing to entrust herself to me." "You." Gu Shuqin shot him an irritated glance and reprimanded. "This technique is of great significance. You cannot share it so casually." Lin Yuan felt guilty. "I apologize, madam. I was indeed in the wrong. Please punish me." He could not reveal the details of the sealing words technique and had to keep it concealed for now. "Sigh." The matron sighed, waving her hand. "Enough, enough. Considering it was for the sake of becoming stronger, I shall forgive you this time. In the future, ensure you ascertain the character of others before imparting such techniques. Otherwise, if the technique is exposed, it could bring us immense trouble." "Understood, madam." Lin Yuan nodded gravely. Gu Shuqin turned her gaze back to the girl, coldly stating, "You know what I wish to convey, do you not?" Miao Yizi, understanding fully, obediently responded, "I understand. This matter will not leave my lips. May I be struck down by thunder if I dare." Now that she had entered into a partnership with a master and disciple, she certainly would not act against her own interests. The matron nodded slightly. "Well, since you have committed yourself to Yuan'er, you must care for him diligently and not harbor rebellious thoughts." By saying this, she indicated her preliminary acceptance of Miao Yizi. The girl recognized this and nodded eagerly. "Yes, elder." The matron then turned to Lin Yuan. "Since Yizi is now your woman, you must take good care of her. Do you understand?" "Understood, madam." "Very well. I shall go prepare a meal. You two continue your cultivation for now. I will call you when the food is ready." With that, she rose and departed. As the conversation concluded, Miao Yizi felt a wave of relief wash over her, exhaling deeply. For some reason, this dialogue had given her the impression of a daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. The cold, proud aura emanating from Gu Shuqin made her feel somewhat breathless. Fortunately, she had successfully passed the test and could remain. Lin Yuan chuckled. "What's this? Are you quite pleased?" Miao Yitzi wrapped her arms around the man's, playfully exclaiming, "Being by my senior brother's side brings me immense joy. Didn't you previously claim that I treated you like a courtesan? That I was no different from other men? Why is it that you no longer say such things?" In front of her senior brother, she willingly desired to be his exclusive little woman. "Moreover, you are unlike anyone else. Others can only gaze at me with longing, while only you can savor the delights." With a sharp slap, Lin Yuan playfully smacked her pert backside, grinning wickedly. "You little minx, you truly understand the heart of a man. Hee hee, as long as my senior brother is pleased, I am willing to demean myself for your enjoyment," Miao Yitzi earnestly declared. Lin Yuan, satisfied, responded, "Good little sister, your loyalty warms my heart. I shall treat you well in return." With a gentle sigh, Miao Yitzi closed her eyes, rose on her tiptoes, and offered her rosy lips. Lin Yuan did not shy away, leaning in to meet her. They kissed tenderly until Gu Shuqin announced that dinner was ready, prompting their separation. That evening, the three gathered around the table to share a meal. Miao Yitzi, she attempted to offer her lips once more, only to be gently rebuffed by Lin Yuan. "What troubles you, senior brother? Shall we not continue our training?" Miao Yitzi queried, perplexed. "Tonight, I must accompany Shenyang. We shall train together another time," Lin Yuan replied indifferently. "Accompany Shenyang?" The revelation left her momentarily stunned. "What do you mean? Are you truly going to accompany Shenyang? Isn't that inappropriate? Isn't it against the rules? She is, after all, Shenyang. Aren't you afraid of Shizhuan's wrath?" "Oh, almost forgot. Shizhuan is no longer with us. But even if Shizhuan is gone, such actions are still improper." Miao Yitzi's heart raced in disbelief. In her eyes, it was a matter not to be taken lightly. How could Lin Yuan dare to act so boldly? Chapter 19. Jealousy from Shenyang in the training room. "Senior brother, when you say accompany, do you mean in that sense?" She cautiously inquired. "What do you think? Is it truly that kind? As long as you are aware, this matter must remain a secret. Understood?" Lin Yuan was conscious that living in this courtyard, the truth would inevitably be revealed. It was better to inform her sooner rather than later. Though Miao Yitzi had her suspicions, the confirmation left her wide-eyed and trembling with surprise. "Understood. I am your woman, and I shall keep your secret," she promised solemnly. "Now, focus on your own training. I shall come to accompany you on another day." Lin Yuan embraced her momentarily before turning to leave. As he departed, Miao Yitzi sighed. Goodness. Just after Elder Qin's demise, these two are already entangled. How shameless. At that moment, the image of the master-student relationship in her mind shattered. They had once appeared to be the epitome of benevolence and respect. However, it now seemed that their bond was indeed one of affection, albeit expressed in an unusual manner. Outside the master bedroom, Lin Yuan knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock." After a brief silence, he sighed. "Shenyang, your disciple wishes to see you." "Not seeing you." "Why not?" "I wish to rest." "But aren't you still awake?" "I will rest soon." Lin Yuan probed. "Didn't Shenyang say she wanted to rest?" "Oomph. Come in and speak." Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a sense of relief. He opened the door to find a beautiful woman sitting at the edge of the bed, her expression filled with sorrow. Lin Yuan closed the door behind him, feeling somewhat guilty as he approached and extended his hand. "Shenyang, I missed you." The beautiful woman pushed his hand away with a cold huff. "What are you thinking? Aren't you supposed to be with your little sister?" Lin Yuan replied earnestly. "Are you speaking of Miao Yitzi? She is merely a little green tea. When it comes to friendship and beauty, she cannot compare to you." The woman remained dissatisfied. "Then why did you take her in?" "It is to grow stronger and protect you." "Is that truly the case? Or do you simply desire her beauty?" "Absolutely true. Although she is beautiful, she pales in comparison to you, Shenyang. You are the most beautiful woman in the world, and she isn't even worthy to carry your shoes. Flattery will get you nowhere. I am not a naive girl, and I won't fall for your tricks. Alas, everything I do is for you. If you are so troubled, I will send her away." "Enough. I am not truly troubled, just a bit uncomfortable." Gu Shuqin interjected. Lin Yuan, filled with guilt, apologized. "I'm sorry. Shenyang. No need to say more. It is what it is, and I do not wish to dwell on it. Thank you for your understanding, Shenyang. All right, I will follow your lead. Lin Yuan readily agreed, extending his hand to clasp the soft hand of the beautiful woman, whispering, "Time is of the essence. Let us begin our joint cultivation." Stop. This is my room with your Shurzuan. Isn't that even better? You, rebellious disciple. You are becoming increasingly audacious. Is Shenyang not fond of it? The following day, the sun rose high in the sky. Lin Yuan lingered in the bedroom for quite some time before finally emerging. Senior brother, have you finished your training? Miao Yitzi inquired, seated in the courtyard, sensing his movements. Lin Yuan nodded. Yes, have you been training diligently? Of course. After a night of training, I have successfully broken through to the 6th level of body refinement. Miao Yitzi exclaimed joyfully, demonstrating her newfound prowess. Excellent. At this rate, you will soon open your meridians. What about you, senior brother? Have you made any breakthroughs? I just broke through to the 2nd level of meridian opening yesterday. My foundation is still stabilizing, so I'm not rushing to challenge the 3rd level. Wow, you practiced together for so long last night, and still haven't stabilized your foundation? What? Are you feeling adventurous and wish to train with me? How rude. Senior brother is so mischievous. Hee, what are you pretending for? I can see you eagerly want it. Indeed, I do. Senior brother, will you satisfy me? Let us discuss this tonight. Today, I plan to go to the training room. Oh, are you going to practice martial arts? Yes. Then I shall accompany you. The training room is a place where outer disciples practice their techniques and martial arts. It is equipped with a low-level gathering array, which accelerates training speed. As a public space, the training room is vast, covering tens of thousands of square meters, capable of accommodating thousands of disciples training together. After paying the required spirit stones, Lin Yuan and Miao Yitzi entered the training room, where they found numerous people already present, forcing them to seek an empty corner to occupy. Look, isn't that the Miao girl? She dares to come here to practice? Look at the boy beside her. Could he be yet another suitor? How pitiful. Was so pitiful. At least she has extra spirit stones to spend on women, unlike us who can barely scrape by. That girl has such a bad reputation and still has suitors. Why do I have no one pursuing me? Listening to the whispers around them, neither Lin Yuan nor Miao Yitzi showed any reaction. Lin Yuan was indifferent to the gossip, as long as it did not disturb his training. Others could say whatever they wanted. After all, in the face of strength, all words are powerless. What mattered most to him now was to grow stronger. Miao Yitzi had long grown accustomed to such remarks, making her immune to them. Seated on the ground, Lin Yuan took out the martial arts manual detailing the Tongbei fist. Upon opening the 2nd page, he found it blank. Strange? Is there nothing recorded in this manual? Filled with curiosity, he released his spiritual sense to touch the pages. Subsequently, a torrent of information surged forth, flooding his mind, detailing the training methods for the Tongbei fist. Lin Yuan spent a considerable time comprehending it, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the previously blank page was now entirely filled. It appeared that it changed only after being activated. The understanding of martial arts is inherently limited to an individual and cannot be disseminated externally. Lin Yuan perceives that the application of Tongbei Quan is profoundly intricate. Only through the assimilation of information can one fully grasp its principles. For outsiders wishing to covertly learn martial techniques through mere observation, such an endeavor is nearly impossible. Consequently, the martial arts and techniques on Tianlan Dalu maintain their value. Practitioners can only cultivate them through the comprehension of informational texts. Unless one's cultivation reaches an extraordinary level, imparting martial techniques is likewise unattainable. Otherwise, if one were to master a martial technique and share it with all, the value of that technique would diminish significantly. As for why the Shermu could impart him with Yin-Yang Shengong, it is likely due to the unique nature of that technique. Chapter 20. Achieving the First Ring. Disciples seek trouble soon. Many recognize the boxing technique he practiced, and they could not help but chuckle. Is it possible? In this age, someone is still practicing Tongbei Quan? How foolish! Did the elder in charge of the pavilion not advise him against it? Why choose Tongbei Quan of all things? It's a waste of an opportunity to select a martial technique. He might as well have given that chance to me. If he manages to strike a ring today, I will stand on my head and defecate. The crowd voiced their skepticism, clearly unimpressed with Lin Yuan's choice. Miao Yitzi shared this sentiment. In her view, although Tong Bei Quan is a yellow-tier martial technique, its difficulty rivals that of celestial-tier techniques. Historically, very few within the sect have successfully mastered it, and Lin Yuan was unlikely to excel. Just as they shook their heads in disbelief, a resounding bang echoed as Lin Yuan delivered a punch. The crowd was astonished. He struck a ring? He achieved the first ring in just a quarter of an hour? This is simply absurd. Miao Yitzi, engrossed in her training, was taken aback by the sound and exclaimed joyfully, "Senior brother, you are incredible to have struck a ring so swiftly." Lin Yuan could not help but inquire. How long did it take other disciples to achieve their first ring with this technique? Depending on their talent, some took several months, while others managed in a fortnight. Of course, most failed to strike the first ring. Achieving any sound is already quite remarkable, Miao Yitzi lamented. Is the excitement over striking a single ring so palpable? Are your horizons that narrow? A discordant voice interrupted, prompting the two to turn. A burly man stood with arms crossed, his face filled with disdain. Lin Yuan frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The man arrogantly replied, "I am Guocheng. Do you recognize me now?" At this, the crowd's expression shifted. Guocheng was the nephew of Elder Guo from the Outer Sect, whose formidable strength allowed him to dominate without fear of retribution. "I have not heard of you," Lin Yuan replied indifferently, shaking his head. Guocheng's eyes widened in anger, ready to reprimand him, when a voice interjected, "Brother Cheng, it is this scoundrel. He deceived me out of 10 Yuan stones to buy pure Yuan pills." The crowd's attention immediately shifted to a slender man standing beside the burly one. "Rest assured, cousin, if this woman dares to swindle the Guo family's disciples, I will ensure she pays for it," Guocheng coldly declared, his gaze fixed on the woman. Upon seeing Miao Yitzi for the first time, he was momentarily captivated. What a beautiful woman! How had I not noticed her before? Such a treasure exists in the Outer Sect? Miao Yitzi, naturally charming, appeared even more radiant under the male gaze. At that moment, Guocheng resolved that she would be his, and he must claim her today. "Your name is Miao Yitzi, correct? I have long heard of your cunning in the Outer Sect, leading many male disciples astray. Today, I shall seek justice for them," he proclaimed, reaching out toward her. At that moment, an aura of energy surged beside the woman, pushing him back 2 steps. It was Lin Yuan who intervened. Seeing his actions thwarted, Guocheng seethed. "You dare to obstruct me? Have you grown so bold?" Lin Yuan scoffed. "What are you to interfere with my woman?" "Your woman?" Guocheng's expression darkened. The woman he coveted had been sullied by this pretty boy. This boy truly deserved death. Beside them, the slender man burst into laughter. Ridiculous. Who in the Outer Sect does not know that this woman is extremely cautious, not even allowing a man to touch her? And you claim she is yours? Have you not awakened yet? The crowd nodded in agreement. Miao Yitzi's reputation for prudence was well known. She was certainly not the type to lose herself easily. Yet, Miao Yitzi boldly embraced Lin Yuan's arm and declared, "What senior brother Lin said is true. I am already his. I will no longer seek a partner. So you should abandon any notions you have regarding me." This declaration left the crowd in shock. She had truly spent the night with him? Why? What gave him the right? A beauty that many male disciples could not win over had been claimed by this boy. Did he possess some significant backing? The slender man, astonished, erupted in a tirade. "You shameless woman! I poured so much effort into you, and you ignored me, only to turn around and sleep with someone else. How lowly can you be?" Miao Yitzi retorted. You think your few Yuan stones entitle you to claim effort? What audacity! Look at your pathetic self. How do you even compare to senior brother Lin? If you are so concerned about your Yuan stones, I shall return them to you, doubled. The slender man, infuriated, shouted, "Who needs your paltry Yuan stones? A woman like you will surely be discarded once you have a man." With that, he turned to Guocheng, urging, "Brother Cheng, strike now. This woman is far too arrogant." Guocheng nodded, preparing to retaliate, but Lin Yuan stepped in front of Miao Yitzi. Seeing this, Guocheng's face turned cold. "Boy, if you dare to protect her, I shall not hold back." Lin Yuan responded calmly. "My companion has already stated we are willing to return the Yuan stones in double. You refuse to accept them, correct?" Guo Cheng laughed heartily. Do you not see the situation? We do not need Yuan stones. Let our body serve as compensation. Lin Yuan shrugged and replied, Those are your words. Everyone heard it. It is not that we refuse to compensate, but rather that you are being unreasonable. Having said this, he unleashed his energy, revealing his strength at the second layer of opening meridians. Guo Cheng also channeled his energy, sneering, and if we are being unreasonable, you, a mere second layer of opening meridians, dare to chatter before me? He was a fifth layer opening meridians cultivator, 3 levels higher than Lin Yuan, easily capable of crushing him. The onlookers believed Lin Yuan would undoubtedly suffer defeat. Diamond palm, Guo Cheng bellowed, his palm imbued with energy, striking down ferociously. Tombe Quan, Lin Yuan showed no fear, executing the boxing technique he had just practiced. With a resounding clash, Lin Yuan's punch met Guo Cheng's palm, producing a muffled thud as the burly man was sent flying. With a thud, Guo Cheng crashed to the ground, a violent pain coursing through him, eliciting a groan. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Defeated. Guo Cheng had actually been defeated. How could this be? Guo Cheng, in disbelief, could not fathom that he, a fifth-layer cultivator, had lost to a mere second-layer novice. Moreover, he had employed a high-level yellow-tier technique, which should have far surpassed Lin Yuan's Tongbei Quan. Miao Yitzi gazed at Lin Yuan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Senior brother, you are so strong. My choice was indeed correct. He is the man I sought. Lin Yuan was not surprised by the outcome. Although the first ring of Tongbei Quan was merely a low-level yellow-tier technique, with the enhancement of the Jiuyang Shenmai, its power approached that of a high-level yellow-tier technique. Furthermore, Jiuyang Shen might not only amplify the martial technique's might, but also the intensity of one's energy. Chapter 21. The Arrogant Woman, 8 Extremities Pulsation. Are you still so arrogant now? You. Guo Cheng rose to his feet, intending to say something further when a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Private duels are strictly prohibited in the training hall. Are you all so reckless as to seek punishment in the discipline hall? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to the source of the voice, revealing a woman clad in a purple outfit. Damn it, Lin Yuan. She was a 9th-layer practitioner of the Kaimai realm, truly among the elite of the Outer Sect. It was indeed unfortunate that she chose to visit the training hall today. Apologies, Sister Yin, for the earlier disturbance. Guo Cheng quickly changed his expression and forced a smile. A dignified 5th-layer practitioner, yet you cannot even defeat a 2nd-layer cultivator. You are truly worthless. Lin Yuan remarked disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at him. Guo Cheng, however, felt utterly unable to express anger at such blatant humiliation, repeatedly agreeing, Yes, I am worthless. You are absolutely correct. Scram, don't stand there and dirty my eyes. Understood. I shall leave at once. After bowing lowly, Guo Cheng and his companion left in a dejected manner. This scene piqued Lin Yuan's curiosity. Who was this woman? Did she possess a formidable background capable of instilling such fear in the arrogant Guo Cheng? At that moment, the woman approached Lin Yuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and coldly stated, You are far too weak, also a waste. However, you are rather handsome, much more pleasant to look at than that fellow. So you may stay and continue your training. With that, she turned and sought a vacant space to begin her practice. Observing this, the surrounding disciples dared not approach, instinctively retreating, forming a no-go zone within 3 paces of her. Lin Yuan gazed at the woman's silhouette, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How dare she insult him? He would remember this grievance. Thus, the conflict came to an end, and everyone closed their mouths, resuming their training. Half a day later, Senior brother, do you think that woman's words were quite unpleasant? After leaving the training hall, Miao Yitzi finally mustered the courage to speak. Indeed, do you know her background? Why does she dare to be so arrogant? Lin Yuan inquired curiously. Her name is Lin Yuan, the daughter of the Liu family as patriarch. The Liu family? Are they formidable? Of course. The Liu family is among the most powerful factions affiliated with Yunlan Sect. It is said that their ancestor possesses strength at the Daotai realm, which is extraordinarily formidable. Daotai realm. Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Such cultivation would be considered top-tier combat power within Yunlan Sect. No wonder that woman could act so brazenly. Her backing was indeed powerful. Do not be deceived by her current status as an outer sect disciple, given her talent. It won't be long before she breaks through to the Ningguan realm and becomes an inner sect disciple. Moreover, she is only 20 years old, Miao Yitzi added. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Achieving such success at 20, her talent is indeed exceptional. Miao Yitzi expressed her envy. Her lineage is already superior to ours, and with such high talent, she is destined to be a powerful figure, living in a world entirely different from ours. Because her own background was not particularly privileged, she felt deeply about the disparity in origins. After being fortunate enough to be recognized for her cultivation talent and entering the outer sect of Yunlan Sect, she discovered the vast differences among people. Some could squander resources frivolously, treating pills like candy, while others could only survive on meager monthly stipends. She belonged to the latter group. Amidst such contrasts, jealousy began to fester, prompting her to resort to deceitful schemes until she encountered Lin Yuan, who pulled her from her hardships. Do not belittle yourself. Even if we do not have such a privileged background, it does not preclude us from becoming powerful. Lin Yuan encouraged, patting her shoulder. If you do not make an effort to try, how will you know that you are not of the same world as her? Looking at the handsome features of the man, Miao Yitzi nodded earnestly, biting her lip with a smile. Yes, I will do my best. With that, she took his hand and swiftly ran away. What are you doing? You dare to pull me along while only at the body refinement realm? Hold on tight. Amidst her cries, Lin Yuan wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her close before leaping into the air, swiftly vanishing from sight. In the courtyard, sister-in-law. Greetings, elders. The two of them clasped their hands in respect and salutation. The beautiful woman cast a glance at them and inquired, "How was your training in the hall today?" "Quite well, but what?" "We encountered a minor inconvenience." Lin Yuan recounted the events that transpired. After hearing his account, Gu Shuqin furrowed her brows. That Guocheng has only one outer sect elder backing him. He is not a cause for concern. However, the Liu family is quite powerful. Did Liu Yuyin focus her attention on you? No. I am well aware that I am not her match, so I did not engage in conflict with her. Lin Yuan was not a stubborn person. He would yield when necessary. Gu Shuqin encouraged her disciple, then retrieved a tome, continuing, "This is a movement technique I acquired from Lingbao Pavilion. It is not of high grade, so do not disdain it." "How could I? Anything given by sister-in-law is a treasure I shall cherish dearly." Lin Yuan accepted the tome from her hand and noticed the 4 large characters on the cover. 8 Extremes Pulsation. What does this name signify? Driven by curiosity, he opened the first page. 8 Extremes Pulsation, a low-grade yellow-tier movement technique, relies on the strength of the meridians to enhance speed. The more meridians activated, the faster the burst of speed. When mastered, the combined activation of 8 meridians allows for speed comparable to high-grade yellow-tier movement techniques. Another technique that depended on the power of the meridians. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened with excitement. "Sister-in-law, this technique is perfectly suited to me. Did you select it specifically for me?" "Indeed. Upon learning that your meridians are particularly strong, I made it a point to seek out techniques related to meridian strength." Sister-in-law is truly thoughtful. This technique must not have been inexpensive. It was relatively affordable, just over 1,000 yuan stones. Just over 1,000? Miao Yitzi, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. 100 yuan stones was a fortune for them as outer sect disciples. 1,000 yuan stones was simply unimaginable. Chapter 22. Mastery of Techniques and Tournament Rules. Lin Yuan understood how difficult it was to earn 1,000 yuan stones, and he could not help but express his gratitude. "Sister-in-law, you have been extraordinarily kind to me. I feel quite guilty for all the favors you have bestowed." Gu Shuqin smiled gently. "Silly boy, if you feel indebted to me, then hurry up and become stronger. I am counting on you to provide a good life for me in the future." Lin Yuan nodded vigorously, determined, "I will certainly not disappoint you, sister-in-law. I shall strive to become a powerful individual." "All right, delve into this technique now." "Yes." Just as he had comprehended the Tongbei fist previously, Lin Yuan successfully grasped 8 Extremes Pulsation. Opening his eyes to the now blank pages, he felt a twinge of regret. It would have been wonderful if this technique could be shared among multiple practitioners. "Sister-in-law, may I share this technique with you?" "Certainly not. If techniques could be freely shared, they would lose their value. Then why were you able to impart the divine skill to me last time? Because what I provided was the source information of that technique. Source information? Precisely. Techniques are divided into source and imprint versions. The techniques we encounter in the scripture pavilion and those available on the market are all imprint versions. They disappear after one comprehension session, and techniques obtained this way cannot be shared. However, source information is different. Once comprehended, it is fully engraved in the mind and can be freely taught to others. Did you not also pass on the Yin Yang divine skill to Yizi? After hearing this explanation, Lin Yuan nodded. He had indeed successfully passed on the Yin Yang divine skill, but he could not share the Tongbei fist no matter how hard he tried. Sister-in-law entrusted me with the source information. She truly trusts me. I trust you. Who knows if you would turn around and pass it to someone else? The beautiful woman cast a reproachful glance at the man before turning to the girl, reiterating her admonition. Yizi, the Yin-Yang divine art is of utmost importance. Be sure not to disclose it, do you understand? Miao Yizi responded with utmost respect. Understood, elder. The woman continued. Since you are Yuan'er's partner, you may now call me Shenyang. Yes, Shenyang. Miao Yizi's face brightened. Those words undoubtedly indicated her acceptance. Lin Yuan felt a sense of relief at Miao Yizi gaining the woman's approval and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you for your tolerance, Shenyang. Indeed, Shenyang, he echoed. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan diligently practiced two martial arts while training alongside the two women. Through their collective efforts, Gu Shuqin broke through to the second stage of the Ningguan realm, while Miao Yizi reached the ninth stage of the body refinement realm, just one step away from opening her meridians. As for Lin Yuan, he successfully advanced to the third stage of the meridian opening realm. With a swift motion, Lin Yuan appeared 3 zhang away in the courtyard. Brother, your speed is astonishing. You must be nearing mastery of the 8 extremes pulsation. Miao Yizi exclaimed in amazement. Lin Yuan smiled gently. Achieving mastery requires simultaneously activating 8 meridians. I've yet to open that many, so I'm still far from it. Although he had only opened 1 divine meridian, the power he wielded equaled that of an ordinary practitioner with 8 meridians, allowing him to exhibit the remarkable effects of the 8 extremes pulsation. Miao Yizi pondered, but your explosive speed seems to surpass what others achieve at mastery. She had been curious about how he managed to execute both the Tongbei fist and the 8 extremes pulsation at such an extraordinary level. Based on their previous conversations, could it be that Lin Yuan possessed a unique and powerful meridian? Suddenly, 3 loud sounds echoed as Lin Yuan struck a nearby stone the size of a winter melon, shattering it to pieces. Indeed, my Tongbei fist is stabilized to produce 3 resounding strikes, Lin Yuan observed with satisfaction. The 3 resound Tongbei fist equated to a high-level Huang-tier martial technique, and combined with the enhancement from his divine meridian, it rivaled Xian-tier techniques. With the success of his 8 extremes pulsation, he was confident he would achieve commendable results in the upcoming competition. Yuan'er has shown tremendous improvement recently. With your current strength, you should hold your own against high-level meridian opening practitioners, Gu Shuqin remarked as she emerged from the bedroom, her face radiant with contentment. Having been nurtured by the man, her beauty had intensified, and she appeared rejuvenated, seemingly having moved past the sorrow of her husband's demise. Greetings, Shenyang, the two offered, bowing respectfully. Lin Yuan replied with a light smile. Indeed, my strength has significantly increased, but the Outer Sect also harbors many skilled practitioners. It may not be easy to break into the top 10. Gu Shuqin rolled her eyes at him. There are thousands of participants in the grand competition, with at least dozens of disciples at the 9th stage of the Meridian opening realm, each possessing formidable strength. If you manage to place in the top 100, that would be a commendable achievement. The top 100? That was not his ambition. His goal was to enter the top 10, as only then could he secure rewards from a sect. He contemplated this, but refrained from voicing it, instead asking Shenyang, with so many participants in the Outer Sect competition, how will the battles be conducted? Surely, it cannot be a simple arena fight. That would take ages. Miao Yizi, intrigued by his question, blinked her eyes in curiosity. The Outer Sect competition is divided into 2 parts. The first part is a preliminary round where all contestants enter the Beast Arena. The sect will unleash thousands of chasing wind dogs to engage you in combat. During this phase, jumping is prohibited. You must remain on the ground. If you can no longer sustain yourself, you may exit the arena, which will count as elimination. The last 100 standing will advance to the next round, which will involve drawing lots for arena battles. The victor will earn the title of champion, Gu Shuqin explained deliberately. Upon hearing her words, both were taken aback. They had not anticipated facing chasing wind dogs in the preliminary round. Although these were merely second-tier demonic beasts, their speed was astonishing, and their aggression was formidable. The thought of thousands of these beasts surrounding them was enough to instill fear. Lin Yuan inquired, "How long does the preliminary round typically take to conclude?" Gu Shuqin replied, "In previous years, it generally only took half an hour to reach a conclusion." "Half an hour? That is remarkably swift," he exclaimed. Indeed, the chasing wind dogs are quite challenging to contend with. And the limited arena space, coupled with the prohibition on jumping, means most participants will have to rely on running to buy time. Running alone is exhausting, and being able to sustain that for half an hour indicates considerable stamina. Imagining the scene, the two could envision countless disciples sprinting within the arena. Pursued by a horde of chasing wind dogs, it was a comical sight. Lin Yuan mused, if most disciples are running, surely a few can handle the chasing wind dogs with their strength, right? Gu Shuqin nodded. Top-tier contestants can indeed contend with the chasing wind dogs. But should one injure a dog, the others will swarm in retaliation. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, contestants will avoid harming the dogs and instead maneuver around them. She glanced at Lin Yuan, advising, with your current strength, you likely cannot rival the chasing wind dogs, so it is best to run. Remember to head towards less populated areas to avoid drawing their attention. Perhaps you will not be targeted. Thank you for the reminder, Shernyan. I have one more matter to discuss, Lin Yuan said. What is it? The woman replied dismissively. Lu Jiu does not dare to act against you in the outer sect, and his disciple Huang Fun is only at the 4th stage of meridian opening. He is certainly no match for you, so there's no need to worry about them. At this point, she turned serious. Aside from those at the 9th stage of meridian opening, there's only one other person you must be cautious of. Who? He asked. Song Mian's disciple, Chao Jun. Is he formidable? Indeed. He possesses the golden spirit body from the 5 elemental bodies and excels in gold-based spells. At the 8th stage of meridian opening, he can contend with peak meridian opening practitioners. His strength is not to be underestimated. Given your master's connections, I fear Song Mian may instruct him to act against you in the competition. The golden spirit body sounds impressive. Since you say so, Shernyan, I shall remain vigilant. That is all you need to be aware of. The rest pertains to the safety rules of the competition. The sect prohibits participants from attacking their fellow disciples within the arena, yet they do not bar the luring of demonic beasts. Thus, some may intentionally lead the chasing wind dogs towards others while fleeing. Be cautious of this, and if you find yourself in danger, exit the arena immediately. Do not harbor any illusions of safety. Do you understand? I understand, Shernyan. I shall remember all your words. Gu Shuqin shook her head without evidence. Even if we report it, there will likely be no follow-up. Very well. The matter of revenge is not urgent, as long as Song Mian remains in the outer sect. He cannot escape. In time, when our cultivation has flourished, we shall seek him out to settle the score. Upon hearing their conversation, Miao Yizi interjected in surprise. Elder Song Mian? Is he the one who conspired against Elder Qin? That would be correct, Lin Yuan confirmed, articulating his reasoning. Miao Yizi realized so it was him. He appeared so amiable, yet turned out to be such a villain. In that moment, she resolved to keep her distance from him in the future. But that is merely his fade. This hypocritical wretch will eventually meet his end at my hands as an offering to my master's spirit, Lin Yuan declared resolutely. The following day, the outer sect square was abuzz with activity, teeming with countless disciples gathering in close quarters. Above the square, a middle-aged man clad in green stood aloft, addressing the crowd in a resonant voice. Esteemed guests, I am Geng Xiu, the master of the outer sect. It brings me great joy to gather with you all here to witness this grand competition. The title of master of the outer sect evoked expressions of reverence among the onlookers. Rumor had it that the master was a practitioner of the Qi gathering realm, possessing strength that surpassed all the elders of the Outer Sect. How magnificent it would be to hold such power and status. The Outer Sect competition is of utmost importance to our Yunlan Sect, and thus we have prepared generous reward for those disciples who excel in their performances. After reciting a formal declaration, he waved his hand grandly, announcing, "Please proceed to the beast arena. The competition is about to commence." A wave of footsteps echoed as disciples surged forward, entering the expansive beast arena. On the elevated platform, Geng Xiu and the elders took their seats, eager to observe the forthcoming battles. Who among them would emerge as the champion of this Outer Sect competition? "I wager it will be Guan Miao," one speculated. "His cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Qi opening realm, and his swordsmanship is exceptional." Another chimed in, "Zhou Ping from the Zhou family is no slouch either. He has mastered the Rui fist to great perfection." No matter how formidable these disciples may be, they cannot possibly rival Miss Liu, whose background speaks for itself. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions altered. Liu Yiyan hailed from the Liu family, which boasted strong members serving in the inner sect of Yunlan. At the tender age of 20, she had already ascended to the 9th level of the Qi opening realm. In terms of talent and lineage, she overshadowed her peers, making her the likely contender for the title. It is a foregone conclusion that a member of the Liu family will enter the inner sect. Let's not dwell on her. Instead, let us discuss the disciples of the elders. An elderly man interjected, directing his gaze at Song Mian. "I have heard that Elder Song's disciple has reached the 8th level of the Qi opening realm and possesses a formidable golden spiritual body. There should be few in the Outer Sect who can contend with him." Upon hearing mention of his disciple, Song Mian humbly replied, "Elder Wu, you flatter me. My disciple, though possessing decent talent, is still quite young and lacks battle experience. I am uncertain whether he can survive the first round of the competition." "Do not jest, Elder Song. If your disciple cannot pass the first round, then who among us can?" The crowd chuckled, engaged in their discussions as the battles commenced. At the urging of the elders, the gates of the cages containing the beasts swung open, unleashing a torrent of wind-chasing hounds that dashed forth, howling and lunging at the crowd. As the wave of beasts surged, the disciples quickly scattered, each desperately seeking to evade the onslaught. Lin Yuan recalled his instructor's warning and refrained from confronting the wind-chasing hounds. Instead, he activated the 8 extremities pulsation technique to distance himself from the dogs. With the aid of his agile footwork, he strolled leisurely within the arena, unconcerned about being attacked. After a quarter of an hour, the once thriving crowd of thousands had dwindled by more than half. Many had panicked and fled at the first sign of danger, thus disqualifying themselves from the competition. The remaining half exhibited a degree of strength and endurance, managing to withstand the beastly tide. As time progressed, Lin Yuan navigated through the arena, listening to the cries of the beasts and observing the dwindling numbers of disciples. His heart remained unperturbed. To survive this trial, one must possess either exceptional strength or remarkable endurance. He possessed both, and thus had no fear of elimination. Suddenly, a cry of pain pierced the air, drawing the attention of the contestants. A disciple had his arm bitten off by a wind-chasing hound, blood gushing from the wound. In shock, he leaped away, escaping the arena without a second thought. Lin Yuan recognized that this individual had harbored a sense of invincibility, believing he could evade the beasts, but ultimately miscalculated. Witnessing this scene, many exhausted contestants relinquished their struggles, leaping away in surrender. Moments later, over 1,000 had departed, leaving only a few hundred disciples behind. Among them, the most striking was a woman clad in purple, standing resolutely at the center of the arena, wielding a long whip, her gaze exuding arrogance and disdain. Any wind-chasing hound that approached her was swiftly repelled by her whip. Initially, the beasts had charged at her in unison, but they were effortlessly thwarted by her strikes. Though the wind-chasing hounds were fierce, they were not foolish. Upon realizing the strength of this human woman, they began to cower, forming a vacuous circle around her. Despite the rules prohibiting attacks on fellow disciples, she was an exception. Even in violation, the judges dared not intervene. In another corner of the arena, a man clad in gold stood immobile, yet no beast dared to challenge him. This was Chao Jun, who, through his formidable physique, had repelled numerous hounds, instilling fear in them. Meanwhile, in a corner of the arena, Huang Fun was evading the onslaught of beasts when he suddenly spotted Lin Yuan ahead. Lin Yuan? This kid has lasted so long? Recognizing Lin Yuan's identity, he was taken aback. With his own cultivation at the 4th level of the Qi opening realm, he had barely managed to endure this long, while Lin Yuan, who had only just opened his veins, appeared so at ease. Damn it, just wait and see, Huang Fun thought, hastening towards Lin Yuan. Junior brother, there are too many of these beasts. Could you assist me by holding off a few? Initially, Lin Yuan was merely observing the spectacle, but now he felt irked by this sudden demand. Had it not been for the rules forbidding combat, he would have already dealt with Huang Fun. At that moment, the wind-chasing hounds noticed the youth beside Huang Fun and lunged at him, baring their fangs. While most participants were in disarray, Lin Yuan remained composed and tidy, a clear provocation to the beasts. With a chorus of roars, the beasts charged at Lin Yuan. What a bother. I suppose I must act, he sighed, deciding to intervene. Although he could still flee, having been targeted made escape cumbersome. It would be simpler to intimidate them into retreat. With a series of 3 powerful strikes, Lin Yuan sent the approaching beasts flying. The surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment. The first round of the competition was nearing its end, yet a hidden expert had emerged. With such ease, Lin Yuan had repelled several wind-chasing hounds. His cultivation must surely be at the pinnacle of the Qi opening realm. On the elevated platform, the elders engaged in conversation when they suddenly took notice of the commotion below, each struck with astonishment. Whose disciple is that? Such strength. Observing his technique, one elder questioned, is that the Tongbei fist? But isn't that a basic martial skill? How can he send several wind-chasing hounds flying? How many strikes must he have unleashed? As they marveled, Song Mian furrowed his brow. He had not previously paid attention to Lin Yuan. If his memory served him correctly, Lin Yuan was merely a 5th-level body refining practitioner. How had he opened his veins in just half a month? Had he encountered some fortuitous opportunity? Recalling the events of that night on the mountainside, his eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, it must have been due to that meteor shower. Lin Yuan had undoubtedly gained his opportunity that night, allowing him to rapidly open his veins and acquire the strength to repel the wind-chasing hounds. This opportunity was far more powerful than he had imagined. Song Mian had suspected that Lin Yuan had obtained a treasure, and now he was certain. Nephew, do not blame me for being ruthless. It is you who has obtained what you should not have. I have no choice but to act decisively. His expression darkened as he contemplated his next move. In the arena, witnessing Lin Yuan's prowess in repelling the wind-chasing hounds, Huang Fun was utterly dumbfounded. What in the world is happening? Could he truly defeat the chasing wind hounds? Then why had he not made a move until now? In the midst of astonishment, the sound of barking erupted as the previously calm chasing wind hounds charged towards him like mad dogs. They were filled with rage. Initially believing Lin Yuan to be an easy target, they were taken aback by his strength, which had led to them suffering an unexpected blow. Such a humiliating situation ignited their fury, and they directed their hatred towards Huang Fun. Had it not been for the latter's provocation, they would not have faced such punishment. This despicable human must be dealt with. Amidst the frenzied pursuit of several demon beasts, Huang Fun barely managed to escape after losing a piece of his sleeve to their bites. Observing this, Lin Yuan curled his lips into a sardonic smile. This fellow had sought to harm him, but ended up being hoisted by his own petard, effectively removing himself from the competition. With Huang Fun's departure, only a little over 100 contestants remained in the arena, while the chasing wind hounds still numbered in the thousands. The sharp reduction in numbers meant that each individual would now face more demon beasts. Except for formidable opponents like Lu Yuyin and Chao Jun, whom the chasing wind hounds dared not approach, the remaining disciples were somewhat affected. Lin Yuan also found himself entangled with several chasing wind hounds, but after repelling a group, the beasts lost their nerve and ceased their pursuit. Soon, dozens more contestants withdrew, and the number dwindled down to 100. I hereby declare the first round of the grand competition concluded. Upon confirming the remaining numbers, Gengxiu rose and proclaimed. Hearing this, the disciples in the arena let out a collective sigh of relief and began to leap out of the beast-fighting arena. The 100 successful contestants stood outside, awaiting the next round of the grand competition. Gu Shuqin and Miao Yitzi had been spectating from outside, and, upon seeing Lin Yuan emerge, rushed towards him. "Senior brother, you actually made it into the top 100. That is truly impressive," Miao Yitzi exclaimed excitedly, wrapping her arms around his. "Yuan'er, congratulations on entering the top 100. Gu Shuqin added, her demeanor calm, yet her voice betraying her excitement. Given Lin Yuan's modest cultivation level, she had not held high expectations. Yet he had managed to surprise her. Chapter 25. The tournament begins. Encountering a strong adversary, Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "The top 100 is merely the beginning. What follows will be the main event. Those who remain among the thousands are undoubtedly the elite of the Outer Sect, their strength indisputable." He understood that striving for a position in the top 10 would be quite challenging. Gu Shuqin nodded in agreement. The second round of the competition will indeed be arduous. But reaching this stage has already pleased the master. Even if you do not achieve any further results, I will not voice any complaints. Do not put too much pressure on yourself. Miao Yitzi waved her small fists, cheering, "Senior brother, you can do it. Your junior sister will always support you from behind." Looking at the two lovely girls, Lin Yuan nodded, "Yes, I will do my utmost." After a brief intermission, the draw for the second round commenced. Lin Yuan drew a bamboo stick from the container, which bore the number 26. "It seems I will be the 26th to take the stage," he thought to himself. As the second round of the grand competition began, everyone left the beast-fighting arena and gathered near a platform. The platform appeared ancient yet majestic, clearly having stood for many years. The higher-ups of the Outer Sect ascended a nearby dais to survey the arena below. The contestants would ascend the stage to battle in the order of their numbers, starting with number 1, the chief elder announced. Soon, two young men stepped onto the platform. The Outer Sect competition permits the use of mundane weapons, but spiritual tools are prohibited. Additionally, exchanges must be friendly and limited to sparring. Deliberate harm against fellow disciples is strictly forbidden. Understood? Understood. Good. The first match officially begins. With the elder's words, he leapt off the stage. The two participants quickly engaged in combat, ultimately ending with the victory of the man on the left. Matches continued one after another, and Lin Yuan observed the techniques of his fellow disciples, gleaning insights from the mistakes of the defeated. Contestant number 8, please take the stage. As the 8th contestant was called, the figure of a woman clad in purple reappeared before the crowd. It was Lu Yuyan. It seems her opponent is in for a tough time. Once Lu Yuyan struck, her adversary stood no chance of victory. Shall we take bets on how many moves her opponent can endure? While the crowd speculated, a man holding the 8th bamboo stick wore a thoroughly distressed expression. He never anticipated such misfortune, encountering the strongest disciple of the Outer Sect this year. Initially, he had hoped to break into the top 10, but that now seemed impossible. Despite his disappointment, he had no choice but to step onto the platform and clasp his hands, saying, "Outer Sect disciple Zhou Bo, greetings to you, Lu's sister." Lu Yuyan remained haughty, coolly replying, "I won't bully you. You may strike first." With that, Zhou Bo ceased his chatter and swiftly advanced, channeling his energy. As he entered within 3 paces of her, Lu Yuyan raised her whip and struck with ease. With a crack, the man was sent flying off the platform. Hiss! The spectators collectively gasped in shock. Although Zhou Bo's strength did not match Lu Yuyan's, he was a renowned expert within the Outer Sect, possessing a cultivation of the 9th level of Qi opening, equal to that of his opponent. Yet, despite the same level of cultivation, he could not withstand even a single blow from her. How could her strength be so terrifying? Is there truly such a vast chasm between individuals? The prowess of the Lu family girl is indeed exceptional. Zhou Bo was unfortunate to have encountered her, an elder remarked from the dais. The other elders nodded in agreement. Had Zhou Bo faced anyone other than Lu Yuyan, he would have stood a chance at contending for a spot in the top 10. Instead, he would leave with nothing but regret, truly a stroke of bad luck. Just arriving and already witnessing my lady's victory. What a stroke of luck. Suddenly, a voice rang out as an elder clad in purple appeared on the dais. Upon recognizing him, everyone's demeanor shifted, and they promptly bowed in respect. Greetings. Elder Lu." The newcomer was Lu Yuyan's clan uncle, the Inner Sect Elder Lu Mo. At this moment, even Geng Xiu, the nominal leader of the Outer Sect, bowed his head low. Though he held the title of Outer Sect Master, his actual cultivation was merely at the gathering Qi level. comparable to that of an Inner Sect steward. Conversely, an Inner Sect elder was at least a formidable Yuan Dan realm cultivator. Such experts are each capable of sweeping through armies, dominating their domains. To speak frankly, a Yuan Dan realm cultivator could establish their own sect. Many of the ancestors of smaller sects possess this level of cultivation. We are all elders here. No need for such formalities. Lu Imo waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the arena, clearly dismissive of the other elders. He had come today to ensure Lu Yuyan's safety and to see if any outer sect disciple could match her in combat. Upon hearing his words, the others could not suppress their disdain. What do you mean by we are all elders? Our elders are not at all comparable to yours. There is a significant difference of two major realms. After all, to put it bluntly, if it were not for the sect granting them the title of outer sect elder, their cultivation at the condensation pill level would amount to nothing in the eyes of the inner sect. They were merely a group of wasted talents, and any disciple from the inner sect could easily defeat them. At this moment, on the platform, after winning her match, Lu Yuan displayed no emotion at all and simply leapt away. To her, this outer sect competition was merely a formality. She regarded the outer sect disciples as inconsequential, unworthy of her full effort. Engaging with them was simply a waste of her time. Her true goal lay within the inner sect. Only by entering the inner sect could she step onto the stage of true talent and realize her full potential. Contestant number 9, please take the stage. After a brief moment of astonishment, the competition continued. Each match averaged less than 15 minutes, and soon it was time for contestant number 26 to step forward. Upon hearing his number, Lin Yuan steadied his mind and stepped onto the stage. Opposite him stood a burly man, arms crossed, with an arrogant expression. Who is that young man in plain clothing? He looks quite handsome. With a silver spear and waxy head, his strength must be lacking. This is a misconception. He successfully fended off numerous chasing wind hounds in the first round, so his strength is undeniable. His prowess is indeed commendable. But unfortunately, he has encountered Shurya, and his path in this competition may well come to an end here. The crowd murmured, many expressing skepticism about Lin Yuan's chances in this battle. On the high platform, the elders were also in discussion. Shurya had finally made his entrance, a strong contender for the championship. It is said that he has mastered the stone power technique to great perfection, capable of delivering a blow with the force of 1,000 pounds. Facing Shurya, that young lad is in for a misfortune. Like the disciples, they too believed Lin Yuan stood little chance of victory. In a corner of the seating area, Gu Shuqin gazed at the young man in the arena, her expression filled with concern. She never anticipated Lin Yuan would have such poor luck. Facing the top competitor in the very first match, to reach the top 100 is already quite an achievement. Winning or losing in this sparring session matters little. Amidst her worries, she comforted herself. Chapter 26. Lin Yuan strikes, shocking the entire arena on the stage. The burly man spoke first. Kid, I've seen you in the beast arena. You seem quite formidable. Had you not encountered me, perhaps you would have stood a chance at placing. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. So, does that mean I have no chance against you? Of course. You are no match for me. Surrender now, and spare us both the waste of time. I extend the same sentiment to you. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Shurya bellowed, activating his stone power and charging forward. Lin Yuan raised his fist to meet his opponent. Bang! Their fists collided, and both were forced back a few steps. A flicker of surprise crossed Shurya's eyes. You possess such formidable strength? He had to admit he had underestimated his opponent. Lin Yuan steadied himself and replied nonchalantly, your strength is not lacking either. If he guessed correctly, his opponent was a body cultivator with a physique as solid as a rock. After the previous impact, his fist felt sore and numb. Interesting, let us go again. Shurya charged once more, his figure resembling a mountain. Lin Yuan stood tall and unafraid, countering with a backhand strike. Bang, bang, bang. Time and again, their fists and feet clashed, leaving Shurya increasingly astonished. This seemingly frail young man was managing to withstand his relentless assaults. Furthermore, he remained composed, effortlessly holding his ground. This was utterly absurd. The spectators below were left dumbfounded. No way. That young man in plain clothes, who appears so delicate, can actually fend off Shurya's repeated attacks? And he seems so at ease. On the observation platform, the elders were equally astonished. They had anticipated a swift victory for Shurya, yet the unfolding scene was entirely contrary to their expectations. The young man could withstand Shurya's full force attacks. Who was he? How come he had never been mentioned among the outer disciples? I see his cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the opening vein stage, yet he can contend equally with a practitioner at the 9th level. This is quite remarkable. Remarkable? It's almost impossible to fight beyond 1's level without falling behind. This young man must be a genius. Whose disciple is he? I know him. His name is Lin Yuan, a disciple of Qinren. King Reiying. The crowd gasped in surprise. In their recollection, Qinren was a kind-hearted person with average cultivation, yet he had managed to teach such an exceptional disciple. They felt they had hit the jackpot. Wait, didn't T. Elder Qin already pass away? Is this disciple being mentored by Madame Qin now? Instantly, all eyes turned to Gu Shuqin. Under the collective gaze, the beautiful woman nodded. Yes, he is my husband's disciple. Geng Xiu stroked his beard and inquired, Madame Qin, or rather, Elder Gu, do you know the details of this disciple? How could he unleash such powerful combat prowess? Gu Shuqin frowned. I am not entirely clear on his circumstances. It seems he has some unique qualities. At that moment, she felt rather helpless. Given Lin Yuan's current performance, he would undoubtedly attract scrutiny from the sect after the competition, and the secret of his meridians would likely be exposed. Consequently, Lin Yuan might face the risk of assassination, although revealing his talents could lead to danger. It would also garner the sect's attention, which, for Lin Yuan's growth, might ultimately be more beneficial than detrimental. Gu Shuqin reassured herself. Meanwhile, Lu Mo was captivated by Lin Yuan's battle, glancing towards the stage and remarking, Interesting, this lad is truly fascinating. Once this competition concludes, I must personally investigate his situation. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a twinge of envy. If this intersect elder took a liking to Lin Yuan, his future would be bright indeed. Among the elders present, only Song Mian wore a grim expression. Lin Yuan's performance had far exceeded his expectations. He should have acted sooner to seize the opportunity. If Lin Yuan truly gained the esteem of the sect's higher-ups, his own chances of pilfering that opportunity would become exceedingly slim. He could only hope that Lin Yuan would not attract the sect's favor, giving him a chance to act. Within the arena, after a prolonged struggle, Shurya could no longer contain himself and roared, Kid, you better brace yourself for this final blow. He had initially planned to outlast his opponent, but Lin Yuan's endurance surpassed his own. At this rate, he would become the one worn down, mountain-shattering fist. Shurya concentrated all his strength into his fist and launched it forward. As he finally reached his limit, a hint of amusement sparkled in Lin Yuan's eyes. His opponent dared to challenge him, who possessed a divine pulse. In terms of endurance, such audacity was akin to striking a rock with an egg. A decisive move to determine victory was welcome. He had no desire to prolong the encounter. Through back fist, channeling the power of his divine pulse, he unleashed a punch, followed by 2 resounding impacts upon striking Shurya's fist. Bang! The 2 fists collided, but Shurya was sent flying without pause, landing at the edge of the stage. Instantly, the arena erupted in chaos. He lost. Shurya actually lost. It was simply unbelievable. Lin Yuan secured victory, calmly cupping his hands and saying, Thank you for the match. Struggling to rise from the ground, Shurya wore a wry smile. Apologies, junior brother. I underestimated you. You possess not only the strength to enter the top 10, but also the potential to claim first place. I wish you luck. Thank you for your kind words. Senior brother, could it be? Shurya, at the 9th level of the opening vein stage, actually lost? You only just realized this? No, this cannot be. How could Shurya lose? That lad must have cheated. What nonsense. All the outer sect high-ups are here to observe this competition. If Lin Yuan were cheating, he would have been caught long ago. How could you, a mere disciple, even report such a thing? Chapter 27. Overcoming Adversaries. Advancing to the final 4 on the high platform, the elders engaged in animated discussion regarding the outcome of this battle. Lin Yuan is truly remarkable. At the 3rd level of the opening vein stage, he managed to defeat a body cultivator at the 9th level. This achievement ranks among the finest in the history of our Yunlan Sect. To reach the first round of the competition at the 3rd level is nothing short of miraculous. Indeed, indeed, it appears we have all misjudged. He is the greatest dark horse of this grand competition. It is noteworthy that in previous years, half of those who advanced past the first round were cultivators at the 9th level of Kaimai, while the remainder were predominantly at the 8th level, with the 7th level disciples being quite rare, let alone those at the 3rd level. Thus, Lin Yuan's achievements undoubtedly possess remarkable significance. In a corner of the audience, Lu Yuyin gazed at the unassuming young man not far away, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. She recalled encountering this individual in the training hall, where he was merely at the 2nd level of Kaimai. Yet, within just half a month, he had broken through to the 3rd level. Furthermore, he was able to defeat a cultivator at the 9th level of Kaimai, showcasing truly impressive strength. Are you attempting to prove me wrong with your performance on the stage? Heh, I shall soon inform you that even if you defeat Shirya, you will still be worthless. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as Lu Yuyin secretly dismissed him. Chao Jun, standing not far away, observed the duel. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan's victory over Shirya, he couldn't help but scoff, an intriguing young man. My master specifically instructed me to keep an eye on you. I initially thought little of it, but it seems I must take this seriously now. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yuan remained oblivious to their attitudes. Even if he were aware, he would not be daunted. Possessing the Jiang Divine Meridians implies boundless stamina, and with the assistance of Tong Bei Quan and Ba Ji Maidong, he is confident in overcoming any adversary. As time gradually passed, the 50 matches swiftly concluded, leading to the drawing of lots for the 2nd round. Once again, Lin Yuan faced a cultivator at the 9th level of Kaimai. Similar to his bout with Shirya, he easily overpowered his opponent. Following this, the 3rd round commenced, leaving only 25 participants. One individual drew a bye, while the remaining 24 entered into combat. Lin Yuan's opponent was named Guo Wei. On the stage, Guo Wei, donned in blue, smiled and said, "Junior brother Lin, I am a member of the Guo clan. Surely you have heard of my family?" Lin Yuan replied, "Are you here to avenge Guo Cheng and the others?" "Not at all. Their defeat was due to their own inadequacy. We of the Guo clan are not so petty. However, Elder Guo is my elder, and I cannot refuse his request, so I will exert my full effort this time." "Understood. Then let us proceed," Lin Yuan responded, and the two commenced their battle. As expected, Guo Wei was defeated. "Thank you for your graciousness," Guo Wei said. "Junior brother Lin, with your prowess. Even if you do not secure the top position in this competition, achieving a place among the top few should be quite effortless. When we both enter the Yuan'er sect, do not forget to invite me for a drink." "Agreed," Lin Yuan mused, appreciating Guo Wei's pleasant demeanor, which stood in stark contrast to Guo Cheng's rudeness. Meanwhile, Guo Cheng and his brother stood among the crowd, their bodies trembling after witnessing the outcome of the match. Guo Wei was the most exceptional member of their generation. If he could not defeat Lin Yuan, how foolish had they been to provoke him? Their earlier thoughts of revenge had vanished entirely. After 12 matches, the 3rd round concluded. In the 4th round, only 13 participants remained. Following the drawing of lots, 12 engaged in combat, with one again receiving a bye. Lin Yuan emerged victorious once more, advancing to the 5th round. Now, only 7 remained, among whom were Lu Yuyin and Chao Jun. By fortune, he drew a bye. The other 6 battled, eliminating 3 of them. The remaining 3 were Lu Yuyin, Chao Jun, and a swordsman named Guan Mao. Together with Lin Yuan, they drew lots for their sequence numbers. Upon revealing their numbers, Lin Yuan found himself designated as number 1. Turning to the others, he noticed that Guan Mao shared his number, while Lu and Chao were both assigned number 2. Upon learning the results, Lu Yuyin glanced at Lin Yuan and sneered. "You have managed to avoid me through so many rounds. Your luck is indeed remarkable." Lin Yuan shrugged. "Is this not a form of fate? It indicates that you and I are destined to meet in the finals." Lu Yuyin scoffed. "Defeat your opponent first before speaking of the finals. Should you lose in this round, it would be quite embarrassing." Lin Yuan smiled nonchalantly. "I extend the same sentiment to you. Senior brother Chao's strength is formidable, so do your best." With that, Lu Yuyin turned and remarked, "Just a mere outer sect insect. You should focus on your own affairs." Her arrogant words rendered Chao Jun's expression rather grim. Why did Lu Yuyin only regard Lin Yuan with such importance while looking down on him? Was he not as good as that young man? He seethed inwardly, vowing to make her beg for mercy beneath his feet. As Lin Yuan was designated number 1, he took the stage first for the semifinals. On the opposite side, Guan Mao had already entered the arena, brandishing a long sword. He clasped his hands and declared, "I am Guan Mao, skilled in the art of the sword. Blades are merciless. Should I inadvertently harm you, I hope you will not hold it against me." "Not all. Please feel free to strike, Brother Guan," Lin Yuan replied. "Then I shall make my move." With that, Guan Mao lunged forward with his sword. Lin Yuan deftly evaded, contemplating, this individual possesses commendable speed. No wonder he has reached the top 4. Outside the ring, disciples and elders alike observed the battlefield with curiosity. Who would emerge victorious in this encounter? Gu Shuqin sat in her seat, her astonishment having dulled into numbness. Lin Yuan's entry into the top 100 had already surprised her. She never anticipated that he would sweep through the competition, advancing to the top 4. "Ah, Yuan'er, you have truly astonished me," she mused. On the stage, the sword light flashed repeatedly as Guan Mao relentlessly wielded his long sword against his opponent. Lin Yuan employed Baji Maidong, darting around the arena to evade Guan Mao's attacks. Faced with the man who darted like a mouse, Guan Mao's forehead beaded with sweat, and his swordsmanship grew increasingly frantic. Damn it, why is this person so elusive? His heart was filled with frustration. His once proud sword skills became futile against Lin Yuan. Noticing Guan Mao's growing agitation, Lin Yuan internally shook his head. Although he excelled in swordsmanship, his temperament was overly hasty. When confronted with a slightly challenging opponent, he fell into disarray. "You've enjoyed your moment of glory long enough. It is now my turn to strike." Lin Yuan suddenly called out, activating his martial techniques and instantly appearing before Guan Mao. Guan Mao's expression shifted. He had not even comprehended Lin Yuan's footwork when the man materialized before him. Tombe Quan. Lin Yuan unleashed a powerful strike, prompting Guan Mao to hastily raise his sword to block. Bang! Lin Yuan's fist collided with the sword's body, sending a tremendous force through to Guan Mao, causing his sword to tremble violently, leaving his hands sore. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yuan followed up with a series of punches, raining down upon Guan Mao like a tempest. Guan Mao, caught off guard, could only hastily defend himself, his exquisite sword techniques rendered utterly ineffective. Suddenly, a metallic cracking sound echoed, and Guan Mao's sword blade shattered under Lin Yuan's fist. This left Guan Mao in a state of shock. Though his sword was not a magical artifact, it was forged from fine iron, renowned for its sturdiness. It should not have been shattered by a mere Kai, my cultivator. Was this person even human? Surely no body cultivator possesses such overwhelming strength. In that moment of astonishment, Lin Yuan's fist struck Guan Mao's chest. Puff! Taking a solid hit, Guan Mao spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying outside the arena. Lin Yuan emerged victorious in this battle. The judge promptly announced the result. Senior brother Lin is incredible. Guan brother was utterly powerless before him. I declare, from this moment forth, senior brother Lin is my idol. Senior brother Lin is so handsome. I want to have 10 of his babies. The disciples erupted in fervent praise. On the high platform, the elders also displayed expressions of satisfaction regarding Lin Yuan's performance. The speed of this individual surpasses even that of Guan Mao. He must have cultivated a particular martial technique for movement. I observe that his swiftness far exceeds that of the other disciples of the Kaimai realm. Could it be that he is employing a Xian-level martial skill? The Huang-level techniques cannot achieve such results. With such agility combined with a fierce striking technique, this young man has undoubtedly secured an undefeated position among his peers. As Song Mian listened to the praises of his colleagues, his expression grew increasingly dark. The more Lin Yuan distinguished himself, the higher the likelihood of being noticed by the sect, making it all the more challenging for him to take action. Curse it! Why has this young man suddenly acquired such formidable combat prowess? He was once so mediocre. Could fortune truly elevate someone so dramatically in such a short time? Internally cursing, Song Mian's mind raced as he pondered countermeasures. Gu Shuqin, on the other hand, was filled with delight. Lin Yuan had actually bested Guan Mao. This achievement would propel him into the top 2, at the very least securing a runner-up position, filling her with both excitement and pride for her disciple. Could Yuan'er possibly claim the championship? The thought flashed through her mind, but she quickly shook her head to dispel it. The championship battle would likely see him pitted against Lin Yuan, and despite Lin Yuan's strength, defeating her would be exceedingly difficult. Lin Yuan had annihilated her opponents in mere seconds during the second round of the competition, and none could withstand even a single strike from her. Were it not for her aura still being that of the Kaimai realm, no one would doubt that she had transcended to the Ningguang stage. Such a performance was truly monstrous. There was certainly no one in the outer sect who could rival her. It was likely that Lin Yuan would also fall short. Securing the runner-up title would suffice for some time of boasting among outsiders. I should abandon any fantasies of winning the championship, she mused with a slight, bitter smile. On the stage, Lin Yuan observed Lin Yuan's battle with Guan Mao, her exquisite visage betraying no hint of emotion. Swift movement, powerful strikes, in the face of absolute strength. These attributes were mere illusions, easily dispelled. Please, contestant number 2, ascend the stage, the referee began, but Lin Yuan and Chao Jun had already leapt onto the arena, poised to engage in combat. Will I knock you down, or will you surrender? The young woman, wielding a long whip, spoke with an icy demeanor. Chao Jun couldn't help but scoff. What an arrogant fool. Do you presume I am as weak as the other disciples? Lin Yuan replied with disdain, in my eyes. All of you outer sect disciples are the same. Mere ants, utterly insignificant. Ha ha ha. Chao Jun burst into laughter. How laughable. I, Chao Jun, have lived for many years, and this is the first time I have encountered such a contemptuous individual. You shall surely pay the price for your arrogance. Enough with the empty words. If you refuse to back down, prepare to be struck, Lin Yuan declared, raising her jade hand and striking fiercely with her whip. Chao Jun activated his treasure body, radiating a golden aura as his strength surged. With a swift motion, he grasped the whip's tail, sneering, "Is this your strength? How pitifully weak." Lin Yuan began to whirl her whip wildly, resembling a multitude of ethereal serpents, ceaselessly striking at her opponent. A mere trick. Chao Jun formed seals with his hands, creating a protective barrier around himself to deflect her onslaught. Is this the effect of the Jinling treasure body? Truly marvelous. The elders remarked. The 5 elemental treasure bodies are each said to possess unique strengths. The Jinling treasure body can channel the power of the earth's metal properties, significantly enhancing all of Chao Jun's attributes, enough to overwhelm his peers. It appears that Miss Liu has encountered a formidable adversary. The elders expressed their admiration. However, Liu Mo exhibited no signs of concern, watching his niece's duel with an air of calm. Does he think that a mere Jinling treasure body could defeat my Yuan'er? Such naivety. A smirk played on his lips as he dismissed the notion internally. As Lin Yuan wielded her long whip, Chao Jun suddenly reached out, seizing the whip's tail once more, and with all his might, he yanked it away. The whip slipped from her grasp, and he tossed it aside, taunting, "Without your weapon, what do you intend to fight me with?" Faced with this situation, Lin Yuan remained unfazed, her expression still calm. Do you believe that taking my weapon means you've won? How childish. Her lack of weapons and continued mockery fueled Chao Jun's anger as he retorted, "You pretentious fool, prepare to be silenced." In an instant, he lunged forward, unleashing a punch aimed at her face. Yet, to his astonishment, Lin Yuan raised her hand to grasp his arm, halting his fist just an inch from her face. "You!" Chao Jun gasped, feeling as though his arm were caught in a vice, pain coursing through him. He could hardly believe that this seemingly slender woman could unleash such tremendous strength. "Umph." Lin Yuan scoffed, raising her other hand to deliver a powerful slap. With a resounding impact, Chao Jun was sent flying, though the Jinling treasure body ensured he landed on his feet. Nevertheless, the pain in his chest caused him to grimace, and he questioned, "With my treasure body, my strength should be more than enough to suppress peak my cultivators. How could someone of your mere mortal physique challenge me? Where did that power come from? Surely you are cheating." Lin Yuan retorted with scorn, "How absurd. Why would I need to cheat to defeat a waste like you? You certainly think too highly of yourself." As she spoke, her pupils suddenly transformed into a brilliant purple hue, dazzling light erupting from her eyes and enveloping the arena, piercing the gazes of all present. Chapter 29. Chao Jun's Defeat. The finals commence. This is the Ziyao Lingmu. It is indeed the legendary Ziyao Lingmu. It was no wonder her strength surpassed that of the Jinling treasure body. She possessed such a potent ocular power. The Xiao Lingmu's innate supernatural ability is comparable to spiritual bodies, second only to the various sacred bodies, rendering the Jinling treasure body utterly inferior in its presence. The elders expressed their astonishment. While the disciples may not be familiar with the origins of the purple eyes, the power exhibited by the young woman indicated that the eyes were undeniably formidable. Chao Jun clutched his chest, his expression one of utter despair. He could never have imagined that his opponent possessed such a powerful spiritual eye to aid her. It appeared that this battle was destined for his loss. "I admit," he began to utter, but Lu Yin's figure soared into the air, her left leg bending while her right leg extended, gathering momentum as she launched herself toward him with blinding speed. Chao Jun's pupils dilated in shock, and without time to utter another word, he quickly raised his arms to shield his chest. The falling wild goose cutting wind kick. The young woman's kick struck precisely against his arm, and the force sent him sliding backward across the ground until he was flung off the stage, crashing heavily to the ground. Coughing up blood, his face turned pale, and he felt utterly drained. That wretched woman. He had been prepared to concede, yet she continued her assault. "I declare," the referee began to announce the result. But Chao Jun's voice rang out defiantly. "I refuse to accept this. This woman maliciously harmed a fellow disciple. She has violated the rules." Lu Yuan approached the edge of the arena, looking down at him with a condescending gaze. "How have I violated the rules? You haven't surrendered yet. Am I not allowed to strike? I was just about to concede. But you haven't said it aloud, have you? You." Chao Jun's expression was one of fury, and as he prepared to speak further, he suddenly heard a voice whispering urgently, "Rebellious disciple. A loss is a loss. Do not seek excuses. Depart immediately and spare yourself further humiliation." It was Song Mian's voice, clearly laced with anger. His disciples' actions had been exceedingly foolish. According to the tournament rules, as long as a contestant has not declared their surrender, the opponent may continue to attack. Although Lu Yuan's actions were somewhat excessive, they ultimately did not breach the regulations. Furthermore, being a member of the Lu family, even if she had violated the rules, the referees would surely turn a blind eye. Chao Jun, in a fit of anger, failed to consider the situation thoroughly at first, but upon hearing Song Mian's words, he quickly regained his composure. "This despicable wretch. I shall make you pay dearly in due time." He cursed inwardly, and, dragging his injured body, he slowly departed. "That kick was a punishment for your insolence. In my presence, keep your mouth clean," Lu Yuan warned as she observed his retreating figure. Chao Jun hesitated, fury igniting in his eyes. He suppressed the urge to retort and hastened his exit. Surrounding the arena, the disciples wore expressions of contemplation. Although the outcome of the battle had been anticipated, the process was entirely unforeseen. Chao Jun had been defeated, and so utterly at that. Lu Yuan possessed the rare spirit eyes. Such a formidable talent was scarcely found even among the Yun'er sect. No wonder she could afford to be so arrogant. In the spectators' seats, Gu Shuqin had lost all hope after witnessing the duel. Lu Yuan's strength was overwhelming, inducing despair. Lin Yuan stood little chance against her. The enhancement provided by the spirit eyes to a cultivator was immense, far exceeding that of both the precious body and mortal body cultivators. Despite Lin Yuan's commendable talent and mastery of two martial techniques, to Lu Yuan, he was merely an ordinary mortal. The chasm between the spiritual and the mundane could not be bridged by mere talent. Suddenly, Gu Shuqin wondered if the robust energy within Lin Yuan's meridians might indicate a form of spiritual body. This thought ignited a flicker of hope within her heart. With the assistance of that meridian, perhaps Lin Yuan could indeed contend with a young lady from the Lu family. Below the platform, Lin Yuan frowned slightly after observing the battle. Lu Yuan's prowess was unexpectedly formidable. Noticing his mood, Ao Ling Shuang spoke, "Xiao Yuan, are you worried about being unable to defeat her?" "Ha, the precious body is the weakest of all physiques. It is only natural to be bested by the spirit eyes. However, the spirit eyes are merely one tier above the precious body, while your divine meridian surpasses hers by several tiers." "Oh, the divine meridian is significantly superior to the spirit eyes?" "Of course," the Jiu-Yang Divine Meridian is among the strongest innate abilities in the world. How could a pair of spirit eyes compare? That would be an insult to the Divine Meridian. Apologies, Sister Shuang, but my Divine Meridian is but a single strand. I have yet to unleash its full power. One is sufficient. That young girl has merely opened her meridians and cannot fully utilize her spirit eyes either. You need not fear her. Just go and give it your all. Understood, Sister Shuang. Lin Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Sister Shuang's choice of words was rather bold. However, after their exchange, he felt a surge of confidence. Lu Yuyan, you dare to declare me worthless. Let me show you who the true worthless one is. Contestant Lin Yuan, please ascend the stage. The referee's voice rang out as Lin Yuan leaped onto the platform. Miss Lu, do you require a moment to rest after that previous battle? The referee inquired, casting a considerate glance at the girl in purple. Lu Yuyan shook her head slightly. No need. I exerted hardly any effort against Chao Jun very well, then prepare to begin. The referee discreetly stepped aside, leaving the arena to the two. I never expected that the so-called waste I encountered in the practice room could reach such heights in the competition. You have indeed surprised me, Lu Yuyan remarked, arms crossed. Lin Yuan replied indifferently. Perhaps I will surprise you even further. Lu Yuyan scoffed. Are you claiming you could defeat me? It is not impossible. Arrogant brat. Even a golden spirit body is no match for me. What audacity do you possess as a mere mortal body at the third meridian opening to say such things? You shall find out shortly. Then let me see your strength. Do not disappoint me, or this competition will be rather dull. Lu Yuyan positioned her hands and spoke coolly. Her pupils remained purple, indicating her intention to activate her spirit eyes from the outset. Will you not use a weapon? I intend to combat using my spirit eyes. Weapons are merely a burden to me. For lower-tier cultivators, reliance on spells is often minimal, favoring close combat. If the distance between two fighters is too close, weapons fail to exert significant influence. Thus, Guan Mao was left in a dire predicament against Lin Yuan. Had he discarded his sword earlier and fought unarmed, he might have endured longer. Chapter 30. A fierce battle with Yuyan. Much to everyone's astonishment, Lin Yuan understood this principle and nodded. Very well, let us begin. As soon as he spoke, Lu Yuyan's figure flickered, appearing within a mere 10 feet of him. Such speed, she must be employing some form of body technique. Realizing this, he activated the 8 extremes pulse to swiftly retreat. Thinking of escaping? A trace of derision appeared in Lu Yuyan's eyes as she activated her technique to pursue him. My footwork is called Flying Swallow Shadow. It is a high-level Xian class body technique. With your inferior technique, you cannot hope to evade me. The girl spoke, effortlessly closing the distance and raising her palm to strike. Is that so? Lin Yuan smiled calmly, fully activating the 8 extremes pulse, his figure vanishing like a flash of lightning. Lu Yuyan's palm struck nothing but air, her brow furrowing in disbelief. How could this be? Your speed exceeds mine? Are you also using a high-level Xian class body technique? She questioned. Sister Lu, you jest. My family is impoverished. I cannot afford such techniques. The footwork I employ is merely a low-level Huang class. What a joke. How could a low-level Huang class body technique possess such speed? Though the technique was of a lower grade, if the practitioner had strong comprehension and mastered it thoroughly, it could yield results comparable to higher-tier techniques. In contrast, while Lu Yuyan employed a Xian class technique, she had grasped only the surface, failing to unleash even half its potential. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyan's expression darkened slightly. She could not deny the truth in his words. She had indeed not fully comprehended Flying Swallow Shadow. Under normal circumstances, Xian class techniques were beyond the reach of meridian opening cultivators, requiring at least the condensation sphere stage to harness their full capabilities. Even if I have only grasped the basics, it is more than sufficient to deal with an insignificant mortal body at the third meridian opening. She huffed coldly and once more activated her footwork to charge. Lin Yuan would not remain idle, similarly employing his technique, his figure darting like the wind. The audience could see 2 figures, one purple and one white, ceaselessly flashing across the arena, leaving their eyes dazzled. Brother Lin's speed is incredible. Sister Lu cannot even brush against his clothing. I never expected Brother Lin to excel, not only in offense, but also in speed. What use is speed? In a duel, Combat power is paramount. Without sufficient strength, no amount of speed can defeat an opponent. These two are taking their sweet time. When will we witness an exhilarating fight? The disciples voiced their varied opinions. On the high platform, the elders were also expressing their views. Though Lin Yuan is fast, in terms of offense, he should not be a match for Miss Liu. Indeed, the moment he exhausts his energy will mark his defeat. That is not necessarily true. Have you forgotten the scene where he used his fist to defeat the stone cliff? His offensive power is not inferior to his speed. So what? In the face of the purple glow spirit eyes, all mortal bodies are but ants. Liu Mo watched the stalemate with an expression devoid of concern. Though he was puzzled by Lin Yuan's astonishing speed, it was clear that mere speed would not suffice. Liu Yuan would not even need to chase. She could simply wait for her opponent to grow impatient and strike, seizing the opportunity for victory. Gu Shuqin understood this as well, her delicate features marred with worry for her disciple's fate. On the platform, Liu Yuan had pursued for a long while without touching her opponent. Her typically calm demeanor began to fray. "Young man, do you only know how to flee? Do you dare to engage me in a fair battle?" The young girl shouted loudly. Hearing her words, Lin Yuan suddenly pivoted and moved to her side, launching a punch with great force. "As you wish." "You." Liu Yuan was caught off guard and raised her hand to block, but was struck on the arm and staggered back several steps. "You insolent wretch. I will teach you a proper lesson." The unexpected blow ignited her fury, and she charged forward with all her might. The sounds of their fists and feet colliding echoed, the clash of flesh and bone resonating as the battle intensified. The audience gasped in disbelief. Lin Yuan was actually matching Liu Yuan blow for blow. This was utterly astonishing. Liu Yuan was the possessor of the Xiao Spirit Eye, and even the Jinling body could not stand against her. How could Lin Yuan endure for so long? Could it be that he possessed a unique constitution? On the observation platform, the elders wore expressions of surprise, their hearts filled with curiosity. Lin Yuan's performance clearly defied logic. Yet, they could not discern any special traits about him. Liu Mo's usually calm demeanor finally showed signs of fluctuation. Yuan has never faced an opponent of equal rank. This boy, 6 realms lower, can contend at this level. He must harbor a great secret. He pondered, resolving to investigate Lin Yuan thoroughly after the competition to uncover his hidden strengths. Gu Shuqin swallowed hard, finally realizing that she had completely underestimated Lin Yuan's meridian strength. To be able to fight evenly with the Xiao Spirit Eye. What was the origin of Yuan's meridians? Could it be a spirit meridian? Spirit meridians, like spirit bodies and spirit eyes, are innate divine abilities second only to sacred bodies. If Lin Yuan truly possessed a spirit meridian, he might have a chance to rival the spirit eye. On the stage, after a prolonged struggle, neither side could gain the upper hand. Damn it, how can this boy have such endurance? Despite the constant power my spirit eye provides, I find myself fatigued in his presence. As time passed, Liu Yuan clearly felt her stamina waning. Looking at her opponent, he remained vigorous, the force and speed of his punches undiminished, as if fueled by boundless energy. This won't do. I can't afford to wear myself out like this. In the heat of battle, she decisively unleashed a powerful palm strike that pushed him back, then utilized her agility to retreat 3 zhang. Seeing her suddenly disengage, Lin Yuan couldn't help but mock. Isn't your Xiao Spirit Eye supposed to be formidable? Why are you retreating now? Liu Yuan's face turned cold, her voice indifferent. I must admit, among this crowd of outer disciples, you are the most capable. To me, the others are mere trash. While you barely escape that classification and can be considered a fellow practitioner, if your strength were to increase a bit more, reaching the 9th level of the meridian opening, you might stand a chance to defeat me. But as it stands, you have no opportunity at all. As she spoke, the purple light in her eyes surged, her aura skyrocketing. Fixing her luminous gaze upon Lin Yuan, she spoke icily. Under her piercing stare, Lin Yuan squinted against the dazzling purple light, mentally inquiring, "Sister Shuang, do you think I can withstand this strike?" "You can. However, given my current strength, I am not a match for a Ningguan realm practitioner, am I? What is there to fear? She can unleash all the energy of her Xiao Spirit Eye, and you can fully deploy the power of the Jiuyang Divine Meridian. At that point, the outcome remains uncertain. All right, how do I fully exert the power of the Divine Meridian? I will teach you." Ao Ling Shuang imparted the method to activate the divine meridian to him, and Lin Yuan quickly memorized it before commencing the technique. At that moment, the audience erupted in astonishment. Ning Van Realm. She could actually elevate her power to the Ning Yuan realm. Was this truly still the Outer Sect competition? Surely, this wasn't a battle between inner disciples. As Lu Yuyan had stated, Lin Yuan had no chance of withstanding the impending attack. It would be wise for him to concede to avoid severe injury that could leave lasting repercussions. It was already impressive for someone at the third level of Meridian opening to reach the finals. There was no need to pursue an unattainable championship. The disciples voiced their opinions, nearly all believing Lin Yuan was destined to lose. On the platform, the elders shook their heads slightly, expressing their regrets. What a pity for Lin Yuan. Without Lu Yuyan, he would undoubtedly have claimed the top spot in this tournament. Indeed, and considering his mere third level of Meridian opening, reaching this point is commendable, placing him among the elite of past champions. Lu Yuyan's strength was undeniably that of a formidable divide. Capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with early Ning Yuan realm practitioners, Lin Yuan's loss to her was not disgraceful. Everyone shared this sentiment, including Gu Shuqin. She sent a mental message, clearly troubled by Lin Yuan's intentions. What does Yuan intend? Is he planning to continue fighting? That would be akin to facing the attack of a Ning Yuan realm practitioner. As he remained silent, the expressions of the onlookers shifted. Was he truly intending to forcibly endure Lu Yuyan's strike? In the audience, Song Mian couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Ha ha ha, this arrogant boy. And he still refuses to surrender in such a dire situation. Just wait to be severely injured. He envisioned Lin Yuan being incapacitated by Lu Yuyan's kick. The sect does not support the weak. Once Lin Yuan is stripped of his disciple status, he could act without restraint. Lu Mo gazed at the young man, utterly perplexed. He could not fathom why Lin Yuan would not concede at this critical juncture. Did he truly possess a means to contend with the Spirit Eye? On the stage, noticing Lin Yuan's continued silence, Lu Yuyan lost her patience, scoffing, "If you insist on seeking your own demise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, she leaped into the air. Mimicking her previous kick aimed at Chao Jun, her left leg bent while her right leg extended, she descended like a great swan, cutting through the wind with tremendous speed. The falling goose-cutting wind leg. This was a mid-level Xian rank martial skill, and combined with her temporarily heightened power upon impact, Lin Yuan would suffer severe injuries or even death. Boom! At that moment, Lin Yuan's cultivation surged dramatically, instantly elevating to the 9th level of Meridian opening, radiating a fervent and powerful aura. Tongbei fist. Bang, bang, bang. The three strikes overlapped, enhanced by the yang energy, the force nearing that of a high-level Xian rank martial technique. Boom! The collision of fists and feet produced a thunderous sound, waves of heat rippling outward, causing both of their garments to flutter violently. After a moment of power cancellation, Lin Yuan was forced to retreat several meters, while Lu Yuyan, having been suspended in the air, was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the platform. Puff! At this moment, disbelief covered her face. She lost? How could she have lost? This was inconceivable. She, a possessor of the Xiao Spirit Eye, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, had been directly defeated by a junior at the 3rd level of Meridian opening. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. On the other side, Lin Yuan steadied himself, though he did not spit blood. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, indicating he too had sustained injuries. Yuan, on the platform, Lu Mo shouted and rushed to assist his niece. The referee also jumped onto the stage, glancing between the two contestants, momentarily unsure how to declare the outcome, based on the severity of their injuries. It should be Lin Yuan's victory, yet the other was a member of the Lu family. He, a mere Outer Sect elder, couldn't afford to offend them. "Elder, please announce it. Our Lu family has lost," Lu Mo stated calmly. "Oncle Montauk." Lu Yuyan's face revealed her unwillingness. "Do not speak further, Yuan'er. I am aware of your dissatisfaction, yet the reality remains unchanged. You have lost. The Lu family is not one that cannot endure defeat, nor do we have members who are incapable of facing it." Lu Mo imparted his words to his niece with earnestness. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyan gradually accepted the truth, nodding and understanding. I comprehend now, Uncle Mo. I was momentarily blinded by my own delusions. Having experienced a smooth ascent throughout her life, this was the first time she encountered failure among her peers, making it inevitable for her to react irrationally and fail to confront her defeat. Nevertheless, being a prodigy endowed with spiritual perception, she swiftly recalibrated her mindset and turned to Lin Yuan, stating, "This time, I concede. Your strength exceeds my expectations. I am genuinely curious about what allowed you to triumph over me." Liu Yuan's words reached the ears of the onlookers, igniting curiosity regarding Lin Yuan's capabilities. Could he possibly possess some extraordinary spirit? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Lin Yuan recognized that concealing the truth would be futile, and thus he candidly confessed, "I possess a unique meridian that enables me to channel a level of power far surpassing that of ordinary pathways." Chapter 32. Exceptional Spiritual Meridian? The ladies express affection. A unique meridian? Could it be a spiritual meridian? Yet, even if it were a spiritual meridian, how could it possibly allow one to defeat a spiritual perception user of a higher tier? As they pondered, Liu Mo stepped forward, approaching Lin Yuan, and inquired, "May I examine your body?" Although framed as a question, it was evident that should Lin Yuan refuse, he would be compelled to inspect him regardless. After all, Lin Yuan was merely a solitary disciple without any backing, unable to reject the request of an inner sect elder. Certainly, he acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo raised his hand and placed it on Lin Yuan's shoulder, releasing his spiritual sense to enter the young man's body. It did not take long for him to discover the anomaly within Lin Yuan's meridians. This is intense yang energy, so remarkably potent, accompanied by overwhelming energy. How could such powerful meridians exist in this world? Liu Mo's expression turned to one of astonishment. Even someone as well-versed as he had never encountered such formidable pathways. This meridian was nearly 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. One single pathway equated to 10 of a common individual's. No wonder this young man was so extraordinary. Seeing her uncle's astonished demeanor, Liu Yuan could not help but ask, "What is it, Uncle Mo? What sets his body apart?" "Oh." Liu Yuan's curiosity deepened as she pressed further. "What makes it so extraordinary? His meridian is filled with an exceedingly vigorous yang energy, akin to a dragon and a tiger, ceaselessly flowing. In terms of energy intensity and quantity, it surpasses your spiritual perception." "What?" Liu Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. "Stronger than my spiritual perception? What kind of meridian does he possess? Could it be a spiritual meridian?" The onlookers were equally astonished. If it were indeed a spiritual meridian, should it not be on par with a spiritual perception? How could it be so much stronger? "Le monta clarifie, spiritual meridians." Spiritual perceptions and spiritual bodies all have their ranks. Your Ziao spiritual perception belongs to the upper tier, while if I am not mistaken, his meridian should belong to the exceptional tier. Exceptional? The crowd gasped collectively. They had never heard of such a classification. However, the term exceptional was enough to imply great strength, indicating superiority over the upper tier. Furrowing her brow, Liu Yuan inquired, "How strong is this exceptional tier? How does it compare to my upper tier spiritual perception?" Liu Mo stroked his beard and replied seriously, "To illustrate, if we were to liken these ranks to levels of cultivation, the lower tier would represent the first level, the middle tier the second, the upper tier the third, while the exceptional tier would equate to the 9th level, just shy of the saintly body." 9th level. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in awe. Truly, an exceptional spiritual meridian far surpassed ordinary spiritual bodies and perceptions. With such a spiritual meridian aiding him, Lin Yuan's victory over Liu Yuan was entirely reasonable. Exceptional spiritual meridian? Just beneath the saintly body? Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that these disciples were unaware of the 9-yang divine meridian's prestige. However, it was understandable, as Ao Ling Shuang had mentioned. Such a meridian was exceedingly rare, making it normal for the untrained eye to overlook it. Though misunderstood, he chose not to clarify. Some truths, when explained, become increasingly convoluted. Even if he revealed the reality, they would not believe him. It was better for them to think of it merely as being just beneath the saintly body. Time would eventually elucidate everything. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lu Yuyan did not immediately accept them. Instead, she expressed skepticism. Is it truly just an exceptional meridian? I feel his combat power rivals that of saintly bodies. Lu Mo's eyes widened. What you say is absurd. Have you ever faced a saintly body? I have not. But his endurance and strength are terrifying. I simply cannot believe that a mere spiritual meridian could elevate him to such heights. You underestimate it. Above spiritual meridians lie divine meridians. Such formidable pathways can indeed transcend a significant realm in battle. You would not last 3 moves against a divine meridian, let alone spar with him for so long. Though he spoke thus, Lu Yuyan remained unconvinced. Enough. I assure you, I am not mistaken in this matter. You were injured during your previous battle. Hasten and seek healing. Under the elder's urging, Lu Yuyan furrowed her brow, casting one last glance at Lin Yuan before descending from the arena. Elder, can we now declare the results? Lin Yuan softly inquired. Elder Lu, having previously stated as much, felt no hesitation and promptly announced. In this final match, Lin Yuan emerges victorious. Congratulations, Senior Brother Lin. You were magnificent. Senior Brother Lin, I adore you. The disciples erupted into cheers and praise. Through this competition, Lin Yuan successfully established his renown among the outer disciples. It would not be long before his name resonated throughout the entire outer sect. The top 10 contestants, follow me to the affairs hall to claim your rewards. Geng Xiu rose and declared, making his way toward a pavilion. Including Lin Yuan, 10 disciples followed suit. Senior Brother Lin, I am Su Mei, 20 years of age, and I have admired you for a long time. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Senior Brother Lin, I have just come of age and have never had a partner. Would you consider me? Junior Brother, do not heed those young ladies. I possess a renowned artifact and am exceedingly skilled in intimate arts. I could accompany you in cultivation day and night. Would you find that appealing? Just as he descended the arena and made his way to the affairs hall, Lin Yuan found himself encircled by a throng of female disciples, each with eyes brimming with desire, as if they wished to devour him. Make way, a gathering of frivolous women. How could you possibly lay claim to Senior Brother Lin? Suddenly, one individual broke through the crowd, swiftly sidling up to Lin Yuan and clutching his arm like a protective she-beast, casting wary glances at the surrounding women. Lin Yuan was her Miao Yi's man. How dare these women seek to share her brother's affection? Seeing the unexpected arrival, the other women displayed displeasure. What audacity you have, little vixen! Do you think Senior Brother Lin would ever look your way? Miao Yi, do you even have the face to compete for Senior Brother Lin? Have you considered your reputation among the outer disciples? It is utterly foul. How dare you be so shameless? Get lost, you little harlot. Do not tarnish our Senior Brother Lin with your filth. As the women berated her, Miao Yi was about to retort when Lin Yuan lifted his hand, embracing her in a warm embrace, proclaiming, Yi is my woman. If anyone dares to insult her in the future, it would be akin to insulting me. Do you understand? What? Not only the women, but even the male disciples in the periphery were rendered speechless. What was happening? This vixen actually had a man? Hadn't she always refused to let any males take advantage of her? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, a warm current surged within Miao Yi, moved to the brink of tears. Father, mother, do you see? Yi has finally found the man who cherishes me. Senior Brother Lin, you surely have not heard of this woman's deeds. Allow me to enlighten you. Senior Brother, do not be deceived by her innocent appearance. She is nothing more than a vixen, having bewitched countless men. Junior Brother, is it true that you are attracted to such a green tea girl? Chapter 33, Champion's Reward. The two women sparring listening to the cacophony of voices. Lin Yuan's expression turned impatient. He waved his sleeve, and a powerful surge of energy repelled the surrounding women. Coldly, he remarked, I am fully aware of Yi's circumstances. There is no need for your reminders. She has already been reprimanded and has reformed her ways. I hope you will refrain from discussing her past actions in the future. With that, he lifted Miao Yi in his arms and swiftly leaped away from the crowd of women. From a distance, the female disciples bore expressions of resentment. They could not fathom what merits that little vixen possessed to warrant Lin Shixiang's favor. Was it merely her beauty? Although they believed their own appearances were not lacking, they felt overshadowed by her allure. Not long after, within the affairs hall, Lin Yuan, as the champion of this year's grand competition, successfully received his reward of 3,000 yuan stones and a Ning Yuan Dan. Gazing at the elixir in his hand, Lin Yuan chuckled wryly. With my mere cultivation at the 3rd level of Kaimai, I am far from ready to utilize the Ning Yuan Dan. For him, at this moment, the 9 ascending yuan pills awarded to the participants would prove far more beneficial. After distributing the rewards, Geng Xiu, overhearing the young man's words, chuckled softly, historically. The champion of the grand competition is always a practitioner at the 9th level of Kaimai. The Ning Yuan Dan is precisely what aids them in breaking through. You, however, are an exception. Lin Yuan tucked the elixir away and nodded, saying, I did not anticipate achieving such results during my first participation. I merely intended to test the waters. This indicates your exceptional talent. No one in the outer gate can rival you, and you will inevitably enter the inner gate in due time. Upon hearing the mention of the inner gate, Lin Yuan could not help but inquire, Sect Master, I have heard that one must break through to the Ning Yuan realm before the age of 30 to enter the inner gate. Is that correct? Geng Xiu nodded slightly. That is indeed the case, but entering the inner gate is not solely contingent upon cultivation level. As long as one passes the inner gate assessment within the stipulated age, they can become an inner disciple. The inner gate assessment? Lin Yuan's brow furrowed in confusion, as he had not heard Gu Shuqin mention this before. Well, the inner gate assessment poses little challenge for those at the Ning Yuan realm. Therefore, as long as one meets the age and cultivation requirements, the chance of entering the inner gate is nearly guaranteed. I see. No wonder I have never heard anyone speak of this matter. Lin Yuan concluded, suddenly struck by a thought, and asked once more, according to your words, can practitioners below the Ning Yuan realm also participate in the inner gate assessment? Yes, however, while the assessment is straightforward for Ning Yuan disciples, it presents considerable challenges for Kaimai practitioners, making it nearly impossible for them to succeed. Thus, no Kaimai disciples would typically register for the inner gate assessment. Has there ever been a Kaimai disciple who successfully passed the inner gate assessment in the sect's history? There have been. Geng Xiu paused thoughtfully, then shook his head with a smile, but the numbers are exceedingly few, merely a handful, all of whom were prodigies of the saint body level. We mere mortals should not harbor such aspirations. Saint body level? Lin Yuan murmured, considering his own Zhuyang Shimai talent, which should be on par with the great saint bodies. Perhaps he indeed had a chance to break the assessment record. Geng Xiu continued, though your spiritual vein is formidable, it still pales in comparison to that of the saint bodies. Hence, do not dwell on this matter. Focus on solidly breaking through to the Ning Yuan realm, and you will naturally enter the inner gate. With your talent, it should not take you many years to successfully reach that stage. Lin Yuan did not argue against his words, but instead clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master, for your guidance. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead and cultivate diligently. The future of Yunlan Sect relies on you promising juniors. Geng Xiu patted the young man's shoulder before departing. Lin Yuan surveyed his surroundings and noticed the other 8 participants, but did not catch sight of Lu Yuyan. She probably did not come to claim her reward. Likely looking down upon the meager offerings of the sect, he surmised. In the outer disciples' residential area, Gu Shuqin spoke gently. Why has Shirmu prepared so many dishes today? Lin Yuan sat beside the 2 women, a smile gracing his face. Is it not to celebrate my victory? Indeed, you have given Shirmu quite the surprise. Gu Shuqin beamed, her lovely visage radiant with delight. Today, she felt exceptionally joyous, even surpassing the happiness of her wedding day with Qin Ren. Witnessing her disciples' triumph over all opponents and claiming the champion's title was an unparalleled joy that words could scarcely convey. Lin Yuan's humility in response to Gu Shuqin's delight filled him with happiness as well. I did not expect to achieve the championship so smoothly. Perhaps it was merely good fortune. Miao Yitzi pouted, what fortune? It was all due to your strength. Even a powerhouse like Lu Yuyan fell to you. There is no one among the outer disciples who can contend with you. Gu Shuqin concurred. Indeed, Yuan'er's victory in the grand competition is attributed to his formidable strength. Not luck. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Shirmu, you flatter me. My achievements are entirely thanks to your meticulous guidance. Gu Shuqin smiled wryly. You do me too much honor. Defeating Lu Yuyan was all due to the spiritual vein within you. I did not contribute much. Nonsense. Did you not assist me in dual cultivation? You are speaking nonsense again. I've said we are merely co-cultivators. That is essentially the same. Lin Yuan's nonchalant demeanor rendered Gu Shuqin somewhat uncomfortable. After all, their relationship was that of master and disciple, and discussing such matters was undeniably awkward. Miao Yitzi giggled. Shermu, why concern yourself with worldly perceptions? In the world of cultivation, strength is paramount. Only those with exceptional power earn respect from others. To speak bluntly, if Shixiang were strong enough to claim you, no one would dare utter a word against it. Moreover, you are currently a widow. It is entirely natural to submit to another man. Gu Shuqin bit her lip, remaining silent for a long while before sighing. You are correct. I have been overly concerned with societal norms. Let us serve Shixiang together next time. How can that be? Why not? We are both Shixiang's women. Once we share a bed, we shall be sisters. Nonsense. You little vixen. Where did you learn such wayward ideas? I merely wish to add some spice to our lives. Shermu, you are too serious. Behaving like this will not win you favor. You little girl, are you now instructing me? Gu Shuqin raised her delicate fist, feigning an attempt to strike. Miao Yitzi quickly hid in Lin Yuan's embrace, timidly saying, Shixiang, won't you say a word in my defense? Lin Yuan gently patted her head, advising, Shermu is a traditional woman. She cannot accept your open-minded views. Please refrain from speaking such nonsense in her presence in the future. Though he appreciated Miao Yitzi's bold personality and had occasionally fantasized about Shermu adopting a similar demeanor, he cherished Gu Shuqin's mature and gentle side as his ideal. He enjoyed her tenderness and occasional displays of femininity. A sudden change in her character would leave him feeling somewhat unsettled. Chapter 34. The Liu family's goodwill, the 100-pattern spirit tool understood, Shixiang. As dinner continued, a figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard. The three turned to look, and upon seeing the person's face, their expressions shifted dramatically. It was none other than Liu Mo. This was an elder from the inner gate, a figure of the Yuan Dan realm, suddenly seeking them out. What could this be about? Were they here to seek revenge for Liu Yuan's defeat? A flurry of thoughts raced through their minds. As the elder, Gu Shuqin was the first to rise and greet. Outer gata elder Gu Shuqin, I greet elder Liu. Outer disciple Lin Yuan, I greet elder Liu. Outer disciple Miao Yitzi, I greet elder Liu. The two then rose and offered respectful bows. Liu Mo waved his hand, saying, You need not be so formal. I am not here to cause trouble today, but rather to convey the goodwill of the Liu family. Upon hearing the term benevolence, the three individuals instinctively thought that the Liu family was attempting to win them over. After all, Lin Yuan had exhibited such remarkable performance during the Outer Sect competition, possessing such formidable meridians, showcasing extraordinary talent, and undoubtedly destined to become a powerful figure. It was entirely reasonable for the Liu family to seek to align with him. As anticipated, Liu Mo continued, Lin Shizhi, I wish to invite you to join the Liu family and become our guest elder. Guest elder? Lin Yuan questioned with confusion. What is the role of a guest elder? What responsibilities and obligations does it entail? Liu Mo explained, a guest elder is akin to a mercenary. When the family requires combat, they must come to our aid, but otherwise they have little to do. Liu Mo smiled and added, You are merely at the opening meridian stage, and we do not currently require your assistance. Instead, we will continuously provide resources for you. Lin Yuan could not help but chuckle. Is there really such a good deal in this world where one can gain benefits without any cost? Liu Mo replied candidly, It is not entirely without cost. It is simply that you are too weak at present. Even small tasks are beyond your current capabilities. In the future, when you become a strong warrior, the Liu family may indeed require your help. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered with understanding. So you are essentially investing in me in advance? Precisely, Liu Mo affirmed. And I promise that the Liu family imposes no restrictions on our guest elders. It is merely a nominal title. Not only will we refrain from commanding you, but we will also ensure your safety, as long as you remember our kindness when you grow stronger. Liu Mo spoke with sincerity, and Lin Yuan acknowledged that the offer was indeed tempting. Gaining resources and protection while he was still weak was akin to receiving timely assistance in the midst of a snowstorm. As for the matters that would arise once he grew stronger, he could hardly foresee any difficulties. With the strength of his Juyong divine meridian, he would likely resolve any troubles the Lu family encountered with ease. Feeling a stir of emotions, he turned to the beautiful woman beside him to seek her opinion. Gu Shuqin shared a similar sentiment with Lin Yuan and nodded in agreement. We can accept your invitation, but can you assure us that you will not restrict Yuan'er's freedom or interfere with his choices? Lu Mo responded earnestly, rest assured. Our Lu family is a prestigious orthodox lineage and would never impose difficulties on our collaborating guest elders. Gu Shuqin concurred, yes. I believe in the integrity of the Lu family and trust they would not resort to such actions. Turning to Lin Yuan, she asked Yuan'er, your teacher believes we can accept their offer. What do you think? Lin Yuan nodded. All right, I agree to become your guest elder. Lu Mo rejoiced. Wise choice, Shiji. Now that you have chosen to join the Lu family, we shall certainly not treat you poorly. He then produced a jade bottle and presented it to Lin Yuan, saying, this is a Xingyuan Dan. There are 10 inside. Consider it a token of our first meeting. Xingyuan Dan. 10 of them. The faces of the three turned astonished. This was a 4th-grade elixir that could directly enhance a practitioner's cultivation without any side effects, with a market value of around 2,000 yuan stones. The lavishness of Lu Mo's gift was astounding, especially as he was offering 10 at once. Gu Shuqin, encountering such an extravagant gift for the first time, instinctively refused. Elder Lu, this is too precious. We cannot accept this. Lu Mo placed the jade bottle on the table, nonchalantly stating, it is merely a few Xingyuan Dan. Take them without hesitation. Furthermore, I have more gifts for Shiji. More gifts? The value of the elixirs alone already exceeded 20,000 yuan stones, and yet Lu Mo claimed to have more? The Lu family's generosity was indeed remarkable. As the three marveled, Lu Mo retrieved a long sword from his spatial ring and presented it, saying, this sword is named Qingshuang. It is a spiritual weapon imbued with ice attribute energy. When infused with vital energy, it can unleash considerable power. Shiji, give a try. The elder tossed the sword to Lin Yuan, who swiftly caught it. Upon gripping the hilt, he felt a chilling aura emanating from the blade. Is this the essence of a spiritual weapon? As he marveled inwardly, he circulated his energy and infused it into the sword. Suddenly, the sword emitted a resonant hum. An intense chill erupted from it, swiftly enveloping the entire courtyard. This sword was extraordinary. The three thought in unison. Elder Lu, such power from the Qingshuang sword indicates it must possess a high rank, correct? Gu Shuqin inquired. Lu Mo stroked his beard, replying, it is merely a 100-pattern spiritual weapon. It is passable at best. What? A 100-pattern spiritual weapon is merely passable? This was indeed a display of modesty. Spiritual weapons are classified by the number of spirit patterns inscribed upon them. Those with fewer than 10 patterns are considered 1-pattern weapons, while those with 10 are 10-pattern weapons, and so on, culminating in 10,000 pattern weapons and beyond. The power of such weapons is far beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners, with even a single pattern weapon being a significant asset for those of modest means. Lin Yuan felt a sense of obligation, having received such generous gifts from the Lu family. He could not shake the feeling of indebtedness. The value of the elixirs and the sword alone exceeded 50,000 yuan stones, making Lu Mo's mention of more seem astronomical, perhaps reaching tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Seeing Lin Yuan's silence, Lu Mo smiled reassuringly. Shiji, there is no need for astonishment. A few tens of thousands of yuan stones is negligible for our Lu family. It is merely a trifling investment. And if we can secure your friendship as a future prodigy, it is undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged knowing glances. The Lu family, as one of the most powerful clans under the Yunlan Sect, earned hundreds of thousands each year. Thus, a few tens of thousands of yuan stones was indeed insignificant. In contrast, the friendship of a future powerhouse was invaluable. Yuan'er, accept his offer, Gu Shuqin suddenly conveyed telepathically. Lin Yuan expressed his concerns. I fear that by accepting their generosity, I may become beholden to them, unable to repay their kindness. Gu Shuqin reassured him. The Lu family is vast and prosperous. They would not impose any demands upon you for a mere few tens of thousands of yuan stones. Moreover, at your current level, you cannot offer them any assistance. You can repay their kindness gradually in the future, They do not expect you to do anything substantial at this time. Gu Shuqin's words were indeed reasonable, and the Liu family's offer could represent a significant opportunity for him. Thus, under the elder's hopeful gaze, Lin Yuan ultimately nodded, "Very well. I shall rely on Elder Mo's guidance from now on." Upon receiving this response, the elder erupted into joyous laughter. "Ha ha ha! Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be a guest elder of the Liu family, and we will certainly devote ourselves to nurturing you." The prospect of securing such a prodigious talent, with the exceptional spiritual meridian he possessed, filled him with elation. Lin Yuan clasped the sword, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Mo, for your kindness. I am deeply appreciative." The elder patted his shoulder, saying, "No need for such formality. We are now akin to family. You need not be so polite in my presence. Aside from elixirs and weapons, is there anything else you require? I will do my utmost to assist you." Lin Yuan shook his head repeatedly. No. This is already sufficient. Any more and I would struggle to make use of it all. Greed leads to ruin, and he felt unworthy of such lavish gifts, naturally hesitant to ask for more. Liu Mo also felt that the time had come, so he said, "Very well, this is the token of our Liu family, symbolizing your status as a guest elder. With this object, your movements within the sect will be much smoother, and it will also deter some unscrupulous individuals." As he spoke, he produced a token engraved with the character Liu and handed it to the other party. Lin Yuan accepted the token and nodded, saying, "Thank you once again for your kindness." Liu Mo replied, "There is no need for such politeness. Since you have joined the Liu family, these are all rightfully yours. If you encounter any difficulties after entering the inner sect, you can always come to me. I still have some connections within the sect and can resolve many issues." Lin Yuan responded, "Understood, I will remember that." He continued, "I'm not entirely sure, but it might be due to the peculiarities of my meridians that I need to break through to a higher realm to open the next one." Liu Mo pondered this, thinking that it was normal for exceptional spiritual veins to differ from ordinary ones, and thus he did not pursue the matter further. He took his leave, saying, "I have no other matters at hand. Since our agreement is settled, I shall take my leave. You may continue with your meal." With that, he vanished from the courtyard, holding the long sword and the jade bottle in his hands. Lin Yuan felt a sense of bewilderment, his emotions remaining in turmoil. 10 Xingyuan Dan, and 100 patterned spiritual artifact. Was it truly this simple to obtain them? Furthermore, without any immediate cost? Could this really not be an illusion? All right, Yuan'er, put away the spiritual sword and the pills. Remember not to expose them to outsiders, lest they invoke envy. Gu Shuqin said as she handed the jade bottle to the young man. Lin Yuan carelessly replied, "You and I are one and the same. What difference does it make whether it is for me or for you? Please take it for your own use." Nonsense. You have just embarked on the path of cultivation, and this is the time when you need resources the most. Any benefits we obtain should be prioritized for your use. Only by growing stronger can you protect me, and easy. Do you understand? Gu Shuqin said earnestly, her beautiful face reflecting her seriousness. Miao Easy, who had been coveting the Xingyuan Dan, suddenly understood after hearing the words of the beautiful woman. "Senior brother, what mother said is correct. For the three of us, it is most important for you to grow stronger first, so that you can protect us well." She gazed at the man, her small face filled with sincerity. "But you also need resources," Lin Yuan protested. "Silly boy, men and women are different. As long as a man is strong enough, it does not matter if a woman achieves nothing. Moreover, once you grow up, won't you be able to obtain resources more easily to help us?" Gu Shuqin's words made Lin Yuan cease his hesitation, and he directly put away the pills, nodding earnestly. "Understood, mother. I will strive to grow stronger and protect you both." "All right, the food has grown cold. Let us eat quickly." After finishing their meal, the three resumed their cultivation as usual. To ensure fairness, Lin Yuan divided the time equally, ensuring that both women could progress in their cultivation simultaneously. Half a month later, in the courtyard, Lin Yuan arranged the daily necessities and spoke to the beautiful woman. Gu Shuqin and Miao Ez had both broken through to the 3rd level of Ningguan and the 1st level of Kaimai, respectively. Upon hearing this news, Miao Ez was quite surprised. Recently, she had successfully opened her meridians and was in particularly high spirits, originally thinking that with this progress, she could break through to the later stage of Kaimai this year. She did not expect Lin Yuan to depart so soon, which would certainly halt her rapid advancement. Chapter 36. Farewell to the two women, encountering Song Mian. Although they referred to them as parents, they were actually his adoptive parents. However, the two elders treated him very well, so he regarded them as his biological parents. Gu Shuqin expressed her agreement. Lin Yuan nodded, saying yes. I will tell them that I am who I am today, thanks to your care, mother and master. Gu Shuqin smiled and shook her head. We merely assisted. The primary credit goes to you. You're being humble, mother. If you had not taken me as your disciple a year ago, perhaps I would not have achieved my current standing. That is indeed true. It can be seen as fate. Miao Ez said eagerly. Lin Yuan tapped her forehead lightly, asking, what are you thinking? Do you want to see your parents? That is not out of the question. Huh? We are cultivators. We can live for many years. Is there really a need to rush? You and I are cultivators, but they are not. Of course, they will be anxious, especially since I have already come of age. Oh, that is true. Miao Ez pondered deeply and suddenly said earnestly, if it were senior brother, Ez would be willing to bear your children. Pouting her small lips, she added with a hint of grievance, I just want to spend more time with senior brother. Upon hearing that he would be gone for only half a month, both women secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Shuqin feigned concern. Will half a month be too short? Staying home a little longer would not hurt. Lin Yuan smiled. That is my home, and this is also my home. I must not only accompany my parents, but also spend more time with you both. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two women personally escorted the man to the sect's exit. In the lingering gazes of reluctance, Lin Yuan mounted his steed and galloped away amidst the sound of hooves. In the vast forest, as Lin Yuan rode, he suddenly heard a whistling sound, and a glint of cold light rushed towards him, aimed at the black-maned horse beneath him. The horse let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground due to the impact. Lin Yuan reacted swiftly, leaping into the air before the cold light reached him and landing steadily on a thick tree branch. Looking down, he saw a silver arrow embedded in the horse's abdomen. A terrifying force emanating from the arrow, extinguishing the horse's life force. This was the Jingfeng arrow, a 10-pattern spiritual artifact with the arrow containing Yuan Qi. Your horse has no chance of survival now. Not far away, a voice called out, and Lin Yuan turned to see a middle-aged man in black holding a longbow, greedily eyeing him. Song Mian. Lin Yuan recognized him and frowned. Why are you attacking me? The man dropped his pretense, stating directly, of course, I'm here for what you possess. He had waited for half a month outside the outer sect, constantly seeking an opportunity, but Lin Yuan had remained secluded, practicing in the courtyard and rarely leaving. Consequently, he even suspected that Lin Yuan had a relationship with Gu Shuqin, as they seemed to be together all the time. Nevertheless, none of that mattered now. He had finally found his opportunity, and the chance he sought would soon be his. Realizing the man's covetous intent, Lin Yuan understood that Song Mian must have assumed he acquired some fortune after that night's meteor shower, leading to his sudden enhancements. Sister Shuang, what should we do? Can you handle this person? Lin Yuan could only seek help from Ao Ling Shuang. Song Mian possessed the cultivation of the 5th level of Ningguan, far beyond the temporary enhancement of Lu Yuyan. Thus, even if he fully activated the Jiuyang divine vein, he would not be a match for this man. Do not panic. I can use my spiritual power to assist you in battle. Can you defeat him? Of course. Although I am heavily injured, the strength of my spiritual power remains formidable enough to defeat a gathering Qi realm cultivator. For him, a mere Ningguan realm cultivator, to ambush you is simply courting death. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt relieved, a smile appearing on his face as he said, Uncle Song, what is it that you seek? Do you truly not understand? Song Mian scoffed. You think I have forgotten what happened that night? What incident? Are you referring to the meteor? Indeed, that meteor. You must have obtained a treasure from it that night. Uncle Song, you jest. I am merely a weak disciple of the Kaimai realm. Even if I did obtain a treasure, I would surely be unable to utilize it. Mentioning Kai, caused Song Mian's expression to change abruptly. Wait, weren't you at the 5th level of body refinement before? How did you break through to Kaimai in just a few days? You must have acquired some miraculous medicine. Speak the truth. Facing the aggressive man, Lin Yuan remained calm. Do you really want to know, uncle? Song Mian's eyes lit up. So you are admitting you've gained some fortune? Indeed, I have acquired a modicum of something. What is it? Lin Yuan's sharp gaze fixed upon his interlocutor. Upon hearing this, Song Mian pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Since you are so insistent on knowing, I shall reveal it to you. I am the one who killed Qin Ren." As expected, the smile vanished from Lin Yuan's face, replaced by a chilling demeanor. "Why did you slay my master? Has he committed some grave error? Or has he wronged you in some way?" "Huh! His contributions, when placed before me, constitute the greatest mistake," Song Mian retorted. "You killed him for such a reason? Is that justification insufficient for you? How laughable! My master was humble and benevolent, extending kindness to all, treating you as a dear friend, always ready to assist, yet you chose to strike him down for a mere triviality. You are truly despicable." "Ha ha!" Song Mian laughed once more. "What do you know, you foolish boy? What use is benevolence? What use is righteousness? In this world, only profit is eternal. With Qin Ren's foolish character, even if I did not kill him now, he would eventually meet his end at the hands of another. Thus, I have merely expedited his release." "Preposterous! So you believe my master ought to thank you?" "Naturally. Not only him, but also you. Had you not encountered me today, everything on you would have surely been claimed by others. It would be better to obediently hand it over. Thereafter, your uncle master shall ensure your safety." At this, Lin Yuan could no longer endure the vile creature before him. Drawing his sword, he leaped forth, transmitting a message. "Sister Shuang, lend me your strength." "Understood." Ao Ling Shuang immediately released her spiritual energy, infusing it into the young man. Boom! Lin Yuan's aura surgit explosively, breaking through the 9th level of meridian opening and ascending into the condensation sphere realm. Witnessing this sudden escalation, Song Mian had intended to mock Lin Yuan's audacity. But before he could utter a word, Lin Yuan's cultivation had soared. How is this possible? A surge of astonishment gripped his heart. In the midst of his shock, Lin Yuan had closed the distance, swinging his sword toward him. Clang! Song Mian hastily raised his longbow to deflect the strike. Ziz! A frigid aura emanated from the blade, causing the temperature of the longbow to plummet. "Break for me!" Lin Yuan exerted force, channeling all his vitality into the Qing Shuang sword, and struck once more. Ding! This time, the longbow could no longer withstand the pressure and was cleaved in two by the sharp blade. Gazing at the shattered bow, Song Mian gasped, "No, my Jingfeng bow. Rather than lamenting your artifact, you should worry about your own life." Lin Yuan's icy voice rang out. As Song Mian raised his gaze, the silver blade met his eyes. In desperation, he could only raise his arm to defend. Yet how could his flesh and blood withstand the 100-pattern spirit sword? In mere moments, he was wounded grievously, even losing an arm, which flew aside. As he was struck, he pleaded for mercy, but Lin Yuan remained unmoved, his strikes intensifying in ferocity. What use is pleading now? Surely, before his death, my master also begged for mercy. Did you spare him? Lin Yuan spoke, his words laced with murderous intent. "You arrogant wretch, if you wish to kill me, then we shall die together." Realizing his imminent demise, Song Mian resolved to detonate his energy sphere, causing his aura to swell dramatically. "Flee! He is about to self-destruct," Ao Ling Shuang warned urgently. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's pupils constricted, and he activated the 8 extremities pulsation, swiftly retreating. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, a powerful force erupted from Song Mian's body, sweeping chaotically in all directions. After a moment, the aftermath began to settle, and Lin Yuan stood atop a high branch, gazing into the distance. The spot where Song Mian had stood was now a deep pit, the earth charred and devoid of any vegetation, leaving no trace of his body. It seemed this self-detonation had obliterated him completely. Lin Yuan reflected, "Fortunately, I had the assistance of the 8 extremities pulsation, allowing me to narrowly evade the blast." He glanced at his intact garments, exhaling a sigh of relief. Had his movements been even a moment slower, he might have been caught in the residual waves and sustained severe injury. Quickly check if he left behind a storage bag or spatial ring, Ao Ling Shuang advised. Indeed, Lin Yuan leaped down from the branch, entering the scorched pit to search. After a brief search, he successfully discovered a storage bag. An outer sect elder like Song Mian likely could not afford a spatial ring. This must be his only artifact, he deduced. As a fundamental spatial tool, a storage bag typically possesses a volume of only 1 or 2 cubic feet, valued at several hundred yuan stones. Lin Yuan himself owned a storage bag, a parting gift from Qin written upon their initial meeting. Recalling the elder's profound kindness towards him, Lin Yuan felt a pang of sorrow, his voice trembling as he murmured, "Master, I have finally avenged you. I shall take good care of Shermu. May you find peace in the afterlife." As the sole disciple of his master, Qin Run had shown him unparalleled care, enabling Lin Yuan to ascend from the 1st to the 5th level of body refinement within a year. The dead cannot return. There's no need to grieve excessively. Just strive to grow stronger and care for your Shermu. I believe you'll find peace, Ao Ling Shuang comforted. Lin Yuan wiped his eyes, steeling his resolve. Yes, I shall not fail my master's wishes and will strive to become a formidable warrior. With that, he set aside his sorrow, swiftly releasing his spiritual sense to enter the storage bag, surveying its contents. Inside, he found mostly yuan stones, a few daily necessities, several fasting pills, a book, and a talisman. Only around 1,000 yuan stones, such a paltry sum, Lin Yuan remarked with disappointment, quickly recalling that Shermu and his master had only a few thousand yuan stones in savings, finding solace in the thought. After all, the sect's reward conference had yet to occur, so Song Mian had probably not received any rewards, leaving him with little of value. Having something is better than nothing. 1,000 yuan stones is still decent. But what are these 2 items? Lin Yuan noticed the book and talisman, choosing to examine the talisman first. He saw the words Shu Wan Fu inscribed upon it. Shu Wan Fu? What is the effect of this talisman? Curiosity piqued within him. Ao Ling Shuang explained. The Shu Wan Fu serves to bind the energy sphere, effective only against cultivators in the condensation sphere realm. Those marked by this talisman cannot self-detonate. Cannot self-detonate? Is that its sole effect? Indeed, that seems rather lacking in utility. Lin Yuan mused. Even against Song Mian, who might have self-destructed, he felt confident he could escape the explosion's harm. Moreover, the Shu Wan Fu merely prevents self-detonation. It does not suppress an adversary's combat power. In terms of battle, it offers negligible assistance. After all, one must first force an opponent to the brink of self-detonation before considering the use of such a talisman. If that cannot be achieved, possessing the talisman holds no difference. Feeling regretful, he shifted his focus to the book, summoning it into his grasp. Upon glancing at the cover, he noted the title, Fundamentals of Array Path Annotation. Array Path Annotation? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Could this possibly pertain to knowledge about array formations? As he spoke, he began to peruse the book. The heavens and earth arise from the Tao. The Tao manifests in arrays. Arrays are arranged by humans. And when humans harmonize with the rhythm, the path of array formations lies in the resonance of humanity. The complex information on the pages left Lin Yuan feeling overwhelmed, and he sighed. Array path is indeed difficult to master. No wonder this book shows almost no signs of being opened. It seems Song Mian stumbled upon it by chance, and, finding it incomprehensible, never bothered to examine it further. Ao Ling Shuang remarked, neither array, pill, artifact, nor talisman is simple. If they were so easily learned, everyone would be able to ascend to the heights of a master alchemist. In order to facilitate address, individuals collectively refer to the 4 auxiliary professions of formation masters, alchemists, weapon refiners, and talisman makers as shui and sure. Given that these 4 paths of cultivation are arduous and heavily reliant on innate talent, each auxiliary profession holds a respectable status among cultivators. Indeed, alchemists and weapon refiners can exchange the elixirs and spiritual artifacts they forge for substantial amounts of yuan stones, while talisman makers can similarly profit from their craft. If I could become one of them, I would no longer need to worry about the issue of yuan stones, Lin Yuan sighed. Ailing Shuang scoffed disdainfully. You are rather superficial, only focusing on the profits. Do you know why formation masters are ranked first among the 4? Why is that? Why? Lin Yuan inquired. Because the path of formations is ever-changing. It can create arrays for combat and evolve into protective methods. In contrast to the unchanging paths of alchemy, weapon refinement, and talisman crafting, the realm of formations offers infinite possibilities. is the only auxiliary profession that can significantly enhance combat power based on one's mastery of the Tao. Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully. You are correct. The mastery of formations directly impacts combat strength. When a cultivator battles against a formation master of the same level, the formation master undoubtedly holds the advantage. Ling Shuang replied, the higher the level of the formation master, the more pronounced the combat advantage becomes. Therefore, if you have time, you might as well try your hand at learning. Perhaps you possess a hidden talent for this path. Yes, I will endeavor to explore it when I have the opportunity. Chapter 38. Purchasing a horse and unexpectedly meeting a fellow villager. Although those at the opening veins realm can traverse walls and roofs, it ultimately consumes physical strength. Having a horse would undoubtedly ease the journey. Half a day later, Lin Yuan finally arrived at the near city. After entering through the city gate, he inquired with passers-by to locate the stables and made his way there immediately. Shopkeeper, do you have horses for sale? Lin Yuan asked directly upon entering the shop. The owner, a middle-aged man, responded apologetically upon learning the customer's intent. I'm sorry, young man, but all the horses in my stable have been contracted. Not a single one remains. All contracted? Lin Yuan asked, furrowing his brow in disbelief. Yes, that customer not only bought all my horses, but also contracted every stable in the city. So even if you visit other shops, you won't find any horses available. What? Lin Yuan's expression deepened as he realized that the inability to purchase a horse here meant he would have to travel to the next city, which, according to the map, was over 100 kilometers away. He would need at least 2 to 3 hours to reach it, and that was without taking a break. Lin Yuan sighed heavily. Shopkeeper, are the horses ready? I have come to collect one. At that moment, a young man entered the store and spoke up. All right, I will fetch it for you right away, the owner replied, turning to enter the stable. Seizing the opportunity to approach this significant customer, Lin Yuan asked cautiously, Brother, I heard you contracted all the horses in the city. May I ask why? The young man turned to him, noticing his tidy attire and refined demeanor, and thought perhaps he was someone of importance. He replied warmly, Our family has purchased numerous supplies from nearby cities, and relying on manpower for transport is too slow. So we decided to buy some horses to carry the goods. Lin Yuan understood. I see. How unfortunate. As I encountered an accident on my way home and lost my horse, hence my desire to buy one, only to discover they have all been contracted by you. Oh, for where do you hail, brother? If it's on the way, we might be able to give you a lift. I am from Luoxiaking. Luoxiaking? The young man's brows raised in surprise. What a coincidence. Our destination is also Luoxiaking. What? You are also going to Luoxiaking? The Deng family, Lin Yuan recalled, recognizing that there indeed was such a family in the city. However, if he remembered correctly, the Deng family was merely a minor family. What do they possibly need so many supplies for? Although puzzled, he refrained from questioning further and instead said, Since our destinations align, may I join you? Deng Rue replied with a smile, It's no problem to bring you along. However, he raised his hand, his 2 fingers rubbing together, the implication clear. Lin Yuan immediately understood and chuckled. I appreciate your kindness. Let this small amount of yuan stones serve as a token of gratitude. He produced 2 yuan stones and handed them over. Deng Rue was taken aback. Oh, brother, you are too kind. I cannot accept this. Though he stated this, his hands were swift, and he accepted the yuan stones without hesitation. Lin Yuan feigned politeness, but felt disdain inwardly for this hypocritical individual. Why not just ask for money directly instead of pretending to be so detached from material gain? Good brother, since we are both from Luoxiaking, we are fellow villagers. There is no need for formality between us. Deng Rue casually placed his arm around Lin Yuan's shoulder and inquired, By the way, brother, which family do you hail from in Luoxiaking? I may have heard of your family. Seeing Lin Yuan casually produce 2 yuan stones, Deng Rue surmised that his family must be quite influential. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. I have no family. My parents are both ordinary folk. So you likely do not know them. Ordinary folk? Deng Rue frowned, perplexed that someone so generous could come from such humble beginnings. You ist Yank Mastev. A person as talented as you must surely belong to a prominent family. Are you concealing your background for some reason? Suddenly smiling, he cautiously probed. Lin Yuan remained calm. I have not concealed anything. I truly lack a prestigious lineage. Then why did you leave Luoxiaking and travel so far to this city? Yunlan Sect. Upon realizing Lin Yuan's affiliation, Deng Rui's demeanor shifted to one of respect, and he clasped his hands in admiration. I am honored to meet a distinguished disciple of Yunlan Sect. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. You flatter me, Deng brother. I am merely an outer disciple. I am not worthy of such praise. Upon hearing this, Deng Rui's respect vanished in an instant, and he inwardly scoffed. So he is just an outer disciple. I thought he was someone formidable. In Yunlan Sect, any cultivator who breaks through to the opening veins realm can become an outer disciple, and if one has connections, they can even enter as a body refinement realm cultivator. Thus, for families with a bit of power, the status of an outer disciple is hardly significant. It is merely a step above the ordinary populace. What they truly covet is the status of inner disciples. Only by entering the inner sect can one enjoy the generous benefits reserved for true disciples, far surpassing the meager resources available to outer disciples. Deng Hui, now in his 20s, had relied on his family's resources to break into the opening veins realm, but had not yet entered the outer sect of Yunlan Sect. Families like his, with decent conditions, do not require the scant resources of the outer sect for cultivation. Generally, they wait until they break through to the condensation realm before heading to Yunlan Sect, aiming directly for the inner sect. As for why Lu Yuyan occasionally comes to the outer sect to cultivate, it is likely just for the sake of experiencing life out of boredom. You are too humble, Lin brother. Although outer disciples may not be considered formal disciples, it is still quite an impressive feat. Many aspire to become one, but cannot. Deng Rui said with a smile, not revealing his disdain. Even so, Lin Yuan could perceive the condescending undertone in his words. These scions of influential families appear affable, but fundamentally look down on commoners. Had he not produced those 2 yuan stones, he would surely have sought a pretext to dismiss Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan saw through Deng Rui's hypocrisy, yet chose not to point it out. Instead, he smiled lightly. You flatter me, Deng brother. I am but a mere outer disciple, far from qualifying for the inner sect. Chapter 39. Deng Rui seeks assistance. Traveling together with a beauty Lin brother, there is no need for you to belittle yourself. Inner disciples were once outer disciples. After all, with enough effort, you will certainly have your opportunity. Well, I will take your words to heart, Deng brother. At this moment, the shopkeeper emerged, leading a number of horses out of the stable, exclaiming, Dear customer, all your horses are ready, a total of 23. Please count them. All right. Deng Rui turned around to count the number of horses. After confirming the accuracy, he handed over the payment, stating that the quantity was correct and this was the agreed price, suggesting that the other party could verify it as well. In the mundane world, unlike the cultivation realm, transactions were conducted using currency and silver notes, as UNSH was too precious. A single piece could be exchanged for 10,000 coins, sufficient for a family of 3 to live for several years. Thus, when Lin Yuan produced 2 pieces of, Deng Rui's demeanor became notably warm. After all, a typical practitioner at the opening pole stage could earn only a few pieces of in a month from hunting and gathering herbs. So presenting 2 pieces at once equated to several days of hard work. Therefore, Deng Rui perceived Lin Yuan's spending as quite extravagant, indicating a well-off background. Little did he know he had miscalculated. Outer sect disciples received a monthly stipend of 10 pieces of, and it appeared this young man had just entered the outer sect, unaware of the true value of, which led to his reckless spending. Following that, Lin Yuan accompanied Deng Rui on a tour around the city, ultimately acquiring around 50 to 60 horses before departing. Not far from the city gate, Deng Rui led the horses to a spot where both dismounted. The members of the Deng family began loading the goods piled on the ground onto the horses' backs, subsequently mounting their steeds. Once all the cargo was secured, Deng Rui awkwardly realized that there were no spare horses left, and Lin Yuan also noticed this situation, furrowing his brow. With no extra horse available, would the other party retract their agreement? He swiftly turned and walked to the front of a nearby cart, pulling aside the curtain to enter. Inside the cramped carriage, a young woman of striking beauty was in quiet meditation. Abruptly interrupted, she opened her eyes with displeasure, asking why he had come when she had instructed him to prepare the materials for departure. Deng Rui took a seat opposite her, rubbing his palms nervously. and expressed that he had encountered a bit of trouble and earnestly requested her assistance. What trouble? She inquired. Is he a fellow townsman? Is he from Luoxiaking? Indeed, it is quite a coincidence to meet someone from the same city 1,000 miles away, Deng Rue replied. Did you receive any benefit from him? None. I merely felt it was a fortuitous encounter, he clarified. Huh, spare me the pretense. With your calculating nature, would you assist a stranger without any gain? The young woman, Shi Jia, was perceptive. Deng Rue confessed that he had indeed received some benefit, 2 pieces of. Upon hearing this, her eyes flickered with interest as she lowered her voice, asking about his background and whether he had inquired further. Deng Hui, un concerned, informed her that he had already investigated and found him to be a practitioner from common family, who was extravagant simply because he had just become an outer sect disciple of Yunlan Sect and was unaware of the true value of. He would surely regret it once he learned. Was not easy to acquire. Even their family, after expenses, earned only a few hundred pieces a year, barely reaching 1,000. While 2 pieces might seem insignificant, it was an excessive price for transportation. Upon hearing the terms commoner and outer sect disciple, the young woman's cautious demeanor vanished, and she scoffed, suggesting that he could simply share a horse with a family member. Deng Rue hesitated, explaining that the horses were laden with goods, leaving no room for another person. Shi Jia shot him a glare, questioning what they should do. Should she share a carriage with him? With a reluctant click of her tongue, she expressed her discomfort at the idea of sharing a small space with a man, as she had never been alone with a male outside of her family. Unable to resist her brother's repeated requests, she finally relented, saying, All right, just this once. In the future, you must consult me before making such arrangements. Thank you, Shi Jia. Deng Rue breathed a sigh of relief, leaving the carriage to approach Lin Yuan. Brother Lin, I have spoken with my sister, and you will share a carriage with her on the return journey. Huh? Lin Yuan was taken aback. Is that convenient? What's inconvenient about it? You're simply traveling together. Deng Hui replied, vinking mischievously. My sister is quite the beauty. This is a fortunate arrangement for you. Lin Yuan twitched his mouth, speechless. Traveling together held no particular advantage. However, he acknowledged that riding in a carriage was indeed more conducive to cultivation than riding a horse. He refrained from questioning why he couldn't ride and she could take the carriage. The value of the cargo on the horses made it inappropriate for him to handle alone, thus making the carriage the most suitable option. Well, I appreciate your help. Deng Hui, not at all. Having taken your belongings, I must ensure everything is handled properly, he said, leading Lin Yuan to the carriage. This is the one. You can board now. Oh, my sister does not appreciate men staring at her, so rest assured, Brother Deng, I understand such etiquette. Upon entering the carriage, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, lifting Lin Yuan's spirits. He looked up, his gaze traversing her form. She wore exquisite embroidered shoes that adorned her slender feet. A flowing green dress draped elegantly over her figure, and her long, silky hair cascaded down her shoulders. Her features were refined, and her beauty was undeniable, rivaling that of Miao Yitzi. Had he not experienced the company of 2 women already, he might have found himself captivated, but having tasted such delights, he remained composed. On the other side, Deng Fu, she was taken aback by the unexpected guest, her surprise evident. What a handsome man! The fellow townsman Xiao Rue mentioned, is this exquisite? She silently chided herself for not having been informed earlier, having initially imagined him as a rough fellow. Her admiration was tinged with regret at his humble origins. If only he were slightly more affluent. Hello, I am Deng Fu, she from the Deng family of Luoxiaking. Xiao Rue should have informed you of our destination, she greeted. Yes, I am Lin Yuan. I apologize for the inconvenience on this journey. Not all. Everyone faces difficulties. Chance encounters are also a form of fate, she replied. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they each began their cultivation. Deng Fu, she took out a small pill, preparing to consume it when she was suddenly taken aback by Lin Yuan's actions. He actually uses for cultivation? How extravagant! Lin Yuan, absorbed in his practice, noticed her astonished gaze and inquired, What is the matter, Miss Deng? Lin Gongzi, do you truly cultivate using? Indeed, is there an issue? Lin Yuan was puzzled, as he thought was meant for absorption. Deng Fu, she explained, the issue is not that there is one, but rather that is considered precious for small families. so we usually exchange for energy pills for cultivation. One piece can be traded for 10 energy pills, sufficient for several days of practice. However, using directly would deplete one piece in a day, which is simply too wasteful. Lin Yuan understood. During his time in the body refinement stage, he had not needed due to unopened meridians and had never absorbed them. Having only recently broken through to the opening pulse stage, he had not encountered this before. It seemed the elder stipends were sufficient for their use in cultivation. It sounded somewhat wasteful, yet using for cultivation was undoubtedly more efficient than relying on energy pills. Height is indeed elevated, yet waste remains waste. At least the younger generation of the Deng family cannot bear such consumption, Deng Fushi replied. Beyond the aforementioned reasons, there is another point. Cultivators at the opening vein stage cannot fully absorb the essence within the Yuan stones. Typically, they can only extract half, leaving the remainder unattainable until they reach the pill condensation stage, at which point complete absorption is possible. Thus, it is generally uncommon for cultivators at the opening vein stage to directly utilize Yuan stones for cultivation. Of course, this would be inconsequential for affluent families. Lin Yuan smiled lightly, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Miss Deng, for your elucidation. I shall continue my cultivation. You still intend to use Yuan stones for your practice? Well, I'm not currently lacking in Yuan stones. Efficiency holds greater significance for me. After saying this, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and resumed his meditation. His storage bag contained 3,000 Yuan stones awarded by the sect, along with some previously saved monthly stipends. Thus, he could withstand this level of consumption. Observing his earnest demeanor, Deng Fushi felt perplexed. Despite her clear explanation, why did this individual still wish to cultivate using Yuan stones? Was he truly wealthy and unconcerned about Yuan stones? Or was he intentionally feigning affluence before her? If it were the latter, it would be exceedingly foolish. Ultimately, she could not discern his true intentions and merely shook her head, consuming a vitality pill to begin her cultivation. Half a day later, as the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the land, the members of the Deng family ceased their travels, dismounted, and ignited a campfire to rest. Lin Yuan and Deng Fushi emerged from the carriage, sitting cross-legged near the fire. The poor visibility at night made encounters with demonic beasts particularly perilous, which is why we typically refrain from hurrying after dark. Lin Yuan remained silent, and Deng Fushi took the initiative to explain. For some inexplicable reason, she found this man enigmatic, stirring an involuntary fondness within her, prompting her to engage in conversation. Nearby, upon hearing Deng Fushi speak, Deng Rui and the other members of the Deng family were left astonished. What was happening? The eldest young lady was conversing with a man, a mere stranger they had just met. Had the sun risen in the west? Lin Yuan smiled knowingly, responding softly. Thank you, Miss Deng. Indeed, traveling at night is inadvisable. Safety is of utmost importance. Yes, but I wonder if this would delay your schedule. No matter. I'm not pressed for time this night. That is reassuring. After exchanging words, Lin Yuan once again closed his eyes in meditation. Deng Fushi's cheeks flushed, and she immediately retorted, What nonsense are you speaking? I am the eldest young lady of the Deng family. How could I easily develop feelings for a man? Deng Rui, sensing her unusual reaction, teased, It is only natural for beautiful women to be enamored by handsome men. Sister Shi's response is quite normal. Upon finishing, his expression shifted, and he cautioned, This fellow is indeed quite handsome, yet hails from humble origins, unworthy of you. Even if you were to take a liking to him, our father would undoubtedly disapprove. So please, Sister Shi, remain composed and abandon any unrealistic notions. Deng Fushi retorted indignantly, What nonsense are you spouting? I never said I liked him. How could he be deemed unworthy? And who are you to say what is unrealistic? Am I so foolish as to not understand these matters? Deng Rui chuckled lightly. I merely express concern for you, since Sister Shi comprehends. It seems I have spoken too freely. Suddenly, Deng Fushi's expression turned serious as she stated, I believe this individual is extraordinary. Huh? Why do you say so? Observe what he holds in his hand. At her words, Deng Rui turned to look, only to see Lin Yuan grasping a Yuan stone, absorbing its essence. This is a Yuan stone? Indeed, he is cultivating using a Yuan stone. Impossible. This person explicitly stated he comes from ordinary means, with parents who are mere mortals. How could he possibly afford to absorb Yuan stones? Perhaps we have misjudged. His family might be ordinary, yet his talent is exceptional, recognized by the higher-ups of Yunlan Sect, thus granting him access to a substantial amount of Yuan stones. Deng Fushi deduced logically. Deng Rue nodded thoughtfully. Sister Shi's reasoning is indeed sound. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable how he could be so extravagant, offering me 2 Yuan stones right off the bat, not to mention directly utilizing Yuan stones for cultivation. He must have some backing. Chapter 41. Nighttime Assault. Qing Shuang draws her blade at that moment. Deng Rue's gaze towards Lin Yuan transformed. Previously, he regarded Lin Yuan as nothing more than a common cultivator, inconsequential. Now, however, he had metamorphosed into a disciple of a prominent figure within Yunlan Sect, a disparity as vast as heaven and earth. Reflecting on his previous disdainful remarks, Deng Rue could not help but mentally berate himself. How foolish I am. I failed to recognize such an impressive individual standing before me. I must have been blind. Fortunately, I did not offend him. Otherwise, even 100 Deng families would not suffice for him to annihilate. Sister Shi, we must strive to curry favor with him. If we can attach ourselves to such a powerful ally, the Deng family's rise to prominence would be imminent. Deng Rue conveyed his excitement telepathically. Deng Fushi shot her brother a disapproving glance. You rascal, did you not just advise me to remain calm? Why are you now advocating to ingratiate ourselves with him? Deng Rue scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling. Circumstances have changed. Previously, I was blind to his identity and certainly did not wish for you to associate with a pauper. However, now that we understand his significance, you should take the initiative. Deng Fushi was momentarily rendered speechless. The drastic shift in her brother's attitude was startling. Was it truly necessary to be so obsequious? While she did harbor some fondness for Lin Yuan, it was unrelated to his background. She merely admired his demeanor. Yes, it is his demeanor. There are no other reasons. While the siblings conversed, a sudden cry of pain pierced the air. Ah, who dares to harm the members of the Deng family? Deng Fushi exclaimed, her gaze shifting from her kin to quickly lock on his several figures clad in black. Miss Deng, this time, I shall collect the lives of you and your kin on behalf of the heavens, the leading man proclaimed, his tone frigid and arrogant, clearly dismissing the group before him. Deng Fushi furrowed her brow. Who are you? Why do you wish to attack us? The man replied indifferently. Someone is paid to put a price on your lives. We are merely here to do the bidding of our employer. Who is your employer? Industry regulations prevent me from disclosing that information. How much are they offering? I could pay you double. Deng Fushi understood that the assailants were well prepared and that her side was likely outmatched, so she attempted to leverage wealth to avert disaster. The man scoffed. A common clansman is worth 100 Yuan stones. You and Deng Rue are of higher value, each worth 2,000 Yuan stones. Can you afford that? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Deng family members darkened. According to the man's words, they would need to present at least 4,000 Yuan stones to escape this calamity. This was no small sum even for their patriarch, let alone for the clansmen. With that, he raised his hand and called out, "Brothers, attack." The sound of swords being drawn echoed, and a group of black-clad individuals released their auras, clearly at the opening veins level. Opening veins. These people are all at the opening veins stage. At this moment, Deng Fushi's heart plummeted. The highest cultivation among them was her own, at the 5th level of opening veins, followed by Deng Rue at the 3rd level, while the rest were merely at the body refinement stage. With their strength, they would undoubtedly be no match for these black-clad assailants. Damnable employer. Deng Fushi cursed inwardly, producing a talisman, sorrowfully stating, "There is no choice. I can only use this item to escape. I am sorry, my kin." On the other side, Deng Rue also pulled out a talisman, just as he was about to activate it, when suddenly, with a swift sound, a beam of sword light flashed, and the head of the leading black-clad man was severed in an instant, the cut surface smooth as a mirror, the chilling aura freezing the blood in its wake. Everyone was stunned. What has happened? How did the leader die so abruptly? The remaining black-clad men stood frozen in place, entirely forgetting to fight. Lin Yuan, wielding the Qing Shuang sword, gazed upon them with indifference, stating, "Will you resolve this yourselves? or shall I take action?" As the words were spoken, several individuals instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, decisively abandoning their long swords and turning to flee with all their might. The leading man, possessing the cultivation level of the 9th layer of Kai Mai, perished without even a scream at the hands of the cloaked youth, indicating that the opponent was likely a practitioner at the Ning Yuan stage. Such formidable strength was beyond the capability of these Kai Mai realm insects to contend with, compelling them to act without hesitation. Their first instinct was to run. They hastily fled, clinging to the hope of a slim chance of survival. For if they delayed even a moment longer, they too would likely meet their demise at the hands of the enemy. Observing their retreating figures, Lin Yuan's eyes flickered with a trace of derision as he stepped forward lightly. With the activation of Ba Ji Mai Dong, he covered the distance in a single stride, swiftly dispatching the black-clad assailants with his sword, one by one. The members of the Deng family stood frozen in place, their eyes wide open in disbelief at the unfolding scene. They were all dead, all of them, in such a brief span of time. These mercenaries of the Kai Mai realm had been completely annihilated. The strength of that youth was truly terrifying. No wonder the young lady held him in such high regard. This was the reason. Deng Rue bowed deeply, proclaiming, "Your noble character is commendable. We, the Deng family, will forever remember your kindness and vow to repay you in the future." Lin Yuan replied calmly, "There is no need for such formalities. It is merely a matter of chance and assistance along the way." Most of the black-clad men were likely hired cultivators without any significant background, allowing him to kill them without hesitation. Deng Fushi sighed, "Your casual act of kindness is, for us, a life-saving grace, and we must repay you in some manner." Chapter 42. Flattery from the Deng family. The young girl's affection today. The Deng family was attacked. Could it be that they had infringed upon someone else's interests? Deng Fushi perceived the thoughts of her companions and confirmed, "In recent years, our Deng family has encountered a certain opportunity. The family head has broken through to the Ning Yuan stage, thus elevating our entire clan status, allowing us to rival the Sun and Lu families and secure our position as the 3rd family of Luo Shao City." Lin Yuan understood, so they have targeted the Deng family out of jealousy and conspired against you? Deng Fu, she bit her lip, indeed. The pie of the city is limited. They certainly do not wish for a third party to partake. Our expedition to procure supplies was in preparation for the potential conflict ahead. Lin Yuan nodded in comprehension. "In this case, you should indeed prepare thoroughly. Unexpectedly, our disputes have embroiled you, young master. I am truly sorry. It is of no consequence. I have merely dealt with a few mercenaries, not entangled in your affairs. If the Sun and Lu families were to take issue with me, I would not fear them." Lin Yuan spoke indifferently, his expression betraying no turmoil. Luo Shao City was merely a small town, and the strongest cultivators among the two families were but at the Ning Yuan stage. With Ao Lingshuang's assistance, he could easily eliminate them. Gulp. Hearing the youth's audacious words, the others could not help but swallow hard. They harbored no doubts regarding his strength. The ability to effortlessly slay several high-level Kai Mai mercenaries was sufficient evidence that he had indeed stepped into the Ning Yuan stage, with a prowess comparable to that of the family heads from the two major clans. Moreover, unlike the two families with their vast resources, he had no need to consider the lives of his kin. Such an individual was one that family powers typically refrained from provoking. "Young master, your might is truly admirable." Deng Fu, she once again clasped her hands in praise, then turned to instruct, "Everyone, please check the supplies to see if there have been any losses, and take care of the body of that clan member to avoid attracting any beasts." Following the young lady's orders, the group sprang into action, first inspecting the supplies, then digging a deep pit to bury the bloodied corpse. Once these tasks were completed, they gathered around the campfire to rest, quietly consuming their prepared rations. Lin Yuan, who had not brought any food, consumed a pill of absorption instead and sat in quiet meditation. It was evident that none dared approach him, as all the members of the Deng family regarded him with reverence. Deng Fu, she sat closest to Lin Yuan, delicately holding a few thin pancakes. Though she was the young lady of the Deng family, she too could not afford the pill of absorption and, like her kin, was eating rations. "Young Master Lin, have you had your dinner? Would you care for some of my pancakes?" Not having discerned what type of pill Lin Yuan had consumed, she kindly inquired, seeing that he had not eaten throughout the day. "Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Deng, but I have just consumed a pill of absorption and thus do not require any." Lin Yuan politely declined. A pill of absorption. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted once more. This pill was worth several pieces of yuan stones. While it appeared inexpensive, basic foodstuffs could be obtained for merely a few coins. The cost of consuming a pill of absorption would run into dozens of yuan stones monthly, a luxury even Ning Yuan stage practitioners would hesitate to indulge in. It was clear that the few pills in Song Mian's storage bag were rewards from the sect. Had he needed to purchase them himself, he would surely have felt the pinch. Lin Yuan's ability to afford a pill of absorption was indicative of his status as a distinguished disciple of the sect. At this moment, the members of the family regarded him with even greater respect. The young lady, contemplating his identity, could not help but scold herself. Deng Fu Shi. How could you even think he might struggle to afford a pill of absorption? It is laughable that you asked him if he needed rations. How embarrassing. This was akin to a maid asking her master if he desired leftover food. Certainly, it would evoke feelings of disbelief. "It is of no concern. I still have to cultivate." "You should all rest," Lin Yuan said. "Understood." During this time, she occasionally opened her eyes to steal glances at the man, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. This cad, possessing the strength of the Ning Yuan stage and the means to consume a pill of absorption. Why did he deceive us into believing he was merely an outer disciple? He nearly led me to think he was of common origin. The young lady puffed up her cheeks and could not refrain from rationalizing on his behalf. Perhaps it is inconvenient for him to disclose his identity while traveling. Alas, to possess such strength and such striking features. How wonderful it would be if he were my husband. This thought suddenly emerged in her mind, prompting her to quickly shake her head and dismiss it. He is a distinguished disciple of a powerful sect with a noble identity and status. How could he possibly take an interest in someone from a small family like mine? Perhaps this is simply a case of fate being unkind. With a quiet sigh, she cast aside her complex thoughts and focused on her cultivation. The following day, as the first rays of morning light spilled over the horizon, the group packed their belongings and set out once more. Within the carriage, the two sat opposite each other, engaged in their own meditative practices. Following the events of the previous night's ambush, Deng Fu Shi's demeanor towards Lin Yuan had become increasingly respectful, taking care not to show even the slightest negligence. She had even gone so far as to meticulously clean the seat cushions before entering the carriage, all in hopes of leaving a favorable impression on him. Suddenly, a resounding beastly roar erupted from the mountains, piercing the ears of all present. The galloping white horses were startled and came to a sudden halt, neighing in alarm. Inside the cramped carriage, due to the abrupt stop, Deng Fu Shi was propelled forward by inertia, crashing into Lin Yuan's embrace, their bodies pressing closely together. The incident was so unexpected that neither of them could react immediately. This was the first time in over 20 years that she had come into physical contact with a male, and it was impossible not to feel flustered. Just now, I was so close to him. Recalling the solid breadth of his chest, the young girl felt an overwhelming shyness, her beautiful eyes cast downward, utterly unable to meet his gaze. This Miss Deng's body is quite soft. After only one day apart from my master and junior sisters, I find myself unable to resist. I must strengthen my resolve. Silently shaking his head, he suppressed his desires just as the voice of a family member came from outside the window. "Miss, did the roar of the beast in the forest just now startle you or the horses?" Chapter 43. The Beautiful One's Desolation. Reunion with parents, that is good to hear. The group set off once more, and tranquility returned to the carriage. Despite this, the atmosphere between the two was inevitably a bit awkward due to their recent close encounter. After a moment, Deng FX could not help but gently raise her gaze to look at him, only to meet the man's eyes. Her heart tightened instantly, and she quickly averted her gaze. In contrast, Lin Yuan remained considerably more composed. Observing the lady's shy demeanor, he took the initiative to say, "Ahem, I apologize, Miss Deng, for any offense earlier." Deng FX shook her head and replied, "It is nothing. It was merely an accident, and I should be the one to apologize for disturbing you. With such exquisite beauty, How could you possibly be a disturbance? Ah, sir, you flatter me. My looks are rather ordinary. I hardly deserve the title of a beauty. Though she spoke modestly, her heart was filled with sweetness. He praised me. He actually praised me. Could it be that he has feelings for me? Lin Yuan, unaware of her thoughts, assumed she was simply being courteous, and thus casually remarked, "There is no need for modesty, Mississippi. Your beauty is indeed remarkable, even among the disciples of Yuan'er Ziying, capable of captivating many. But would it captivate you?" DingFX blurted out inwardly, while outwardly she shyly responded, "You overestimate me, sir. Even if I could captivate ordinary disciples, before the core disciples, I am merely an ordinary woman, unworthy of their attention." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes held a glimmer of expectation, gazing intently at him. Lin Yuan, missing her implied meaning, directly countered, "Why seek their attention? As cultivators, we contend with fate and must sweep away all obstacles and forge ahead. If our strength is sufficiently formidable, why should we rely on others' approval?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment flashed in DingFX's eyes as she forced a smile. "You are right, sir. It is I who am ignorant. No worries. With your talent, you will surely have a day of becoming a strong cultivator. Then I shall take your words to heart." With that, their conversation ended, and they resumed their cultivation. "Xiao Yuan, that girl clearly likes you. Have you considered pursuing her?" Eng Shuang's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Huh? She likes me?" Lin Yuan was taken aback. "Yes, didn't you hear what she just said? She mentioned that she could not catch the eye of the core disciples, which was essentially asking if she could catch yours. But I'm not a core disciple. Your actions last night have already made them regard you as a disciple of a powerful sect. Did you not notice their changed attitudes towards you today?" After reflecting, Lin Yuan realized that there was indeed some truth to it. When he first arrived, the clansmen had looked at him with wariness and rejection. But after last night, their demeanor had shifted to one of respect. After all, being able to easily slay several opening Meridian Realm mercenaries suggested at least a solid foundation in the condensation realm. Given his youth, they would naturally assume he had a formidable background. "So Miss Ying likes me." Upon realizing her feelings, Lin Yuan's expression became somewhat awkward. A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's affection. As a normal man, he would certainly entertain the thought of claiming someone like DingFX for himself. However, to pursue every beauty he encountered would be excessively frivolous. Moreover, he could barely protect his own master and junior sister. How could he find the energy to care for another woman? If he chose to be with her, he would inevitably have to confront the Sun and Lu families. Even if he possessed the strength to deal with them, it would attract unnecessary attention. He saw no reason to go to such lengths for a single woman. Furthermore, the Sun and Lu families might have their own backing, and if a powerful ally emerged, it could pose a serious threat, even for Eng Shuang. "What is it, Xiao Yuan? Are you contemplating something?" "Well, this girl has an average physique. Even if her essence is still intact, it won't significantly enhance your prowess. Missing her would not be a loss," he concluded, closing his eyes to meditate once more. Half a day later, at the gates of Lu Shio City, DingFX gazed earnestly at the handsome young man before her beautiful eyes reflecting a palpable reluctance. "Sir, will you truly not visit our Ding family?" "We shall speak of it when fate allows," Lin Yuan replied, leaving behind those words as he strode into the city, disappearing amidst the crowd. "Sister, he has already left," Ding Ru reminded, observing his sister standing still. He could clearly see her affection for Lin Yuan. Yet, the disparity in their statuses made it evident that her admiration would remain unreciprocated, destined to yield no results. "Yes, let us go as well." At that moment, she could not help but regret not confessing her feelings earlier. Had she set aside her pride and been more proactive, perhaps they might have had a chance together. Now that he had departed, any attempt at confession would be too late. Alas, such is fate. With a quiet sigh, she resolved to stop dwelling on it and began to walk with renewed determination. In a modest corner of the city, within a humble courtyard, a middle-aged couple engaged in conversation while laboring. Yuan was chosen by the immortal master back then. They said his talent was commendable. He must be doing quite well in the sect. Is that so? But I recall that every individual from that batch was said to have talent. Do they all fare well? Do not worry. Yuan is diligent, capable, and kind-hearted. He will surely be favored by Providence and become a strong cultivator. Just then, they heard the creak of the courtyard door opening, and a young man appeared before them. Who is his friend, Yuan? Is it you, Yuan? Yuan, is it really you? The couple rushed forward, their faces filled with excitement as they carefully scrutinized the young man before them. The resemblance to their son was unmistakable, though he appeared more mature than they remembered. Lin Yuan smiled widely, reminiscent of the youth he once was. Gulme, quickly, come in and talk. The elderly couple ushered their son into the courtyard, immediately inundating him with concern. Yuan, have you been well in the sect? Have you been cold or hungry? His mother asked first. What kind of question is that? Yunlan is a prestigious sect with a long history. How could it let its disciples suffer? His father shot a glare at his wife before turning to Lin Yuan. Yuan, how do your masters treat you? How are your fellow disciples? No one is bullying you, right? Lin Yuan smiled and replied, my masters treat me well and have provided me with much assistance. He then recounted the experiences of his past 3 years, omitting only the parts regarding dual cultivation and Shuing. What? You say you won first place in the Outer Sect competition? Upon hearing their son had claimed the top spot, the couple's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. Yes, it was by relying on my own talent that I managed to win. Incredible. Truly incredible. There must have been many Outer Sect disciples, right? Yes. Over 10,000 participated in the competition. The couple exchanged glances, rendered speechless by their emotions. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. With such an achievement, I, Yuan'er, have no regrets in this life. No wonder you are my son, Yuan, to become the first in the sect right after joining. What a pride for your mother. Overwhelmed with joy, they quickly began showering him with praise. You flatter me. But being first in the Outer Sect is not particularly impressive in Yunlan. The true strong ones reside in the Inner Sect. Do not worry. I believe with your talent, you will surely enter the Inner Sect. Indeed, your mother believes you can enter the Inner Sect and achieve even greater accomplishments. The three of them conversed in the courtyard for a long while, their smiles never fading. Ah, it is already noon. Yuan must be hungry. I will go prepare some food, his mother said, glancing at the son before hurrying into the kitchen. Soon, a table filled with dishes was laid out, and the three gathered around to dine. Yuan had consumed a fasting pill earlier, so he did not need to eat. But since he was with his family, he gladly took the time to share this meal. As they were partaking in their meal, a sudden knock echoed at the courtyard door, accompanied by a light, airy voice. Rongshu, Ling'er has brought you some wine. Upon hearing this, the three turned their heads, only to see a young girl in a cloth skirt pushing open the courtyard door, holding a wine pouch in her hand, her gaze locking onto theirs. Ah, are you Lin Yuan Gij? Realizing there was an additional person in the courtyard, she momentarily froze before quickly recognizing him. Lin Yuan also recognized her and exclaimed, You are Ling'er? He recalled the time many years ago when he had just been adopted by his parents and had met her. From that moment on, they often played together, their relationship blossoming into a childhood bond, inseparable from one another. Afterward, when he joined Yunlan Sect, they lost touch. Lin Yuan Gij, it truly is you. Yi Ling'er hurriedly stepped forward, throwing herself into his embrace, overwhelmed with emotion. Lin Yuan gently patted her narrow back and said softly, Yes. Ling'er has grown up. I can hardly recognize you now. Over the span of 3 years, Yi Ling'er had transformed from a young girl into a graceful maiden, not only taller, but also more voluptuous. Lin Yuan Gij, you two have become more handsome than before. As she separated from his embrace, her eyes sparkled with joy and longing, eagerly gazing at his face. Have you been well these past 3 years at home? Your parents Haven T scolded you, have they? Of course, they treat me well. How about you, Lin Yuan Gij? How is life in the sect? Not bad, but without you by my side, it often feels as though something is missing. Does that mean you've been thinking of me all this time? Yi Ling'er blushed, cautiously inquiring. Indeed, we have known each other since childhood. With so many years of feelings, how could I not think of you? Upon hearing his sentiments, Yi Ling'er's heart raced, and she shyly lowered her gaze, saying, Ling'er has also missed you very much. How much do you miss me? I think of you day and night. Ha ha ha. Lin Fu suddenly burst into laughter. Since your feelings are so profound, Lin Yuan should promptly propose to the Yi family. and we can arrange your marriage to fulfill our wishes." Upon hearing this, Yuan'er felt immense joy, but then remembered Lin Yuan's esteemed status and felt a pang of inferiority, saying, "Lin Shu, you jest. Lin Yuan Gij is a distinguished disciple of Yunlan Sect, while I'm merely a lowly commoner. How could I possibly deserve him?" 3 years prior, during the Yunlan Sect assessment, she had not been chosen, and from that moment, she understood that she and Lin Yuan were from different worlds. Today, seeing her beloved return, she could no longer suppress her emotions and cast aside their differences in status, revealing her true feelings. However, upon hearing Lin Fu's words, she was once again reminded of reality, her expression falling. Lin Mu shot her a disapproving look. "Silly Ling. What are you saying? What if he is a high disciple of Yunlan Sect? He still needs to marry and have children, right? With the bond you share. What reason does he have not to marry you?" Lin Fu added, "Exactly. Have you forgotten how you played house as children? You even pretended to be a married couple. Lin Yuan, you must not let Yuan'er down." Recalling their childhood antics, Yuan'er felt her cheeks burn, lowering her head in embarrassment. Lin Yuan chuckled. "Of course I remember. Back then, Yuan'er said she wanted to be my wife when she grew up and serve me forever. Does that promise still hold?" Upon hearing this, Yuan'er bit her lip and replied, "Naturally, it still holds, but I fear that Lin Yuan Gij might not look upon Yuan'er favorably." Lin Yuan gently ruffled her hair. "How could I not cherish someone as lovely as you, Ling? I would gladly hold you in my palms and pamper you." Lin Yuan Gij, Yuan'er lifted her head, her heart filled with anticipation. "Do you wish to marry Ling?" "I do wish to, but—" Lin Yuan paused, expressing guilt. "I already have several female companions in the sect. Can you accept them?" For a moment, Yuan'er's expression shifted. Though she understood that someone of his caliber would naturally have female admirers, hearing it directly from his lips brought her a wave of disappointment. Chapter 45. Preparing to Propose. Unexpected interruptions. Upon hearing this, Lin Fu and Lin Mu were not displeased. Instead, they displayed pride. Their son had truly made a name for himself. He was already courting women. Despite their pride, Lin Fu feigned a scolding tone. "You rascal. Instead of focusing on your cultivation in the sect, all you think about is chasing women. How can you justify the feelings of those young girls?" Lin Mu concurred. "Your father speaks the truth. Moreover, many women's intentions are not pure. Can you discern between the good and the bad?" Lin Yuan responded indifferently. "Do not worry, mother. I am capable of handling this. As for the feelings father mentioned, I know Yuan'er would not want to share my love, but the world is harsh. Secular gentry often have multiple wives, let alone as cultivators. As long as I have the ability to care for them all, there should be no issue." After saying this, he turned to Yuan'er and continued, "Although I cannot promise to give you all my love, I will do my utmost to protect you and fulfill my responsibilities as a man." Gazing at the serious man before her, Yuan'er suddenly smiled and nodded earnestly. "I believe you can do it. Does this mean you agree?" "Yes. It is a great fortune that you, Gij, are willing to accept Yuan'er. How could I dare to wish for your exclusive love?" She had long come to terms with her situation, understanding that being with a cultivator was already an elevation from her humble origins, and she could not demand more. Shedding his serious demeanor, Lin Yuan smiled and embraced her, resolutely declaring, "I have no talent for cultivation. Can I still go to the sect?" Yuan'er felt a surge of anxiety. "Do not worry. I have some connections in the sect, and bringing a few family members will not be a problem. Your parents can also come and live with me." Lin Fu waved his hand dismissively. Enough. We old folks will not meddle in your lives. Since you have said so, I trust you will take good care of Yuan'er. The two of us will enjoy our old age here in this small town." Lin Mu agreed. "Neither your father nor I have any talent for cultivation. It would be pointless for us to move. We are quite comfortable living in Luoshao City." Lin Yuan nodded. "Yes, that sounds good." As the elders had said, they had become accustomed to life in Luoshao City, and relocating would surely be an adjustment. With that, he decided to respect his parents' wishes and refrain from imposing anything further. Lin Mu then asked, "When will you go to Yi's family to propose?" Lin Yuan chuckled. "Is there any need to rush? You have a point. Then let us prepare." The secular wedding process is relatively simple and does not require much time, so he agreed. If his Shermu and Shimmy were to feel jealous, he would arrange something for them as well. Lin Yuan mused. Yuan'er stood by, Her face instantly flushed upon hearing that Lin Yuan intended to propose to her family. They would be wed. She was truly going to marry Lin Yuan Gij. The wish she had held for so many years was finally coming to fruition. Was this truly not a dream? While she was lost in thought, Lin Yuan's family had already begun their preparations. Before long, they had gathered the betrothal gifts and set off toward Yi's family. Yun'er's family was quite similar to Lin Yuan's. Both her parents were commoners who made their living through farming. It was said that their ancestors had once produced powerful cultivators, but the descendants had failed to inherit their ancestors' talents, leading to a decline in each generation until they found themselves in their current state. Are we bringing so little? Won't it seem too shabby? Lin Mu looked at the betrothal gifts in the carrying pole, a hint of worry on her face. Yun'er agreed. What Lin Shu said is correct. If my parents knew of Lin Yuan Gij's accomplishments, they would surely be overjoyed and would not oppose this marriage. During the period of purchasing the betrothal gifts, she learned of Lin Yuan's ranking in the Yuan'er Sect competition, rendering her speechless for a considerable time. First place in the competition. That was the first place in the Yunlan Sect competition. It is important to note that the territory governed by the Yunlan Sect spans over 10 million square kilometers, home to countless individuals. The primary choice for those wishing to join a sect is undoubtedly the Yunlan Sect. One can only imagine the vast number of disciples within. Lin Yuan's ability to emerge as the foremost among so many disciples is a testament to his exceptional achievements. No wonder Brother Lin Yuan expressed confidence in securing my entry into the sect, Yun'er contemplated. At that moment, Lin Yuan had transformed in her eyes into a prodigious disciple, held in high regard by the sect. How could the leaders not fulfill such a simple request as allowing a few family members to reside together? Subsequently, the four of them chatted and laughed as they strolled leisurely. Before long, they arrived at the Yi residence. As old Yi opened the courtyard door, he muttered to himself when a haughty voice echoed through the air. These two old fools actually dared to refuse this young master's demands. They truly deserve their fate. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the four changed drastically. They immediately set down their burdens and rushed into the courtyard, arriving at the entrance of the house. Inside the quaint abode stood a young man in elegant attire, arms crossed behind him, a look of disdain plastered on his face. Not far from his feet lay two middle-aged individuals, sprawled in a pool of blood, their eyes vacant and lifeless, clearly deceased. Father, mother. Upon witnessing the grim sight, Yun'er cried out and hurried to the bodies, kneeling and weeping bitterly. The young man, seeing her distress, could not help but exclaim, "The little girl from the Yi family, I was just about to seek you out, yet here you are, delivering yourself to my doorstep." A few days prior, he had coincidentally spotted the girl while she was shopping for vegetables in the marketplace. Captivated by her beauty, he desired to take her into his fold. However, due to the crowded market, he found it difficult to take action and thus dispatched someone to investigate her family background. Utilizing his family's formidable intelligence network, he swiftly located the Yi family residence and arrived with opulent betrothal gifts, intending to take Yun'er as a concubine. Who would have thought that her parents would refuse? Leading to an inevitable confrontation, the two elders were mere mortals. How could they stand against a cultivator? The young man dispatched them with but 2 blows, causing their 7 orifices to bleed and their lives to extinguish. Scoundrel, how have my parents wronged you? Why did you kill them? Yun'er raised her head, screaming in anguish. A proposal? Yun'er glared. What sort of proposal? Do we even know one another? Chapter 46. The Arrogant Sun Family, executing 2 individuals. The young man confessed, "A few days ago, I happened to encounter you in the city and found you quite lovely, so I sent someone to investigate your family." He continued, "I, Sun Xiang, the 3rd young master of the esteemed Sun family, am in a position of great honor. To even consider taking a common girl like you as a concubine is already an act of divine grace. Yet those 2 old fools had the audacity to call me a good-for-nothing, a debauched scion. Do you think they deserve to die?" The 3rd young master of the Sun family. The crowd's expressions turned grave. The Sun family was one of the most prominent families in Luoshao City, and few dared to defy their power. It was no wonder he exhibited such arrogance. Upon realizing the young man's identity, Lin Yuan remained unfazed and retorted, "The 2 elders of the Yi family speak the truth. You are indeed a wasteful and extravagant bully, taking advantage of your strength to oppress mortals. You are unworthy of being called a cultivator. Oh, Sun Xiang, insulted to his face, did not immediately erupt in anger, but instead turned with curiosity. Who are you to dare show such disrespect? Are you unaware of my family's reputation in Luoshao City? Lin Yuan scoffed. Is the Sun family truly so formidable? A mere low-level family at the Ningguan stage is insignificant within the Yunlan Sect. With your meager capabilities, how dare you bully and oppress others? What gives you the audacity? Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Lin Yuan dared to offend the Sun family? How audacious! Having spent so much time in Luoshao City, they had long been accustomed to the overwhelming presence of the Sun and Lu families, leading them to instinctively overlook Lin Yuan's identity. Sun Xiang suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, arrogant little brat, what are you even? How dare you comment on my Sun family? Are you seeking a trip to the underworld? And what if I do comment on your family? Lin Yuan replied, exuding his energy, revealing his strength at the Kaima stage. A Kaima cultivator. Sun Xiang's expression shifted in surprise, no longer daring to underestimate his opponent. With a wary look, he inquired, which family do you belong to? You appear unfamiliar. You must not be from Luoshao City. You need not know. As he spoke, Lin Yuan executed the 8 extremities pulse, stepping forward in an instant. So fast, Sun Xiang trembled, hastily channeling energy to strike back. With a resounding smack, Lin Yuan effortlessly seized Sun Xiang's arm, rendering him immobile. You! Sun Xiang felt as though he were under immense pressure, his arm aching. With a swift motion, Lin Yuan unleashed a punch, sending Sun Xiang crashing against the wall. Puff! Sun Xiang spat blood, his breath labored, evidently wounded from the blow. Impudent rogue, you dare harm my young master? Pay with your life. An elderly voice suddenly boomed as a black-clad elder appeared, his face ablaze with fury as he lunged at Lin Yuan with a palm strike. Raging Sun Palm, Tongbei Fist. Both combatants unleashed their techniques, and the sound of their clash resonated as the elder was sent flying, crashing through the wall of the dilapidated house and landing outside. Puff! Blood gushed from the elder's mouth, his face a mask of disbelief. He was a 9th-level Kaima cultivator, a formidable opponent beneath the Ningguan stage. Yet he was defeated with a single move by this young man. Such immense power. Could he possibly be a Ningguan realm expert? Lin Yuan brushed off his sleeves, nonchalantly stating, is this the extent of your strength? How disappointingly underwhelming. Upon witnessing this, Sun Xiang was likewise taken aback. He was well aware of the elder's strength, which was peak Kaima cultivation. Yet even so, he was not this young man's match. Who could this person be? Yuan'er, how do you wish to deal with this scoundrel? Lin Yuan turned to ask. Sun Xiang trembled at his words and immediately pleaded, young hero, spare me. I was blinded by ye Miss' beauty and acted foolishly. I am willing to compensate you with spirit stones. Please grant me mercy. He was still so young, with many women yet to explore. How could he simply perish? Lin Yuan replied coldly, you murdered them simply because the 2 elders rejected your unreasonable demands. Such heinous acts are utterly intolerable. You should repent in hell. In a swift motion, Lin Yuan drew his Qing Shuang sword, and with a flash of cold light, Sun Xiang's head was severed, his body collapsing uncontrollably to the ground. Thud! His head rolled several times, his expression one of sheer horror, his mouth agape, his tongue twitching. He could never have imagined dying in the home of a commoner. He was a young master of the Sun family, a scion of one of the most powerful families in Luoshao City. To die in such a manner at the hands of someone younger than himself was utterly absurd. No, young master. The ludicrous scene elicited a derisive laugh from Lin Yuan. A Kaima cultivator is ultimately still immortal. Severing a limb is difficult to regenerate, let alone a head. You should refrain from such foolishness. The elder, already seething with rage, was provoked further by Lin Yuan's words and shouted, you cruel villain! To dare kill my young master! We will not let you escape. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. After all, the young man had easily defeated him, and he dared to issue threats? Was he seeking his own demise? You will not let me escape? I'm afraid I won't let you escape either. Lin Yuan once again drew his sword and swung it horizontally, causing the old man's head to fall to the ground. Mirroring the fate of Sun Xiang, both meeting their demise without uttering a single sound. How fierce! How astonishing! To slay two direct descendants of the Sun family in succession is something unimaginable within the confines of Luoshao City. What will we do now that you've killed them? Yuan'er? Lin Yuan and his wife displayed fear on their faces, unsure of how to proceed. Lin Yuan replied coldly, "Since the Sun family is unreasonable, I shall teach them what true disregard for reason means. You intend to confront the Sun family directly?" Indeed, the elderly couple was momentarily stunned. Such an action was exceedingly reckless, for the Sun family was a deeply entrenched clan within the city, not something that could be opposed single-handedly. Yuan'er expressed her concerns. "Brother, the Sun family's power is formidable, and with only the few of us, it would be unwise to continue. Sun Xiang is dead, and my parents' vengeance has been avenged." Lin Yuan gently patted her head and said indulgently, "Silly girl, would the Sun family be willing to spare you if you wish to let them go?" Chapter 47. Confronting the Sun family, Father Deng's surprise. Yuan'er understood that this matter likely would not end peacefully, yet she couldn't help but express, "I fear that you may struggle against them, for the Sun family is no ordinary clan, and with you alone, they may overwhelm you." Lin Yuan smiled indifferently. "Do not worry. The Sun family is not formidable enough to intimidate me. This time, I will defeat them thoroughly to prevent any future troubles for my parents." Seeing his son's confidence, Lin Rong felt reassured and nodded. The Sun family has long been arrogant and indulgent towards their own, causing much resentment among the common folk. This action will serve as a warning, making them realize that Luoshao City is not beyond control. With both father and son expressing such resolve, Yuan'er cast aside her worries and agreed, "Well, since Brother Lin Yuan is capable of this, I shall support your decision." Afterward, they procured a coffin to properly lay to rest Ye's parents, paying their respects before heading towards the Sun family estate. At the Sun residence, a guard inquired of his colleague, "Old Wei, do you think the family head's intervention will compel the Deng family to submit?" Rest assured, the family head broke through to the third level of the Ningguan realm just days ago, making him the strongest in Luoshao City. "Even the Lu family must tread carefully around us. The Deng family is merely easy prey." The third level of Ningguan. The family head has reached such a level. Truly, heaven favors our Sun family. The guard was elated. Currently, the heads of the Lu and Deng families were merely at the second and first levels of Ningguan respectively. Though only a couple of levels apart, the disparity in combat capability was evident. Thus, even a single level's difference was sufficient for the Sun family to dominate and look down upon all others. Bystanders, hearing this news, were left in shock, realizing that the Sun family had ascended to such heights, leaving them unchallenged in Luoshao City. Alas, the Sun family has always been powerful, and now they have grown even stronger. Our lives will surely become difficult. The common folk lamented, the Sun family behaves immorally, and while heaven does not punish them, they are only bestowed with blessings. How unjust the heavens are! Just then, a cold voice rang out. Daring to claim superiority as the first expert at merely the third level of Ningguan, is the Sun family's vision so limited? The crowd was taken aback. This was the Sun family, the overlord of Luoshao City. Who would dare provoke them? Who could be so audacious? As the guards were momentarily stunned, they quickly regained their composure and shouted angrily, "Who dares to insult my Sun family? Show yourself and face your demise. To disrespect my Sun family, you shall mark this day as your death anniversary." As their words fell, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared before them, effortlessly striking out with two punches. Bang! Bang! The two guards had no time to resist and were sent flying. "You're my realm, cultivator?" As the guards lay on the ground, realizing Lin Yuan's cultivation level, their faces turned pale in astonishment, momentarily forgetting their pain. "What business do you have with our family head? I have matters to discuss with him." "What matters?" "That is not for you to inquire. Simply tell me where he is." "The family head just left for the Deng family and is not currently in the estate." Lin Yuan murmured to himself, quickly deducing their intentions. The head of the Sun family had just broken through to the third level of Ningguan and would surely wish to display his might, using a show of force to intimidate other factions and solidify the Sun family's supreme status within Luoshao City. The Deng family, as a rising force, would undoubtedly be the target of this display. Yuan'er approached Lin Yuan and asked, "Should we not wait? Would this not be too conspicuous? Was it not conspicuous when Sun Xiang killed your parents?" At this, Yuan'er was reminded of her parents' deaths, and a fierce hatred flickered in her beautiful eyes as she gritted her teeth. Conspicuous. Too conspicuous. The beasts of the Sun family deserve to be executed to honor my parents' spirits. Thus, the four of them changed direction and headed straight for the Deng family. At the Deng residence, within the hall, Deng Xian looked at his safe and sound children, a look of relief washing over his face. Ruier, you have returned safely. I can finally rest easy. Deng Fu, she sighed. While Xiao Rui and I have returned unharmed, we lost a clan member in the process. Lost a clan member? During the transport of goods, we were ambushed by several mercenaries, and that clan member met a tragic end. Mercenaries? What level were they? All were Kaimai realm cultivators, with their leader at the 9th level of Kaimai. Fortunately, one of our fellow townsmen was among us. He bravely intervened and killed all the mercenaries, allowing us to escape. A fellow townsman? From where? He was someone Xiao Rui encountered while purchasing a horse, claiming he lost his mount and asked for a ride. So we agreed as it was on our way. I see, Deng Xian remarked. To have slain a Peak Kai, my realm mercenary, that fellow townsman must possess remarkable strength. Such individuals in Luoshao City are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Deng Rui then asked, "Father, that fellow said his name is Lin Yuan and is of similar age to us. Are you not aware of such a figure in the city?" Deng Xian pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I have roamed Luoshao City for decades and have never heard of a powerful individual by the surname Lin. The older generation has no recollection, let alone the younger ones." Deng Fu, she had hoped to gain information about Lin Yuan from her father, but upon hearing this, her bright eyes dimmed. Noticing his daughter's despondent state, Deng Xian frowned slightly. "What troubles you, Shir? Are you unwell?" "Ah." Deng Xian was taken aback, instinctively saying, "Sure, do you not usually disdain all men? Lu family's Lu Yin and Sun family Sun Lu are young yet possess high-level Kai in my realm cultivation. They are likely to inherit their father's positions. If you dismiss such promising young talents, what merit does that fellow possess to catch your eye?" Chapter 48. Speculations in the Deng family. Son who arrives. Deng Rui chuckled softly. That gentleman used just one sword to effortlessly slay a Kai, my realm 9th level cultivator. Such prowess is incomparable to Lu Yin and Sun Lu. Upon hearing this, Deng Xian's expression shifted in disbelief. "You mean he killed a 9th level Kai, my realm cultivator, with a single strike? How is that possible? Could he be a Ningguan realm expert?" Deng Rui asserted with certainty. "In my observation, he has most likely entered the Ningguan realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to act so casually." Deng Xian appeared dazed, exclaiming, "A young man of his age in the Ningguan realm is indeed remarkable. With his cultivation, he is qualified to enter the inner sect of Yunlan Sect." Deng Rui chuckled. "He has indeed mentioned to us that he is a disciple of Yunlan Sect, albeit an outer disciple. I suspect he is intentionally concealing his true identity from outsiders." Deng Xian concurred. "How could such an extraordinary talent be merely an outer disciple? He must be lying. Now you understand why my sister, Su Jie, is infatuated with him, right?" Deng Xian replied, "I understand. There is no need for further contemplation. With such innate talent, he is undoubtedly a favored child of heaven, destined to be admired by many, especially considering that Deng Fu Su's background and gifts pale in comparison to his. It is only natural for her to harbor feelings for him." With this realization, Deng Xian felt a pang of guilt. "I apologize, Suer. It is my inadequacy as a father that prevents me from providing you with a better family and more resources. Otherwise, you would not need to feel inferior in his presence." Deng Fu Su shook her head persistently. "Father, you are too harsh on yourself. I am already immensely grateful for the life you have provided. How could I dare to seek anything better?" Deng Rui agreed. "Indeed, our Deng family is among the foremost families in Luoshao City. Being born into such a family is already a blessing from heaven. To desire more would be somewhat greedy." Deng Xian sighed. "While our Deng family is respectable within Luoshao City, in the broader domain governed by Yunlan Sect, we are merely a low-tier family, at the very bottom of the hierarchy." The siblings understood their father's words were true, so they refrained from arguing. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber. Realizing the mood was off, Deng Fu Su cleared her throat and broke the silence. Cough. Father, weren't you in seclusion just now? Why have you suddenly emerged? Did you achieve a breakthrough? At the mention of this topic, Deng Xian's face lit up with joy. Indeed, after several days of seclusion, I have successfully broken through to the second level of the Ningguan realm. Ningguan, second level. Instantly, the siblings were filled with excitement. Currently, the heads of both the Sun and Lu families were at this level of cultivation. The Deng family had previously been at a disadvantage in terms of realm, careful not to offend the two families. Now that their head had broken through, the Deng family could finally hold their heads high and no longer fear others. Wonderful, Father. With your cultivation, we will no longer have to act according to the whims of the Sun and Lu families. The Deng family had endured too much humiliation. Now that their father had broken through, they could finally stand on equal ground and rightfully be counted among the three great families of Luoshao City. As the siblings rejoiced, a voice suddenly rang from outside. To be counted among the three great families alongside my Sun family? Who gave you such audacity? With that, a middle-aged man abruptly appeared in the hall. He was none other than Sun Hu, the head of the Sun family. Upon seeing him, the expressions of the three changed. Deng Xian, as the head of the Deng family, stepped forward and said, Brother Sun, your unexpected visit has taken us by surprise. However, I believe there's been no recent conflict between our families. May I ask what brings you here? Sun Hu sneered. The very existence of your Deng family is a conflict. Luoshao City only needs my Sun family to govern, and you Deng family must either submit or prepare to become history. These words left the three in shock. Deng Xian furrowed his brow and questioned, What do you mean? Brother Sun, even if you are powerful, you are only on par with the head of the Lu family. Moreover, I have now also broken through to the second level of the Ningguan realm. Neither of us can be easily dealt with. So how can you dare to speak of monopolizing? Deng Rue could not hold back. Our Deng family is not one you can look down upon. And with the Lu family still in play, what gives your Sun family the confidence to dominate Luoshao City? At that moment, they all felt Sun Hu was exceedingly arrogant, disregarding other families entirely. Sun Hu scoffed, What confidence? Allow me to enlighten you. With that, he channeled his energy, revealing the aura of the third level of the Ningguan realm. This is the third level of Ningguan. You actually broke through to the third level. Deng Xian's face turned pale with shock. He had thought that his breakthrough to the second level of the Ningguan realm would elevate the Deng family to the status of one of the three great families. But now the advantage had vanished. They remained at a disadvantage. Deng Fu Su and Deng Rue were equally taken aback by this revelation, their faces darkening. Sun Hu, filled with pride, proclaimed, Indeed, I recently broke through and immediately rushed to the Deng family. You should feel honored to be my first visit. Deng Xian, still in shock, forced a smile. It is indeed an honor for us that Brother Sun has come to our Deng family. But regarding your suggestion of submission, can we discuss it further? Sun Hu arrogantly replied, I have no desire to repeat myself. If you do not submit, I will take action now. May I ask, Deng family head, are you prepared to bear the consequences? Deng Xian's smile faded, and his expression darkened. Deep down, he knew he was indeed no match for Sun Hu. But to submit now would mean rendering the foundation he had built over the years utterly worthless. Such an outcome was unacceptable to him. Deng Rue gritted his teeth. Father, even if he has broken through to the third level of Ningguan, you are at the second level. The gap between realms is not insurmountable. In a desperate fight, the outcome remains uncertain. Oh, Sun Hu turned to the siblings, his expression one of surprise. You two are still alive? The three were momentarily stunned before they quickly reacted. Indeed, you were the one who hired mercenaries to assassinate us. How despicable. What grievance have we Deng family caused you that you would go so far as to spend vast amounts of resources to eliminate us? The siblings glared in anger, questioning in unison. Sun Hu laughed derisively. Kill you? You overestimate yourselves. I merely aimed to cut off the Deng family's resources. Your lives were merely an incidental matter. I was surprised those mercenaries proved so inept, unable to handle even two juniors of the Kaimai realm. Chapter 49, Bluster and Posturing. Lin Yuan emerges Sun Hu was not particularly surprised by the sibling survival. Families like the Deng family, at the Ningguan realm, typically provided their direct descendants with swift escape talismans, sufficient to help them flee from danger. What? Deng Fusu's mind sparked with inspiration, and she feigned profundity. Our Deng family has been fortunate enough to receive assistance from a powerful figure who has slain all the mercenaries from that night. That esteemed elder is still within our Deng residence, and if you dare to act recklessly, we cannot guarantee what bloody actions he may take. Upon hearing this, Sun Hu's expression changed dramatically. The Deng family had actually allied with a powerful elder? Why had he never heard of this before? Could it be that they had invited external help to be able to slay those mercenaries at the Kaimai realm? It was likely the one who acted possessed Ningguan realm cultivation. What leverage did the Deng family possess to gain the assistance of such a powerful figure? As his thoughts raced, he found himself in a difficult position, unsure of how to proceed. Seeing this, the three members of the Deng family felt a surge of joy. They had not expected that a few fabricated words in a moment of desperation could indeed intimidate the opponent. In their exhilaration, Deng Xian regained his composure, crossing his arms behind his back, and stated, "Brother Sun, as my daughter mentioned, that esteemed elder is resting within our residence. If you are wise, you should leave at once. Otherwise, once the elder discovers your intentions, he will undoubtedly eliminate you on the spot, leaving a river of blood." Upon hearing this, a flicker of fear flashed in Sun Hu's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and scoffed. If your Deng family truly had such a powerful figure backing you, why would you need to cower in fear? To me, it seems you are merely leveraging the reputation of a tiger to intimidate others, posturing without substance. With that, he raised his head, clasped his hands, and called out loudly, "Sun Hu of the Sun family sincerely requests an audience with the esteemed elder. Would you be willing to step forward and engage in a conversation?" This action sent a shockwave through the three of them. Deng Fuxu immediately admonished, "Impudent. Such a significant figure. How could a brash man like you be worthy of an audience?" Deng Xian remarked, "During the cultivation of seniors, it is most crucial to avoid being disturbed. Your disrespectful actions have undoubtedly offended him. It is too late for you to escape now. Prepare to collect your own remains." Sun Hu, his face etched with vigilance, retreated several steps, scanning his surroundings with heightened alertness while hastening his energy flow, ready to flee at any moment. However, after a brief wait, he still did not catch sight of the senior's figure. At this moment, he could finally ascertain that the other party's words were all fabricated, merely a trick to deceive him. He quietly exhaled, and then burst into laughter. "Ha! A mere child of the Deng family attempts to deceive me with such lies. Does he think the master of this family is gullible enough to fall for it?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three members of the Sun family darkened completely. Now that the falsehood had been exposed, they would inevitably provoke Sun Hu's wrath, and given the current strength of the Deng family, it would be nearly impossible to contend with the Sun family. With no other choice, they could only fight to the death. With a heavy heart, Deng Xian gathered his energy, preparing for a fierce battle. Sensing the other's intentions, Sun Hu scoffed, "Merely a waste of a second-tier Ningguan. And you dare to show your fangs before me? Watch as I pluck every last one of them." Just as he finished speaking, a chilling voice echoed from outside. "A mere third-tier Ningguan ant dares to flaunt his power and make grandiose claims?" Upon hearing these words, the four individuals inside the room changed their expressions. How could someone dare to insult Sun Hu, who had the audacity to speak so boldly? Deng Xian felt an intense curiosity within. The siblings immediately recognized the owner of that voice, their faces lighting up with joy. It was young Master Lin. The chivalrous young Master Lin has arrived. Their Deng family is saved. Sun Hu quickly turned to look outside, where a young man clad in simple attire appeared in the courtyard, tall and handsome. "Ha ha ha! I wonder who it could be. Turns out it's a young brat who knows not the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. Now tell me, from whence do you hail? If you lack a resounding background, you might as well prepare to leave your tongue here today." Upon seeing the other party, he could not help but laugh again, arrogantly commanding. In his eyes, how much strength could such a young person possess? The only reason he dared to mock him was likely due to some background, which is why he inquired about his origins. Deng Xian shared the same thought. If this young man truly had a significant background, perhaps he was the hope to save the Deng family. Seizing the opportunity like a lifeline, he immediately clasped his hands and said, I am Deng Xian, the head of the Deng family. I sincerely request that you lend us your aid, and afterward, our Deng family shall reward you handsomely. Hearing their father's words, the siblings quickly spoke up to reveal the identity of their savior. Father, he is the one I mentioned before, the fellow villager who rescued us from the mercenaries. Father need not fear. Since young Master Lin is here, he will surely help us. Sun Hu, standing aside, grasped the situation upon hearing their words. He immediately realized that the mercenaries he had hired were all slain by this young man. This indicated that the other party's cultivation level was highly likely already in the Ningguan realm. Such a young Ningguan cultivator was indeed terrifying. Could he be the heir of a powerful faction? Realizing the formidable background of the opponent, Sun Hu quickly donned a fawning expression. Bowing deeply, it is an honor to have young Master Lin visit our Luoshao city. I apologize for not welcoming you appropriately. Please forgive me. This sudden change of demeanor drew a scoff from Lin Yuan. Who was it that said they would sever my tongue? How is it that you have forgotten your own words so quickly? Sun Hu, fully aware of the young man's formidable nature, dared not retort and could only force a smile. My apologies, young Master Lin. I was indeed disrespectful earlier. Please do not take my foolish words to heart. Lin Yuan stepped forward, his tone indifferent. Now that you acknowledge your offense, what do you intend to do to make amends? Sun Hu bowed low. Whatever young master desires from the Sun family, I will do my utmost to fulfill. I only hope you will refrain from interfering in the matters between the Sun family and the Deng family. Lin Yuan feigned difficulty, but I intend to intervene. What will you do then? These words weighed heavily on Sun Hu's heart, and he furrowed his brow. May I inquire why you wish to aid the Deng family? What connection do you have with them? Lin Yuan bluntly replied, because your son, Sun Xiang, has offended me, and I have come to settle the score with you today. Sun Xiang? What trouble has that wretched boy caused to attract the attention of such a significant figure? Sun Hu understood his son's disposition. He was a reckless, overbearing young master. Even so, he knew the limits and would not provoke those he could not contend with. How then could he have offended this young man? With confusion, he continued to ask, my son lacks decorum and has offended you. I apologize on his behalf. May I inquire what foolish act he has committed? If you would be so kind as to enlighten me? Lin Yuan candidly stated, he killed the parents of my beloved. How do you think I should deal with him? Beloved? The four were taken aback. Such a young talent actually had a beloved in Luoshao City. Moreover, she had just happened to be killed by Sun Xiang. What a coincidence! Lin Yuan grinned sinisterly. You are correct. I demand his life in exchange for the lives of the deceased. What? The four were left dumbfounded. Sun Xiang was dead? He was the third young master of the Sun family, one of Sun Hu's few legitimate sons, and he had died just like that? This was utterly audacious. Before killing someone, one should at least consider their identity, right? Observing their astonished expressions, Lin Yuan's demeanor turned cold. What? Do you believe he does not deserve to die? The three members of the Deng family quickly reacted, hurriedly chiming in. He deserves to die. Of course, he deserves to die. That beast Sun Xiang has bullied the weak and harmed the people. He should have been executed 1,000 times over. Young Master Lin, by slaying that scoundrel, you have truly rid Luoshao City of a menace, performing a great deed. Killing for a life, debts must be repaid. Since Sun Xiang dared to kill without cause, he must be prepared to pay with his life. Hearing the three's remarks, Sun Hu's expression darkened to the extreme. Although he spoke of Sun Xiang needing to pay with his life, as a father, how could he bear to let his child die? His earlier words were merely flattery to appease the young man. Lin Yuan, noticing his grim countenance, coldly questioned, Sun family head, it seems you have strong objections to my actions, do you not? Sun Hu, filled with indignation, yet wary of the young man's status, dared not reveal his true feelings, forcing himself to lower his head. I dare not. My son's death is deserved. Young master, your assistance in clearing our family's troubles is something for which I should be grateful. Upon hearing this, the three members of the Deng family could not help but twitch their mouths. To express gratitude to the murderer after losing a son, this was truly unfathomable. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over them, and he said languidly, as the saying goes, killing for a life. I have lost two, yet your Sun family has only lost one. There remains one life that I wish for the family head to repay. What do you think? You, Sun, who was infuriated. Killing his son was not enough. He audaciously desired his life as well. This was utterly excessive. Despite his fury, he struggled to suppress his anger, forcing the words out through clenched teeth. Please, young master. Do not jest. Even if my son was at fault, he has already paid the price for his actions. How can you impose the grievances upon an unrelated party? Lin Yuan laughed aloud. Unrelated? Sun Xiang became who he is due to the indulgence of your Sun family, acting as a tiger's accomplice. As his father, you are the one who should have disciplined him. How can you dare to utter the word unrelated? Sun, who trembled with rage at these words, gritting his teeth in retort. Yes, I am at fault. However, my lord, you must understand that the Sun family has long held considerable influence in Luoxiaking. Is it truly such a grave matter if the descendants of our clan display a bit of arrogance? To speak candidly, had Sun Xiang killed not your in-laws but someone else as parents, would you still seek to hold me accountable or even demand my life in recompense? Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he pointed at the other man, exclaiming, absurd. A prestigious lineage is no justification for arrogance. Furthermore, your Sun family hardly constitutes a true noble clan. Repeated misdeeds will ultimately incur consequences. Even if I were not to intervene, there will undoubtedly be righteous individuals who will come forth to eradicate the evil of the Sun family. Sun, who suddenly erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Very well. Your strength is formidable, and you may speak as you wish. However, before you cast aspersions upon the Sun family, consider whether your own actions are just. Lin Yuan replied coldly. I repay enmity with enmity and grievances with grievances. All my actions are in accordance with my conscience. Why should I concern myself with notions of justice? At this point, Sun Hu realized that he could not escape his fate today. So he channeled all his energy and declared, Well said. Since you harbor hatred for my son, directed at me, today, as the head of the family, I wish to see just how profound your strength truly is and whether it matches your previous arrogance. With a thunderous boom, pure essence of the third level of the Ningguan realm swirled around him, generating powerful waves that caused nearby tables and chairs to tremble. Observing this, Lin Yuan transmitted a thought. Sister Shuang, I will be relying on you this time. Understood. With the assistance of Ao Ling Shuang, his aura began to surge uncontrollably, swiftly advancing from the opening vein stage into the Ningguan realm. A secret technique for enhancing cultivation. Sun Hu narrowed his eyes, his expression growing increasingly grave. The opponent possessed a technique capable of elevating one full realm. Surely, their origins were extraordinary. Nonetheless, he was already on the precipice and had no choice but to strike first, hoping to gain the upper hand. Earth Fiend Fist. He concentrated his energy into his fist and forcefully struck. Lin Yuan remained unperturbed, matching his strike with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided, and just like the elder from the Sun family before him, Sun Hu's body was sent hurtling backwards, crashing violently into the solid wall. Puff! As his body slid down the wall, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura now utterly depleted. The three spectators were astonished. One punch. Lin Yuan had defeated Sun Hu with a single blow. This was truly beyond comprehension. In his astonishment, Sun Hu retrieved a talisman from his robe, infusing it with energy in an attempt to activate it. Lin Yuan immediately activated his footwork, arriving before him and slashing with his sword. With a swift sound, Sun Hu's hand was severed, and the once glimmering talisman dimmed considerably. Sun Hu's eyes widened in fury, fully aware that without the talisman, he had no hope of escape. He thus chose to detonate the energy core, causing his aura to swell uncontrollably. Sensing his intent, Lin Yuan swiftly threw a talisman, striking Sun Hu's forehead while simultaneously channeling his energy. Under the talisman's influence, the agitated energy core stabilized instantly, and the surging aura gradually calmed. What is this? Sun Hu exclaimed in shock. How can it suppress my energy core? Lin Yuan, relieved yet composed, replied, This is a binding talisman, capable of restraining your energy core. Once afflicted by this talisman, self-detonation will be impossible. Fortuitously, he had acquired this talisman from Song Mion's storage bag. Otherwise, the entire Deng residence might have been obliterated, resulting in countless casualties among his kin. Sun Hu's despair deepened, his face paling as he said, "You have won. I am no match for you. Please, grant me a swift end." Lin Yuan inquired in surprise, "Do you not plead for mercy?" Sun Hu countered, "What use is pleading for mercy? Would you spare me? Certainly not. Then what difference would it make? Even if you are indifferent to your own fate, do you not care for the lives of the Sun family? After I die, what does it matter if the floods rage? The lives of my kin are of no concern to me. If their deaths can secure my survival, I would not hesitate to do so. You truly are a cold-blooded beast." With that, Lin Yuan swung his sword horizontally, and Sun Hu's head fell to the ground, blood spraying from his neck and staining the floor. Hiss! The three onlookers gasped in shock. "He is dead. Sun Hu has perished just like that. And he could not even self-detonate, dying in such a humiliating manner at the hands of another." In the brief span of moments, the once mighty ruler of Luoxiaking had fallen, a sight so shocking that it rendered them momentarily speechless. After vanquishing his foe, Lin Yuan released his energy to cleanse the blood from his blade, then turned to apologize to Deng Jia. "I apologize for the mess I have made in your residence." Deng Fushi praised, "Your righteousness is awe-inspiring, my lord. Your decisive action in slaying the tyrant Sun, who is truly a heroic deed for all of Luoxiaking." Deng Rue echoed, "Your noble spirit is commendable. Once word spreads, the entire populace of Luoxiaking shall sing your praises." Lin Yuan maintained his composure. "You are too kind. My actions were merely for vengeance, unrelated to the common folk. There is no need for such formality amongst us, as I am acquainted with both Master Deng and Miss Deng." Deng Fushi smiled brightly. "Who would have thought that after our last parting, we would meet again? Truly, it is fate." Lin Yuan nodded. "Indeed, there is a hint of fate, but perhaps it ends here." Deng Fushi appeared anxious. "What do you mean, my lord?" Suddenly, her expression revealed a sense of reluctance. "Ah? Will you not stay for a few more days?" Deng Fushi hesitated, unsure of what to say in her attempt to retain him. After all, she was not yet a disciple of Yunlan Sect, and her family obligations kept her tied down, making it difficult for her to leave. The most pressing issue was the lack of a proper status. Even if she were to stay, she would have nowhere to reside. Deng Xian, noticing his daughter's affection for Lin Yuan, hesitated for a moment before speaking. "My lord, I—" Before he could finish, a servant's voice called from outside, "Master." Three individuals wished to enter the Deng residence, claiming they seek Lin Gongzi. "Oh, yes, let them in." "Very well." Deng Xian promptly instructed the servant to admit the guests. Soon after, Lin Yuan's parents and Yun'er entered the hall, reuniting with Lin Yuan. "Brother Lin Yuan, you run so quickly. In the blink of an eye, you vanished." Yun'er approached with swift steps, only to catch a whiff of a strong metallic scent of blood. Turning her head, she beheld a headless corpse sprawled in a pool of blood. "Who died here?" She covered her mouth with her delicate hand, her face a mask of terror. As the corpse bore no head, she initially failed to recognize the identity of the deceased. "He is the head of the Sun family," Lin Yuan revealed, disclosing the identity of the fallen. The head of the Sun family. The elders and the young girl were left speechless. In a mere moment, Lin Yuan had slain the formidable adversary. This speed was truly astonishing. He was a powerful warrior of the third level of the Ningguan realm, and yet he was killed so effortlessly. "Brother, you are truly extraordinary. Merely a third level of the Ningguan realm. It hardly qualifies as formidable. With diligent cultivation, you too may reach such heights one day." Lin Yuan replied casually as he sheathed his sword. "Ah, is it really possible for me?" Yun'er expressed disbelief. Having lacked any talent for cultivation since her youth, what basis did he have to claim she could reach the opening veins in Ningguan realms? Lin Yuan merely smiled and refrained from elaborating. With the might of the yin-yang divine art, coupled with the immense influx of yang energy within him, he was confident that even if Yun'er were a so-called waste, he could nurture her into a formidable warrior. Deng Xian interjected, "Lin Gongzi, who are these individuals?" He then turned to introduce, "This is Deng Jia Deng Xian, and these two are the young master and young lady of the Deng family." Upon hearing this, the three members of the Deng family immediately bowed. "We greet Lin Xiansheng. We greet Lin Foreign." At that moment, the two elders finally grasped the situation, their expressions filled with astonishment. "Deng Jia, you are too courteous." "Aye, a mere commoner, hold no qualification to receive your esteemed courtesy. Although the power of the Diying family in Lu 11 City may not rival that of the SN and Li clans, they are nonetheless among the foremost families. It is astonishing that the head of the Diying family now bows to two commoners. Such an occurrence would have been unimaginable in the past. Diying Su In kindly remarked, "What are you saying, esteemed sir? With a son as exceptional as Lin Gongzi, you are undoubtedly of noble lineage. How can you refer to yourselves as commoners?" The two elders understood that their current status was entirely due to their son, and humbly replied, "The family head is overstating matters. Ultimately, we are merely commoners. It is merely Yuan'er's achievements that bring us any semblance of pride." Diying Su In stroked his beard and said, "To raise a son of such talent, your contributions cannot be dismissed. There is no need for undue modesty." Lin repeatedly waved his hands, stating, "Not at all. We have done nothing. It is all due to Yuan'er's hard work that he has achieved such success." Lin Yuan chuckled, saying, "Father, please do not say that. If it were not for your and mother's nurturing, how could I be the person I am today?" The mention of nurturing caused a subtle change in the expressions of the three members of the Diying family, as they realized something significant. Chapter 52. The annihilation of the SN family and great gains. Lin's parents displayed complex emotions and did not respond. Observing this, Lin Yuan shifted the topic, asking, "Diying family head, now that SNH is dead, how do you propose we handle the SN family?" Upon hearing this, Diying Su In's expression turned stern. "Of course, we must eradicate them completely, leaving not a single one alive." With the head of the SN family gone, there was no reason for the family to exist. Allowing any members to escape out of compassion would only create a future threat. Such a scenario must be eliminated, even if it meant the loss of many innocent lives. "Very well. We shall follow your lead, Diying family head, and together we will ensure the SN family is utterly destroyed." However, Diying Su In frowned once more, saying, "It is easy for us to speak. But as Lu 11 City is an affiliated city of Yuan'er Nzing, we must adhere to the sect's laws." "Are you implying that Yuan'er Nzing prohibits acts of extermination among families?" "Indeed, for such actions are barbaric. And since we are all considered hounds of Yuan'er Nzing, the sect naturally does not wish for its dogs to engage in lethal conflicts amongst themselves." This statement caused Lin Yuan to nod slightly. "You make a valid point. It seems this matter is indeed quite complicated." In his moment of worry, he suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Is the family head aware of any forces within the sect that have executed exterminations without facing punishment?" Diying Su In responded, "Yes. Yuan'er Nzing's territory is vast, and there are thousands of families like the SN family. Each day, many families perish, while new ones rise to take their place. As for sect punishment, with a bit of networking, one can easily navigate through it." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. He smiled brightly, stating, "Then we need not fear the sect's rules any longer. Let us proceed with our actions without hesitation." Diying Su In, confused, asked, "What do you mean, young master? Do you have a way to evade sect punishment?" With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yuan produced a token, smirking slightly as he asked, "Might I inquire, family head, does my status allow me to resolve any issues?" Upon seeing the token inscribed with the character Li, Diying Su In's brows twitched in disbelief. "The Li family's guest token. You are actually a guest of the Li family?" The Li family is a prestigious clan within the Yuan'er Nzing, and their ancestors' profound strength is enough to command the subservience of most factions. This is the true representation of a noble lineage, far surpassing that of the SN and Li families. Moreover, being a guest of the Li family is not a title one can easily acquire. It requires an invitation from a deeply respected elder within the family. Thus, this status is indeed of considerable nobility. Diying Ru and Diying FX had heard of the Li family's renown and gazed at Lin Yuan with admiration and respect. Though Lin's parents and Yuan'er were unfamiliar with the Li family, they could surmise its power from the reactions of the Diying family. Yuan'er possesses such an identity? Truly remarkable. The two elders couldn't help but feel a sense of pride for their son. Noticing Di Ing Su In's astonishment. Oh, Yun inquired once more. Di Ing family head, with the Li family's influence, is it not sufficient to avoid punishment? Absolutely, absolutely. It is more than enough. Di Ing Su In nodded vigorously before adding, with your status, not only can you annihilate the In family, but even if you were to raise the city lord's manor to the ground, the sect's external affairs hall would not dare to utter a word. Yun smiled lightly, saying, you overstate it, family head. I have no intentions of targeting the city lord's manor. We need only to eliminate the In family. So let us prepare to set off now. Indeed, I shall immediately summon the members of the Di Ing family. This time, we will launch a full-scale assault, ensuring that not a single member of the In family escapes. Soon, the campaign against the In family commenced with great momentum. An hour later, a report was delivered to the family head. All 164 members of the In family, including both the direct and collateral lines, have been exterminated, leaving no survivors. In the In family's hall, littered with corpses, Di Ing Su In listened to the report with satisfaction, stating, excellent. You have all performed admirably. Once I have assessed the In family's resources, I will personally hold a commendation ceremony to reward you. The clan members rejoiced, exclaiming, thank you for your grace. Family head, very well, you may leave now. Dismissing them with a wave, Di Ing Su In turned to Yun, beaming, young master. We have achieved a resounding victory. The In family offered almost no resistance and has been completely annihilated. The treasures left behind have been entirely seized, all contained within this storage pouch. Please take a look. Taking the storage pouch from Di Ing Su In, Yun used his spiritual sense to examine its contents, discovering over 20,000 UNSH, a low-grade yellow-tier cultivation method. Several low-grade yellow-tier martial techniques, hundreds of low-grade pills, dozens of low-tier talismans, a few ordinary one-pattern spiritual artifacts, and various herbs for alchemy. The sheer volume of UNSH and diverse resources quickened Yun's breath. 20,000 UNSH. Such a vast fortune would alleviate all concerns regarding resources for cultivation. Furthermore, the martial techniques, alchemical materials, pills, talismans, and spiritual artifacts, if exchanged, would yield considerable profits. It seemed fortune had truly smiled upon him this time. Amidst his excitement, he quickly regained his composure, pondering, Di Ing family head. While I have contributed to the annihilation of the In family, you have also played a significant role. Therefore, please take a portion of the items within the storage pouch. Di Ing Su In, taken aback, shook his head repeatedly. Young master, you jest. The reason we could so smoothly eradicate the In family was due to your slaying of SNH, which left the In family members leaderless and quickly led to their collapse. The greatest credit belongs to you, and thus the spoils should rightfully be yours. How could we dare to covet what is not ours? He understood very well that without Yun, the Di Ing family may have faced annihilation at the hands of SNH, and such a victory would not have been possible. Thus, he recognized Yun as their savior and would not dare to claim his possessions. Yun was aware of this, but he also felt a sense of obligation to acknowledge the Di Ing family's contributions. If he did not express anything, he would feel somewhat remiss. Therefore, he resolved, let merit be recognized. You have indeed earned this. Please accept these UNSH, family head. Chapter 53, A Face-to-Face Request. Genuine feelings of a maiden Di Ing Su In hesitated. Is this truly appropriate? Family head, do you still regard me as an outsider? Seeing Yun's slight displeasure, Di Ing Su In quickly acquiesced. My apologies, young master. I was merely being overly reserved. I shall accept this goodwill now. He promptly retrieved the storage pouch and took 5,000 UNSH from it. Upon witnessing such a considerable amount of Yuan'er, Deng Xian could not help but express his apprehension, saying, My lord, could this not be too much? Indeed, it is quite a lot. However, since I have offered it, you shall accept it, came the reply. Very well. After accepting all the Yuan'er, Deng Xian bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for your generous reward. Should there be any need for my assistance within Luoxiaking in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. The Deng family will certainly lend their full support. Lin Yuan smiled and remarked, "This is the reward you all deserve. There is no need for such formality, family head." He then sighed, reflecting, "If a mere small family like the Sun family possesses such wealth, one can only imagine the financial prowess of those even more formidable families." Deng Xian explained, "Though the Sun family is small, they have indeed endured for over a century. Considering their annual income of over 1,000 Yuan'er, their savings are not particularly remarkable. Most of their earnings have been extravagantly squandered." Lin Yuan nodded, acknowledging, "As you say, it truly is not much. To have accumulated merely 20,000 Yuan'er over a century illustrates the Sun family's extravagance and wastefulness." The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and ultimately, Deng Xian invited Lin Yuan to take a seat at a celebratory banquet at the Deng residence. The spacious family courtyard was adorned with a dozen tables laden with food and drink, filled to capacity with family members. Lin Yuan, along with Yuan'er and his parents, occupied the main table alongside Deng Xian, the Deng siblings, and several core members of the Deng family. "Come, let's raise a toast to Lin Gongzi," Deng Xian proclaimed, surveying the guests. "Cheers to Lin Gongzi," they echoed. "Thank you for dealing with Sun Hu. I express my sincere gratitude here. The gratitude of the Deng family will forever be etched in our hearts. Your noble actions command our utmost respect." The guests expressed their heartfelt thanks, their appreciation evident in their voices. "Well then, let us heed Lin Gongzi's words and indulge in a drink." Laughter and camaraderie filled the air as they relished this rare moment of relaxation. This was Yuan'er's first experience at such a grand banquet, and she appeared somewhat out of place, sitting quietly beside her beloved, savoring the food without daring to speak. Deng Fu, she observed the young girl's delicate features and thought to herself, "This girl is indeed quite lovely. No wonder Lin Gongzi has taken a liking to her. But I wonder what her talents are." With curiosity, she raised her glass and addressed the girl. "Miss He, I have heard you are the beloved of Lin Gongzi. I dare toast you." Yuan'er responded modestly, "You jest, Mississippi. You are Lin Gongzi's beloved. How could I possibly be worthy of the title Miss in your presence? You are too humble. Since you have captured Lin Gongzi's affections, you must possess exceptional qualities. How could you be ordinary?" This remark drew the attention of everyone at the table. Their curiosity piqued about what made Yuan'er so exceptional to have won Lin Yuan's affection. Feeling the weight of their gaze, Yuan'er lowered her eyes, blushing as she replied, "Miss, you flatter me. I possess no extraordinary qualities. The reason I am favored by my brother is simply due to our long-standing friendship since childhood, which continues to this day. Childhood friends. So it is a case of childhood sweethearts." The guests realized, their expressions shifting to one of wistful admiration. To have befriended a prodigy like Lin Yuan in childhood is indeed a stroke of fortune. Deng Fu, she, understanding this, felt a surge of envy. In terms of beauty, she believed she was not inferior to Yuan'er, and regarding talent, she surpassed her. Yet, despite this, she remained devoid of Lin Yuan's affection. Merely a passerby in the grand tapestry of fate. Oh heavens! Why must you be so unjust? Why can this little girl encounter him in her youth, while I cannot? Deng Fu, she silently lamented, biting her lip, her expression tinged with disappointment. Deng Rue, noticing his sister's unusual demeanor, immediately understood her thoughts and, with resolve, stood up, saying, "My lord, our meeting yesterday from 1,000 miles away is also a kind of fate. You, of noble status and exceptional talent, should not have to hear requests from someone of my humble background. Yet, my sister has been troubled all day, frequently mentioning you at home, and, as her younger brother, I cannot bear to see her in such distress. Hence, I wish to boldly ask if you might consider my sister's feelings." The word struck a chord, causing the mood at the table to shift dramatically. Deng Fu, she was taken aback by her brother's audacity and reproached him. "Nonsense. What qualification do you, a mere commoner, have to speak thus before my lord? While I admire and respect him, it has not reached the point you suggest. Please do not speak frivolously and cause discomfort." Turning to Lin Yuan, she bowed and apologized. "I beg your pardon, my lord. My brother has spoken without thought and has inadvertently offended you. I hope you can forgive him." The guests nodded in agreement, acknowledging her words as a means to alleviate the awkwardness of the situation. Even if Lin Yuan were to reject her feelings, It would spare them both from embarrassment. Sighing internally at the siblings' interactions, Lin Yuan spoke softly. Miss Deng, I'm already aware of your feelings. However, considering I have several companions by my side, should I accept you as well, the affection each can receive would diminish. And given your beauty, to be bound to someone as capricious as I would be rather unfair to you. Upon hearing this, Deng Fushi's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. She felt sorrow over his numerous romantic entanglements, as any woman would care about such matters. The others grasped the implications of his words, and Deng Rue exclaimed joyfully, My lord, does this mean you are willing to accept my sister's feelings? Contingent upon her own decision? Chapter 54. Accepting the beauty. The three's union Lin Yuan remained silent, evidently acquiescing to this interpretation. Deng Fu, she was exceptionally beautiful and yet unmarried. Such a gem was indeed worthy of acceptance. However, out of a sense of responsibility, he feigned reluctance. Seeing this, Deng Rue quickly turned to his sister. Sister, the Lord has expressed himself thus. What are your thoughts? Are you willing to accept this predicament? The guests did not need to ponder long to reach a conclusion. The answer was undoubtedly acceptance. Lin Yuan, possessing the strength of a Ningguan realm practitioner at such a tender age and being a guest of the Liu family, held a status far exceeding that of Deng Fushi. An individual of such caliber would hardly need to concern himself with the opinions of a small family like the Deng family. Should Deng Fushi find herself accepted by him, her future would undoubtedly be radiant. As for his numerous romantic exploits, what did that truly matter? In this world, is there a man of note who is not surrounded by several wives or concubines? As long as the rewards are ample, one may endure some emotional sacrifices. The young woman clearly understood this, hesitating only briefly before decisively stating, My lord, I do not mind this aspect. Regardless of how many women you may have now or in the future, as long as you keep a place for me in your heart, I shall be content. Upon hearing this, the tension in the room dissipated. As long as Deng Fushi consented, there would be no issue. After all, Lin Yuan had already tacitly agreed, and surely he would not retract his words. Witnessing her unwavering determination, Lin Yuan shed his reticence, standing up and declaring, Very well, since you have expressed your desire, how could I be so heartless? From now on, you shall remain by my side as my beloved. Lin Yuan further promised, I will devote myself to caring for you. At this moment, Lin Yuan's parents, who had been observing quietly, could no longer hold back their opinions. Oh dear, Miss Deng is a young maiden. How can you impose such a burden upon her? Indeed, with Miss Deng's family background, where would she not be a rightful wife? How could you demean her in such a manner? Although the elders feigned displeasure, their hearts were filled with joy. Goodness, to think our son could win the affection of the Deng family's eldest daughter. Truly, our Lin family is blessed. This fortune will surely flourish our lineage. The word of the elders left Deng both astonished and flustered. She quickly waved her hands, saying, Uncle and aunt, you flatter me too much. To be able to be the woman of the young master is already a stroke of fortune. How could I dare to aspire to the position of the main wife? That would truly be ungrateful. The mention of marriage made Deng's heart tremble, and her face turned slightly pale. Could it be that the wedding was to occur so soon? She had yet to prepare herself mentally. Yuan'er, with wide eyes, immediately retorted, Take a concubine? That is out of the question. Miss Deng is of unparalleled worth. We must certainly arrange the highest standards for her marriage. No, it is not necessary. A simple secular wedding will suffice. That will not do. Witnessing the back-and-forth denial between his father and Deng Yuan chuckled softly. All right, father. As the head of the family said, this is a secular marriage. Let us proceed with secular standards. Furthermore, he paused, turning to the maiden, Our wedding has yet to be arranged. How about you join Miss Deng in marrying me? Why, Yuan'er, who had been feeling downcast, suddenly heard her beloved's words and forced a smile, saying, Very well, that would indeed be convenient. Yuan then looked at Deng, asking, What do you think, Zer? With the insistence of both parties, Deng could hardly refuse. Although she felt a twinge of reluctance within, she nonetheless nodded, replying, All right, I shall follow the young master's wishes. Thus, The wedding preparations among the three commenced with great enthusiasm. That evening, within the city lord's residence, City Lord CHJ was handling official documents when he suddenly received a report from his servant. "Let him in." "Yes." Soon, a man dressed in fine garments strode into the hall, cupping his hands in respect and bowing. Lu Sheng of the Lu family greets the city lord. "We're old friends, Lu brother. There is no need for such formality." CHJ closed the document and gazed at his visitor, continuing, "It is quite late. What brings the head of the Lu family to my residence?" Lu Sheng produced a red invitation card from his bosom, stating with a hint of gravity, "I believe you have also received this invitation, my lord. Indeed, it is rather surprising that the eldest daughter of the Di family is to be wed. What are your intentions regarding this matter?" "Naturally, I shall attend. After all, the Di family is a prominent family in Lu 11 City, and I must show them due respect. Are you not aware of the events that transpired earlier today? The Di family mobilized their entire clan to annihilate the SN family, a deed that grossly violates sect regulations. As the enforcer of this city, how can you not punish such malevolence and instead attend to offer congratulations? What will become of the city lord's reputation? How can you maintain your dignity?" Lu Sheng's words were powerful and resonant, seemingly championing justice for the city lord's residence. CHJ, having seen through Lu Sheng's intentions, scoffed lightly. "Every day within the sect, numerous factions are eradicated. What does a mere SN family amount to? Will you simply stand by and watch as they run amok, remaining indifferent?" Provoked by Lu Sheng's questions, CHJ's temper flared. "Preposterous. You are but a subject. What right do you have to question the decisions of the city lord? If you truly harbor discontent towards the Di family, then resolve it yourself rather than inciting discord before me." He had already received intelligence regarding the annihilation of the SN family. Knowing that the Di family had the assistance of a formidable young warrior who easily dispatched SNH. How foolish would he be to offend such a person? Hearing this, Lu Sheng's expression darkened. "You wish for me to handle this myself? Given the fate of the SN family, how could my Lu family dare to provoke trouble?" Noticing Lu Sheng's silence, CHJ continued, "I understand your concern about becoming the next SN family. However, from what I gather, the SN family was eradicated due to offending a powerful figure, not without reason. If your Lu family remains prudent, that powerful figure is unlikely to target you." Lu Sheng bit his lip, responding helplessly, "Thank you for your counsel, my lord. I shall take my leave now." He had intended to use the city lord's influence to suppress the Di family, but given the latter's attitude, it seemed improbable. After Lu Sheng departed, CHJ hesitated for a moment before picking up his brush to compose an official document. "Recently, the SN family in our city suffered a tragic annihilation at the hands of an unknown yet powerful assailant. I dare not provoke this individual and thus report to the hall, allowing the lords to decide whether to impose punishment. Gulme, deliver this letter to the Yunlan Sect's Affairs Hall." "Yes, my lord." The following day, at the Di residence, red drapes adorned the entire estate, and family members chatted cheerfully, creating a lively atmosphere. Who could have imagined that the eldest daughter, who had preserved her virtue for over 20 years, would ultimately marry a man of common birth? Common? You seem misinformed. The groom this time is a disciple of a prominent figure from the Yunlan Sect. With both status and strength, they're quite formidable. So he's a top disciple of the Yunlan Sect. No wonder he has captured the heart of the eldest daughter. Have you heard? He is not only marrying the eldest daughter, but also a commoner. To wed two at once? How fortunate he is. How could the eldest daughter tolerate sharing her husband with another woman? Huh. In the presence of a core disciple of the Yunlan Sect, what is the Di family's eldest daughter compared to that? She is no different from a commoner. Upon learning of Lin Yuan's identity, the family members couldn't help but lament, recognizing the stark contrast in social standing. In the eyes of true power, even the esteemed Di family of Lu 11 City seemed little more than mere ants, devoid of any standing. At this moment, within the young women's chamber, the two brides sat before a bronze mirror, preparing their adornments, filled with both anticipation and nervousness. Yuan'er, sister. Dienji fik suddenly spoke. What is it, Sister Dieng? I feel a bit guilty towards you. Huh? Why do you say that? As the later arrival, I have intruded upon your relationship with the young master, which feels rather ungracious. Sister, what are you saying? As the eldest daughter of the Di-ing family, your willingness to share service to the young master is a tremendous honor for me. Even if you had chosen not to join, there would undoubtedly be many admirers pursuing the young master in the future. Your presence alone would not be missed. The young maiden's words took Di-ing FX by surprise. Yuan'er, you are so open-minded? Although she was willing to share Lin Yuan with other women, it did not mean she was indifferent. Such matters would inevitably weigh on her heart. Smiled gently, seeing. Perhaps it is because of my humble beginnings that I have never harbored such expectations. As long as I can remain by brother Lin Yuan's side, I am content. Di-ing FX nodded slightly, softly responding, Indeed, I once had high standards and envisioned a lifetime of companionship until the young master appeared, revealing to me that as long as he is exceptional enough, I can overlook the presence of several sisters. Yuan'er grinned. Then from now on, Yuan'er and Sister Di-ing shall be sisters who understand and support each other. Please take good care of me. Certainly, Sister Yuan'er, from now on, we shall accompany each other and serve the young master well. As the two women conversed, their makeup was nearly complete, and they donned their wedding garments, stepping out together. Lin Yuan, dressed in celebratory robes, had long been waiting outside. Upon seeing the two women, he immediately stepped forward, taking their hands gently, and said softly, Come, let's pay our respects. All right. In front of a gathering of guests, the wedding ceremony commenced swiftly. First, we bow to heaven and earth. Second, we bow to our parents. Now, the couple bows to each other. Finally, we enter the bridal chamber. The secular wedding lacked excessive formalities. After the simple rites, the three entered the bridal chamber. With white sheets, red curtains, and two beautiful brides, Lin Yuan sat in the center of the bed, gazing at the two women beside him, a sense of wonder filling his heart. Who would have thought that an ordinary person from a past life could attract the affections of so many beauties in this life? With a sigh, he no longer hesitated, simultaneously lifting the two red veils. The exquisite faces of the two brides instantly came into view. The young master and the two maidens, Yuan'er and Yuan'er, appeared flushed with embarrassment, their faces radiant with shyness. A fleeting moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, Lin Yuan remarked, suggesting they commence their intimate journey. Time slipped away unnoticed. Seated cross-legged within the room, Lin Yuan quietly absorbed the energy emanating from the two maidens. Upon opening his eyes, he exhaled softly, a smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed, Thanks to Yuan'er and Yuan'er, I have successfully broken through to the 6th level of the Kaimai realm, drawing ever closer to the Ningguang stage. Ao Ling Shuang interjected, These two girls possess rather low cultivation. Their essence energy is feeble, and they do not have an innate affinity for yin energy. It is fortunate that you could elevate your realm even by a single level. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. The path of cultivation is arduous. Achieving a breakthrough from the 5th level of body, refining to Kaimai in merely a month is indeed commendable. His gaze fell upon the sheets, a satisfied look gracing his features. It is no wonder that ancient people sought the blessings of harmonious unions. The experience is truly unparalleled. Lin Yuan sighed softly, and upon hearing his words, the two maidens were instantly engulfed in a wave of shyness. Their first experience of marriage was unlike any other, and the peculiar nature of the process was too difficult to articulate. Observing the shift in their emotions, Lin Yuan teased, Yuan'er, sure, how did it feel just now? It was quite pleasant. Dear brother, they replied in unison, we felt very good. The young master was exceptionally gentle with us. Lin Yuan smiled warmly. Since we are now wed, shall you not change how you address me? The maidens first uttered a gentle sound before. In perfect harmony, they said husband. Ha ha ha, good. From now on, I shall cherish you both dearly. Thank you, husband, for your affection. After a tender moment, Lin Yuan rose to leave the room, choosing not to disturb their digestion of yang energy. Young master, have you completed your bridal chamber? Lin Yuan, preparing to practice Tong Bei Quan in the courtyard, turned to see Deng Xian gazing at him with a respectful expression. Indeed, father-in-law, the night has grown late. Have you not retired? Deng Xian waved his hands repeatedly, appearing quite flustered. You flatter me, young master. How could a mere person of my humble strength bear such a title? Lin Yuan replied calmly. Having married your daughter, it is only fitting I address you as such. Moreover, you need not call me young master. Simply refer to me as Xiao Yuan. Deng Xian hesitated. That seems overly presumptuous. I shall continue to call you young master, as it brings me comfort. Very well. Do you have any matters to discuss? Indeed, young master. As a former resident of Luo Shao City, you are likely aware that my Deng family did not possess the strength we have today. Lin Yuan nodded, if memory serves. 3 years ago, the Deng family was but a small clan. How did you develop so rapidly in such a short time? I encountered an opportunity. An opportunity? Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What kind of opportunity, if it is not too much trouble to share? Chapter 56, The Exceptional Yuan Stone. Deng Xian surprised. Deng Xian glanced around cautiously before whispering, there may be ill-intentioned individuals lurking nearby. Could we converse indoors? Of course. The two swiftly made their way to a small room and closed the door. Lin Yuan promptly asked, shall we speak now, father-in-law? Deng Xian did not respond verbally, but instead produced a yuan stone from his pocket, revealing it to Lin Yuan. This item aided my breakthrough from the 9th level of Kai to successfully enter the Ningguan realm. Is this not a yuan stone? Lin Yuan scrutinized the stone. Perplexed, Deng Xian shook his head. Though it resembles a yuan stone, the essence energy it contains far exceeds that of a low-grade yuan stone. Is that so? May I experience it? Certainly, young master, please do. After receiving permission, Lin Yuan grasped the stone, channeling his energy to absorb its essence. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted within him, as a torrent of essence energy surged from the stone, flooding into his limbs and organs, quickly reaching his limit. He released the stone, gasping for breath, astonished by the experience. The richness and purity of this essence energy were hundreds of times more potent than that of ordinary yuan stones. What could this possibly be? Could it be a high-grade yuan stone? As he pondered this, he heard A.O. Ling Shuang's voice, cool and clear. This is not a high-grade yuan stone. It is an exceptional yuan stone. Exceptional? Lin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What constitutes an exceptional yuan stone? Can you elaborate? Sister Shuang? An exceptional yuan stone is formed from the purest essence of the world's primordial energy at the dawn of creation. It not only contains refined essence energy, but also fragments of the laws of the universe. For cultivators, absorbing it enhances their comprehension of myriad principles and aids in the construction of superior Tao platforms. Such a thing only exists since the world's creation. It must be exceedingly rare. Indeed, high, middle, and low-grade yuan stones are renewable resources capable of regeneration upon use. In contrast, exceptional yuan stones are unique relics from the time of creation. Once used, they are gone forever. Given this, it follows that the history of this continent must be brief. Otherwise, exceptional yuan stones would have been depleted long ago, and it would be impossible for a mere Kai my aunt to acquire one. Lin Yuan mused. I do not possess knowledge of Tianlan continent's history, but as you mentioned, even if these yuan stones remain unused, their rarity suggests that Deng Xian's luck is indeed remarkable. Indeed, it may be a blessing from above. By the way, Sister Shuang, you previously mentioned fragments of laws and constructing Tao platforms. Were those? Those are matters to consider only after reaching the Yuandan realm. For now, they're still too distant for you. Very well, let us set aside those topics for now. Is there a difference between the essence energy within exceptional yuan stones and that of ordinary yuan stones? The essence energy within exceptional yuan stones is pure and denser, with an absorption efficiency hundreds of times greater than that of low-grade yuan stones. Hundreds of times. Lin Yuan's heart raced. Does this mean that simply by holding this yuan stone and cultivating, I could swiftly ascend to a higher realm? A.O. Ling Shuang countered. While it may seem so, the reality is different. The essence energy within exceptional yuan stones is overwhelmingly potent for lower-tier cultivators. A mere moment of absorption may require several hours for digestion. As you likely sensed, Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed, I barely took a breath to absorb a vast amount of essence energy, and now it is accumulating within me. It will take quite some time to digest. A.O. Ling Shuang continued. Moreover, exceptional Yuan stones are not omnipotent. If a cultivator's innate talent is limited, no amount of absorbed essence energy will help them break through their bottleneck. I understand now. In the end, it depends on one's innate talent. This exceptional Yuan stone is merely a treasure to accelerate cultivation, not a remedy for breaking through obstacles. Precisely. While the two conversed within the sea of consciousness, Deng Xian observed Lin Yuan's sudden silence, assuming he was digesting the essence energy within him and refraining from interruption. At this moment, Lin Yuan concluded his discussion with the Dragon Maiden and expressed his apologies. Forgive me, father-in-law. I was momentarily taken aback by this Yuan stone. Deng Xian smiled. No matter. Young master, how did it feel? Is it not powerful? It is indeed formidable. The essence energy within this stone is overwhelming. I felt as though I'd been infused with knowledge, and the intensity of the energy nearly felt as if it could burst my body. I was similarly astonished at first, so I learned to practice cautiously, absorbing only small amounts. Do you know what the stone is? I do not. Are you aware? Young master? Xiao Yuan, let's not speak the truth. Let us first obtain this item. Lin Yuan suggested. Lin Yuan hesitated, torn by the suddenness of the Dragon Maiden's proposal. Deceiving his father-in-law? That seemed rather inappropriate. After listening to this discourse, A.O. Ling Shuang pondered thoughtfully and nodded in agreement, stating, "What you say is indeed correct. Since this individual dares to present such items for our inspection, he must possess certain insights. Ordinary rhetoric would likely not deceive him." With a resolution forming in his heart, Lin Yuan candidly declared, "Father-in-law, I have learned from ancient texts that besides the 3 grades of Yuan stone, upper, middle, and lower, there exists a grade known as the supreme grade." Supreme grade? Are you implying that this is a supreme Yuan stone? Indeed, the supreme Yuan stone is exceedingly rare. Your acquisition of such a treasure signifies that fortune is undoubtedly smiling upon you. Lin Yuan expressed with a sense of awe. Deng Xian, clasping his hands in inquiry, replied, "Thank you for your kind words, young sir. I am curious. What distinguishes the supreme Yuan stone from an ordinary one? Could you enlighten me?" "Certainly." Lin Yuan then elaborated on the myriad effects of the Yuan stone in detail. Deng Xian finally grasped the true rarity of this precious stone. So this is the legendary supreme Yuan stone. I have indeed stumbled upon a treasure," Deng Xian exclaimed with a smile. "The value of this item is self-evident. You must safeguard it well and ensure that no one else discovers it," Lin Yuan advised earnestly. Chapter 57. A Fortuitous Treasure. Lu Jiu's malicious intent. Deng Xian fell silent, contemplating for a moment before suddenly resolving, "Young sir, to be candid, the reason I am willing to disclose this item is to see if it can aid you in your cultivation." Are you suggesting that you wish to bestow this treasure upon me? That is indeed my intention. Why do you think so? I have realized that my cultivation has hit a bottleneck. No matter how much Yuan Qi I absorb from the Yuan stone, my progress is stagnated. Thus, keeping this item by my side would be a waste. It would be more fitting for it to accompany a worthy master and fulfill its intended value. Deng Xian's words were sincere, and his demeanor conveyed earnestness, clearly indicating he was not jesting. Lin Yuan had initially felt that the supreme Yuan stone was somewhat wasted in the hands of the other, contemplating whether there might be an opportunity to obtain it. He was taken aback to discover that Deng Xian's true purpose was so selfless, leaving him momentarily speechless. Such a precious item. How could I dare to appropriate it? Even if I were to accept it, how could I repay you? There is no need for you to decline. I have made my decision. You have saved the Deng family, and this item shall serve as our token of gratitude. Furthermore, if you feel uncomfortable accepting it, please treat Yuan'er kindly. She is my only daughter, and I hope she will become strong and bring prosperity to our family. Then you may directly give this item to Yuan'er. No, although Yuan'er possesses decent talent, she cannot compare to you. This treasure can only shine in your hands, achieving its fullest potential. Moreover, as you grow stronger, you will be able to provide Yuan'er with greater resources, will you not? Your reasoning is sound. With the conversation reaching this point, Lin Yuan ceased to hesitate and decisively agreed. Very well, as you wish. I promise to care for Yuan'er and protect your family. As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure the Deng family's safety. Young sir, you are truly talented. I believe you will sweep aside numerous formidable foes and ascend to the pinnacle of the continent." Deng Xian spoke earnestly, extending the Yuan stone. Lin Yuan reached out to accept it, promising, "When I reach the summit, the Deng family shall hold a place of honor upon that peak." "Excellent. I shall await that day with anticipation." "Haha, I shall now return to my cultivation, father-in-law." "Very well, go ahead." At that moment, he could hardly contain his excitement. His heart raced with exhilaration. Supreme Yuan stone. This was indeed a supreme Yuan stone. How many longed for such an opportunity, and yet he had acquired it so effortlessly. It felt like a dream. "This is fantastic, Xiao Yuan. With this Yuan stone's assistance, not only will your cultivation progress accelerate significantly, but we will also have assurance in battle, no longer needing to worry about a lack of Yuan Qi during combat." Ao Ling Shuang exclaimed joyfully. "Lack of Yuan Qi? Am I not endowed with the Juyang divine vein? Must I still worry about depleting Yuan Qi in battle? Are you suggesting that the transformation of Yang Qi into Yuan Qi also requires time? Isn't that rather incredible?" Lin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Moreover, this item can be used continuously, instantly restoring one's state. It is akin to a cheat, is it not? How can others compete with that? Invincible, utterly invincible. With the supreme Yuan stone, who could possibly stand against me?" Lin Yuan chuckled inwardly, unable to suppress his elation. Though the supreme Yuan stone was splendid, one must not rely on it too heavily, for some trials cannot utilize external items. One must possess sufficient endurance on their own. Furthermore, this item should not be revealed before outsiders. The consequences of such an act are better left unsaid. "Understood, Sister Shuang. I will use it with caution." Lin Yuan nodded earnestly, then sat cross-legged to begin absorbing the Yuan Qi he had just acquired. Yunlan Sect, Foreign Affairs Hall. "Brother Liu, what brings you to my humble abode today? Have you encountered some difficulties?" A middle-aged man clad in cloud-patterned attire was engrossed in his work when he noticed a familiar face and looked up with a smile. Lu Jiao clasped his hands in salute. "I have come to seek your assistance, Brother Bin, and I hope you might oblige." "There is no need for formalities, Brother Liu. Your brother once saved my life. Since you are the brother of my benefactor, I shall do my utmost to assist you." "You flatter me, Brother Bin. Why seek is not difficult. Merely the information regarding an outer sect disciple. Is that feasible for you? Is that all?" "Certainly. What is the name of this disciple?" "Lin Yuan." "Lin Yuan?" Upon hearing this, Huang Bin murmured the name, quickly realizing, "Are you referring to the Lin Yuan who won the outer sect competition?" "Precisely. What is your interest in his information?" "I am an acquaintance of Qin Run, having received his kindness in the past. I wish to visit his disciple and offer some gifts as condolences." "And who is Qinren?" "He is Lin Yuan's master." "Then why not approach him directly?" "I have sought him several times in the residential area, but could not locate him, leading me to believe he must be away, hence my inquiry." "I see. Your gratitude is commendable. Allow me to assist you at once." Though he spoke thus, Huang Bin understood that Lu Jiao's motives were likely to ingratiate himself with Lin Yuan, given that he was the new outer sect champion, and his future prospects were boundless. Before long, he retrieved Lin Yuan's file from a stack of documents, which detailed the disciple's recent comings and goings within the sect. "Are you planning to seek him out?" "It depends. If he is free, I may consider it." This remark caused Huang Bin to furrow his brows. If it were merely to ingratiate oneself, did it necessitate such fervent courtesy, even to the extent of traveling to a distant city to offer condolences? Was this not a tad excessive? Chapter 58. Malicious Intent of Two. Four echoes of fist technique. At that moment, a subordinate approached with news. "Deacon Huang, a letter has arrived from a subordinate city." "Very well. Bring it to me for review." After receiving the letter from the disciple, Huang Bin read it, and his brows furrowed even deeper. Noticing this, Lu Jiao inquired, "What troubles you, Brother Bin? Has something occurred in the subordinate city?" Lu Jiao took the letter and quickly scanned its contents, exclaiming, "The Sun family of Luo Shao City has been exterminated? What was their level of power?" Luo Shao City is among the lowest tier cities within the sect. The strongest family there would likely be at the condensation realm. Thus, it stands to reason that the assailant must possess at least condensation realm cultivation. Indeed, and the incident occurred in Luo Shao City, which is also Lin Yuan's hometown. Could it be that the perpetrator is... As this thought crossed their minds, Their gazes met, and they simultaneously deduced, Lin Yuan? Impossible. Huangbin immediately refuted. No matter how powerful he may be, he is still merely a junior at the opening vein realm. How could he possibly kill someone at the condensation realm? The true culprit must be someone else. LG shook his head and remarked, BNG, you are underestimating him. After all, he is a champion-level figure from the Outer Sect, and it is inevitable that he possesses some hidden cards. It is not impossible to slay a strong practitioner at the Ningguan realm. Huang Bian narrowed his eyes and asked, L11ing, why are you so certain? Do you know his hidden cards? At Jisigid, he initially did not wish to disclose the matter regarding Li Xing, but since Lin Yuan had already slain a practitioner at the Ningguan realm, it was clear that he was not a match for him in terms of cultivation. In the current situation, they could only rely on Huang Bian's assistance for a chance at seizing an opportunity. It is true, BNG. With his words, Huang Bian finally grasped the reality. Li Xing's opportunity, he murmured softly, suddenly adopting a serious expression. L11ing, if what you say is true, this matter is of great importance. Are you certain of this? Absolutely. LG nodded emphatically and stated, BNG, I trust you understand my purpose in revealing this. This young man has managed to break through from a mere 5th level of body refinement to the opening veins realm in just a few days, even winning the championship in the Outer Sect competition. The power of that opportunity must be terrifying. If we can obtain it, our cultivation will surely soar. Even the seemingly unattainable Yuan realm will be within reach. Yuan realm. Upon hearing this, Huang Bian's eyes sparkled, and his excitement mounted. He had remained stuck at the 3rd level of gathering qi for decades, desperately seeking a breakthrough elixir, yet to no avail. Without external intervention, his talent would have been exhausted, leaving him with no hope of advancement. Now, with such a tremendous opportunity before him, how could he not be tempted? Noticing the shift in his companion's demeanor, LG seized the moment. BNG, I can assure you that if we truly seize this opportunity from him, I will only take a small portion to help me break through to the gathering qi realm. The majority will be yours, which should at least aid you in condensing your Yuan and perhaps even constructing a Dao platform to step into that extraordinary realm. Huang Bian could not deny the allure of LG's words, yet being an experienced practitioner, he quickly regained his composure and replied softly, L11ing, if I can condense my Yuan, it would already be a great blessing. Constructing a Dao platform is beyond my expectations. LG immediately expressed his delight. So, does that mean you agree? Huang Bian's gaze deepened as he lightly tapped the table. Lin Yuan's strength remains unknown to us. Since he has slain a practitioner at the Ningguan realm, he may very well contend with those at the gathering qi realm. Moreover, as the champion of the Outer Sect competition, the sect places great importance on him. If such an outstanding disciple were to perish within the Yunlan Sect, we would eventually be investigated. LG smiled calmly and reassured him, BNG, you worry too much. No matter how formidable that young man's opportunity is, it cannot elevate his cultivation by 2 major realms. With you taking action, it will undoubtedly be an easy task. As for the sect's investigation, if we obtain such an opportunity, do we still need to remain here? After all, neither of us has any family ties. When the time comes, we can escape beyond the borders, free as fish in the sea and birds in the sky. Huang Bian had already considered this, and, after a brief moment of contemplation, made his decision. All right, this time we shall embark on a grand venture. If we win, the horizon is ours. If we lose, we may leave nothing behind. LG beamed with joy. Haha, rest assured, BNG, with you here, we will never lose. In Lucio City, at the Ding residence, Lin Yuan was practicing his punches in the courtyard, blissfully unaware that he had attracted the attention of 2 nefarious individuals. With each punch he threw, the sound of 4 resonances echoed, striking a distant willow tree, which promptly split in 2, the upper half crashing to the ground. At last, I have mastered the 4 resonances of the T-ing-bi fist. Lin Yuan's face lit up with excitement. According to the martial technique's description, the power of 4 resonances is comparable to low-grade, Shin-level techniques, and with the assistance of my divine veins, it should be on par with Earth-level techniques, right? Ling Shuing countered, "No, the gap between Earth-level and Shin-level techniques is vast. Even a high-grade Shin-level technique pales in comparison to a low-grade Earth-level technique, with a difference of several times in power. Thus, your Team Bi fist, at best, can only be considered high-grade Shin-level. You must practice until you reach 6 resonances to even touch the threshold of Earth-level techniques." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan could not help but marvel. Earth-level techniques are indeed that powerful. No wonder someone like Li Yuan from a prominent family has never practiced them. Wow, even from such a distance. You can break a willow tree. Brother, you are truly amazing. The two women beside him gasped in admiration, their faces glowing with health, akin to blossoms blooming in spring, appearing even more radiant after days of nurturing from their husband. Lin Yuan turned with a smile. There are always greater talents beyond our own, and there are always skies beyond skies. While I may dominate the outer sect, the inner sect surely harbors many prodigies whose talents are no less than mine. Ding-FX raised her delicate fist and declared, "I believe that with your abilities, even in the inner sect, you would still rank among the top." Although the reality differed somewhat from her expectations, she felt no disappointment. Given Lin Yuan's exceptional talent, even without external support, he could at least ascend to the Yuan realm in the future. Such a remarkable individual was indeed beyond her reach. Chapter 59. The Arrival of Thieves. The death of LG with talent bestowed by heaven. It would not be long before he successfully condensed his DN. Ding Su In stepped out from the house, wearing a smile. Lin Yuan clasped his hands and said, "I apologize, father-in-law. I accidentally destroyed your willow tree." "Ah, it's a trivial matter. A mere willow tree can be replanted," he laughed. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Who?" Everyone looked up to see 2 middle-aged men descend from the sky and land in the courtyard. That is the uniform of the Yuan'er Sect's steward. Recognizing their attire, Ding Su In's expression changed. Lin Yuan exclaimed in surprise, "Steward uniform? Is this person a steward of the Yuan'er Sect?" Due to the rarity of inner sect stewards in the outer sect, he had not recognized their identities. The threshold for becoming a steward of the Yuan'er Sect is the gathering Qi realm. Since this person is a steward, his cultivation must be substantial. We may be in trouble. Their expressions revealed that these two were likely not here for a friendly visit. Sure enough, one of the uniformed men spoke first, accusingly. Lin Yuan, as an outer sect disciple of our Yuan'er Sect, you have used your strength to bully weaker families, even exterminating their entire clan. This action severely violates sect rule number 39. Do you acknowledge your crime? Is the sect's steward personally confronting me over the Sun family? Lin Yuan thought. Did the Sun family have some background within the Yuan'er Sect? He maintained a calm demeanor, showing no sign of the dread expected during an interrogation. In response, Huang Bian shouted angrily, his gaze sharp, ridiculous. Even if the Sun family is at fault, it should be dealt with by the sect. When did it become your place to take matters into your own hands and administer punishment? Lin Yuan sneered. Then what if I say that the Sun family killed my beloved parents? Shouldn't I seek revenge, taking life for life? Even if they were murderers, are you saying the entire family is to blame? Why should you eradicate the entire clan and bring harm to the innocent? Lin Yuan replied calmly, I'm not the only one who acted this way. Anyone in your position would not leave themselves with hidden dangers if they had the power. Without further ado, Lin Yuan produced a token and presented it before the two men. As they gazed upon the large character Li inscribed on the token, their eyes widened in disbelief. The Li family's guest elder token. This young man is actually a guest elder of the Li family. This status was no ordinary one. It seemed they had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. A smirk crept onto Lin Yuan's lips, displaying a hint of mockery. Hello, si nose. Why didn't you mention this to me? Huang Bian urgently transmitted his thoughts. Afterward, he added, as long as we escape far enough. The sect cannot touch us, let alone the Li family. Upon hearing this, Huang Bian's emotions gradually stabilized, and he calmly stated, All right, I understand. Upon hearing the words, the crowd furrowed their brows. knowing that Lin Yuan had the protection of the Liu family. It was baffling that this person still insisted on enforcing the law so tyrannically. Was he out of his mind, or did he possess some form of backing? Casting a glance at the individual beside him, LGO, Lin Yuan quickly grasped the reason. It must be that LGO had informed the steward about the matter regarding the meteor, prompting him to risk offending the Liu family just to capture me and seize the opportunities one possessed. A thought flashed through his mind, and he swiftly communicated, Sister Shuang, these two will undoubtedly stop at nothing to kill me. Are you confident in dealing with them? Aoling Shuang replied calmly, no need for concern. They are but insignificant ants in the gathering Qi realm. With my strength, I can easily slay them. My only worry is that this incident might become public, leading to you being targeted. The ability to slay someone in the gathering Qi realm with just the opening vein realm was indeed astonishing. Once the sect discovered this, they would undoubtedly interrogate how he achieved it. At that time, if he could not explain, it was uncertain what actions the higher-ups would take. Given the circumstances, there was no alternative. First, he would deal with these two, then consider the aftermath. Although he was reluctant to face the sect's scrutiny, if he did not exert his strength now, death awaited him. Thus, he had no choice but to proceed. All right, I will now transmit my power to you. This time, it will be a mental force at the gathering Qi realm level, so prepare yourself. As Aoling Shuang finished speaking, without waiting for him to respond, a tremendous force surged from her soul, pouring into the young man. With her actions, Lin Yuan's cultivation began to soar, swiftly breaking through to the gathering Qi realm. Just as Huang Bin was about to make a move, he suddenly sensed a dramatic increase in Lin Yuan's strength. His face instantly filled with shock. Gathering Qi realm? This person has ascended to the gathering Qi realm? What kind of secret technique is this that can break through two major realms in an instant? In his moment of daze, Lin Yuan quickly adapted to the power within him, unsheathing his sword and coldly declaring, if you wish to take what belongs to me, you are destined to be disappointed. With that, he swung his sword, and the sword intent at the gathering Qi realm surged forth, swiftly attacking the two. Clang! Huang Bin hurriedly dodged, narrowly escaping the strike. Ah, my hand! Lin Yuan swung his sword once more, the sharp sword light cleaving through Huang Bin's body, splitting him in two, blood gushing forth. He is dead. A dignified outer sect elder has perished just like that. He didn't even utter a word before dying. Perhaps LGO himself had not anticipated that this trip to Liaoshao City would mark the end of his life. Witnessing this scene, Huang Bin quickly concluded in his heart, he was no match for this man. Thus, he made a decisive choice to flee into the sky. A glint of disdain flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as he leapt into the air, pursuing him relentlessly. Although a practitioner of the gathering Qi realm could not traverse the skies, their speed was nonetheless swift, and in the blink of an eye, the two had flown dozens of miles. Sensing someone was in pursuit, Huang Bin repeatedly pleaded for mercy. Lin Shizhi, this operation was instigated entirely by that scoundrel LGO. I had no part in it. Please spare me, and I assure you that I will not disclose what happened today. Lin Yuan activated the 8 extremities pulse and quickly caught up to him, coldly stating, Uncle, do you not know that only the dead can truly keep secrets? As he spoke, he gathered his vital energy onto his sword and slashed at the man. Clang! Huang Bin had already drawn a large blade to defend. But upon their collision, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and his long knife shattered, splitting into two. How is this possible? Witnessing his weapon's destruction, Huang Bin was utterly shocked. This was a high-quality 10-pattern spirit weapon, which he had spent several thousand yuan stones to acquire, and now it was gone just like that? How could the opponent's sword be so sharp? Could it be a 100-pattern spirit weapon? Before he could contemplate further, Lin Yuan's voice accompanied the sword light. Can a spirit weapon save you once, let alone a second time? In a moment of desperation, Huang Bin summoned a black shield, placing it beside him. Bang! The sword struck the shield, and unlike before, it did not cleave through effortlessly. Instead, it caused a tremor, and the shield began to crack. The spirit patterns on it dimming, indicating it was losing its spiritual power. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Bin took out a talisman, infused it with vital energy, and then discarded the ineffective shield, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing. leaving only a black dot. A speed-enhancing talisman? Lin Yuan mused, quickly retrieving a similar talisman from the spoils of the Sun family, activating it and pursuing after him. Whoosh! The sound of the wind rushed past his ears. Despite exerting all his effort, the figure of Huang Bin grew increasingly blurred, seemingly on the verge of complete disappearance. What should we do, Sister Shuang? If this continues, we will surely lose him. Lin Yuan asked anxiously. The talisman he used is of a higher grade than yours, allowing for greater speed. Hand your body over to me, and I will show him what true speed is. Okay. Without a trace of wariness, Lin Yuan decisively relinquished control of his body. Subsequently, Owling Shuang smoothly took over the man's form, her eyes transforming into a deep azure hue. Oomph! A cold snort escaped her throat as Lin Yuan's finger traced a line, creating a spatial rift in the solid void, and she stepped directly into it. 100 miles away, realizing he could no longer sense the pursuit, Huang Bin let out a sigh of relief, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. That wretched boy has caused me to lose 2 spirit weapons. I will surely repay this grievance one day. As soon as he finished speaking, the void before him suddenly tore apart, and a figure emerged from the rift, coldly stating, "You wish to seek revenge on me? How is this possible?" The sight before Huang Bin left him utterly astounded. Breaking the void. This person can actually break the void. This was the hallmark of a Dao platform realm expert. Even a Yuan Dan realm practitioner merely dabbled in spatial power and could not fully utilize it. Only upon advancing to the Dao platform could one master the spatial forces to the extent of traversing the void. Lin Yuan could achieve this. Had he already established his Dao platform? For such a young Dao platform realm expert, this was utterly astonishing. Bang! A terrifying palm force descended upon him, and Huang Bin's body was crushed into dust, scattering with the wind. Simultaneously, the storage bag, now devoid of its owner, plummeted from the sky. A once mighty practitioner of the gathering Qi realm had thus fallen, unable even to self-destruct before death. It was truly lamentable. Lin Yuan's figure flickered as he moved towards the descending storage bag. In the forest, he landed gently, his pupils returning to their original dark hue. Sister Shuang, is this truly your strength? It's astonishing. As he regained control of his body, Lin Yuan immediately expressed his amazement. Although he could not control his body earlier, his 6 senses remained intact, allowing him to perceive the external situation and witness Owling Shuang's actions. While he was uncertain how difficult it was to break the void, it was clear that it was not something a low-level practitioner could accomplish. Sister Shuang's effortless display indicated her strength exceeded his imagination. It was merely the slaying of an insignificant gathering Qi realm ant. It is nothing of note. If you diligently cultivate, you too can reach such heights. Her voice was cool, yet Lin Yuan could detect a hint of fatigue despite her efforts to conceal it. Sister Shuang, did this consume a great deal of your energy? Using spatial power does incur some expenditure. However, it's manageable if done occasionally and not frequently. Even so, it will still affect your body, right? This happened because of me, and I feel guilty for putting you in this state. There's no need to worry, Xiao Yuan. It's merely a bit of soul power. A few days of rest will suffice for recovery. If I were to withhold this expenditure and allow you to fall into danger, then I would truly have regrets. Regardless, I will remember your kindness, Sister Shuang, and will repay it in the future. I understand, Sister Shuang. Apart from you and Shermu, no one else is allowed to enter my soul sea. It is unwise to assume that even a mentor's wife may not harbor ill intentions. In truth, Lin Yuan had faith in Gu Shuqin. However, since she had expressed such doubts, he acquiesced, saying, "Very well, I shall place my trust in you." Ordinarily, he would not act in such a manner, yet the urgency of the situation left him with little choice. "Fear not, Sister Shuang. We are united as one. I can place my absolute trust in you." Upon hearing this, Ao Ling Shuang felt a warm current flow through her heart and softly replied, "Since you have such faith in me, I shall not let you down. We will strive together to help you grow stronger and assist me in recovering from my injuries." "Indeed, Sister Shuang, let's endeavor together." Lin Yuan nodded earnestly before reaching out and drawing in Huang Bin's storage bag. It contained over 10,000 yuan stones, along with various pills and talismans. Truly, a practitioner of the Qi gathering realm, His wealth was unmatched by Song Mian. After quickly surveying the resources, Lin Yuan could not help but exclaim in delight. With the aid of premium yuan stones, there is no need to expend ordinary yuan stones for cultivation. They can all be allocated for other pursuits. Indeed, premium yuan stones have saved me a great deal of expense, and those assorted items could amount to a considerable sum when liquidated. I shall take them to the trading house next time I have the opportunity. Chapter 61. Yuan Dan Practitioners. The city lord visits suddenly. A figure clad in yellow appeared nearby. He scanned the surroundings, pondering. Strange. I distinctly sensed a powerful spatial fluctuation earlier, likely emanating from Yuan Dan realm practitioner. Why can I find no trace of them? Has that fellow departed? While in doubt, his gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, and he inquired with a smile, "Young man, did you happen to see anyone pass by here?" The middle-aged man expressed regret. "Ah, it seems that individual has likely already left." With this conclusion, he ceased his stay and vanished like a fleeting light. He is indeed a Yuan Dan realm powerhouse. Observing this, Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. He had inadvertently intruded upon the territory of such a formidable individual. It was fortunate that the other party bore no malice. Otherwise, it could have spelled trouble. "Wait, that fellow has not gone far. He is still in the woods, keeping an eye on you." "What?" Lin Yuan's heart tightened. "He must be doubting your strength, suspecting you of concealing your true abilities. What shall we do?" "All right, I understand." Thus, Lin Yuan activated his techniques, leaping into the air, his figure dancing among the branches as he moved further away. The middle-aged man's silhouette gradually materialized in the spot Lin Yuan had vacated, murmuring, "Could it really be him? Yet why does this young man exude a peculiar aura, distinct from other practitioners of the Qi opening realm?" After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head with a wry smile. "I am becoming increasingly suspicious. Thinking a mere junior could be a transcendent master. That is simply implausible." Having spoken, he vanished, leaving only a fleeting shadow that slowly dissipated. Luoshao City. "Husband, Sheer has been so worried about you." The two women rushed forward as if they had not seen him in ages. Lin Yuan embraced them, one on each side, and replied with a light-hearted smile, "I merely went to eliminate a deacon. There is no need for concern." Gulyalu. Nearby, Deng Xian could not help but swallow hard. "A deacon. That is a deacon of Yunlan Sect. While he may not be as venerable as an inter-sect elder, he was still a crucial pillar within the sect, responsible for numerous internal affairs, and an indispensable component of the sect's operations. Thus, the death of any deacon would prompt an investigation by Yunlan Sect. Should it not be a natural demise, but rather at the hands of an adversary, the sect would undoubtedly seek vengeance. This principle served to protect the safety of inter-sect members. Young master, the death of that deacon will inevitably come back to you. How do you plan to deal with it when the time comes?" Deng Xian expressed her worries. Upon hearing this, both women displayed concern. "Brother, will Yunlan Sect imprison you?" "Husband, the deacon status is not low. If the sect investigates, you will surely find it difficult to absolve yourself." In response, Lin Yuan calmly reassured them, "Do not worry. I'm a guest of the Liu family, with the Liu family as my backing. Killing a deacon without connections should not pose a significant problem. Rather, we should be more concerned about how they will question me regarding my sudden surge in strength." This remark struck a chord, and the expressions of the three turned grave. Indeed, compared to Huang Bin's death, Lin Yuan's abrupt display of power warranted greater scrutiny. "Brother, how exactly did you attain such strength?" Yun'er could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. At that moment, Deng Fuxi and Deng Xian also fixed their gazes on the young man, eager to learn the answer. Lin Yuan's expression turned apologetic. "I apologize, but this matter is my secret, and I cannot disclose it." A flicker of disappointment crossed Deng Fuxi's eyes, but she soon smiled. "It is all right, husband. Everyone has their secrets. Moreover, given the terrifying nature of your strength's increase, the method must be of great significance. It is better for us not to know. If someone were to capture you for soul-searching, it would certainly be detrimental." As the group conversed, a knock resounded at the door. "Who is there?" "The city lord, Qi Ji." "The city lord?" The faces of the group shifted, and Deng Xian promptly stepped forward to open the door. "Greeting, city lord. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Qi Ji entered the residence and bowed respectfully to Lin Yuan, stating, "I have come today to apologize to you, young master." Deng Xian instinctively asked, "What wrongdoing do you speak of?" Lin Yuan surmised, "The sin you refer to must pertain to the external affairs hall of the sect, correct?" Qi Ji candidly replied, "Indeed. The reason the strong from the external affairs hall came was due to my divulging information about the Sun family, which led to your predicament." Lin Yuan waved his hand. "As the city lord of Luo Shao City, it is your duty to convey information within the city. I hold no grudge against you. However, you must have witnessed the events that transpired earlier, did you not?" When it came to the crux of the matter, Qi Ji remained unflustered, instead responding calmly. "I saw it. Do you intend to kill me to conceal the truth?" He had arrived at the Deng residence before Huang Bin and the others. Observing the entire incident unfold, Lin Yuan gazed intently at him, and, after a moment, suddenly laughed. "Not at all. Aside from you, I am certain many members of the Deng family also witnessed the event. Am I to eliminate them all?" He was well aware that even if he were to eliminate every individual privy to the knowledge, the sect would still trace the deaths of Huang Bin and El Jiu back to him, as their purpose for leaving was to enforce the law. Such matters were impossible to conceal. Qi Ji clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy, young master. You are truly an extraordinary talent. I am deeply impressed." Although he did not understand how Lin Yuan had elevated his cultivation by 2 great realms, the ability to achieve such an extraordinary feat implied an incredibly formidable background, instilling a sense of awe. Chapter 62. The 100 Cities League. Participating in selections, Lin Yuan calmly stated, "City Lord, you flatter me. I presume your visit to the Deng residence today is not solely to seek forgiveness?" Qi Ji stroked his beard and replied, "Young master, you possess remarkable insight. I indeed have another matter. May I take a moment of your time?" "Please, City Lord, speak freely." The 100 Cities League, held every 3 years, is about to take place. Are you aware of this event? The 100 Cities League? Lin Yuan expressed confusion. "What sort of competition is this?" Qi Ji explained. "Within Yunlan Sect's territory, there are thousands of affiliated powers, predominantly consisting of cities, which are categorized into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower, corresponding to the Yuan'er, Qi Gathering, and Ningguan realms. Are you implying that as long as a city possesses a certain level of practitioner, it can elevate to a specified tier?" "Precisely. For instance, our Luo Shao city is currently a low-tier city. Should a family with Qi Gathering realm strength emerge within the city, it can elevate to a mid-tier city." "Understood. So this 100 Cities League is a competition among 100 cities? Strictly speaking, it is a contest among advanced cities, and it is not merely 100, but rather several hundred." "Several hundred?" Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly, and he asked directly, "Are there really several hundred advanced cities within the territory of Yunlan Zone? Does that not imply there are hundreds of Yuan dam level powers?" "Indeed, and moreover, some advanced cities house more than 1 Yuan dam level power. Therefore, in the case of 100 advanced cities, there are at least over 100 Yuan dam level forces. Such a multitude of Yuan dam level powers represents hundreds of Yuan dam cultivators. That must be considered top-tier strength, right? Are they as common as cabbages on the streets?" Lin Yuan couldn't help but scoff. Qi Ji chuckled and remarked, "While it sounds like a lot, it is, in fact, not so. Consider this. Within the vast territory of Yunlan Zone, there are over 100 million people, of which 1/10 possess the talent to open their meridians. Among those who have opened their meridians, 1/10 can condense their Dan, and from those who have condensed their Dan, 1/10 may reach the gathering Qi stage. That leaves us with merely 100,000, and among those in the gathering Qi stage, only 1% have the opportunity to condense Yuan Dan. So in the end, are we not left with merely 1,000 individuals?" After hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, "You are correct, viewed in this light. The number of Yuan Dan cultivators within the sect is indeed not considerable and can be deemed rather scarce." Qi Ji continued, "Yes. The 100 Cities League refers to the competition among these several hundred cities, where cultivators represent their cities. Those who secure a position within the top 10 will receive substantial rewards." Lin Yuan's interest was piqued. "What exactly are these rewards?" "The rewards for 2nd to 10th place consist of 10,000 Yuan stones and a 100 pattern spirit tool, while the champion's reward comprises 30,000 Yuan stones." 1,000 pattern spirit tool, and a piece of Ziyun Chinxiang wood. Ziyun Chinxiang wood? What is that? It is a wood cut from the ancient Ziyun tree, containing vibrant ancient vitality. After a cultivator refines it, it can significantly enhance their physical body. Enhance the physical body? Can improve one's cultivation level? Not directly, but with an enhanced physical body, the circulation of Yuan Qi becomes swifter and smoother, thereby increasing combat power. Understood. Lin Yuan grasped the implication. This Zi Yin Xinxiang wood must be quite rare, otherwise, why would it be offered as a champion's reward? Qi Ji nodded. Indeed, it is rare. The Zi Yin ancient tree is a rarity in the world. For an advanced city to offer it as a reward is quite extravagant. If valued in yuan stones, it is worth at least several hundred thousand. Several hundred thousand? Lin Yuan exclaimed. Does that not mean it surpasses the value of 1,000 pattern spirit tool? Qi Ji dismissed this notion. A high-quality 1,000 pattern spirit tool is worth only around 100,000 yuan stones. How could it compare to Zi Yun Xinxiang wood? Lin Yuan chuckled softly. It seems the champion's reward is indeed generous and worthy of my attempt. Do you know the requirements and pathways to participate in this event? The 100 Cities League requires participants to be under the age of 25 and to be local cultivators of Yunlan Zone. As for the pathway, one simply needs to go to a nearby advanced city to participate in the selection. Upon passing, one will become the representative of that city. I meet the age and origin requirements. Where is the nearest advanced city? Could you point me in the right direction? Certainly. Subsequently, under Qi Ji's guidance, Lin Yuan learned the location of that city. Young master, please ensure that you fill in your place of origin as Luo Shao City during the registration for the competition. This way, our city can also receive certain benefits once you achieve a ranking. Understood. I will list Luo Shao City. Then I can rest assured. With the purpose of this journey achieved, Qi Ji promptly turned to leave. Husband, do you intend to participate in this grand competition? After the city lord departed, Deng Fushi inquired. Well, since the next intersect assessment has not yet arrived, I might as well participate and see. Perhaps I could win a prize. However, according to the city lord, any cultivator under 25 can join the competition, which surely includes many at the Dan condensation stage. You are merely at the meridian opening stage. It may be quite challenging to emerge victorious. It matters not if I lose. It will serve as training. That is true. So shall I and Linger accompany you? That advanced city will undoubtedly have many strong individuals. It is best if I go alone. Having made this decision, Lin Yuan spent a tender half-day with his two wives, and ultimately, with reluctant gazes from the two women, he mounted his white horse and embarked on a new journey. Jiang City. This is the nearest advanced city to Luo Shao City, and Lin Yuan took over an hour to arrive there. In the central square of the city stood a massive arena. A young man in splendid attire stood upon the arena, surveying the surroundings, and arrogantly asked, "Does no one dare to challenge?" If that is the case, the representative spot for the 100 Cities League from Jiang City shall be claimed by me. Xiao Wei's strength is truly fearsome. He just defeated Zhou Qing, a third-layer Dan condensation cultivator. It seems there is no one among the younger generation of Jiang City who can rival him. He has broken through to the second layer of Dan condensation at such a young age, aided by the Qing Luo precious body, making him capable of sweeping aside cultivators of the same rank. Haha, may I ask if he is a match for Miss Liu? Upon mentioning Miss Liu, the crowd's expressions changed, and they quickly shook their heads. Miss Liu possesses the starry fate bone, enabling her to wield the power of countless stars, making it no issue for her to fight above her rank, let alone a mere Xiao Wei. In terms of combat power, Miss Liu is comparable to a peak Dan condensation cultivator, while Xiao Wei is but an ant before her. Had Miss Liu not already secured a reserve spot, would it have ever been Xiao Wei's turn to flaunt his prowess on the arena? The public's opinion was overwhelmingly one-sided, indicating that Miss Liu holds considerable prestige in Jiang City. City Lord, given that Xiao Wei has reached such a level, should we not conclude the selection early? An official from a distance inquired of the man seated at the main position. If Lin Yuan were present, he would recognize that the city lord in question is the middle-aged man in yellow robes he had seen earlier. Well, all the known young talents in our city have already taken the stage. It is unlikely anyone else will challenge. Let us conclude it here. The man in yellow rose to announce the results, but suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the crowd. If no one is challenging, then I shall take the stage to give a try. Upon hearing this, a youth in plain clothes flew gracefully onto the arena. Who is this person? I don't recognize him. Do we have such a figure in Jiang City? I have never seen him before. He may have come from another city. He looks quite handsome. I wonder what his strength is like. He must possess some strength. Otherwise, how would he dare to challenge? The crowd buzzed with curiosity about the identity and strength of this unexpected guest. The referee turned to him and frowned. What is your name? What is your cultivation level? Lin Yuan, Meridian opening 6th layer. Meridian opening 6th layer? Ha ha ha. Xiao Wei suddenly burst into laughter, a mocking expression on his face. Kid, do you not know that I am a Dan condensation cultivator? A mere child at the Meridian opening stage dares to take the stage. Are you not afraid of being laughed at? Lin Yuan replied calmly. Who says a Meridian opening cultivator cannot take the stage? There is no rule against it. But your cultivation level challenges me, which is not only self-deprecating, but also an insult to me. Unfazed by Xiao Wei's words, Lin Yuan turned directly to the referee and asked, Referee, may we begin the battle? The referee cautioned, the opponent's cultivation level is a major realm higher than yours. You could be seriously injured. Are you certain you wish to challenge? Absolutely. Very well, then do as you wish. With that, the referee leaped off the arena, leaving the stage for the two. Xiao Wei glared at his opponent, his expression turning sinister. You ignorant little brat. Even the referee has warned you. Yet you still dare to challenge. I shall break your bones and make you pay for your arrogance. Such needless chatter. Lin Yuan scoffed, utilizing the 8 extremes pulsation, his figure like lightning as he closed in on his opponent. Zulfust. Xiao Wei's heart sank, quickly channeling his energy to strike at Lin Yuan. Bang! Lin Yuan also threw a punch, colliding with his opponent. He stood firm like a mountain, while Xiao Wei staggered back several steps, his hands numb and a look of astonishment on his face. He had been forced back. How could this be possible against an opponent who was merely a mere ant at the 6th level of the Kaimai realm? In his astonishment, Lin Yuan swiftly advanced again, launching another attack. Xiao Wei had no time to think. He raised his hand to defend himself. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed continuously on the arena, as Lin Yuan's fierce assault completely overwhelmed his opponent. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Did I not just witness correctly? A Kaimai realm fighter forcing a Ning Yuan realm opponent into a disadvantage? Moreover, Xiao Wei appeared utterly incapable of retaliating, barely able to defend himself. Who exactly was he? Could he possibly be the heir of a prestigious family? Gasps of admiration filled the air, and Lin Yuan's origins became shrouded in mystery in their eyes. On the high platform, a man in yellow stood up the moment he saw Lin Yuan. This young man actually came to participate in the selection? Could he be a cultivator from a nearby city? Amidst his confusion, he watched as Lin Yuan maintained the upper hand, leaving him even more astonished. To achieve such prowess, this young man must possess a physique of extraordinary caliber. Such a remarkable prodigy must undoubtedly have a significant background. What could it be? The man, lost in thought, suddenly recalled a previous fluctuation in space, leading to a startling hypothesis. Could he possibly be the disciple of that esteemed friend? Just then, a servant spoke up. City Lord, what troubles you? Do you know that young man who just took the stage? So that was it. Nonetheless, even if you don't recognize him, this young man's strength is formidable. If we could recruit him to Jiujiang City, our chances of winning the 100 Cities League would increase tremendously. Let us observe further. This little fellow may bring us greater surprises. As the two conversed, the battle on the stage was raging on. Bang! Xiao Wei unleashed a martial technique that forced Lin Yuan back, coldly stating, Kid, to push me to this extent, you do possess some ability. Given time, I may not be your match, but for now, you should obediently step down. As he spoke, his body emanated a blue light, and the surrounding energy began to stir. This was the manifestation of the Qing Luo treasure body. It seemed Xiao Wei intended to exert his full strength. How would that young man respond? Given the abilities he had showcased, he must have a method to counter it. The crowd voiced their anticipation for Lin Yuan's performance. As expected, no sooner had Xiao Wei finished speaking than Lin Yuan's aura began to swell, swiftly reaching the peak of the Kaimai realm. You need not wait, for in this moment, You're no longer my opponent." Upon finishing his words, Lin Yuan concentrated his energy into his palm and struck forward, toned by fist. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 4 meridians resonated as the overwhelming intent of his punch tore through the turbulence, firmly locking onto his opponent. He formed seals with his hands, unleashing a wave of azure light to meet the palm intent. Qing Xia seal. Bang! The two collided, with the palm intent shattering the light wave as it struck directly against Xiao Wei. Poof! Xiao Wei was sent soaring into the air, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Defeated. He had actually been defeated. This match, characterized by a stark disparity in strength, concluded in such an unexpected manner. Wei'er, a woman in a flowing dress, rushed onto the arena, cradling Xiao Wei's body in concern, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a minor injury," Xiao Wei replied, though his pale complexion betrayed him. "Your aura is so weak. How can you say you're fine?" The woman's heart ached as she spoke. Then she turned angrily to point at Lin Yuan. "How could someone of mere Kai my realm possibly defeat a Ning Yuan realm fighter? You must have cheated. If it were any other family, it might be one thing, but the Shao family was one of the few Qi gathering forces in Zhujiang City. And even he dared not recklessly offend Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan maintained his composure, preparing to refute, when a figure of the man in yellow suddenly appeared around them. "Madam Xiao, the selection battle has drawn the attention of the entire city. With so many witnesses, he would have no opportunity to cheat." The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze impassive as he regarded her. "I have seen the city lord." Upon seeing the newcomer, the crowd bowed respectfully. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but twitch their lips. Just moments ago, Lin Yuan had spoken fluently and smoothly, without a hint of unnaturalness, making it impossible for him to be hiding a pill in his mouth. This woman was clearly fabricating lies, maliciously slandering him. The woman, unwilling to relent, retorted, then explained why he was able to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of the Kai, my realm. In an instant, everyone displayed curious expressions. Elevating one's cultivation during battle was no simple feat. Aside from employing secret methods or consuming pills, it relied solely on innate talent. Based on the previous combat, the first 2 options could be ruled out, indicating he must possess a unique physique. As Lin Yuan proceeded to confirm their suspicion, he stated, "I enhance my strength through my own meridians. If you don't believe me, the city lord can personally verify it." The young man spoke earnestly, his expression unperturbed, clearly unafraid of being investigated. "Your own meridians?" The crowd exchanged glances. The first thought that crossed their minds was the spiritual meridian. Could this young man possess a spiritual meridian? Yet, even with a spiritual meridian, it should not allow one to fight across such a significant realm. The man in yellow approached with curiosity, bowing slightly. "Young brother, I apologize for my earlier offense." "No harm done," Lin Yuan replied graciously, extending his arm. The man's courteous demeanor astonished those around them. Was this truly their city lord? The usually aloof Yuan Dan realm cultivator was now showing such respect to a mere Kai my realm youth. This young man must indeed have an extraordinary background. At that moment, the man raised his hand to grasp Lin Yuan's arm, releasing his spiritual sense to probe. Soon, he discovered the vigorous meridian within Lin Yuan's body, and shock washed over his face. What kind of meridian was this? It possessed such formidable power. Lin Yuan shook his head. "I am unsure of what this meridian is. It should be a type of spiritual meridian." The man refuted, "No, spiritual meridians cannot achieve such terrifying amplification. This meridian must be of a grade higher than spiritual meridians." Higher than spiritual meridians? Could it be the legendary divine meridian? Gasp! With this thought, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. A divine meridian. That was a being on par with the saint body. If the meridian within this young man truly belonged to such a level, he would be equivalent to a saint body prodigy. Such an individual appearing in Zhujiang City was unfathomable. Surely, the city lord could not be mistaken. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the man, without waiting for the referee to speak, declared, "I hereby announce that in this selection battle for Zhujiang City, young friend Lin Yuan is the ultimate victor. He shall represent our city in the league." "Lord Liu." The woman opened her mouth to protest, but the man interrupted. I have already conducted my examination. Lin Yuan has not violated any rules and has fairly defeated Xiao Wei, so there is no need for further discussion. With that, the two ascended into the air, leaving the crowd on the ground in a state of disbelief, their astonishment lingering long after. A divine meridian cultivator had emerged in Zhujiang City. It appeared they were about to witness history. Within the city lord's residence, in the hall, Lin Yuan accompanied the man in yellow to this location. The man did not take a seat, but extended his hand, saying, "Young friend, please have a seat. I shall pour tea for you." To have a Yuan Dan realm powerhouse serve him tea? Lin Yuan was taken aback, quickly waving his hands. "Senior, you are too courteous. I can manage it myself. No need to trouble you." "Very well, please feel free," the man replied, taking a seat in the main position, reflecting, "I did not expect to reunite so soon after our last encounter." Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected you to be the lord of Zhujiang City. Perhaps this is fate." "Haha, as you say, we indeed share a connection. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Ku, and you're already aware of my status. May I inquire about your origins? Are you perhaps a member of the Lin family from the ancient aristocracy?" Having heard the name mentioned previously and considering the divine pulse talent, he instinctively assumed that Lin Yuan must hail from a prominent family, and in the eastern region. Only that Lin family fit the bill. Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, "Not at all. I come from a humble background in Luoshao City. Vastly distant from the ancient aristocracy, I have no connection whatsoever." "A humble background?" Lu Ku furrowed his brow. "With your extraordinary talent, how could you possibly come from an ordinary family?" "It is indeed the truth. I have no reason to lie." "Are your parents mere mortals? Do they possess any cultivation or special constitution?" "They are mortals, without any talent for cultivation." This left Lu Ku perplexed. Logically, someone with a top-tier divine pulse would have parents with exceptional talents. At the very least, they should be able to cultivate. The notion of them being mere mortals was utterly absurd. Lin Yuan sensed his thoughts and chose to clarify. "In truth, I have been separated from my biological parents since childhood. The elderly couple in Luoshao City are my adoptive parents." Lu Ku came to a sudden understanding. "I see. No wonder there is such a disparity in talent between you and them. Your biological parents must possess extraordinary abilities to have given birth to someone as outstanding as you." Lin Yuan smiled wryly. "You flatter me, sir. I have no recollection of my biological parents since I was very young, and I do not understand why they abandoned me." Lu Ku comforted him. "I believe they must have their reasons. Otherwise, how could parents abandon their own child?" Lin Yuan sighed, and the atmosphere fell into silence for a moment. Clearing his throat, Lu Ku said, "Do not be too saddened, my young friend. I am willing to mobilize the Lu family and the Lord's office to help you inquire about your biological parents." "Thank you, Senior," Lin Yuan responded gratefully. "Not all. By the way, where are you currently apprenticed?" "Yunlan Sect. Are you an inner disciple?" "No. I am merely in the Kaimar realm and have not participated in the inner sect examination." "I see. Then who is your master?" "My master has already passed away." "Huh?" Lu Ku was momentarily stunned. In his view, Lin Yuan's master must have been an extraordinary figure. How could they have died? After a brief explanation from Lin Yuan, he finally understood the circumstances. "With your talent, it is quite a pity that you have only apprenticed under an outer elder." "Not at all. My master and mistress treated me well. Without them, I would not be who I am today." "That is true. Do you have any other masters?" "None." "Why do you ask?" "Because when we first met, there were significant spatial fluctuations in the nearby area, likely caused by a strong practitioner at the late Yuan Dan realm. I wondered if that individual might be related to you." Lu Ku voiced a question that had lingered in his mind, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yuan. Just as Lin Yuan was about to deny it, the voice of Ao Ling Shuang suddenly interjected. "Xiao Yuan, just say that person is your protector. That will instill some caution in him, making your path in the upcoming tournament smoother." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan found it reasonable and temporarily changed his response. "I apologize. Lord, I was previously dishonest. That elder is indeed related to me." Lu Ku's eyes brightened. "Oh, what is the nature of your relationship? Is it convenient for you to share?" "He is my protector." "Protector?" "Indeed. I encountered him during my travels, and upon recognizing my extraordinary talent, he took the initiative to help me open my meridians, allowing me to formally embark on the path of cultivation. Otherwise, with my humble background, I would have had no hope of opening my meridians in this lifetime." I see, Lu Ku remarked, then inquired further, do you know anything about that elder's background? I do not. He has never spoken of it, only urging me to diligently cultivate, promising that in due time he would reveal all. Very well. Lu Ku felt a tinge of regret at not receiving a definitive answer, but he still praised that elder's selfless dedication is indeed a blessing for you. Yes, I am very grateful for his contributions. If there is a chance, may I meet him? He does not take kindly to strangers. It may be somewhat challenging. In that case, I will not press the issue. 2 spots? Who is the other individual? Have they already been selected? The other is my daughter, named Ichan. Due to her considerable strength, she did not participate in the examination and was directly granted a reserved spot. Ichan, that is a lovely name. Ha! She is currently 22, 2 years your senior. I will have her meet you shortly, which will facilitate better cooperation in the tournament. Very well. How will the tournament proceed? Will we hunt beasts in the mountains? You guessed correctly. Contestants will hunt beasts within designated areas to collect beast cores, earning points based on their ranks. 1 point for first-tier beasts, 10 for second-tier, and 100 for third-tier, and so forth. I understand. Given the cultivation levels of the contestants this time, most will likely hunt third-tier beasts, correct? When comparing beast ranks to human cultivation, third-tier beasts possess strength comparable to that of a Ning Yuan realm practitioner. Indeed, although you are merely in the Kaima realm, based on your performance today, I believe you could easily slay third-tier beasts. Perhaps, but it still depends on the situation. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? It is I. Came a cool female voice. Luca responded, come in. The door creaked open, and a young woman entered. She was tall and graceful, with long hair and a white dress, her beauty striking. Her figure was accentuated by her attire, and she wore high-heeled sandals that revealed her delicate toes. An air of cold, unparalleled elegance surrounded her, deterring any thoughts of desire. Come, my young friend, let me introduce you. This is my daughter Ichan, who possesses the Star Fate Bone, an impressive talent. After introducing the young woman, Lu Ku turned to Lin Yuan. Yuan'er, this is Lin Yuan, who triumphed in our Zhujiang City selection battle. He will be participating in the 100 Cities tournament alongside you. Upon their first meeting, Lin Yuan cast a brief glance at her, a look of appreciation crossing his face. This woman was indeed beautiful, her looks rivaling those of his mistress. Though her demeanor was rather frosty, if she could be a bit more approachable, it would be perfect. Lu Yichan's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she thought to herself, what a handsome man, but that is all there is to it. I am Lin Yuan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Lu. Lin Yuan stood and greeted her first. I heard you defeated Xiao Wei. Is that correct? Your strength is quite commendable. You should be able to keep up with my pace in this tournament. The girl spoke indifferently, her tone implying she did not regard him highly. Luca frowned. Lin Yuan's strength is no less than yours. You should work together to defeat the enemies, not compete over who assists whom. Lu Yichan chuckled derisively. Father, what nonsense are you talking? I possess the Star Fate Bone. In terms of talent, I am second only to the Sacred Body. How could he possibly compare? Moreover, I have already reached the Ning Yuan realm, while he is merely a Kaima child. No matter how high his talent, he cannot surpass me across such a vast realm. Where did you derive such an absurd conclusion? Such disdainful behavior ignited Lu Ku's anger instantly. Impudent. Lin Yuan is a distinguished guest of our Lu family. Is this how you treat our guests? Do not think that just because you possess a mere bone, you are something special. He possesses a divine pulse. And in terms of talent, he far surpasses your Star Fate Bone. Even if you are a phoenix, you must bow before him. Do you understand? Divine pulse. Lu Yichan's expression changed dramatically, and she blurted out, impossible. A divine pulse is on par with the Sacred Body. Such individuals have long been taken by major forces. How could they possibly appear in Zhujiang City? LK coldly snorted. I understand this is astonishing, yet it is the truth. Otherwise, how could he, with his cultivation at the 6th stage of the Meridian opening, possibly defeat Xiao Wi, who possesses a treasured physique? The girl nodded thoughtfully, her emotions gradually calming. Perhaps he truly possesses a divine vein, but so what? Elchn, I'm not BOW. My zinc in MNGG is undoubtedly superior to the Q and Glue treasured body. Even if he were to vanquish Xiao Wi, he would certainly not be my match. Seeing his daughter so obstinate, LK was momentarily speechless. My little ancestor, that is a divine vein, the king among veins, the pinnacle of meridians. Possessing such a vein, barring any mishaps, he is bound to become a formidable figure in the ZF realm. Should he encounter further fortuitous opportunities, he may even aspire to the unparalleled realm of transcendence. Such a prodigy, any person of normal intellect would seek to befriend and please him. Not to mention, he has a mysterious and powerful protector. Under these circumstances, Lyn continues to provoke him. Does she not realize how foolish that is? Chapter 66. Father-daughter conversation. Eve of the tournament. All right, Father, I must continue my training in martial arts, so I shall take my leave for now. Seizing the moment of silence, the girl uttered this statement and swiftly departed. LK wished to say more, but he found her figure had already vanished. This girl is becoming increasingly arrogant, he muttered. He turned to the young man and bowed. My apologies, young friend. My daughter has been spoiled since childhood, resulting in her proud and disrespectful demeanor. I hope you can forgive her transgressions. Lin chuckled. It is only natural for her to react this way, given her ignorance of my strength. I have no intention of quarreling with someone uninformed. LK concurred. Indeed, once she becomes aware of your capabilities, she will certainly treat you with utmost respect and would not dare to be disrespectful. Have all the rules been explained? Lin inquired. If there is nothing else, I shall commence my training. Having explained the rules, would you like to try our training chamber in the City Lord's mansion? LK asked. That sounds excellent. Where is it? Allow me to guide you, he replied. Under LK's guidance, Lin entered the training chamber and began to meditate. Late at night, in the conference room, Lyn arrived leisurely after receiving her father's summons. Father, what is the matter that you call me here so late? LK retorted irritably. Is it not due to your previous foolish words? You must have left a poor impression on young Master Lin. Foolish words? What are you talking about, father? Enough. Listen carefully to what I have to say and do not interrupt. Seeing her father genuinely angry, Lyn refrained from rebutting, instead questioning, I truly do not understand why you place such importance on that young man. Is it merely because he possesses a divine vein? It is not solely the divine vein. He also has a powerful figure backing him. A powerful figure? Indeed. His protector is at least a late-stage Yuan'er realm cultivator, and may even be a Dao-Ti realm expert. Dao-Ti realm. Lyn's face paled as she asked, Are you certain such a person stand behind him? Yes, after all, he is the possessor of a divine vein, and his status is extraordinary, naturally attracting formidable guardians. Do you know his background? He claims to come from a commoner background, though the truth remains uncertain. However, the matters regarding the divine vein and protector are indeed factual. Thus, you must remember not to offend him again, and if the opportunity arises, apologize to him in person to ease any tensions. Apologize to him? Lyn's face displayed reluctance. I have not spoken anything out of line. Is it truly necessary to take it that seriously? This is to cultivate goodwill towards you. Thus, you may have the chance to become friends and deepen your bond. Deepen our bond? Are you suggesting I should be with him? That is indeed my thought. You, do notice. He is merely a child of meridian opening. What qualifications does he have to be my partner? Though his current cultivation may be beneath yours, what of the future? With the strength of the divine vein, he will inevitably become an unparalleled powerhouse. When that time comes, will you still be able to hold your head high before him? LK's words left Lyn at a loss for words. She had to admit that the divine vein was indeed superior to her MNGG. However, to submit to someone of a lower realm was truly difficult for her. Noticing his daughter's sudden silence, LK's tone softened. Perhaps I have acted too hastily, but I primarily wish to convey that Lyn's future will far exceed our expectations. Even if you cannot be together, you should strive to befriend him. Understood? Yes, I understand, father. Lyn nodded obediently and continued. As you say, I shall not offend him again. However, winning me over will not be so simple. It must depend on his performance. Should he surpass me in strength in the future, I will consider it. Seeing her attitude, LK helplessly rubbed his forehead, inwardly lamenting. Does she truly believe he will need to consider her when he surpasses her? Does she think there are no other women in the world? Very well, father. After the girl left, a beautiful woman entered through a side door, her face etched with worry. Husband, if you force YCHN like this, what if she is unhappy in her future? LK scoffed, force her? Young Master Lin possesses extraordinary talent and unmatched beauty. What is there to force? He is indeed remarkable, but matters of the heart cannot be forcibly arranged. I understand, which is why I said she should strive to befriend young Master, and not that it must be Lin Yuan. Is your urgency due to the matters concerning the Yunlan Sect? Yes, the time of our agreed-upon meeting draws near. With my current cultivation, I am certainly no match for that fellow. If I could gain the support of the figure behind young Master Lin, the crisis would be easily resolved. So you wish to sacrifice your daughter? What do you mean by sacrifice? Should she be able to associate with young Master, it would be her fortune. Once Lin Yuan's divine vein is revealed, how many women would seek to win his favor? That may be the case, but enough. Let's leave it at that. I must prepare to observe tomorrow's tournament. The following day, at dawn, Lin Yuan and his companions boarded the flying vessel early. After an hour of travel, they successfully arrived at the periphery of the Yuan'er mountain range. In this tournament, you only need to slay third-tier demonic beasts at the outskirts. There is no need to venture too deep. Otherwise, you may encounter high-tier demonic beasts and not even have the opportunity to use the teleportation talismans. LK advised the two. Lin Yuan nodded, understood. We will prioritize our safety. After stowing away the talismans, the remaining participants from various cities began to arrive, creating a lively atmosphere. Isn't this Miss L? It has been quite a while. You have grown even more beautiful. A richly dressed young man suddenly approached to flirt. Seeing him, Lych's eyes flashed with disdain as she coldly replied, Young Master W.I., your flattery is misplaced. The tournament is about to commence. Please prepare yourself and do not disturb me. I merely wish to speak with you, not to disturb, he retorted. I find that you are indeed disturbing. Is that acceptable? Faced with her frosty demeanor, Wysh opened his mouth and sighed. Am I not clear about my feelings for you? Why do you repeatedly reject me? Lych icily responded, I apologize, young master, but I am not interested in you. Please do not waste your time on me. Very well. Since you despise me so, I shall not pursue you any further, Wish said, turning away with a sense of nonchalance. This action left Lych rather astonished. Normally, he would engage her in conversation for quite some time before departing. Why was he so quick to leave today? Had he taken some kind of medicine that changed his behavior? Chapter 67. The Two Scheme, officially commencing the tournament. Lin Yuan inquired with interest. Which city does that young Master W.I. hail from? What is his strength? Lych replied. He comes from Yuan'er city. The last time we met, he was at the fourth stage of the Ning realm. I do not know if he has improved since then. Fourth stage of Ning? That strength is not weak at all. Indeed, but I have already broken through to the fifth stage of Ning, and I am also 2 years younger than him. Indeed, he cannot be compared to you. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, given the 2-year age difference. The man's cultivation was inferior to that of the young girl. The disparity in talent was indeed considerable. It was no wonder that Louis-chan found him unworthy. At just 22, she had already achieved the 5th level of the Ningguan realm. With her rate of advancement, she would likely break through to the Juki realm before turning 30, wouldn't she? He could not help but inquire telepathically. Wouldn't that mean she could condense her Yuan Dan by the age of 40 or 50? It is well known that the lifespan of a Yuan Dan realm expert is around 500 years. Thus, a person in their 30s would have only lived 1/10 of their life. Such innate talent is indeed somewhat terrifying. A.O. Ling Shuang explained that rapid breakthroughs during the Kaimai and Ningguan periods are normal, but once one reaches the Juki realm and opens their Qi, the difficulty of advancement increases significantly. Even those with ordinary talent might require a decade or even several decades to break through a minor realm. Consequently, it would be nearly impossible to condense a Yuan Dan before exhausting their lifespan. Lin Yuan realized, then, that the progression of cultivation after entering the Juki realm is the true benchmark for assessing a cultivator's talent. Indeed, the difficulty of advancing from Juki to Yuan Dan is exceedingly high, far surpassing that of the preceding major realms. While they conversed on another side, Wei Shang and a gray-clad young man quietly gathered together. Wei brother, are you truly willing to share such a beauty as Miss Lu with me? The young man's lips curled slightly, his slender eyes surveying the distant girl in white, his gaze revealing unmistakable greed. Alas, I naturally do not wish to, but this wretched girl is unyielding. No matter how much I invest, she remains unmoved, which is truly disheartening. Wei Shang sighed helplessly. Ha ha. I told you long ago not to waste time on women. If you fancy someone, simply use the desire woman powder. Why go to such lengths to pursue? The young man spoke with disdain, his tone devoid of any respect, as if even a woman of extraordinary talent was merely a trivial plaything in his eyes. Indeed, brother, he speaks wisely. Once the competition commences, I will set a trap for her, and I will leave the formation matters to you. Count on me. With my expertise in formations, concealing chi fluctuations in a small area is a mere trifle. When the time comes, this Miss Lu will surely become a captive beast. At our mercy, the young man said, seemingly envisioning a provocative scene, unable to suppress the drool at the corner of his mouth. Wei Shang felt a surge of revulsion, but forced a smile for the sake of acquiring the girl he had long coveted. Then, I shall trouble brother he. You are too polite, Wei brother. Should you encounter any difficult beauties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. I shall certainly do my utmost to help. The young man replied nonchalantly, having already regarded the girl as his possession. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Yichan remained oblivious, awaiting the commencement of the competition. Xiao Yuan. There are numerous exotic beasts in these mountains, including many seventh-tier beasts. You must be cautious and avoid encroaching on their territory, Ao Ling Shuang suddenly communicated. Although she could help intimidate the beasts, it was better to avoid trouble whenever possible. Lin Yuan's expression tightened, and he nodded seriously. Thank you for the warning, Sister Shuang. I will be mindful. Seventh-tier beasts are comparable to human Zifu realm experts, truly belonging to the ranks of beast monarchs. Ladies and gentlemen, a robust man clad in brocade suddenly appeared in midair, proclaiming loudly, I am Gao Hong from Zhantian City, and I will preside over this 100 cities competition. Upon hearing Zhantian City, everyone's expression changed, and they ceased their conversations, listening intently. Lin Yuan curiously asked, City Lord Lu, what is the background of Zhantian City? Why does everyone quiet down upon hearing its name? Lu Ku explained, Zhantian City is located in the heart of Yunlan Sect's territory, and its lord, Gao Hong, possesses Dao Tai realm strength. Dao Tai realm. Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Such strength has surely surpassed that of a high-level city, has it not? Indeed, by rights, they could claim to be a nation. Yet Gao Hong has chosen not to expand his territory, instead continuing to identify as a city, which allows him to participate in the 100 cities competition. A lord with power yet no desire for expansion, Gao Hong must possess either substantial resources or ulterior motives. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan refrained from further commentary and began to listen quietly to Gao Hong's announcements. After detailing the key points, Gao Hong raised his hand and declared, The 100 cities competition now begins. As his words fell, the contestants swiftly moved, darting into the mountains. Let us proceed as well, Lu Yichan said, her lips parting slightly as she too flew into the fray. Lin Yuan had already set forth, leaping through the forest. Observing some contestants struggling to fly, the other city lords could not help but display expressions of astonishment. City Lord Lu, you actually allowed a Kai My Realm Jr. to participate in the competition? Is this not a mistake? Even a high-level city like Zhujiang City cannot produce a single Ning Yuan realm cultivator? They questioned, their skepticism palpable. Is it that you believe having Miss Lu alone suffices, rendering the strength of another participant inconsequential? They voiced their doubts. Lu Ku explained, not at all. Although that young friend is a Kai My realm cultivator, his strength is on par with that of a Ning Yuan realm, which is why I chose him to compete. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the crowd. A Kai My realm with the strength of a Ning Yuan realm? Are you suggesting he possesses the holy body talent, capable of fighting across a major realm? Holy body? There are no such prodigies even within the inner sect of Yunlan Sect. How could a mere Zhujiang City possibly have one? City Lord Lu, do not jest with us. That young man must surely be a connection of yours. To sacrifice a good ranking for a mere connection is rather unwise. Initially, with Lin Yuan's combat prowess, coupled with a competent Ning Yuan realm cultivator, they had a considerable chance of winning. Now, however, they felt that opportunity was lost. Everyone was resolute that Lin Yuan had connections with the Liu family, hence his forced entry to reap rewards. In response, Liu merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanations. In the vast expanse of the Yunlan Mountains, amidst the dense forest, young man, inform me when you encounter a third-tier beast. With your current strength, you must be cautious. Lin Yuan was speaking when she suddenly saw a flash of white light. A shaggy gray wolf was cleaved in half by Lin Yuan's sword, blood gushing forth from a wound. This is a Shao Tian wolf. Recognizing the beast, she was momentarily stunned. This was a genuine third-tier beast of considerable strength. How could Lin Yuan slay it with a single sword strike? Is he truly a Kai my realm cultivator? As she remained in astonishment, Lin Yuan had already dealt with the wolf's corpse, joyfully exclaiming, "What fortune to encounter a third-tier beast right at the start of the competition. Indeed, quite fortunate." What were you about to say, Miss Liu? Nothing of importance. Let us continue exploring and see if we can encounter more such beasts. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yuan swung his Qing Shuang sword, severing the neck of a large rat, causing its head to detach from its body, vitality swiftly fading. As he opened the rat's carcass and retrieved the gray beast core within, a smile broke across his face. With this, we have acquired 7 third-tier beast cores. Our efficiency is quite commendable, wouldn't you agree? Since the competition began, they had ignored the first and second-tier beasts, directly seeking out third-tier ones, and by mere fortune, they had encountered 7 in a short time. Beside him, Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed, this is quite fast, but we are still far from the championship. Based on previous top scores, we would need to hunt at least 100 third-tier beasts to be competitive. Lin Yuan's earlier performance had genuinely impressed her, and thus she no longer underestimated him, her attitude becoming considerably more amiable. "Young Master Lin," she began. Lin Yuan was just about to continue his journey when he suddenly heard the other party speak, so he turned and asked, "What is it, miss?" Lin Yuan raised her hand to gently brush her hair and, with her crimson lips parting, said, "It is evident that you wish to showcase your prowess before me. I must admit, you are indeed remarkable, but if you aspire to be my man, you still fall short. Work diligently, and when the day comes that you surpass me, I shall contemplate your affections." Huh? Lin Yuan's expression froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Was Miss Liu perhaps overly self-assured? He merely sought to slay more demon beasts to edge closer to victory. Who claimed he was performing for her? From where did she perceive my interest in her? Did this woman believe that all men should revolve around her, having grown accustomed to being admired? Reflecting on the earlier Wei Shang and the numerous men who had approached her, he confirmed this suspicion within himself, though he felt speechless. For the sake of the competition's outcome, he nodded and said, "You are correct. My cultivation is indeed lacking. Once I grow stronger, we can discuss matters of the heart." Lin Yuan expressed her satisfaction. "You possess self-awareness." Just as the words left her lips, she noticed that the man had already turned to depart. This prompted her to stamp her foot in annoyance. What a rude fellow, not even allowing me to finish my words. I had just begun to harbor a slight fondness for you. It seems I shall need to test you further. Having said this, she hastily took flight to catch up with him. The two traversed the mountains for an hour, having dispatched a total of 15 third-tier demon beasts. With the competition duration set at 6 hours, they still had ample time and need not risk delving deeper for points. As the nearby demon beasts had been nearly eradicated, Lin Yuan proposed exploring the depths of the mountains, only to be outright rejected by Lin Yuan. "Very well, then let us wander around. If we fail to encounter any third-tier demon beasts, we shall have no choice but to venture deeper," the young woman declared with an air of authority. Lin Yuan was about to respond when a series of soft coos drew their attention. They turned to see a rabbit, over half a meter tall, with purple ears, emerging from the nearby bushes. "What sort of demon beast is this?" "This is a Yuan'er Tuesday. Such a large specimen must be at least a third-tier demon beast. Quickly, kill it and seize its demon core," Lin Yuan explained as she drew her sword and charged forward. Seeing the humans approach with intent, the rabbit turned to flee. Yuan'er 2? Lin Yuan recalled that his master had once explained this type of demon beast. The Yuan'er 2 was typically gentle in nature, often kept as a pet by humans, with wild specimens being rare, and even then, they were usually first or second tier. Third tier ones were generally raised by humans. The echoes of his master's words resonated in his mind, and Lin Yuan's pupils constricted as he immediately recognized the trap. Do not pursue. This creature is a decoy. He attempted to halt her, but Louis Chan had already soared far ahead, oblivious to his warning. Damn it! This woman knows the name of the Yuan'er too. How could she be unaware of its habits? Cursing under his breath, he hastened after the young woman. Meanwhile, Louis Chan chased for a considerable distance and finally cornered the Yuan'er too near a cliff. Little rabbit, where do you think you're going? She exclaimed triumphantly, seeing that the creature was pressed against the sheer cliff with no escape in sight. Whether it could flee was uncertain, but today, you cannot escape. Just then, familiar voices reached her ears, and she turned to see two young men approaching. One was none other than Wei Shang. Young Master Wei, what did you mean by your earlier words? Do you intend to act against me in the competition? Noticing the unfriendly glances from the two, she instinctively inquired. Cough, cough, cough. A pungent gas infiltrated her nostrils, causing Louis Chan to feel unwell and erupt into a fit of coughs. What is this? What have you buried? Struggling against her discomfort, she questioned them sharply. Wei Shang grinned wickedly. This is a Yuan, a substance that, when merely inhaled, can muddle one's mind and ignite carnal desires. I have unleashed 100-fold dosage this time. The consequences I need not elaborate on, do I? What? Louis Chan's complexion paled with horror. Although she had never encountered such a substance, she had heard rumors about it. Many pure maidens who fell victim to the Yuan quickly succumbed to its effects, becoming nothing more than lustful beasts. Did she too have to face such a fate? The thought of herself in a state of desire, begging for indulgence, nearly drove her to despair. Moreover, with the 100-fold dosage, the ramifications were simply unimaginable, despicable, shameless. I never expected you to be such a lecherous fiend beneath that cultured exterior. Louis Chan cursed vehemently, pulling out a blue talisman from her robe, intending to shatter it and escape. Doing so would mean the end of her participation in the competition. And with Lin Yuan's individual prowess against the demon beasts, he would surely be unable to claim victory. Yet, faced with the threat of these two beasts, she had no other recourse. Seeing her movements, Wei Shang smirked mockingly. Miss Liu, the Yuan sand not only ignites desire but also diminishes one's stamina. With your cultivation at the Ningguan stage, under such a heavy dosage, you will surely be incapable of exerting any strength. Indeed, as the other had stated, Louis Chan found herself unable to crush the talisman, her trembling hands betraying her lack of strength. Despair settled within her heart. What could she do? If she could not even shatter the talisman, was there any hope of escape? Relying on Lin Yuan? That seemed unlikely, no matter how extraordinary his strength. He could not possibly contend with two cultivators at the Ningguan stage. Was she to simply wait for her humiliation? In this moment of desperation, a thought struck her, and she exclaimed, during the competition, there are supervising elders patrolling the arena. Your actions against other competitors are already a violation of the rules. And should you dare to act recklessly, you will face severe punishment. The gray-clad youth scoffed. No need for you to remind us, Miss Liu. We have already taken that into account. Thus, we set up a concealment array in advance. Unless someone specifically comes to inspect, it is impossible for the situation here to be perceived with the naked eye. Now, you may cast aside your worries and enjoy the service of my brother and me. A concealment array. These two have gone to such lengths to ensnare me. The realization struck her that they had meticulously planned this scheme. Her complexion drained of color. She collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent. She had no means of escape, not even the option of self-detonation remaining. So that rabbit was your bait? Indeed, that rabbit was a spirit pet I procured specifically to lure you. I had expected you to see through this trap, yet you pursued it without hesitation. Truly lacking in foresight, Wei Shang taunted once more. The gray-clad youth retorted, Wei, you are mistaken. Miss Liu is not lacking in intellect. Rather, her thoughts seemed to have been diverted entirely to this. As he spoke, he patted his chest, his gaze fixated on her ample bosom, his face sporting a lewd grin. Wei Shang heartily agreed. What he says is true. With Miss Lu's remarkable development, she will never suffer in the future. Furious at their blatant mockery, Lu Yichang seethed, "Scoundrels! May you both meet a dreadful end." The young men laughed boisterously. "Ha ha ha! If we must perish, at least I shall die content." Having savored the beauty of Miss Lu, are you not concerned that this matter will be exposed? Do you truly believe we would allow you to leave alive? Upon hearing this, Lu Yichang's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "You dare to kill me?" Wei Shang replied bluntly. "Having committed such acts, why would we hesitate to kill? Many competitors have perished at the jaws of demon beasts during the 100 Cities competition. What difference does one more make? I possess the starry fate bone. I am no ordinary contestant. Your vile actions will surely be discovered. That is a matter for later. For now, let us indulge ourselves." The two individuals, their faces betraying an insatiable hunger, stepped forward. However, Lu Yichang murmured softly, contemplating biting her tongue to end her life, yet found herself lacking the strength to do so, merely watching as they approached rapidly. Suddenly, at this perilous moment, a flash of sword light surged forth, targeting the two. Who could it be? The duo, caught in their own thoughts, were unprepared for the surrounding danger, resulting in their sleeves being sliced open and thin, elongated wounds appearing on their skin. Lin Yuan activated his energy, appearing instantly to shield Lu Yichang behind him, sighing, "I told you it was a trap, did you not hear?" Upon seeing the man arrive, Lu Yichang initially felt joy, only to be followed by guilt. "I apologize, I knew that there shouldn't be a third-tier Yuan'er 2 in the mountains. But in my eagerness to gain more points, I recklessly pursued." Lin Yuan glanced at her chest, whispering to himself, "Such a woman embodies the saying big-breasted yet brainless." After she spoke, she continued, "These two conspire to harm me. You must flee and inform the city lords that there are scoundrels intending to commit murder in the arena." The two, of course, would not allow Lin Yuan to do so. After a brief moment of surprise, they grasped their weapons and charged at him. Lin Yuan, undaunted, communicated through his sword, "Sister Shuang, facing two opponents in the Ningguan realm is somewhat taxing for me. I would appreciate your assistance." "No problem," came the reply as Ao Ling Shuang made her move, causing Lin Yuan's aura to surge, instantly breaking through to the Ningguan realm. With a clang, he drew his sword, forcing the enemies back, and coldly declared, attacking competitors within the league arena, "Are you not afraid of official retribution?" At this moment, the expressions of the two shifted dramatically. "Ningguan realm, you just elevated a major realm? Is there truly a method to attain such an increase?" Lin Yuan ignored their reactions and unleashed a punch. Breaking through fist, with a series of thunderous impacts, he unleashed the formidable power of his strikes, akin to a colossal boulder crashing into them. The two fell like kites with severed strings, spitting blood and turning pale. This unexpected turn of events left all three in utter shock. Lu Yichang's rosy lips parted in disbelief, her eyes wide with incredulity. Defeated. Those two brutes were actually defeated. How did Lin Yuan achieve this? Is this his true strength? On the other side, the two clutched their chests, their faces filled with horror. One punch, and we are injured. This person possesses tremendous power. They realized they were no longer a match for him and could only yield for the moment. Wei Shang's mind raced, forcing a smile as he said, "I apologize, brother. In our haste, we may have offended you. Please forgive us." The young man in gray flattered, "Brother, since you are nearby, I presume you have long coveted Miss Lu's beauty. Thus, let us three take turns to enjoy the celestial maiden's charms. Would that not be delightful?" Lin Yuan could not help but twitch his lips at such outrageous words, promptly rejecting. "I'm afraid I lack the inclination to indulge in such camaraderie." Camaraderie? The two, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their senses. Wei Shang gravely said, "Though we cannot match you, if we self-destruct, you will surely suffer as well. Are you certain you wish for mutual destruction? Self-destruct?" Lin Yuan laughed. "You two lecherous individuals must be cowards, fearing for your lives. If there is a chance of escape, would you truly choose self-destruction?" With that, he raised his sword and unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending waves of sword light slicing through the air. As the sword light approached, the two immediately unleashed their energy to defend, yet within moments, their defenses crumbled, revealing numerous sword wounds upon their bodies. "You will pay for this." This matter is far from over. After throwing down that threat, they retrieved talismans, about to crush them when Lin Yuan suddenly appeared before them, a powerful aura emanating as he swung his sword towards their waists with blinding speed, tearing their garments and revealing a line of blood, their upper and lower bodies slowly separating as they collapsed to the ground. Gathering chi, they uttered, eyes closing as they lost all vitality. Had Lin Yuan still been in Ningguan realm, they might have had a chance to escape. However, this unexpected surge to the gathering chi realm caught them completely off guard, leaving them no time to activate their talismans before being slain by a single sword strike. With a gentle sigh of relief, Lin Yuan finally felt his burden lift. The reason he had not initially drawn upon the power of the gathering chi realm was that he knew they would flee the moment they sensed it. By only elevating to the Ningguan realm, he could lull them into a false sense of security, ensuring a lethal strike without a chance for escape. Meanwhile, Lu Yichan observed the scene, her beautiful eyes widening in shock, unable to articulate her astonishment. They're dead. Lin Yuan actually killed those two brutes. To think Wei Shang is in the mid-Ningguan realm, and that young man in gray is a formation master, undoubtedly strong. Even I might struggle against them together. Yet Lin Yuan not only defeated them head-on, but annihilated them entirely. Such power is simply terrifying. Additionally, if she sensed correctly, the aura Lin Yuan released with his final sword strike likely reached the gathering chi realm. Wasn't he a practitioner of the Kaimai realm? How had he accomplished such a leap in realms? Had he been concealing his true strength? Amidst her swirling thoughts, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. I'm saved. Thank goodness for this man's timely intervention. If those two beasts had succeeded, even if I survived, my life would be ruined. Especially when that young man proposed the three of us sharing. My heart nearly leapt into my throat, fearing Lin Yuan would agree. The consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, Lin Yuan turned his gaze towards her, their eyes locking. Thank you for your timely rescue. Before she could finish speaking, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she felt a feverish heat coursing through her body. The effects of the lustful woman powder are kicking in. They used lustful woman powder on me. Though she was unsure of its nature, the name alone suggested something unsavory, undoubtedly a form of aphrodisiac. Considering the time since his arrival, the effects must have deeply penetrated her system by now. Did this mean she needed a man? And aside from him, there seemed to be no other males nearby. How utterly embarrassing. While she appreciated his appearance, it was merely a normal response to beauty. Emotionally, she harbored no affection for him. You should leave. I can manage alone, Lu Yichan murmured, her expression strained as she focused her energy. However, the effects of the lustful woman powder crashed over her like relentless waves, soon overwhelming her mind and transforming her into a creature driven by primal desire. She let out a soft cry, wildly lunging towards Lin Yuan, wrapping her arms around him. It was evident she had completely lost her reason, overtaken by raw, unrestrained yearning. Seeing this, Lin Yuan softly remarked, Miss Lu, this is entirely your own doing, and not me taking advantage of the situation. Please do not blame me afterward. With that, he reached out to untie her waist, simultaneously sending a message to A.O. Ling Shuang. Sister Shuang, please keep a lookout for any approaching presence and alert me immediately. Rest assured, there is a concealed formation here, likely set by those two earlier. Is that so? Then I truly owe them my gratitude. With that worry alleviated, he finally felt free to act. 2 hours later, Lin Yuan lay on the ground, gazing at the young woman beside him, his previously relaxed expression now furrowed in concern. How much of that powder did she consume? Why hasn't he stopped yet? It seems the dosage was too high, making it difficult to dissolve quickly. A.O. Ling Shuang speculated. What should we do? The League only has 6 time slots left. If this continues, we will have no time to hunt the demon beasts. Lin Yuan's expression was filled with concern. He had entered this grand competition solely for the champion's reward, but at this rate, he would surely run out of time. His points could not compete with those of other contestants, and how could he hope to secure a ranking? Slaying a 4th-tier demon beast yields 1,000 points, equivalent to defeating 10 3rd-tier beasts. We could use this to catch up on our points deficit. However, presenting a 4th-tier demon core with our current strength would be difficult to explain to the authorities. 4th-tier demon beasts are comparable to cultivators in the qi-gathering realm. Neither he nor Lu Yichang could withstand them, let alone slay one. It seemed there were no other options left. Ao Lingxiang felt somewhat helpless as well. The Ziyun Qinxiang wood was indeed a rare treasure, and she hoped Lin Yuan could obtain it, but given the current circumstances, escaping was impossible, let alone hunting demons. Lin Yuan had attempted to push her away, but she immediately lunged back at him, as if fueled by an inexhaustible energy, solely focused on achieving her objective. Alas, what a troublesome foe, ruining my lead performance. With a resigned sigh, he ceased his struggles, allowing her to proceed as she wished. After all, having taken possession of the young lady's form, it would be inappropriate for him to knock her unconscious or act otherwise. Doing so would prevent the medicinal effects from dissipating, likely leading to severe physical harm. Thus, he could only silently endure her actions. Ao Lingxiang consoled him, stating that although his performance was compromised, the girl was a Ningguan realm practitioner and possessed the Starborn Fate Bone, rich in essence. The absorbed essence would not only elevate his cultivation, but also enhance his physique, proving to be greatly beneficial. Lin Yuan replied, "Well, let this essence serve as compensation for her ruining my performance. Trading the champion's reward for her essence seems somewhat worthwhile." With this thought, he no longer felt troubled and began to close his eyes, channeling his energy to absorb the dense yin energy he had received. Outside the mountains, a group of city lords sat together, discussing the ongoing league. "Lord Su, I hear your son has broken through to the 7th level of the Ningguan realm. He must be the highest-ranked participant in this league, correct?" "Not at all. There are always mountains beyond mountains. My son's cultivation is decent, but his physique is average, and his strength pales in comparison to the descendants of all of you. By the way, Lord Lu's daughter ranked in the top 10 in the last league. She likely has a strong chance of winning this time, right?" "Brother Peng, you're jesting. My daughter is impulsive and lacks substantial ability. This league will surely depend on the contestants from your cities. Lord Lu is too modest. 3 years ago, your daughter showed the potential to win, and 3 years later, she will undoubtedly be even stronger. The champion of this league must belong to Zhejiang City. Indeed, Lord Lu, if even your daughter cannot succeed, who else could?" The crowd laughed and chatted, clearly optimistic about Lu Yichang. However, some secretly scoffed, thinking that Zhejiang City had sent a mere novice to the league. How much could Lu Yichang achieve on her own? It seemed Zhejiang City would not only be at the bottom, but would certainly fail to secure a top position. Not far away, Gao Hong sat cross-legged on a massive rock, meditating in solitude. "Lord City Master, I just heard the roars of demon beasts echoing through the forest, along with powerful auras. Could this be a sign of a beast tide?" An elderly man suddenly appeared beside him, his expression grave. Gao Hong replied casually, "I have already explored the mountains within 100 miles. There are only a few 5th-tier demon beasts, and they dwell deep within. As long as the contestants do not intrude upon their territory, there should be no issues. You need not worry about a beast tide. With the strength of these demon beasts, even if a tide were to occur, I would not fear it. 5th-tier demon beasts are equivalent to cultivators in the Yuan'er realm, and he had already established a Dao platform. With such a significant disparity in realms, he could easily annihilate those beasts with a mere gesture." Upon hearing this, the elder still bore a look of concern, saying, "If they were merely 5th-tier beasts, I would not be overly concerned. However, based on my earlier perception, that aura's strength is no less than 6th tier, and it may even approach 7th tier. 7th tier? Gao Hong laughed heartily. "Old Kong, don't jest. Such terrifying entities as 7th-tier demon beasts are hidden deep within the core of the mountains. How could they appear in the periphery? As for 6th-tier demon beasts, they may indeed appear, but with my strength, I have the confidence to handle them." Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous boom erupted from the mountains, and a deep purple light curtain rapidly manifested, enveloping the entire expanse of the mountain range. What was happening? The crowd was taken aback. Gao Hong's expression changed dramatically. He dashed to the front of the light curtain, raised his hand, and gathered his energy, striking forcefully. Bang! The overwhelming force impacted the curtain, yet it showed no signs of trembling, resembling an impenetrable iron wall that isolated them from the mountains. Witnessing this, the crowd lost all composure. Lord Gao, a Dao platform realm expert, could not shatter this barrier with a strike? What on earth was this? Could it be a formation set by a demonic cultivator, intending to hunt down the talented individuals of our cities? Most likely, it seems our contestants are in grave danger. In an instant, everyone's brows furrowed, worry etched on their faces. The participants in this league were all outstanding descendants from various cities, including the offspring of the city lords. If they were to meet with misfortune, it would deal a substantial blow to the future and development of the 100 cities. Some cities might even find themselves without successors, leading to a decline in their status and making it nearly impossible for them to rise again. This was an unacceptable outcome for any city lord. Everyone, retreat for now. Allow me to attempt again, Gao Hong commanded, and the crowd quickly withdrew, creating a large open space. He then exerted all his energy. The surrounding spiritual energy began to boil, and even the ground below trembled, revealing numerous long fissures. Tiangang fist. The burly man clenched his fist, unleashing a terrifying intent that shattered the void as it struck the curtain. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated, and thick smoke billowed upward, obscuring the crowd's view. Gao Hong waved his hand, and the smoke instantly dispersed, revealing that the purple curtain remained in place, with spiderweb-like cracks appearing where it had been hit, but quickly restored itself, showing no signs of having been struck. This sight caused the hearts of the onlookers to plummet. The Tiangang fist was a high-level Earth-tier martial skill, and with Gao Hong's cultivation at the 4th level of the Dao platform realm, its might was beyond imagination. Yet, even this full-force strike could not breach the curtain. How could they, mere Yuan'er realm insects, hope to break through the formation? Gao Hong maintained a serious expression as he approached, placing his hand against the curtain to sense it, then concluded, "This object is infused with dense demonic energy. It must have been set by a powerful demon beast, likely at the 7th tier. 7th tier. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. That was equivalent to a beast sovereign in the Purple Mansion realm, and it appeared in the peripheral area. Could it be that a great treasure has emerged? As for the current situation, the only solution was to summon a powerful expert from the Purple Mansion realm to potentially dispel this obstruction. Gao Hong clenched his fists, speaking with resignation. The Purple Mansion realm? At the mention of this, the first figure that came to everyone's mind was the leader of Yunlan Sect. She was the only powerful figure in the sect who had maintained a long-term presence. As for the other elusive old-timers, or those who had been in seclusion for years, they were not worth mentioning. It would be impractical to summon those elders. It was best to invite the sect leader directly. You all wait here. I will personally invite the sect leader to break this formation. With that, Gao Hong tore open a spatial rift and vanished within. Within the mountains, Lin Yuan was helping the young lady dispel the medicinal effects when he suddenly heard a resounding boom from the peaks, as if the end of the world had come, causing the ground to tremble. Simultaneously, a purple light curtain abruptly appeared, covering the entire sky. What was happening? The sudden change startled him, and he hurriedly ceased his cultivation. Meanwhile, Louis Chan, due to the effects of the dosage, remained dazed, vigorously twisting her waist, persistently engrossed in her exploration. A.O. Lingxiang quickly used her spiritual power to probe the situation, deducing, this curtain emits a distinct demonic aura. It must be a barrier set by a powerful demon race. A powerful demon race? Indeed, observing the aura above, it seems this member of the Yao tribe has just ascended to the 7th tier, eagerly emerging to showcase its prowess. A 7th tier demon beast. Lin Yuan's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Is such a formidable demon specifically targeting us humans? Perhaps, for it is only natural that you contestants, every 3 years, hunt a substantial number of demon beasts, while numerous sect members intrude upon the mountains, disrupting the local ecological balance. It is reasonable for the Yao tribe to harbor grievances. However, to dispatch a 7th tier Yao emperor merely for the death of a few 3rd tier beasts seems rather excessive. Does it not? What appears trivial to you may not be perceived similarly by the Yao tribe strong." As their conversation unfolded, deep violet beams of light flashed through the air, striking the forest floor, followed by anguished cries. It was the contestants of the Bai Cheng League. They were under attack. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yuan understood that the Yao tribe's formidable beings genuinely intended to annihilate all participants, and he was surely on their list of targets. "This is dire. We cannot linger here. We must make haste to escape. With this determination, he raised his hand to strike, sending the incapacitated girl aside as he prepared to dress. Give it back to me. I still need it. Louis-chan, having lost something of great importance, felt an overwhelming discomfort, her lips growling as she lunged toward the man. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with resolve as he struck her on the back of the head, causing the girl to emit a muffled groan and collapse unconscious. In this moment of desperation, he had no choice but to resort to such a measure. Otherwise, they would both perish at the hands of the great demon. Quickly donning his clothing, Lin Yuan glanced down at the girl's exposed form, feeling helpless as he extended his hand to retrieve an abandoned white dress, personally dressing her. Chapter 72. The True Dragon Manifesting. The Great Demon Subdued. Sister Shuang, let us quietly slip away while that great demon has yet to notice us. No sooner had Lin Yuan spoken than a middle-aged man clad in purple appeared above them. Hovering in midair, his brow furrowed as if he sensed something amiss. He raised his hand and struck downward with great force. Boom! A semi-transparent purple handprint struck the ground, shattering the concealment array, and the ensuing shockwave swiftly enveloped Lin Yuan. Thick smoke surrounded him, obscuring the situation. Yet, the middle-aged man could still sense the residual life force beneath, indicating that the adversary was still alive. To withstand my strike, and yet remain unscathed. This youth is indeed intriguing. Curiosity echoed in his voice as he flashed down to the ground, dispersing the smoke with a wave of his hand, revealing Lin Yuan, whose attire remained intact without a single shred torn. The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly as he inquired, Human youth, you are but a mere opening vein realm ant. How did you endure my strike? Are you referring to yourself? A cold voice resonated from the void, as a hazy figure gradually solidified before the young man, ultimately revealing a stunningly beautiful woman with long hair, adorned in a blue-green dress, exuding an ethereal grace. The fabric of her upper garments strained against a pair of prominent fruits, raising concerns about their stability, while her lower attire featured a split skirt that showcased her perfectly curved, snow-white legs, reminiscent of two jade pillars, subtly revealed by the breeze. Below, a pair of delicate, unshod feet with 10 round, polished toes playfully exposed to the air. Who are you to dare mock me? The middle-aged man's countenance darkened, realizing that, despite his formidable prowess, he had failed to detect her presence. Could her cultivation surpass his own? You. The insulting words ignited the middle-aged man's fury. How dare you? I hail from the Yuan'er Python clan and possess true dragon blood. Were you to speak so arrogantly before me? Aling Shuang chuckled. Is possessing true dragon blood truly remarkable? Allow me to demonstrate what a true Songlong is. With that, she began to summon her bloodline power, and a magnificent azure dragon apparition manifested behind her, its massive body adorned with shimmering emerald scales, glistening like gemstones under the sunlight. The dragon's head bore long, formidable horns, and its eyes blinked, exuding the majesty of a king among demons. At that moment, the middle-aged man stood utterly dumbfounded. The azure dragon, the divine beast azure dragon. It appeared before him in the flesh. Surely, this cannot be an illusion? Boom! As the apparition materialized, a powerful aura of demonic energy erupted from Aling Shuang. Pressing down upon the middle-aged man, he was unable to evade in time, succumbing to the overwhelming pressure, his body prostrating on the ground, too fearful to lift his head. This was the suppression of bloodlines. Faced with a divine beast of considerably higher rank, regardless of the opponent's cultivation level, the instinct of the blood compelled immediate subservience. Aling Shuang crossed her arms, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. Do you now comprehend what I am? I see it clearly. I see it clearly. The middle-aged man stammered. Having dared to harm my companion, had I not intervened in time, he would have surely become a corpse. How do you propose to atone for this? I was wrong. My lord, I did not know you were present, and I unwittingly offended you. Please forgive me. From now on, I am willing to serve you with utmost loyalty. The middle-aged man bowed fervently, his heart filled with despair. He never anticipated that emerging from seclusion to slay a few insignificant human ants would lead him to encounter a being of divine beast caliber. This was indeed a stroke of ill fortune. Owling Shuang scoffed. You think a few words will earn my forgiveness? Do you believe I'm so easily appeased? Princess. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately raised his head, exclaiming in astonishment, Are you the princess of the Azure Dragon clan? Owling Shuang replied with pride, Of course. Otherwise, how could an ordinary Azure Dragon's bloodline so easily subdue you? The middle-aged man nodded in understanding. The earlier aura had emanated from her bloodline, possessing formidable power that swiftly brought him to his knees, indicating her blood was indeed pure and authentic, belonging to the true dragon lineage. In this light, only the daughter of the Dragon King could possess such a status. Yuan'er and Python clan pays its respects to the princess. Acknowledging her identity, the middle-aged man bowed once more, speaking with reverence. Owling Shuang propped her chin in thought. The Yuan'er and Python clan ranks among the more prestigious in the Python lineage. Having cultivated to the 7th tier, it seems your achievements are primarily due to your bloodline. The middle-aged man admitted, Indeed, thanks to my inherent bloodline, I have had the fortune to reach this level. Yet it was only through fortunate circumstances. Otherwise, I fear I would have been stuck at the 6th tier. Owling Shuang furrowed her brow. Did you not claim to possess true dragon blood? Why then is it so difficult for you to break through to the 7th tier? Given the strength of dragon blood, you should have long since reached the transformation into a holy serpent. How could you be stagnant at the 6th tier? The middle-aged man opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately sighed. Alas, our ancestors' lineage has diluted over countless generations, and by my generation, it has become so thin that there is hardly any true dragon blood left. My previous claim was but a fabrication. Owling Shuang twitched her lips in silent disbelief before feigning anger, rebuking, You little worm, daring to deceive this princess. Coupled with your previous actions, you have truly committed a grave offense. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Seeing her roll up her sleeves as if to take action, the middle-aged man trembled in fear and quickly pleaded, My apologies, Your Highness. It is all my fault. I am willing to offer my lifetime collection of spiritual herbs. Please do not hold it against me. Oh, Owling Shuang's eyes brightened. What spiritual herbs? Show me. Immediately, the middle-aged man retrieved from his storage ring a pile of herbs, creating a small mountain, leaving Lin Yuan beside him wide-eyed in astonishment. These are Qi-Ling fruits, and Zishan sand, Ling Wang Vine, Bixian Ginseng. My heavens! Recalling the knowledge of herbs he had learned in the past, he recognized several of the spiritual herbs among the collection. This is merely a small portion, most of which he had never encountered before. Nevertheless, from the peculiar glimmers emanating from the medicinal herbs and the rich fragrance they exuded, it was evident that these items were far from ordinary. A windfall. This time, it was indeed a stroke of fortune. Chapter 73. Gathering Treasured Herbs. The reason for slaughter Owling Shuang naturally recognized the value of these spiritual herbs and felt a twinge of embarrassment. She raised her delicate hand to gently tuck a strand of hair behind her ear and, with her crimson lips slightly parted, remarked, You little insect certainly have shown great sincerity. I assume it took you many years to collect such a bounty of medicinal materials? Yuning offered a wry smile, admitting, Indeed, it has cost me considerable effort, but if it pleases you, my lady, these items are of little consequence. Despite his nonchalance, his heart bled at the thought. These herbs represented half of his wealth, and to part with them so easily would cause anyone to feel a sense of loss. Alas, encountering a divine beast is a rare opportunity. Perhaps this would be a means of averting disaster and winning favor, which would be a significant gain. With this self-reassurance, he began to harbor expectations. Owling Shuang smiled and nodded. Very well. Since you are so earnest, I shall forgive your previous transgressions. Upon saying this, she turned to Lin Yuan, Xiao Yuan, gather these medicinal materials. Understood, Sister Shuang. Lin Yuan promptly retrieved a storage bag and swiftly began to collect the herbs. However, due to the sheer number of materials, several storage bags were soon filled to capacity, leaving him somewhat distressed. It was truly a shame to have so many precious herbs before him, yet be unable to take them away. Noticing this, Owling Shuang immediately extended her hand to the middle-aged man. Do you have any spare storage spirit tools? Please lend them to us for a moment. Yuning initially thought that since the bags were full, he could incur less loss, but but he was not expecting her to request more. How shameless could one be, especially a divine beast, to rob him, a mere little demon, of his possessions? Despite his reluctance, he obediently produced several storage bags and handed them over, saying, "Your Highness, do these suffice?" Lin Yuan couldn't help but inquire, "Isn't it a bit cumbersome to fit so many items into storage bags? Why not use a spatial ring directly? Even the most basic spatial rings have a capacity of hundreds of cubic units, equivalent to dozens of storage bags." Aling Shuang explained, "Spatial rings are bound by restrictions that require the owner's spiritual sense to unlock. Thus, even if one were to acquire them, others could not access the items within." Yuning pulled out a dozen spatial rings from his robe, his expression filled with helplessness. "As you mentioned, Your Highness, even if I obtain these rings, I would not be able to break the restrictions, making them equally unusable for you." Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan was somewhat astonished. The rings in Yuning's possession were evidently obtained from slain human cultivators, and given the exorbitant price of spatial rings, one would need at least the financial means of a Yuan Dan realm cultivator to afford them. This implied that at least a dozen Yuan Dan realm experts had perished at the hands of this demon. Truly, the might of the demon race was formidable. Indeed, it seems I have been rather ignorant. Lin Yuan chuckled at himself, then proceeded alongside Aling Shuang to pack the remaining herbs into the storage bags. After completing this task, he stretched contentedly and remarked, "This is wonderful. Such a wealth of precious herbs will surely allow us to exchange for a substantial amount of Yuan stones." Aling Shuang, however, countered, "Exchanging for Yuan stones will be quite wasteful. These rare herbs should be bartered for goods to maximize their value, especially the primary materials used in alchemy that would make numerous high-level alchemists envious." Lin Yuan, realizing his short-sightedness, responded, "Sister Shuang, your insight is truly enlightening." "Sister Shuang?" Yuning couldn't help but be taken aback. This young man dared to address the princess so familiarly. What was their relationship? The youth did not appear to be of the demon race. How could he be acquainted with a princess of the dragon clan? Although he was filled with questions, Yuning dared not voice them, fearing that the young man might demand something from him. Despite his silence, Aling Shuang sensed his thoughts and proactively stated, "This individual is a companion I met by chance, and our relationship is quite profound. Treat him as you would treat me. Do you understand?" Yuning nodded vigorously. Understood. Understood. Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle silently. A dignified 7th-grade demon emperor, who could instill fear wherever he went, was now behaving as a humble servant. Only a divine beast like Aling Shuang could bring such a proud being to heel. Contemplating this, he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had Sister Shuang's assistance, which had spared him from multiple crises. He must repay her kindness when he grew stronger in the future. "You're called Yuning, correct? May I inquire why you have harmed the humans in the mountains?" After alerting the other party, Aling Shuang finally voiced the question that had long been on her mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan perked up his ears, equally curious as to why he had acted in such a manner. When this matter was brought up, Yuning's eyes glinted with hatred. A century ago, the Zishuan Dao fruit emerged within the Yunlan Mountains, right in my territory. It was rightfully mine, yet the wretched Yunlan Sect, relying on their strength, forcibly snatched my Dao fruit, causing me to stagnate at the 6th tier for a century. Fortunately, I later obtained another opportunity and broke through to the 7th tier. Lin Yuan frowned. "So you took your anger out on other human cultivators because of this? How can that be justified? Is it not justified? Which of those young participants is not stained with the blood of demons? They deserve to pay the price for their misdeeds." Though he spoke thus, those individuals were not the true culprits who had stolen his Dao fruit. Their deaths at his hands seemed somewhat like collateral damage. If they are collateral damage, then do the numerous demon beasts within the Yunlan Mountains deserve to be slaughtered by you? This statement left Lin Yuan momentarily speechless. Indeed, demon beasts were also living beings. They wished to survive, just as humans did. If humans dared to recklessly take their lives, they must also be prepared to face the wrath of powerful demon beings. Realizing he had overstepped, Yuning quickly clasped his hands. "I apologize, my lord. I was overly emotional just now. However, I still maintain that none of them are innocent, and you need not stand up for them." Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for apologies. I merely spoke casually, without any intention of lamenting for them. On the contrary, their deaths are advantageous for me, allowing me to secure a better ranking. Yuning suddenly smiled. Are you referring to the ranking in the 100 Cities tournament? Indeed. Then allow me to congratulate you in advance for securing the championship. Huh? What do you mean by that? Aside from you, all the other competitors have already been eliminated by my hand. What? Lin Yuan was immediately taken aback. He had actually killed all the other competitors? This fellow was far too formidable. Yuning explained, due to the energy fluctuations being concealed by the formation. You were the last person I discovered. By the time I found you, those insignificant younglings had long since perished. Well, I truly thank you for that. Lin Yuan twitched his lips, suddenly feeling a surge of emotion. He had been worrying about how to win the championship, and now it had been handed to him on a silver platter. Fate was indeed unpredictable, and the whims of the world were ever-changing. Chapter 74. The Girl's Lament. A heart stir, my lord, need not be so courteous. I originally intended to eliminate those people anyway. So consider it a fortuitous turn of events that I have assisted you. Ah, by the way, did they not possess escape talismans? How did none of them manage to escape? I preemptively set up a barrier using my bloodline power. Unless one is proficient in the way of space, mere talismans would be ineffective. I see. Your barrier is indeed quite impressive. Not at all. Compared to the divine abilities of your highness, it pales in comparison. Huh. Since you have slain so many young talents, are you not afraid of retribution from the Yunlan Sect? Behind the advanced cities stands the Yunlan Sect, and the deaths of so many prodigies will surely incite their wrath. With a disdainful demeanor, remarked, if I were still at the 6th rank, I might have feared that woman a little, but having already broken through to the 7th rank, what is there to fear? The reason I have come forth to confront her this time is to compel her to reveal herself, thus putting an end to past matters. Lin Yuan discerned. Are you seeking revenge for the loss of the fruit? Scoffed. Revenge is not something I dare to entertain. But she ought to at least provide me with an explanation, should she not? At that moment, the girl lying on the ground emitted a soft groan, her consciousness gradually returning as she awakened from her stupor. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the figures of 2 men and 1 woman. Who were these 2? If she recalled correctly, after those 2 beasts perished, the potion's effects within her had fully manifested, leading her to succumb to desire and ultimately lunge at Lin Yuan. Though she could not recollect the subsequent events, it was evident from her last actions that they must have engaged in intimacy. Her gaze fell upon the ground not far away, where a crimson stain remained, the blood not yet dried. It's over. I have lost my virtue. The precious treasure of her being had been taken from her in this desolate wilderness. This was utterly absurd. Louis Chan's first reaction was one of disbelief, and she instinctively rushed forward, throwing a punch. Bastard! Why did you take my purity? Lin Yuan grasped her fist with one hand, frowning as he replied, You actively sought me out. How can you claim that I took your purity? It is you who robbed me of mine. That was due to the aphrodisiac. It was not my own volition. How dare you take advantage of me in such a state? Could you not have pushed me away? She exclaimed, agitated, clenching her other delicate fist and raising it to strike the man. Seeing her unreasonable demeanor, Lin Yuan retaliated with a swift slap. A resounding crack echoed as a red handprint appeared on her smooth cheek, leaving the girl momentarily stunned. I was hit. I was actually struck by someone my age, and this person also took my body. How could there be such a despicable individual in the world? Seizing the opportunity while she was quiet, Lin Yuan spoke earnestly. The potion known as Yuan'er, if not countered by a harmonious union, will not only destroy your entire meridian system, but will also reduce you to a mere mating machine, forever unable to awaken. Is that the fate you desire? Louis Chan slowly shook her head. If she were to become such a wretched being, it would be better to end her life. Lin Yuan continued. Thus, my actions were not predatory. I actually saved you. You ought to be grateful. Do you understand? Yet, as he spoke, the girl suddenly burst into tears. This left Lin Yuan utterly perplexed. What is wrong with her? Why is she crying? Did my words wound her? No, you spoke the truth. But you have taken my virtue and hit me, speaking to me so harshly without offering any comfort. It is truly unfair, making me feel so miserable, she sobbed. Lin Yuan comprehended then. Despite her cold and imposing exterior, she was fundamentally still a girl at heart, yearning for a man's affection. Sighing, he softly said, "My actions were hasty, I apologize. It was merely a reaction to your agitation that led to this unfortunate outcome." Lu Yichan gradually ceased her sobbing, her beautiful eyes glistening as she asked, "What do you intend to do next? What do you mean by what to do? How do you wish to handle our relationship? What do you suggest?" She retorted, "Should I be the one to take responsibility?" "Oh, do you mean to say you desire me to take responsibility? You bully. Who would wish for your responsibility?" She stamped her foot, turning her head away in feigned disdain. Lu Yichan glared, retorting, "What do you mean even? You clearly benefited greatly from this. And did I not almost ruin your league performance?" "The league." At this, Lu Yichan quickly inquired, "How many hours have passed? Is the league still ongoing?" "It has been about 2 to 3 hours since you lost consciousness," he replied. 2 to 3 hours? We still have time to improve our performance. There is no need. We are already champions. What? Lin Yuan then explained the events that had transpired, and Lu Yichan finally grasped the situation. 7th rank Demon Emperor, Divine Beast Qinglong. Looking at the two beside her, Lu Yichan's face was filled with astonishment. These were legendary beings. To encounter two of them at once was both a blessing and a curse, she mused. I, Lu Yichan, have met the Demon Emperor and the Princess. Bingling Shuang gazed at her with a frigid tone. I do not wish for any beings beyond our four to know of this matter. Do you understand? The girl nodded repeatedly. I understand. I understand. What a joke. This was the princess of the Qinglong clan. A mere glance could end her life. How could she dare defy the order? Bingling Shuang had already placed a sealing spell on Lu Yichan, so she was not concerned about the matter being disclosed. Chuckled. Little human girl, to be able to submit to Lin Gongzi is truly a blessing earned through 100 lifetimes. At this moment, he had also realized that this couple had recently engaged in intimacy, hence his words. Submit, upon hearing this term. Lu Yichan turned her gaze back to the man beside her, contemplating his handsome visage, extraordinary prowess, and connection to the divine beast. Her heart began to race wildly. He is so handsome, so powerful, and possesses such a formidable background. He can undoubtedly be deemed a dream partner. Having a man like this as her husband seems rather appealing. At this moment, Lin Yuan's image in her heart had transformed into a towering figure. Gongzi, I was impulsive earlier and may have offended you. Please be forgiving. Lu Yichan's red lips parted softly, her tone exceedingly sweet. Lin Yuan felt taken aback. This girl actually apologized? Surely it was due to Sister Shuang's influence. It is fine. I can understand your reaction. Just do not let it happen again. He replied nonchalantly. Yes, I will certainly not dare to repeat it. Additionally, Gongzi, regarding our situation, rest assured, I will not speak of it. No, that is not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Having submitted my pristine body to you, should you not make some acknowledgement? Lin Yuan teased. What does Miss Lu mean? I seem to be a bit lost. This rascal, clearly aware, yet feigning ignorance, cursing inwardly. Lu Yichan forced a smile. I've already become yours. Would you truly abandon me? Ha. Did you not say you were not interested in my responsibility? How is it that you're now claiming to be mine? That was mere lip service. My heart did not agree. Why would your heart not agree? Because. Please do not jest with me any longer, Gongzi. Would you truly be willing to watch me suffer alone for the rest of my life? Hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was it really that dire? Even so, he understood that now, it was impossible to simply gloss over this matter. With a sigh, he lamented, what a fateful entanglement. I merely wished to participate in a league, yet here I am, embroiled with you. Gongzi, do you not find me lacking? She asked, feeling wronged. She believed her beauty was unparalleled, her figure exquisite, always pursued by men. Yet now, seeing his expression, she sensed a hint of reluctance, which stirred feelings of disappointment within her. Lin Yuan shook his head. Not at all. It is just that having one more woman means one more responsibility. I currently lack the strength to care for all of you. Lu Yichan's eyes brightened. Does Gongzi mean to say you have other women? Indeed, can you accept them? In the days of her past, she would have found it utterly intolerable to share a husband with another woman. However, the prospect of serving Lin Yuan seemed somewhat acceptable. After all, he was a human who walked alongside the divine beast. His future accomplishments were undoubtedly promising. If she were to let this opportunity slip away today, she might never encounter such an exceptional companion again. Alas, What was a few more sisters? They could even alleviate the burdens of intimate matters, which hardly constituted a significant grievance. Comforting herself with these thoughts, her expression grew resolute as she nodded earnestly, declaring, "As long as I can remain by your side." "My lord, I do not mind if you have several women." Lin Yuan smiled suddenly, saying, "You have agreed, but I have yet to consent. Oh dear brother, my beloved, please accept me." In her eagerness to win his favor, Lu Yichan unabashedly acted coy, disregarding the presence of others nearby. Isn't Miss Lu known for keeping her distance from strangers? Why speak such words? That is true for other men, but for you, my lord, I yearn to be as close as possible. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around his, gently swaying them. Lin Yuan, unlike her, was not as thick-skinned. Noticing the teasing glances from Yuning and Sister Shuang, he quickly pushed her away, retorting coldly, "Very well. Let us see how you perform next. If you can satisfy me, I may consider taking you in." The girl's expression brightened. "Yes, my lord. I shall strive to impress you and earn your favor soon." At the mention of her essence, Lu Yichan's delicate face flushed. That was something she had cherished for 22 years, and now it seemed so easily lost. Fortunately, the one she lost it to was Lin Yuan, who was willing to take responsibility. Had it been another man, she might have drawn her sword in despair. Boom! As Lin Yuan settled into a meditative posture, a thunderous sound erupted. A purple barrier in the sky cracked, resembling a spider's web, before ultimately shattering into a flurry of luminous specks. A powerful being from the Purple Mansion realm had made its move. The four exchanged glances, and Yuning immediately vanished from sight. Lin Yuan frowned, remarking, "The reinforcements arrived swiftly. I wonder which human powerhouse has come?" Prideful Shuang released her spiritual sense, whispering, "We shall soon find out." Her mental prowess was formidable, capable of extending hundreds of feet, unlike Lin Yuan and Lu Yichan. To allow the two to observe the external situation, she waved her arm, projecting an image before them, revealing Yuning confronting a woman. On the outskirts of the mountains, Yuning stood majestically in the air, arms crossed, speaking to the woman, "Master Yin, why have you only now decided to show yourself? I have waited for you for ages." The woman donned a flowing white gown adorned with cloud patterns, her long dark hair cascading over her shoulders. A semi-transparent veil concealed her face, revealing a pair of bright, piercing eyes. After releasing her spiritual sense and scanning the forest, she discovered the lifeless bodies of all those present. Her exquisite visage contorted with rage. "Yuning, you have slaughtered all the elite participants from our Yunlan Sect? Not a single one left alive." Due to Shuang's urgent use of the concealment technique, she had not detected Lin Yuan and the others. Yuning sneered, "What? Is it only permissible for your kind to slay our demon clan, while we are not allowed to retaliate? Isn't it different? Our participants were all younger generations, and the ones slain were merely of the same tier as the beasts. How can you compare that to your indiscriminate slaughter of the weak? I care not for your notions of seniority. If you dare to come and kill our clan, you must be prepared to face the consequences." Such sophistry. Even if you have taken some of our demon kin, they are not your concern. By what right do you speak up? By my status as a mighty demon. Since you put it this way, as an elder of the human race, I, too, must seek vengeance for my younger generations. With that, the woman drew her sword and unleashed her powerful aura, revealing her Purple Mansion realm prowess. The thought of so many talented individuals perishing made her heart ache. They were the pillars of a sect's future. With their potential, they could have at least reached the Gathering Chi realm, with some even attaining the Origin Pill realm. Though they might not have toppled the Yunlan Sect's position in the Eastern Domain, they would have significantly bolstered its strength. Now, all of them had fallen to this demon. How could she not feel anguish? Chapter 76. A confrontation of powers. Yuning's proposition unfazed by the woman's terrifying presence. Yuning similarly released a potent demonic aura, declaring, "Yun Qieying, have you forgotten your actions a century ago?" A century ago? The woman hesitated, then realized, "You refer to the matter of the Zishuan Dao fruit. Indeed, according to the agreement made by the beast sovereign and your human ancestors, the fruits from the Yunlan mountain range belong to the beasts within the territory. Yet you brazenly violated this agreement and seized the Dao fruit. To this day, I have yet to receive an explanation." Yuning spoke with fervor, articulating his grievances. Yun Qing gripped the sword hilt, hesitating for a long moment before finally sighing. I admit my fault in that matter, but now you have killed my clan's many talented juniors. Let this grudge end here. And here? You speak so lightly. The loss I face from being stuck at the 6th tier for a century cannot simply be overlooked. If I do not receive compensation today, this matter will never be resolved. Swish! The woman swung her sword, slicing through the air, her expression as cold as frost. Even if I was at fault first, you have already slain so many of my outstanding juniors. You know full well what heights they could have achieved. To use your vile actions to atone for my past wrongs is already a form of profit for you. The astonishing sword intent radiated outward, yet Yuning remained unfazed. Sneering, huh? If consuming the Zishuan Dao fruit guarantees a new powerhouse for your Yunlan Sect, I need not elaborate on its worth, do I? Among the deceased juniors, how many could even establish a Dao platform, let alone reach the Purple Mansion? To be honest, they are not even worth a single piece of the fruit. And you dare to say I profited? Has Master Yin lost her mind, or simply grown too shameless to utter such words? Such scornful remarks ignited Yun Qieying's fury, and she glared back. The Zishuan Dao fruit is indeed extraordinary, but there is no guarantee of success in breaking through. If one fails, the fruit becomes waste. Its value cannot be compared to that of living beings. Yuning burst into laughter, huh? Absurd. If hundreds of lives could be traded for a Dao fruit, I believe anyone would willingly make that exchange. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed for such a statement? Yuning glared. Leave? You owe me compensation. Where do you think you're going? Yun Qieying gritted her teeth. You have slain so many from my sect, and you still dare to demand compensation? I don't care. You must compensate me. Otherwise, I will make a scene every day. Let us see who can outlast whom. You, a dignified 7th-tier demon emperor. You truly have no sense of shame. It must be acknowledged that a demon beast of such caliber could be exceedingly difficult to deal with once it began to throw a tantrum. The situation was entirely unequal. She stood alone, while the Yunlan Sect's fate was intertwined with her actions. Unless absolutely necessary, none would wish to offend such a formidable being. Noticing the woman's distress, Yuning's mind raced, and he suggested, Master Yun, I see that managing a large sect must be quite challenging. I shall not make excessive demands. As long as you can care for a human for me, we can consider this matter settled. A human? Yun Qieying asked, puzzled. Aren't you usually dwelling deep within the mountains? How do you know a human? Yuning waved his sleeve dismissively. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Let us just say he is fated to be connected with me. Besides, he should be a disciple of the Yunlan Sect and would not engage in any actions harmful to the sect. You can rest assured. The woman furrowed her brows, pondering for a moment before replying. I need to see him first before making any plans. Not an issue. Please wait a moment while I inform him, or else he might be startled upon suddenly encountering someone of your stature. After saying this, Yuning vanished in a flash. Upon hearing these words, the crowd below displayed expressions of confusion. How could a 7th-tier demon recognize a human? Moreover, it had voluntarily relinquished its claim for compensation solely to seek protection for that individual. Which fortunate soul could this be? Gao Hong soared into the air and approached the woman, clasping his hands in reluctance, and said, Master Zong, that beast has slain so many of our talented individuals. Are we to let this matter go just like that? Yun Qieying sighed and replied, What I did a century ago was indeed somewhat unscrupulous. Their deaths are a price for my past actions. As for the losses incurred by the various cities, I will instruct the elders of the compensation hall to provide you with recompense. Let this matter rest. Upon hearing the mention of compensation, Gao Hong's inner fury diminished considerably, and his expression softened as he said, Although those 2 juniors in our city are remarkable, they are not of the Gao family's direct lineage. Their deaths are unfortunate but bearable. However, many among the other victims were the children of city lords, and their grievances may not be so easily assuaged. The woman, upon hearing this, waved her hand dismissively. I assure you that the compensation will be adequate. No city lord will suffer loss. Should they remain dissatisfied, they are free to seek vengeance, and the sect will support them in spirit. Vengeance? A mere Yuan Dan realm cultivator seeking revenge against a 7th-tier demon? Wasn't that courting death? Gao Hong twitched his lips and nodded in praise. Master Zong, your righteousness is commendable. I believe they will surely understand your predicament. Logically speaking, given such circumstances, Yun Qianying's willingness to provide compensation was already an act of great benevolence. After all, this was a seventh-tier beast king. Its actions were not without reason, and the sect could not afford to truly become enemies with it. Although Yun Qianying's approach might leave the city lords feeling slighted, as the leader of a major sect, she had to consider the sect's interests, and this method of resolution could be deemed relatively fair and prudent. Naturally, should any exceptional talents participate in the competition, the beast would not dare to act against them. It understood that there were those who could be killed and those who could not, and it would not jeopardize its relationship with Yunlan Zone to the point of mutual destruction. At this moment within the mountainous region, Ao Ling Shuang and the others, having observed the projection, immediately grasped the intentions of the beast. It sought to find a significant backing for Lin Yuan. Your Highness, you must have heard my conversation with that woman. What do you think of my actions? Louis Chan, who had been reveling in joy, now felt a twinge of worry upon hearing Long Nu's words. Indeed, Master Zong is no fool. She will surely suspect the identity of the young master. If he is treated as a spy of the demon race, the consequences would be dire. The beast, with a proud demeanor, reassured them. Rest assured, I have sufficient confidence in my actions. That woman will certainly not harm the young master. What gives you such confidence? Firstly, the young master is human. Secondly, he is a disciple of Yunlan Zone. Even disregarding this identity, with my status as a seventh-tier demon, does Yun Qianying dare to act against the young master? Does she truly think I am an easy target? Upon hearing this, the three nodded in agreement. A seventh-tier demon was overwhelmingly powerful. Any wise individual would avoid offending Yun Qianying. Furthermore, she would likely bestow favors upon Lin Yuan, actively seeking to befriend the beast in hopes of gaining the goodwill of such a formidable ally, which would be worth more than any rare treasures. Ao Ling Shuang finally felt reassured and nodded in commendation. That makes sense. It seems you are quite clever. Very well, Your Highness. Louis Chan expressed her concerns. What about me? You stay here. There is nothing to worry about. Just as Lin Yuan finished speaking, the beast and Yun Qianying appeared before them. Didn't you say it was one person? Why are there two? Upon seeing the duo, she instinctively furrowed her brow. The beast chuckled lightly. Don't be anxious. This girl is also a member of Yunlan Zone. Since she is the young master's teammate in the competition, I chose not to eliminate her. Young master? What is the background of this young man, to be addressed as such by such a powerful being? While Yun Qianying pondered this inwardly, Louis Chan stepped forward to bow. Yuan'er Sect disciple Louis Chan, greetings to Master Zong. At that moment, the girl's heart raced with excitement. She was witnessing a powerful figure from the Zifu realm, none other than the master of Yunlan Zone, standing right before her, almost surreal. Though she had been an inner disciple for 2 years, she had never encountered the master in person until now, and being this close left her both exhilarated and anxious. Yun Qianying glanced at the girl and remarked, at such a young age, you possess the cultivation of the 5th layer of the Ningguan realm. Your talent is commendable. You have the potential to reach the Yuan'er realm in the future. Thank you for your praise, Master Zong. Louis Chan was overwhelmed with joy. She had been complimented. The Master Zong had actually praised her. How fortunate. Regarding the girl's reaction, Yun Qianying merely nodded slightly before her gaze shifted to the young man. She understood that he was the main subject of their meeting. Sensing her gaze, Lin Yuan also bowed. Outer Sect disciple Lin Yuan, greetings to Master Zong. Outer Sect disciple. Yun Qianying exclaimed in surprise. Then sensing his cultivation at the Kaimai realm, she asked, how old are you? When did you join Yunlan Zone? 18 years old. At the 6th layer of Kaimai, your talent is acceptable. May I inquire how you came to know the beast? This. The beast interjected with a glare. Master Zong, must you pry so deeply? I am merely curious. If you choose not to disclose, it is perfectly fine. The person behind you? Yun Qianying, upon hearing this, became even more intrigued. Are you suggesting he has a significant background? Whether it is significant or not, I cannot say. However, he is definitely not someone we can afford to offend. Then why did he choose to join Yunlan Zone? There is no conflict between having a significant background and joining Yunlan Zone. There is no conflict, but it is somewhat peculiar. Enough with the rambling. Just tell me if you can agree to my condition. The beast feigned impatience and asked directly. Yun Qiang pondered for a moment before lightly nodding to Lin Yuan. Very well. Since you are both the benefactor of the beast and a disciple of my sect, I shall do my utmost to take care of you. However, let me make it clear. You must not engage in activities that harm the sect. Otherwise, I will still have to deal with you according to sect rules. Do you understand? Lin Yuan responded, Rest assured, Master Zong. I have been in Yunlan Zone for several years, and I have long regarded the sect as my home. My sole ambition is to grow stronger to repay the sect, and I will harbor no rebellious intentions. His candid words brought comfort to Yun Qiang, and she smiled good. Since you are so sincere, I shall grant you this Yun Wangling. This item can assist you in managing various troubles within the sect. If you ever encounter insurmountable problems or find yourself in danger, simply use your spiritual sense to activate the talisman, and I will receive the signal immediately and rush to protect you. Yin Wangling. Upon hearing this, Lu Yichan's eyes sparkled with excitement. As an inner disciple, she was certainly aware of this item. Only those designated by the master could receive it. To see the talisman was akin to seeing the master in person, symbolizing the highest status. It had not been bestowed for thousands of years in Yunlan Zone. To put it bluntly, should Lin Yuan obtain this talisman, he would be the only disciple in the sect to possess the Yun Wangling, with a status second only to the master. The fact that Yun Qiang could bestow such a precious item illustrated her regard for Lin Yuan. The beast, understanding the significance of this item, burst into laughter. Ha! Master Zong, you truly are generous to present such a treasure. I cannot afford to overlook the Beast King's trust. Yun Qiang replied with a hint of helplessness. She could not allow any harm to come to Lin Yuan. Otherwise, the wrath of a seventh-tier demon would yield grave consequences. The beast solemnly promised, Since the master is so sincere, I shall agree to take good care of this young master. If Yunlan Zone encounters difficulties in the future, I will provide my utmost assistance. Yun Qiang's eyes brightened, and she hastily clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you for the Beast King's promise. I am sincerely grateful. Unexpectedly, this journey out of the mountains has allowed me to forge an alliance with such a formidable ally, a truly delightful surprise. Chapter 78. Leaving the mountains, the crowd condemns. You need not be modest. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out to me. I apologize for the numerous lives lost at my hands before. This matter, in essence, is also a consequence of my past errors. There is no need for such formality. The two exchanged pleasantries, and then Lin Yuan accepted the token, bowing in gratitude. Thank you for the bestowed token, Sect Master. I shall strive to become a formidable force and contribute to the sect, living up to your generous affection. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan shook his head and declined. Given the multitude of contestants who perished in the mountains, the city lords are certainly harboring grievances. Even if you choose not to pursue the culprits, they will undoubtedly direct their ire at me, as I'm the one who sought your favor as a criminal. Therefore, the best course of action at present is to conceal our relationship, so you need not face any difficulties, and I may remain safe. Yun Qiang concurred. That is a valid point. But how do you intend to explain your survival? That is simple. We shall assert that a concealment formation was laid here, and the Beast King failed to detect our presence before engaging in conflict with the sect master. Very well, esteemed sir, take care. After Yun Qiang departed, Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the matter had not been scrutinized too deeply. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to clarify the various inconsistencies. Young master, with the Yun Wang token, you can now navigate through Yunlan Sect with ease. Lu Yichan exclaimed, turning to embrace the man's arm, her face brimming with excitement. Lin Yuan responded joyfully, Indeed, the sect master is truly magnanimous. I have truly latched onto a powerful ally. After expressing his gratitude, he continued, Senior, your generous provision of medicinal herbs, and now the sect master's protection, is a kindness I cannot adequately express my gratitude for. You are far too courteous, young master. As a companion of the princess, it is only natural for me to assist you within my capabilities. Such small favors are merely a trifling effort. With that, she condensed her vital energy, pricked her fingertip to draw a drop of blood the size of a grain of rice, and handed it to him, saying, This is my blood. Although it is not my essence blood, it contains pure bloodline power. After refining it, you may aspire to achieve sanctity in the future. Dragon blood. Upon witnessing this, Yuning's eyes widened in excitement, overwhelmed with joy. Thank you for your great grace, princess. Should you require anything in the future, I shall not hesitate, even at the cost of my life. Ao Ling Shuang nodded softly. I sense your sincerity. Should we encounter trouble, we will seek your assistance. Additionally, we should be preparing to depart shortly. Yuning swiftly produced a jade slip from her bosom and handed it to the youth. This is a sensing jade slip. Once shattered, I will be immediately alerted. You may use it in times of peril, and I shall hasten to your rescue. Understood. At the outer periphery of the mountains, has the sect master truly pardoned that beast? What of our vengeance as descendants? Shall we seek it ourselves? That is a 7th-tier beast, even with the sect master's strength. It would only have a slight advantage. We are far from being its match. Let go of the vengeance. The sect master's willingness to provide us with compensation is already quite benevolent. We need not dwell on this further. Consider it a misfortune we must endure. But I cannot accept this. Upon learning of the resolution, some city lords expressed complaints and indignation, particularly those who had lost children, unable to hold back their tears of sorrow. In response, Yun Xiang expressed her remorse. This matter originated from my actions. I owe you all an apology. Direct your grievances towards me. I shall endeavor to allocate additional resources for your compensation. Upon hearing this, the crowd's hearts eased slightly, though some muttered under their breath. Direct our grievances towards you? Do you take us for fools, disregarding our lives? The opposing party is a Zifu realm powerhouse, as mere Yuan'er realm ants. They must comply with arrangements, and any dissatisfaction must remain hidden. Who would dare speak out? Yichan, have you yet to become an unparalleled powerhouse, departing from this world so easily? Among the crowd, Lu Ku's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice filled with lamentation, his sorrow threatening to tear his heart asunder. That was his beloved daughter, endowed with the star fate bone, destined to become a Yuan'er realm powerhouse, perhaps even aspiring towards the Dao platform realm. Yet, due to this unfortunate incident, her life was lost, and, as a father, his grief was profound. Seeing this, many reflected on Lu Yichan's talents and felt a sense of balance. Look, even a prodigy with a fate bone has perished. What do their descendants amount to? This was a significant loss. The deaths of other contestants were mere trifles in comparison. Brother Lu, once life departs, it cannot return. Do not dwell in sorrow. A city lord stepped forward to console him. But before he could finish, a flash of blue light appeared, and 2 figures materialized before the crowd. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. What is happening? Are there still survivors? Were they not all slain by the Beast King? As the leader, Yun Xiang promptly stepped forward and inquired, "Are you 2 contestants of a league?" Seeing her earnest demeanor, Lin Yuan could not help but sigh inwardly. Truly, the sect master could act with such authenticity. Yes, we hail from Zhujiang City and participated in this year's league. All other contestants perished. How is it that you remain unscathed? It is as follows. Lu Yichan recounted their entrapment by the 2 villains, and the crowd quickly grasped the situation. How audacious to harm other contestants while being part of the league. These 2 truly disregard the rules. Beasts. Such beasts. This has never occurred in any previous league. Their crimes warrant the most severe punishment. To be killed so easily is far too lenient. From which city do these beasts hail? Their families must be held accountable. The crowd erupted with righteous indignation, condemning the misdeeds of the 2. Upon hearing these words, all eyes fell upon the city lord of Qinshan. He cleared his throat and vowed, "Miss Lu, I shall merely issue a warning without punishment." Lu Yichan slightly shook her head. Let it not affect their families. Their kin could not have anticipated their malice. And since the 2 beasts are already dead, let this matter rest. Miss Lu is magnanimous. I shall heed your words. Just as he finished speaking, a city lord could not restrain himself and asked, "Wait, Miss Lu, you claim that your companion single-handedly slew 2 Ningguan realm cultivators. How did he achieve this?" Chapter 79, League Champion Poison Reemerges. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Lin Yuan. Indeed, he is merely in the opening meridian realm. How could he possibly defeat 2 Ningguan realm cultivators? Yun Xiang also felt intrigued. She had not inquired about these matters previously, only to discover the process was rather intricate. Lin Yuan had already prepared his response and calmly stated, I possessed a 4th-tier Xianlei talisman, which I utilized to eliminate them while they were caught off guard. A 4th-tier Xianlei talisman. Once activated, it could unleash a thunderous strike equivalent to the full force of a Qi-gathering realm powerhouse, sufficient to slay Ningguan realm cultivators. However, is it not prohibited to carry talismans in the league? Is this not a violation? Would it not be improper for you to win the championship, while all other contestants are dead? Would that not reduce the event to a mere one-man competition? The championship awarded in such a manner seems rather trivial, Yun Xiang countered. Although they survive by luck, luck is also a part of strength. And the league does not stipulate that a single person cannot claim the championship. Thus, the title must be awarded. Otherwise, would we not appear petty? Her reasoning was sound, leaving the crowd without retort. Thus, Lin Yuan and Lu Yichan successfully claimed the championship, along with an array of rewards, including the precious Ziyun Xiangwood. During this time, someone could not help but inquire whether these two were the ones entrusted by the Beast King. But Yun Xiang promptly denied this. The crowd did not dwell on this matter, as Lin Yuan and Lu Yichan were merely youngsters, unlikely to have any connection to the Beast King, and Yu Ning had no reason to assist them. My dear, you have yet to enter the inner sanctum, have you? When the time comes and you pass the inner examination, you may come directly to Yun Huangfeng to seek me out. I am willing to accept you as my personal disciple. As she uttered these words in a small grove, Yun Xiang left Lin Yuan utterly astonished. Thank you, Sect Master, for your kind favor. The younger generation shall remember this. With that, the woman shattered the void and departed. Beside them, Lu Yichan could not help but express her envy. Young master, since the sect master has said so, you are bound to become her disciple in the future. I congratulate you in advance. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. It is merely human affairs. Her willingness to take me as her pupil is primarily due to my connection with the formidable Yu Ling, and not greatly related to my own talents. Lu Yichan leaned against the man, arching her brows, and said, What of human affairs? With your talents, you will eventually make her grateful for her choice. It is truly fortunate for me to be your woman. Observing now, it is clear that Lin Yuan is not only supported by divine beasts and great demons, but also by a sect master. Such a terrifying background makes her both anxious and elated. Look, this is her man, so good-standing, so handsome. He is truly a divine gift bestowed upon her. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her emotions surged, and she could not resist lifting her head to offer her red lips. Lin Yuan intentionally tilted his head to evade the fragrant kiss, a playful expression on his face. Did you not say before that I should work hard? Did you not say you would consider my feelings? Why are you so eager now? Alas, I was simply foolish before, unable to see your prowess. And then I wished to be with you, young master, and bear your children. Ha! You think you're worthy of bearing my child, you shameless one. Ooh, young master, you scold me. What of it? If you enjoy it, feel free to scold me. I never realized you had such a shameless nature. Hee, I am indeed shameless. Good young master, good brother, please grant me this wish. I wish to bear your seed. Lu Yichan transformed from her previous aloof demeanor into a devoted maid, incessantly flattering her master. Lin Yuan, naturally, did not hold back, delivering a firm slap to her posterior and pressing his lips against hers. They savored each other for a long while before slowly parting. The young woman's head hung low, her pretty face flushed, and her gaze dreamy. Lin Yuan immediately understood that the effects of the aphrodisiac had not yet fully dissipated, and the lingering potency reignited. I feel so hot, young master. My body is unbearable. Please help me. I had already assisted you for several hours. How can you still not be well? How much of the drug did you take? They said they used 100-fold dosage on me. What? Lin Yuan was taken aback. 100-fold? That scoundrel Wei Shang has truly lost all sense of restraint. Such an immense dosage could easily transform a person into a beast. Without several days of deep cultivation, the effects would surely be overwhelming. With such a lengthy duration, would I not be exhausted to death? Pondering this, Lin Yuan could only shake his head with a wry smile. Even if it tires me, I must persevere. I cannot allow another man to take my place. After all, I have no inclination towards cuckoldry, even if I have yet to genuinely acknowledge this woman. I would not permit anyone else to touch her. Having made his decision, he swept Lu Yiqian up in his arms and swiftly left the grove, approaching Lu Ku. Lord City Master, Miss Lu has fallen victim to an aphrodisiac and urgently requires my assistance. Is there a private room on the flying vessel? As his daughter returned, Lu Ku had intended to exchange a few words, but upon seeing the two summoned away by Yun Qiang, he could only wait outside the grove. After a lengthy wait, he was unexpectedly met with this revelation. Yes, indeed, please follow me. Aware that the aphrodisiac could not be delayed, he dared not inquire further and promptly turned to lead Lin Yuan aboard the flying vessel, personally escorting him to a room. With a click, the door closed, leaving Lu Ku outside, his expression notably complex. On one hand, he was filled with joy at reuniting with his daughter. On the other, he was uncertain how to handle the relationship between Lin Yuan and his daughter. His daughter's loss of virtue to Lin Yuan was undoubtedly a positive development, as he had previously hoped for them to be together. However, this was an unforeseen circumstance, and he could not ascertain whether Lin Yuan would take responsibility. What if he does not? What will happen to his daughter in the future? Must she remain a widow for life? Moreover, with his daughter's proud disposition, whether she could accept Lin Yuan remained an unknown. Alas, this truly gives one a headache. Sighing internally, he stood at the edge of the deck, awaiting the conclusion of their encounter. Observing this, the onlookers could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The illustrious daughter of destiny, endowed with a divine bone, has surrendered herself to a mere fledgling in the meridian opening stage. How truly wasteful. Days later, within the room of the flying vessel, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his face marked with exhaustion. 3 days and nights. This fellow had drained him for 3 days and nights. Fortunately, he had the support of the divine pulse. Otherwise, he truly would not have been able to endure. As the girl awakened from her slumber, her first sight was of his haggard face. I am sorry, young master. Did I cause you much fatigue? Apologetically rubbing her small hands, Lu Yiqian inquired with her lips pursed. You do not know how long it has been? When the drug took effect, I was in a daze and cannot recall. Then, can you guess how long it was? 1 day. Incorrect. 2 days? Not correct either. It cannot be 3 days, can it? Indeed. Gulp. Lu Yiqian swallowed hard, her heart filled with shock. 3 days. She had taken a full 3 days to dispel the poison. After such a lengthy duration, could she not possibly be closed up? Chapter 80. The Maiden's Flattery and the Journey Home. Moreover, Lin Yuan had persisted for such an extended time. For one of the meridian opening realm, this was entirely beyond the normal scope, indicating that in this aspect, her man possessed extraordinary talent. As she contemplated this, her face flushed, and she repeatedly apologized. I am sorry, truly sorry. It was all because of me that you had to endure such hardship, young master. Please, punish me as you see fit. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. There is no need for punishment. You must compensate me, you know? Of course, of course. What compensation does young master desire? I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Very well, young master. I will heed your instructions. Lu Yiqian nodded, suddenly sensing the fluctuation of his cultivation, and gasped. Young master, have you broken through? Yes, I successfully advanced 2 minor realms after digesting your essence. My essence? The young woman murmured softly, her expression growing even more bashful. As she spoke in a delicate tone, I am honored to help you with my own resources. Not only I, but your cultivation must have progressed as well. My cultivation? Lu Yiqian exclaimed in surprise, quickly attuning herself to her own condition, realizing that she had broken through to the 6th level of the Ningguan realm. I have truly broken through, she exclaimed excitedly. To think that by merely accompanying a man in bed for a few days, she could achieve such a breakthrough. How astonishing! During the process of dispelling the drug's effects, I employed a combined cultivation technique, facilitating the cycle of yin and yang, thus allowing you to gain some benefits as well. Combined cultivation technique? Yes. This technique is quite powerful. I shall impart it to you now, and in the future, we can cultivate together, enabling us both to attain significant advancements. As Lin Yuan spoke, he transmitted the information of the yin-yang divine technique in her mind. Lu Yiqian quickly absorbed the knowledge, excitedly advancing to plant a kiss on the man. Young master, you truly are my heavenly benefactor. From now on, I shall follow you every day and serve you forever. In merely a few days, she had advanced a minor realm, a testament to the power of this technique. Although she had yet to fully comprehend it, she understood that it must be invaluable. Yet Lin Yuan had selflessly bestowed it all upon her. Such a great favor left her both moved and overjoyed. The thought of relying on their combined cultivation to become strong filled her with unwavering love for him, a devotion that would endure until the end of time. Sensing the intense emotion radiating from her, Lin Yuan could not help but pull her into his embrace, playfully smiling. "Do you truly wish to serve me forever? Will you not marry anyone else? I am merely a possession of the noble master, devoid of the autonomy to decide my fate. Whether to marry or not lies solely in his hands." "You wretched woman, your words are quite clever. Where did you learn such rhetoric? Has one simply fallen in love with the master and become a natural at it? TSK, TSK, it appears you were born to be toyed with. He indeed, you are meant to be played with by the master." After sharing a tender moment, Lin Yuan firmly squeezed the young woman's pert backside before rising to depart. "Is the master not practicing? I have practiced sufficiently. It is time to meet your father." Mentioning Lu Ku, Lu Yichan suddenly recalled that since her return from the mountains, she had not spoken a word to her father before spending 3 days with Lin Yuan. Surely, he must be quite worried about her. With this thought in mind, she hastily donned her clothes and followed the man out of the room. On the deck, Luca had waited several days and finally laid eyes upon his daughter. "Yuan'er, are you all right?" He hurriedly approached them, concern etched on his face. "I am well now, father. The poison has fully dissipated." "That is good. Now, what do you intend to do about your relationship with the master?" Faced with this inquiry, Lu Yichan decisively replied, "Father, I am now the master's person. I shall wholeheartedly serve him for life. You will support our union, won't you?" "Support. Of course I will." If it were merely due to losing her virtue to a man, such a resolute stance would be surprising. Observing his daughter's demeanor, it was evident that she was utterly devoted to Lin Yuan. The charm of Lin Gongzi must be extraordinary. Though perplexed, he refrained from questioning further. The fact that his daughter had willingly committed herself was a delightful surprise, and there was no need for additional inquiries at this moment. Now, it was only necessary to wait for Lin Yuan's response. As long as there were no objections, the two would surely be united. As Luca's gaze swept over, Lin Yuan raised his hand to embrace the young woman's slender waist, smiling as he spoke. "Though this incident was unforeseen, I have taken Miss Lu's body, and I must bear some responsibility. Since Yuan'er is willing to follow me, I shall treat her well in the future. Then I thank you, esteemed city lord. There is no need for such formality. Now that you have confirmed your bond, should we not discuss the matter of marriage?" Lin Yuan felt a bit speechless. It was one thing for mortals to speak of marriage, but how could a powerful Yuan Dan realm expert still be concerned about such trivialities? Hearing this, Lu Yichan's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but she quickly forced a smile, saying, "The master speaks wisely. Our cultivation is not yet high. Let's consider marriage when we grow stronger." "That is acceptable," Luca nodded, then activated the flying boat, and the three set off for home. An hour later, in Zhejiang City, within the Lu family estate, in the main hall, an elder clad in a black and white robe sat in the prominent seat, displaying evident impatience as he inquired, "I apologize, Headmaster Jia, but the tournament should have concluded 3 days ago. It seems you have encountered some unforeseen circumstances on your journey." The beautiful woman spoke with regret. "Oomph. I suspect he is merely hiding out of fear." The elder scoffed derisively. Just as the woman was about to retort, voices could be heard from outside. "Headmaster Jia, the century mark has not yet arrived. Why have you come early?" As soon as the words were spoken, 3 figures appeared within the room. "Husband, Yuan'er, this is a long story. Let me deal with this fellow first, and I will explain everything to you afterward." Chapter 81. The Arrogant Elder, Slain by a Single Sword. "Ha! Is it not merely half a month until the appointed day? I have come to Zhejiang City to familiarize myself with the local customs in preparation for our future takeover." The elder stroked his beard while speaking condescendingly, clearly viewing Zhejiang City as his own. Luca's expression darkened as he retorted, "Takeover? You dare speak of such things before even winning the competition? Is that not exceedingly arrogant?" The elder sneered. "I have been at the 8th level of the Yuan Dan realm for many years. You appear to still be at the 5th level, correct? With such meager strength, how could you possibly be my opponent?" According to our original agreement, should you lose, Zhejiang City will belong to our Yunlan Sect. Is it wrong for me to speak of takeover? As he spoke, he suddenly noticed the young woman beside Lu Ku, his eyes lighting up. This girl resembles you somewhat. Could she be your daughter? TSK, TSK, TSK. What a lovely little beauty she is. I am in need of a furnace. Let her take on that role. You, being so openly insulted, Louis Chan's face flushed with anger. You disrespectful old dog. At your age, do you not understand the concepts of propriety and righteousness? Did your parents not teach you? The elder, undeterred by her fury, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I quite like your sharp tongue, little girl. The more you curse me, the happier I become. This brazen attitude incited Lu Ku's fury, and he shouted, You scoundrel! Even if I were to lose to you, my daughter is not someone you can lay your hands on. At that moment, he unleashed his energy, revealing the overwhelming aura of a Yuan Dan realm expert, causing the entire estate to tremble. With a swift motion, he drew his sword and charged forward. You dare to act against me? The elder's eyes flashed with disdain, and he too released his energy to confront his opponent. The sounds of their energies colliding reverberated throughout the hall, shattering tables and chairs into a shower of wood splinters. This is bad. Father is no match for that old beast. Both women wore expressions of concern. Given the disparity in their cultivation levels, Lu Ku was bound to be defeated. At that moment, Lin Yuan's expression darkened, and he whispered, Sister Shuang, can you take over my body and ensure the death of this man? No problem. Will it require significant energy? Not at all. If you were at the Dao platform realm, it might be a challenge. But this mere Yuan Dan realm insect is no match for me. Very well, I entrust this to you. With those words, his pupils shifted to a celestial blue, and his aura surged dramatically. What is happening? The two combatants were startled by the sudden shift in energy and turned to look. With a swift motion, the Qing Shuang sword was drawn, and the young man grasped the hilt, unleashing a radiant beam of sword light that cleaved through the air. Such a rapid and powerful strike left everyone astounded. Realizing its extraordinary nature, the elder hastily mobilized his energy, unleashing a palm strike with all his might. Pure Yuan palm. The overwhelming force of his palm collided with the sword light, creating a sound like thunder as the palm energy shattered, allowing the sword light to continue its trajectory, slicing through the elder's waist. Dao, platform. The elder gasped, collapsing to the ground, his lifeless body split in two, the severed edges encased in frost. Not a single drop of blood escaping. Hiss! The sight left the three members of the Lu family gasping in shock. A powerful 8th-level Yuan Dan realm expert had perished just like that. Moreover, the one who struck him down was merely a young man of the Kaimai realm. This was utterly absurd. After dispatching the elder, Lin Yuan's pupils reverted to their original color as he sheathed his sword, coldly stating, I apologize, everyone. I lost control of my strength momentarily and damaged your estate. It was evident that a noticeable crack had been carved into the wall, suggesting that the building would soon collapse. It is of no consequence. The master helping us eliminate this scoundrel is a tremendous favor. Was a mere estate compared to that? Lu Ku was the first to recover, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Louis Chan, in astonishment, leaped into the man's embrace, exclaiming, Master, you have slain such a formidable opponent. You are truly remarkable. In that instant, her admiration for him soared to unprecedented heights, gently patting the young woman's back. Lin Yuan spoke softly. It was merely external force. This matter must remain confidential. Understood? Lu Ku quickly assured him, Rest assured, Master, we will not speak of this to anyone. Fortunately, today all the Lu family members had gone to pay respects to their ancestors, leaving only Louis Chan's mother in the estate. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to manage had too many witnessed the event. Lin Yuan slightly nodded, his brow furrowing with curiosity as he inquired, My lord, I see you all refer to him as the Master. May I ask which sect he hails from? Is it the Yunlan Sect? Indeed, the Yunlan Sect is also affiliated with the Yunlan Sect. I once had entanglements with them, and a century ago, we set a wager whereby the victor would directly govern the other's forces. To stake an entire faction as a wager, you possess quite the audacity. It was indeed a moment of impulsiveness back then, and I now find myself regretting it. Lu Ku sighed, clasping his hands in gratitude once more. This time, I owe much to your assistance, or I would have been at a loss before the ancestors of the Lu family. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. You need not be so formal, my lord. That fellow dared to covet Yuan'er. It was already unforgivable. Even without any agreement between you, I would have intervened. Upon hearing this, Louis Chan felt a warm surge in her heart. Is it true that you did this for me? Otherwise, what do you think? Oh, Yuan'er is so moved. You first helped me relieve the poison, and now you assist the Lu family in escaping peril. How can I repay such kindness? Enough, enough. I require nothing from you. Just remain by my side and serve me faithfully. Yes, Yuan'er will certainly attend to you with utmost care. Louis Chan nodded earnestly. Were it not for her parents being nearby, she might have been unable to resist shedding her modesty to repay him fervently. What is this, Yuan'er? The beautiful woman observed her daughter's demeanor, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is this truly my aloof and proud daughter, who once scorned all suitors? How has she suddenly transformed into a little wife, eager to please a man? Hearing this, Louis Chan's face flushed slightly as she gently withdrew from her beloved's embrace and turned to whisper, Mother, it is like this. Chapter 82. Bid farewell to the Lu family. Reunite with a beloved wife. With her explanation, the beautiful woman finally comprehended the situation. Her daughter had been victimized in the league and nearly sullied by a beast. Thankfully, Lin Yuan had come to her rescue, allowing her to escape disaster. Thank you, young master, for your salvation. I am so fortunate to have you by Yuan'er's side. Otherwise, I would have been weeping daily. The beautiful woman expressed her gratitude with tears in her eyes, bowing repeatedly. Since my wife has passed, and both Yuan'er and I are teammates, it is only right to assist. It may be a trifling matter for you, but for Yuan'er, it has changed her life. She choked on her words, then turned to her daughter, reprimanding her angrily. You are such a worry, falling for such an obvious trap. Have you forgotten everything your father and I taught you? All right, mother, but Yuan'er is fine now. You need not be so agitated. Giving her daughter a gentle glare, her gaze shifted to the young man, revealing a satisfied expression. Young master, I shall entrust my precious daughter to you. She may have a bit of a temper, but her heart is not bad. I hope you can be lenient and not quarrel with her. Having witnessed his prowess, she had no objections and wished for Lin Yuan to marry her daughter swiftly. Louis Chan immediately grew displeased. Mother, what are you saying? He is very well behaved. Lin Yuan chuckled. Very well, Madam Lu. I shall take good care of Yuan'er and will not hold any grievances against her. Oh, young master, please do not heed my mother's words. She speaks nonsense. You girl, do not talk back to me. Once you have a husband, you must serve him well and not be as cold as before, understood? Understood, mother. I'm only cold towards other men. For the young master, I will certainly be warm. What nonsense are you speaking? The mother and daughter suddenly began to bicker, leaving Lin Yuan at a loss for words. Young master, you need not mind them. Please follow me. Luca led the young man aside and spoke softly. Are you about to depart soon? Yes. Does the family head have any matters to discuss? There are no pressing matters, but we have received such great kindness from you. We must repay it, mustn't we? As he spoke, Luke produced a jade token, continuing, this is a merit token, a vessel for recording accomplishments. It contains 1,000 merit points I earned during my time as a disciple in the sect, and I wish to gift it to you. He understood that someone of Lin Yuan's stature would not be lacking in resources, and thus decided to offer this as a token of gratitude. Lin Yuan's interest was piqued. Oh, what is this merit, and how is it obtained and used? Merit is a form of contribution value awarded by the sect. By completing tasks issued in the merit hall, one can earn corresponding merit points. To use them, simply approach an elder in the merit hall, and they will assist you in exchanging them for items. What valuable items can be exchanged? Cultivation techniques, martial skills, elixirs, talismans, and more. Almost anything you can think of can be exchanged within the hall. Then this 1,000 merit points must be worth quite a lot. The exact value is difficult to say. Once you enter the inner sect, you will know precisely what 1,000 points are worth. Very well. Then I shall accept it without reservation. Lin Yuan took the jade token, his mind not dwelling on it further. Afterward, Louis Chan exchanged pleasantries with her parents for a while before reluctantly following Lin Yuan away. Half an hour later, on the outskirts of Luoxia City, the two descended hand in hand, making their way towards the city gate. Young master, Do you think my two sisters are in the city? Indeed, when you meet them, do not underestimate them. Rest assured, young master, since Yuan'er has already promised you, she will certainly get along well with her sisters. As she spoke, her curiosity grew regarding the talents and beauty of the two women and why they had caught the young master's attention. Meanwhile, within the Deng residence, Deng Fushi paced the courtyard, her eyes filled with longing. Yuan'er chuckled. Brother Lin Yuan has only been gone for a few days, and Sister Deng is already missing him so? Deng Fushi sighed. We have only just married, and he left in such haste after only a few days together. How can I not miss him? Well, perhaps he's already on the road. I wonder what place he ranked in the league. With his excellence, he must have secured the first position. Are you so confident in your brother? Of course. As a woman of my brother, I must have faith in him. You are right. Let us cheer for our husband in our hearts. At that moment, their expressions changed as they turned towards the entrance, a familiar figure emerging. Brother, husband, I am here. How have you both fared these past few days? Have you encountered any dangers? Lin Yuan asked softly as he wrapped his arms around the waists of the two young women. All is well. We are safe. But your sudden departure left Yuan'er worried about you. Yes, Sierra has also missed you so much. I could not help but think of you day and night. The two delicate maidens pressed their bodies against him, urgently expressing their longing. Lin Yuan could see the evident dark circles under their eyes, a clear sign of sleeplessness for missing him too much. I apologize for my hasty departure, not considering your feelings. He embraced them tightly, filled with remorse. Brother, you need not be so formal with us. Do you think we're the kind of women who cannot bear such weight? Husband, do not worry. You participated in the league to grow stronger. Sierra certainly does not blame you. Yuan'er and Deng Fushi spoke tenderly, causing Lin Yuan to smile. Well, I am glad you both are so understanding. I will make time to spend more moments with you in the future. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of his master and junior sister, who he imagined must be missing him just as much as these two women. Chapter 83. The Young Woman's Jealousy. The Wood Spirit Body. Meanwhile, Lu Chan entered the gates of the Deng residence, her heart swelling with jealousy as she witnessed the intimate interaction between the two maidens and the man, while also feeling astonished. Husband? They surprisingly address him as Gongzi Fujuan? What is the situation? Even a woman of her stature, a true jewel of the heavens, lacks the qualification to wed Gongzi. So what merit do these two rustic maidens possess? At this moment, she has discerned that both women are of ordinary constitution. One has merely attained the Kaimai realm, which is barely acceptable, while the other is utterly outrageous, being a mere mortal. How can an insignificant mortal be worthy of Gongzi's affection? What does this woman rely on? Though both maidens possess commendable beauty, sufficient to be considered first-rate in this small town, they still pale in comparison to her. The thought that such unremarkable women could become Gongzi's wives and concubines seems excessively unfair to her. At this moment, both women have noticed the stunning young lady beside them, and in awe, Deng Fushi proactively inquired, Gongzi, who is this sister? Is she your companion? Lin Yuan introduced. Her name is Lu Chan, the daughter of the city lord of Zhejiang, possessing the star fate bone. She is now an inner disciple of Yunlan Sect. You may refer to her as sister. Upon hearing this, the two women understood immediately and bowed respectfully. Little girl Yuan'er pays her respects to Sister Lu. Little girl Deng Fushi pays her respects to Sister Lu. She possesses the star fate bone. Moreover, she is an inner disciple. This woman surpasses them in both appearance and talent. The fact that such an exceptional woman has been won over by Gongzi is truly remarkable. As for their new sister, the two women were prepared, hence they held no jealousy. Instead, they admired Lin Yuan even more, while simultaneously feeling a deep sense of inferiority. In the presence of Lu Chan, they felt like wild chickens before a phoenix, daring not to harbor any desire for Gongzi's favor. Moreover, with an increasing number of such ethereal beauties in the future, would they be neglected by Gongzi? In an instant, the two women were engulfed by a strong sense of crisis. Lu Chan slightly nodded, biting her lip and smiling gently. Greetings, dear sisters. I had heard Gongzi speak of your captivating appearances and superior beauty, and now that I see you, it is indeed true. Deng Fushi quickly shook her head. Sister, you jest. In your presence, we have no beauty to speak of. You are a heavenly prodigy with the star fate bone. while we are but lowly commoners. Yun'er expressed her admiration. Sister is not only beautiful, but also possesses great talent and a noble lineage. We are inferior in every aspect. Yet, what does it matter? They still lack the qualification for true recognition. With a silent sigh, Lu Yichan forced a smile. I am merely of slightly better background. There is nothing to be proud of. You need not belittle yourselves. Since we are all Gongzi's women, our statuses are equal, and there is no distinction of high or low. I hope we can support each other in the future. Gongzi? The two women were slightly taken aback by this term. Even a woman of her background has married Lin Yuan, yet he himself remains unmarried? Sensing the atmosphere was somewhat amiss, Lin Yuan interjected, as Yichan said, "You will be family from now on and should address each other as sisters, getting along well without quarrels, understood?" "We understand." Three sweet voices chimed simultaneously. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction and walked toward the Deng residence. With the championship rewards already secured, it was time to account for them. In the training room, he took out a palm-sized piece of wood from a storage pouch. It was entirely dark purple, adorned with ancient patterns, exuding the unique fragrance of wood. Is this the Ziyun Qinxiang wood? It truly seems extraordinary. Upon examining the piece closely, he couldn't help but exclaim. The Ziyun ancient tree is one of the 7 sacred trees, renowned across the myriad realms, containing a profound wood attribute aura. Do not be deceived by the small size of the piece in hand. Its power is immensely strong. With a flash, Ao Lingshuang, dressed in a green skirt, appeared beside the young man, her lips moving. The 7 sacred trees. Although I do not know why they're called so, it sounded impressive. Lin Yuan did not delve further, but directly inquired, "How do I refine this item? Should I consume it directly?" Ao Lingshuang rolled her eyes. That would be a waste. To maximize the absorption of the ancient tree's energy, you must first compress and temper it with your vital energy until it transforms into a small wood pellet. That would be the completion of the task. Lin Yuan realized, "Thank you, Sister Xuang, for enlightening me. Let's begin the tempering now." "Wait, what is it?" "We might be able to use this wood to construct your wood spirit body." "Wood spirit body? Are you suggesting that I can obtain the wood spirit body through this?" "Indeed. The wood's energy has already reached the standard required to construct a body. Next, with my secret technique, we can channel all the energy into your body for deep absorption and refinement to complete the construction." Upon receiving confirmation, Lin Yuan's eyes widened, and waves of excitement surged within him. That is the wood spirit body among the 5 elements body. Although the body is the most basic of all types, it is still far superior to a mortal body. The fact that Chao Jun could enter the top 4 of the outer set competition with the gold spirit body is proof enough of this. And now, the prospect of constructing a body seems utterly incredible. "Sister, are you serious?" "Absolutely. But I already possess the 9 Yang divine veins. Can I still acquire a body?" "Of course. Divine veins are the strength of meridians, while the body is the strength of flesh and blood. The two do not conflict. On the contrary, they can stack, significantly enhancing your combat prowess." "That's wonderful," Lin Yuan exclaimed in excitement. Relying solely on the divine veins, he could already fight across a major realm. If he were to add a body, would that not be defying the heavens? Ao Lingshuang cautioned. However, to construct the wood spirit body, this piece of wood alone is insufficient. You will need another piece. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's elation faded as he frowned. Ziyun Qinxiang wood is extremely precious. Being fortunate enough to acquire one piece is already a stroke of luck. How can I possibly find a second piece? Foolish child, does not your Yichan have a piece in her possession? Just borrow hers. The league's rewards are distributed based on the number of participants. So Lu Yichan received an identical portion. Lin Yuan hesitated. Would it be inappropriate to take someone else's belongings? She is your woman. Her belongings are yours. What is inappropriate? Moreover, if it weren't for our assistance, she would have perished in the mountains and would have no life to receive rewards. That is true. I will summon her now. Without further hesitation, Lin Yuan used his spiritual sense to call for her. In the hall, Lu Yichan was chatting with her 2 younger sisters when she suddenly heard the man's voice and promptly rose to head toward the training room. Chapter 84. Completing the Body. Returning to the sect Gongzi, "Why have you summoned me so suddenly?" she asked, closing the door behind her. "I need the Ziyun Qinxiang wood for my training. May I borrow your piece?" Lin Yuan reached out, embracing her and gently caressing her silky hair as he softly inquired. The unexpected intimacy left Lu Yichang momentarily stunned. Yet without hesitation, she replied, "Of course." "Apologies, Yichang. I must impose on you this time." Lin Yuan leaned down to kiss the fragrant lips of the young girl, his expression filled with regret. Lu Yichang gently responded, "Gongzi, you're being too formal. I am your private affection. Everything about me belongs to you. Not only a piece of wood, but even if you require my blood, I would not hesitate." It was evident that her words were sincere and devoid of any pretense. Lin Yuan felt deeply moved. "Good Yichang, your loyalty touches me. I will treat you well in the future. Gongzi, I love you and wish to be with you forever." The young girl expressed her feelings, tilting her face up to present her red lips. Lin Yuan did not shy away, but moved directly towards her. After a long moment, they slowly parted. "All right, Gongzi, you may begin your training. I shall not disturb you." Gently extricating herself from the man's embrace, the young maiden presented a wooden block to him before turning away. Lin Yuan wasted no time, promptly sitting cross-legged to channel his energy, honing the two pieces of wood. Several hours later, a blinding green light suddenly erupted above the training room, illuminating the entire Deng residence. "What is happening?" The clan members halted their activities, rushing toward the training room, with the three women among them. Creak! As the door swung open, Lin Yuan emerged, clad in azure robes. He exuded a rich wood attribute aura that was invigorating to behold. "My lord, have you completed your training?" The three women eagerly approached. "Ah, I hope I haven't kept you waiting long," he replied. With the assistance of Ao Ling Shuang, he had successfully attained the wood spirit body, enabling him to communicate with the energies of the heavens and earth associated with wood. This not only accelerated his training progress, but also significantly enhanced his combat prowess. If he were to encounter Lu Yuyan again, he would no longer be at a disadvantage, easily capable of defeating her. "Did you break through?" they inquired, astonished by the earlier commotion. "Not exactly a breakthrough, but the results are quite gratifying," he answered. Lu Yichang couldn't help but ask, "Young master, you carry an intense ancient wood aura. Is it a result of refining the Yunqian wood?" "Indeed, it is thanks to the ancient wood you provided that I could cultivate to this extent. But if I remember correctly, absorbing ancient wood should enhance the wood attribute aura, but not to such a refined level," she remarked. "Well, allow me to keep some suspense. In due time, you'll understand." "All right." With the other party unwilling to reveal more, she could only conceal her curiosity. "Very well, my lord," the three women responded in unison, each volunteering to bear his child. After all, his current status was extraordinary. It was prudent to keep his parents close, especially given the potential for future conflicts. Though the elders were initially reluctant to go, they ultimately acquiesced to their son's fervent request. Outside the Yunlan Sect, within the residential area, Miao Ez sat on a stone chair, her delicate features marred by worry. "What nonsense are you speaking? Yuan'er is quite capable. Who in a mundane world could harm him? He probably hasn't returned for a while to spend time with his parents," Gu Shuqin retorted, though her autumnal eyes betrayed her own concern. In the past, when Qin Ren was still around, even months of seclusion would not evoke such feelings. Yet, since Lin Yuan's departure, her longing surged, constantly reminding her of their shared experiences, to the point where she found it difficult to concentrate on her training. Sighing repeatedly, she had forgotten his status as a disciple, lost in the impropriety of her sentiments. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed, prompting both women to rise. Gu Shuqin approached the yard's entrance, where a middle-aged man clad in a cloud-patterned uniform stood before her. "This is an inner sect steward. Why has such a person come to see her?" Recognizing his identity, she was taken aback and asked, "Steward, what brings you here?" With a stern expression, the middle-aged man replied, "I am looking for a disciple named Lin Yuan." "Is he in this courtyard?" "Yuan'er? He is not here. May I inquire why you seek him?" Gu Shuqin asked, perplexed. "Several days ago, our sect's steward Huang went to Luo Shao City to handle the extermination of the Sun family, but was inexplicably killed en route. We suspect Lin Yuan may be involved," the middle-aged man stated, producing a shattered nameplate inscribed with the characters Huang Bin. "Impossible. Yuan'er is merely our fledgling disciple. How could he possibly kill a Qi-gathering realm cultivator?" Gu Shuqin immediately refuted. understanding the gravity of the steward's death. She realized that if Lin Yuan were to be implicated, the consequences would be dire. Thus, she defended her disciple, Steward. Yuan'er has exemplary character. He is undoubtedly innocent. There must be some misunderstanding. Stop searching. I am here, a voice called from behind. The middle-aged man turned to see a handsome youth standing with three beautiful women. You are Lin Yuan? Indeed. You understand the gravity of your actions, do you not? Yes, I killed Huang Bin. What? The onlookers were rendered speechless. But he was an inter-sect steward. According to the sect rules, maliciously killing a steward warrants severe punishment, even death. Such a grave accusation. And Lin Yuan openly admitted it? Had he lost his mind, or was he relying on some hidden support? Chapter 85. Scaring off the steward. Reunion with the master. Lin Yuan offered her a reassuring glance before addressing the middle-aged man. I killed him. How do you intend to deal with me? Ha ha ha. You're a bold lad. However, I am no fool. You are so eager to confess. You must have received some benefit from the real culprit, thus choosing to act as a scapegoat, correct? The middle-aged man laughed heartily, his tone filled with certainty. Lin Yuan shook his head. There is no scapegoat. I am the true culprit. The middle-aged man snorted. Do not be stubborn, boy. If you confess honestly, the sect may treat you leniently. Otherwise, once you enter the prison and face harsh punishment, you will not be able to cry. Lin Yuan retrieved a white token engraved with cloud patterns from his robe. Smiling lightly, Steward, are you certain you wish to imprison me? What is this? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow at the unfamiliar token. As the Yun'er Ling had not been seen for ages, he momentarily failed to recognize it. Have you ever heard of the title Yun'er? Wait, is this the Yun'er Ling? The middle-aged man suddenly widened his eyes, his stern expression transforming into one of utter shock upon noticing the large character Wang on the token. The Yun'er Ling. That is indeed the Yun'er Ling. The bearer of this token is known as the Yun'er, holding a status comparable to that of the sect master, one who stands above all. Such a prestigious identity was not something a mere steward could afford to offend. Wait, how could a mere outer sect disciple possess the Yun'er Ling? This must be a counterfeit. Lin Yuan scoffed, channeling his energy into the token. A burst of white light erupted, revealing the ethereal figure of a woman, clad in flowing white robes and veiled. She exuded an otherworldly aura that commanded reverence with just a glance. Gulp! The middle-aged man swallowed hard, hastily bowing. I have encountered the Yun'er. I meant no offense. Please forgive me. Being an inter-sect steward, he immediately recognized the identity of the projection. This is the sect master. To conjure such a vivid projection, imbued with the sect master's unique presence, the Yun'er Ling must be genuine. There could be no doubt. My heavens, it has been thousands of years. The last time a Yun'er Ling was awarded was millennia ago. With such a long interval, the reappearance of this token signifies a monumental shift for the Yunlan Sect. Regarding his reaction, Lin Yuan remained indifferent. Forgiveness is not on the table. We must address the matter of Huang Bin. You understand the implications, do you not? Understood. Huang Bin, that scoundrel, as a steward, dared to act against the Yun'er, committing a grave offense. He must be punished severely. Dying at your hands is truly a relief. It is a pity he could not endure more torment before his demise. The middle-aged man's rhetoric was fervent, as if Huang Bin had indeed committed heinous crimes. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Well said. You may leave now. Yes, my lord. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully and departed, leaving behind only a few familiar faces. Gu Shuqin and Miao Ez wore expressions of shock that had yet to fade. The Yun'er Ling? Lin Yuan actually possesses the Yun'er Ling? In just half a month since leaving the sect, he has acquired such a precious item? Yes, it is quite remarkable. This tale is lengthy. Let us enter the courtyard, and I shall explain further. As Lin Yuan gently grasped the delicate hand of the beautiful woman, he intended to step into the courtyard, only to find her standing still, her lips parting to speak softly. Yuan'er, who are these young ladies? She had already noticed the three women earlier, and upon observing their striking beauty, a hint of speculation arose within her. Oh, I almost forgot about them. Allow me to introduce them to you. Lin Yuan responded, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes as he began to unveil the identities of the three maidens. Starting with Yun'er. After hearing his words, Gu Shuqin bit her lip, a wave of displeasure washing over her. Indeed, just as she had suspected, these women had all surrendered themselves to her disciple. Was this not excessive? How could he not only bring one, but three at once, completely disregarding her words? Although she felt quite vexed, in front of the three women, she maintained a demeanor of grace, speaking gently. Ladies, I am Yuan'er as a Shermu, and you may call me that. Greetings, Shermu. The three women chorused in unison, their beautiful eyes appraising the striking matron before them, revealing a spark of admiration. What a stunning woman! Despite her age, she retained an alluring charm, akin to the warm sun in winter, evoking a sense of familiarity. Even as fellow women, they could not help but be captivated by her enchanting presence. No wonder their husband claimed that his relationship with Shermu was extraordinary. It was for this very reason. Initially, when they learned of this matter, they were taken aback and unable to comprehend why the two would engage in such actions. Now, however, they understood that with such a captivating beauty at home, no man could resist. Lin Yuan's infatuation with her was entirely reasonable. Well, let us not linger at the door. Please, come inside, Gu Shuqin urged, guiding everyone into the courtyard where they gathered on the stone chairs to listen as Lin Yuan recounted his experiences after leaving the sect. The atrocities of the Sun family are unforgivable. Brother, you have done well to eliminate them. Yuan'er, you actually became the champion of the 100 Cities tournament? How remarkable! The two women expressed their admiration, their respect for their man reaching new heights. Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "It was merely an opportunistic endeavor. I asked that you keep it secret." Miao Yitzi patted her modest bosom and readily agreed. "Rest assured, Shi Xiao, I shall keep all your accomplishments close to my heart and reveal not a word." Gu Shuqin added, "Yuan'er, do not worry. We will remain tight-lipped. Moreover, your possession of the Yunwan Ling is astonishing. Not many are aware of it, correct?" "No, aside from you. Only the steward we encountered earlier knows of it. I doubt anyone would believe him if he spoke of it," he replied. That is good to hear." They shared an unspoken understanding. Refraining from probing into the ambiguities of Lin Yuan's experiences, recognizing that such matters were likely secrets the other party would not disclose, preferring to wait for him to share willingly. Chapter 86. The Beautiful Woman's Melancholy, Heartfelt Confessions. "All right, as it is getting late, let us all stay for dinner," Gu Shuqin suggested, to which the rest readily concurred, eagerly wanting to spend more time with Lin Yuan. Before long, a table laden with dishes was prepared. The 5 women and 1 man gathered around the table, relishing this rare moment of warmth. "Wow, this sweet and sour fish is delicious. Shermu, your culinary skills are amazing. This braised tofu is delightful as well. The flavor of the scallion ribs is extraordinary. Shermu, you must be the culinary goddess of Yunlan Sect." The 3 women, tasting the dishes prepared by the beautiful matron for the first time, showered her with praises, their mouths never ceasing in their admiration. Gu Shuqin replied nonchalantly, "These are merely simple home-cooked dishes. I'm glad you enjoy them." Yuan'er sincerely remarked, "Brother, you are so fortunate to eat Shermu's cooking every day." Lin Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "If Yuan'er wishes, you may stay and eat here every day." "Ah, really? Can I stay, Shermu?" The girl turned to the beautiful matron, her eyes sparkling with desire. Gu Shuqin could only helplessly concede, "Yes, but it will only mean an extra pair of chopsticks." "Well, I want to stay too. Shermu, may I?" The other 2 women gazed at her eagerly. The matron forced a smile. "Yes, of course, you are Yuan'er's women. Thus you're my disciples-in-law, and you can stay." At this moment, Gu Shuqin could not fathom that she had unwittingly been sold out by her beloved disciple. "Thank you, Shermu, for taking us in. You are truly kind. Shermu, you are beautiful and kind-hearted. Just like my mother," the 3 women expressed their gratitude. Miao Yitzi added, "Oh dear, do not say that. If it were not for our relationship, I would genuinely wish to recognize Shermu as my mother." Upon hearing this, the other women quickly grasped the underlying meaning, their faces turning awkward as they exchanged knowing glances, choosing to remain silent. Realizing this, Gu Shuqin's expression turned cold as she took Lin Yuan's hand and led him into the house. The remaining 4 women exchanged glances, aware that their man would soon face an interrogation. Inside the bedroom, Lin Yuan quickly settled beside the woman, scratching the back of his neck like a young boy, and softly murmured, "I apologize, Shirmu, for not keeping the matter of them a secret. I'm not referring to that. Rather, I am asking why you disclosed our affairs to them. Sigh, whether I tell them now or later, they would find out eventually. Besides, I have made it clear to them that this matter will remain buried in their hearts and will not be spoken of. Then why did you accept them? Do you think Shirmu has grown old and is inferior to the young maidens? No, no. You will always be the most beautiful in my heart. They cannot compare to you in the slightest. So, you mean you believe that I and Yitzi alone are not enough to satisfy you? Not exactly. It was just that some unexpected events occurred during my acquaintance with them, which led me to ultimately take responsibility. Oof. It is one thing to say that childhood friends share a deep bond, but do the other two women have such profound ties with you that you must take responsibility? Miss Liu was ensnared by villains during the tournament and required rescue, and I was the only man present. I cannot simply stand by and watch. Fine. She possesses extraordinary talent and beauty, so I suppose it is acceptable to take her in. What about Miss Deng? Why does she follow you? Well, I agreed. You. Gu Shuqin raised her hand in anger, intending to strike, but upon seeing Lin Yuan's innocent expression, she immediately hesitated. Sigh, very well, although Miss Deng's talent is somewhat lacking. Her beauty is commendable, and her character is pleasant. She can barely qualify to be by your side. Ultimately, she sighed, her tone filled with resignation. Lin Yuan exclaimed with joy, "Shirmu, you do not hold it against me?" The beautiful woman rolled her eyes at him. "You little rascal are bound to attract many women. If I were to resent you every time, you would surely drive me mad." Hearing her soften, Lin Yuan let out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling both indebted and grateful. "Thank you for your understanding, Shirmu. I assure you, no matter how many women I may have in the future, you will always be my first love. I will forever honor you." As he spoke, he opened his arms, intending to embrace her soft and fragrant form. However, the matron raised her hand, pushing him away, her voice tinged with melancholy. "You need not show me filial piety. After all, I have grown old and faded, unable to compare with those young, beautiful girls. You should focus your energy on them." Lin Yuan gazed at her in surprise, then earnestly replied, "Shirmu, what are you saying? In my heart, you are the most beautiful woman. They cannot compare to you. Even if I were to neglect them, I could never neglect you. What good is beauty if it cannot hold your heart?" "Shirmu, did you not say you were not angry?" "I am not angry." "Then why did you push Yuan'er away?" "You are not Yuan'er. My Yuan'er is obedient and understanding, and he knows how to honor his Shirmu, unlike you, who is so fickle." The beautiful woman pouted, clearly still upset. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yuan steeled his heart, embracing her tightly and forcefully pressing his lips against hers. The beautiful woman wished to push the young man away, yet the intoxicating scent of his masculinity enveloped her like a potent poison, rendering her powerless. Instinctively lowering all defenses and allowing this young man to take control. "Shirmu, Yuan'er misses you so much." "Yuan'er, Shirmu misses you too. How much do you miss me?" "I apologize, Shirmu. This time, it was Yuan'er who was away for too long. From now on, I shall always be by your side." "Allelicht, Yuan'er, Shimu loves you. Yuan'er loves you too." The two exchanged their feelings of longing until a considerable time had passed. The following morning, in the courtyard, four young women sat around the stone table, each bearing dark circles under their eyes. Due to the lack of soundproofing in the bedroom, they could easily sense the activities within. The experience was truly unbearable. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a man and a woman emerged. The beautiful woman clung tightly to the man, her rosy face radiant with happiness. Upon noticing the newcomers, the four women hurriedly stood and greeted, "We greet Shirmu." "Yes. Please sit down. There is no need for formalities." Gently disentangling herself from Lin Yuan's embrace, Gu Shuqin awkwardly said, "I presume you all are already aware of my relationship with Yuan'er?" "We know. Rest assured, Shirmu, we will not speak of this matter carelessly. Indeed, we shall keep this secret. The matter concerning Shirmu and Gij shall remain known only to us. Outsiders shall never learn of it." The young women nodded vigorously, each assuring her. Gu Shuqin chuckled, "I certainly believe you, but this is the sect after all. With so many beautiful young ladies residing in the same courtyard, it is inevitable that rumors will arise." Miao Yitzi teased, "What does it matter? This merely proves that Xixiang possesses the ability to win over many girls. Lin Yuan patted her head, countering, "There is nothing to be proud of in this matter. It is not a significant issue. After all, there are many male elders who have numerous female disciples living in their courtyards." He had once seen an outer sect elder who had taken in over a dozen female disciples, completely filling his courtyard. Occasionally assigned to clean the elders' chambers, he could hardly suppress his disgust. Fortunately, he had later shed his identity as a servant and was no longer burdened with such menial tasks. Gu Shuqi nodded. "That is true. However, my courtyard has fewer rooms, so living together may inconvenience you." "Not at all. We can manage to squeeze in," they replied. "Being able to live with my husband is already a great blessing. I dare not wish for a larger space." "Husband?" Upon hearing Deng Fuxi's words, Gu Shuqin and Miao Yitzi immediately turned to Lin Yuan, their beautiful eyes wide with questioning. Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "Well, you see," as he explained. The two women soon understood the situation, and jealousy surged within them. "Unfair. This is too unfair. We have known Lin Yuan for much longer and are not yet married ourselves. How can these two little girls surpass us? This is so biased. Xixiao, how can you do this? They have long pledged themselves to you without a title, yet you marry someone else first? Yuan'er, this is truly not right." Faced with their vehement reactions, Lin Yuan could only patiently soothe them, assuring that once he achieved a higher cultivation level, he would hold grand weddings for each of them. Only then did the two relent. Inwardly, Lu Yichan felt immense envy, her beautiful eyes gazing longingly at him as she softly asked, "Young master, what about me?" Lin Yuan promised, "Do not worry, Yichan. When the time comes for the wedding, your part will certainly not be overlooked." The girl instantly beamed with joy. "Thank you for your promise, young master. I will patiently await that day." Seeing that the three had calmed down, Lin Yuan secretly sighed in relief, thinking he must strengthen himself soon to provide every woman with their rightful title and protect them all. "Oh, I've already settled them in Yunshao City." Yunshao City is the nearest affiliated city to Yunlan Sect, where powerful sect members oversee security and law enforcement, ensuring safety. Many disciples of Yunlan Sect choose to place their families in this city. Gu Shuqin understood this and nodded lightly. "Then I can rest assured." Lin Yuan smiled. The sect does well in this regard. With just a small expenditure of spirit stones, they can take good care of families. The beautiful woman rolled her eyes at him. "That is easy for you to say, as you have plenty of spirit stones. Ordinary disciples cannot afford such high protection fees." "Haha, 300 spirit stones a year is quite expensive for ordinary disciples, but for me, it is hardly a burden." Lin Yuan, having amassed over 50,000 spirit stones from the Sun family's assets, as well as the reward from Song Mian and Chao Jun storage bags and the 100 Cities tournament, was unconcerned about such a trivial expense. Suddenly recalling something, Lin Yuan turned to inquire. Intersect disciples are not required to report. As long as they pass the biannual assessment, they can remain and continue to enjoy intersect benefits. But what are the differences between the inner and outer sects? Could you explain? Unlike the mixed nature of the outer sect, the inner sect comprises 7 peaks: Yinhuang Peak, Yunxia Peak, Yinyao Peak, Yinzhong Peak, Yunbing Peak, Yinhun Peak, and Yinshu Peak. What does each peak focus on? Yinhuang Peak is the main peak of Yunlan Sect, overseeing the entire sect. Yunxia Peak practices soft martial arts, predominantly housing female disciples. Yinyao Peak focuses on spell casting and harnessing elemental forces, encompassing a vast array of skills. Yinzhong Peak specializes in physical combat, filled with warriors. Yinbing Peak is renowned for weapon mastery, practicing mainstream weapons like swords and spears, emphasizing the unity of person and weapon. Yinhun Peak concentrates on soul power, also known as mental power, representing a different cultivation system. As for Yinshu Peak, it includes the 4 divisions of formations, alchemy, tools, and medicine. Disciples with talent for techniques may choose to pursue further studies there. After absorbing this information, the group gained a clearer understanding of the inner sect structure. Lin Yuan pondered aloud. Yunlan Sect truly lives up to its reputation as a major sect in the eastern region, with so many paths of cultivation. Lu Yichan explained, "Given our sect's vast territories and the influx of new disciples each year, we must develop multiple paths to uncover the potential in every disciple. Considering the time, the next intersect assessment is only 2 months away, correct? Indeed, with your current cultivation at the 8th level of Qi opening, it is unlikely you will break through to the condensation stage in 2 months. What shall we do? If I cannot break through to the condensation stage, will my husband have to wait for the next assessment? Sister, do not worry. Even if young master is merely at the Qi opening stage, he is more than capable of passing the intersect assessment. Lu Yiqian confidently stated this, having witnessed him slaying multiple third-tier beasts. Such formidable strength would easily suffice to pass the assessment. Lin Yuan also remarked, the assessment poses no challenge for me, but if I join the inner sect, what about Shermu and the others? Can they accompany me? Lu Yiqian replied, yes, after becoming an inner sect disciple. The sect will provide a cave abode that can accommodate dozens of residents. At that time, young master can bring all the sisters over. Cave abode. Upon hearing this, the young women could already envision the scene. Living together with their beloved, diligently cultivating day and night, they imagined a life devoid of shame. Reflecting on this, their delicate faces flushed crimson. Lin Yuan joyfully declared, that sounds splendid. Shermu will no longer have to reside in this small courtyard. Gu Shuqin, feeling shy yet pleased, remarked, I initially thought it would take you several more years to enter the inner sect. It seems I underestimated my Yuan'er. All thanks to Shermu's excellent guidance. With Yuan'er's strength surpassing mine, it appears I will no longer be needed as a mentor. No, Yuan'er will always need your guidance. You have already slain an elder. What more can I teach you? Certainly, it is the disciple's practice. Did you forget that this technique was imparted to me by you? As Lin Yuan spoke, his hand had already ascended to the voluptuous curves of the beautiful woman, gently teasing her. Chapter 88. The 5 Echoes of the Fist Technique. The assessment approaches in the presence of the other women, being flirted with by her lover. Gu Shuqin first murmured softly, then turned to swat away his hand. Feigning anger as she chided, you little rascal, Ez and the others are still here. Must you be so brazen? Lin Yuan grinned mischievously. Does this mean that if they were not here, I could be reckless? In her heart, Gu Shuqin agreed, yet maintained a facade of coldness. Enough of this nonsense. We are discussing serious matters. But I am speaking of serious matters. Does practicing not count? Even so, you need not rely on me for guidance, do you? Why not? I still have many questions regarding this technique, and not just me. Ez and the others also require your assistance. Upon hearing this, the 4 women began to cheer. Indeed, Shermu, I have encountered numerous obstacles in my practice. Please guide me. I too have many queries. I implore you, Shermu, to enlighten your disciple. Shermu, I also need your help. Help? Does that not imply I must personally instruct you in your practice? Imagining the absurd scenario, Gu Shuqin's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. She quickly adopted a serious expression and said, all right, let us put this topic to rest. If there are any misunderstandings, we will discuss them later. For now, let us focus on the matters of the inner sect. Seeing her become serious, the women dared not speak further, and they all fell silent. After a moment of quiet, Miao Yizi spoke up. With so many peaks in the inner sect, which would be suitable for senior brother to join? Lu Yiqian smiled and said, the young master has been pre-admitted by the sect master. As long as he passes the inner sect assessment, he will join Yunhuang Peak and become a direct disciple of the sect master. Direct disciple. Moreover, a disciple of the sect master. The women were all astonished. The sect master of Yunlan Sect is a legendary figure of the Zifu realm. To become a disciple of such a powerful being, Lin Yuan's future achievements are undoubtedly promising. As expected of my senior brother, even the sect master couldn't help but personally take you as a disciple. I knew that gold would shine in time. After enduring so long as a servant and suffering so much, he finally has the chance to rise. The 2 women expressed their heartfelt admiration, their eyes filled with reverence and affection for their beloved. Lin Yuan solemnly stated, to receive the sect master's favor is indeed a blessing for me. I will strive diligently to live up to her expectations and your heartfelt support. Very well, senior brother. We will also work hard to help you grow stronger soon. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan did not venture outside, instead spending each day in the courtyard practicing alongside the women. Through his diligent study and tireless effort, He finally broke through to the 9th layer of the opening veins realm after 2 months. Bang, 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 bang. In the courtyard, the young man unleashed a punch, followed by 5 resounding echoes, as the solidified fist intent surged forth, gradually fading into the horizon. Haha, I have finally cultivated the 5 echoes of the Tongbei fist. Looking down at his fist, he couldn't help but smile with delight. According to the description of the technique, the 5 echoes of the Tongbei fist are comparable to advanced Shin-level martial arts, and with the enhancement of his divine veins, its power is likely approaching Earth level. With this skill at his disposal, he is confident he could defeat an ordinary peak condensed pill realm practitioner with a single strike. Senior brother, you have grown stronger again. Miao Yitzi cheered from his side. Yes, tomorrow is the Yuan'er Sect assessment. Today, I shall consolidate my cultivation. Then shall we not practice today? Are you still eager? Sigh. It's just that you have been too biased. For almost 70% of the time over the past 2 months, you have spent it with Shermu, leaving the rest to us sisters. Do you think we can feel satisfied? As she spoke, the other 3 women revealed expressions of discontent, clearly in agreement. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuqin felt a bit embarrassed and spoke up. Yuan, what Ez said is true. You should not spend all your time with me. The other women need attention too. We must ensure fairness, understand? What Shermu said resonates with me. I too desire fairness. But every time I mention leaving, who is it that clings to my leg and refuses to let me go? You nonsense. I am not that shameless. It is clearly you who do not wish to leave. The beautiful woman stepped forward and playfully punched the man's chest, her face flushed with embarrassment. This little rascal dares to speak such words in front of others. It is truly outrageous. She is not the kind of lewd and shameless woman. To be honest, whether due to affection or allure, Gu Shuqin stands at the forefront among the women, which is why he cannot help but spend more time with her. This only incited deep envy among the other women. If only they possessed the same alluring figure as the beautiful woman, they too could receive more affection. Gu Shuqin, flattered by the young man's praise, felt joy in her heart, yet playfully huffed. That's more like it. From now on, you must not speak ill of me. All right. I will no longer speak ill, only the truth. Ahem, but it must be a bit more tactful. Understood. Lin Yuan, aware of her sensitivity, refrained from further teasing and began to meditate, concentrating on consolidating his cultivation. The next day, at the outer sect square, there was a crowd gathered. All eyes turned towards the center, murmuring among themselves. This time, there are over a dozen disciples participating in the Yuan'er Sect assessment, which is significantly more than in previous years. I wonder if among these people, anyone will fail the assessment. All participants in the assessment are practitioners of the condensed pill realm. As long as they are not overly weak, they are bound to pass. Wait, why hasn't Senior Brother Lin arrived? When Senior Brother Lin won the grand competition, he had just reached the 3rd layer of the opening veins realm. Within just a few months, it is impossible for him to break through to the condensed pill realm, so he certainly would not be here. Alas, it seems we will have to wait until next year to see Senior Brother Lin's brilliance. Though I cannot see Senior Brother Lin, witnessing Miss Lu's performance will also make this trip worthwhile. Among the participants, one could unmistakably spot Lu Yuyan. Looking around, she did not find the figure she had been eagerly anticipating, and she sighed softly for a sacred body genius to ascend 6 minor realms. It would take at least 6 months, let alone breaking through to the condensed pill realm. It is likely I will not see him in the Yuan'er Sect even next year. The disparity in resources between the inner and outer sects is immense. Lin Yuan's late entry by a year will significantly hinder his progress. Thus, it is foreseeable that the distance between them will only grow. And by the time Lin Yuan enters the Yuan'er Sect, he will undoubtedly not be her match. Have all the disciples participating in the assessment arrived? Let's begin, said the elder in charge of the assessment, as he prepared to announce the commencement, when suddenly a voice called from a distance, "Apologies, elder. I am late." Chapter 89. Admiration from all. The assessment begins as the words fell. A pair of figures clad in white descended gracefully from the sky, landing among the crowd. It is Senior Brother Lin. He actually came. Isn't he merely at the opening veins realm? Why is he participating in the assessment? Could it be that he wishes to test his skills? Who is that beautiful woman beside him? Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The elder recognized the identity of the young man and furrowed his brow. You are Lin Yuan, correct? If I recall correctly, you had just reached the third layer of the opening veins a few months ago. Have you now attained the condensed pill realm? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Disciple has yet to condense the pill. Then why do you still participate in the assessment? Is participation in the assessment restricted to those who have condensed their pills? The assessment has no restrictions on cultivation, but it is nearly impossible for someone at the opening veins realm to pass. You need not waste your time. Lin Yuan was about to say more when Lu Yichang interjected. Elder, that statement is erroneous. Although Lin Shidi is at the opening veins realm, his combat prowess far exceeds this level. I believe he will certainly pass this assessment. And you are. The elder turned to the young woman, and upon recognizing her, he exclaimed in surprise, You are Lu Xinzi of Yunyao Peak? Indeed. Weren't you already accepted as an inner sect disciple? Why come to the outer sect? Certainly, it is to accompany my man in the assessment. As the young girl spoke, she intertwined her arm with Lin Yuan's, her genuine smile revealing her heartfelt sincerity. Instantly, envy spread across the faces of all the male disciples. Although they were unaware of her identity, her exquisite beauty undoubtedly placed her among the most enchanting in Yuan'er. Such a captivating beauty, publicly declaring her affection for a beloved, is a testament to the depth of her feelings. How fortunate Lin Shixiang must be to receive such love from a fairy. In response to the crowd's reaction, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed and calmly stated, Elder, since you mentioned there are no restrictions on cultivation levels, let us proceed with the assessment immediately. Delaying further would only waste time. Upon hearing this, the elder's interest was piqued. Very well. Since even Lu Xianzi has expressed this, I shall observe what exceptional abilities you possess. The other disciples nearby displayed curiosity as well. Why did he believe he could pass the inner sect assessment with mere my cultivation? Lu Yuyan, observing the scene, could not help but feel indignant. What merit did this fellow possess to be pursued by Sister Lu? Even if he were exceptionally gifted, surely he had not reached an extraordinary level yet? As a member of the Lu family, she had long heard tales of Lu Xianzi from Yunyao Peak, a prodigy endowed with a starborn bone. In terms of talent, she belonged to the elite tier within the inner sect. Her beauty eclipsed that of many female disciples, earning her the title of fairy and a multitude of admirers. It was truly a case of a prize cabbage being trampled by a pig. A gross waste of such beauty. All right, everyone, before we begin the assessment, allow me to introduce the content of this evaluation, the elder declared, retrieving a 2-meter-tall stone tablet from his storage bag, placing it firmly on the platform. This is the power measurement tablet. By striking it with your palm, it will display the strength of your blow, illuminating a pattern corresponding to the power exerted. To pass the assessment, one must achieve a force equivalent to 1 tiger. 1 tiger's strength. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered as he contemplated. Based on the power of an ordinary Ning Yuan realm cultivator, it was entirely feasible to achieve 1 tiger's strength. And these young disciples, having condensed their qi at such a tender age, would certainly exceed that. It appeared, as Sect Master Gong had indicated, that any authentic Ning Yuan cultivation could almost certainly pass the assessment. As names were called for the assessment, the first was Li Yin. The elder's words prompted a disciple clad in yellow to step forward. Remember, only use your Yuan Qi. Do not employ martial techniques. Yes, elder. With a respectful nod, Li Yin gathered his Yuan Qi and struck the tablet with force. Bang! The palm print struck the stone surface, and the black tablet soon illuminated with slender patterns. Li Yin, strength equivalent to 1 tiger, assessment passed. The next was Lu Yu. Following the elder's command, disciples participated in the test one after another, all without exception passing the assessment. Among them was Shi Ye, whom Lin Yuan had encountered during the outer sect competition. He had already broken through to the Ning Yuan realm and effortlessly displayed a force of 2 tigers, eliciting gasps from the audience. Keep it up, Lin Shidi. I look forward to seeing you in the inner sect. He greeted Lin Yuan as he exited. Then I shall accept your good wishes, Shi Xiao. The next name called was Lu Yuyan. Soon, only 1 man and 1 woman remained untested, the elder first announcing the woman's name. A graceful girl in a purple dress stepped forward, her pupils transforming into a violet hue as her fair hand struck forward with great force. Bang! The stone tablet trembled slightly, and two lines illuminated brightly, their radiance more dazzling than before. Two tiger strengths. The crowd gasped in astonishment, about to discuss when a third line suddenly appeared. Compared to the first two, this line was somewhat dimmer, but equally complete. 3 tiger strengths. Sister Lu has actually achieved 3 tiger strengths. She had only recently entered the Ning Yuan realm, yet possessed such formidable power. It was truly terrifying. With such overwhelming strength, if she were to ascend a few more minor realms, who within the Ning Yuan realm could stand against her? The crowd erupted in admiration, their faces reflecting their respect. On the stone platform, the elder could not help but exclaim, "I recall the last time 3 tiger strengths were displayed. It was by Lu Xinzi. Who would have thought we would witness this again today? Miss Lu's talent is truly extraordinary. Elder, you flatter me. Compared to the direct disciples of the various peak masters, I still fall short." As she passed by Lin Yuan, she paused and respectfully addressed the white-clad woman. "I am Lu Yuan from the Lu family. Greetings, Sister Lu." Lu Yichan praised. "Sister Lu truly deserves to be known as the possessor of the purple dawn spirit eyes. Your achievement rivals my own from back in the day." "Oh, sister, you flatter me. Though we both achieved 3 tigers, your brilliance surely outshines mine. Perhaps, but I can hardly recall the details of that time. Your talent is remarkable. Compared to you, I still have much to learn. Sister, you are too modest. With your talent, it is likely you could join Yanhuang Peak, surpassing me in cultivation in no time." Yanhuang Peak. Lu Yuan murmured with a wry smile. "That is the main peak of the sect. Only the most gifted disciples are qualified to join. I can hardly dare to hope for such a thing. I would be satisfied to join Yunyao Peak and become a disciple of Master Shen." Lu Yichan smiled brightly. "My master has high standards for accepting disciples. So you must work hard." "Yes, I will," Lu Yuan replied, turning to Lin Yuan, sighing softly. "In just a few months, you have managed to win Sister Lu's heart. You are indeed fortunate." Chapter 90. Lin Yuan takes action. 4 tiger strengths. Huh? Lu Yuan was taken aback. What was this? Sister Lu actually claimed it was her fortune? A renowned prodigy willingly devoted to a mere Kai, my cultivator, and she said it was her fortune? Had she misheard, or was Sister Lu truly enchanted by this fellow? Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. "Sister Lu and I are mutually enamored. We are equally fortunate. There is no notion of one being more fortunate than the other. Furthermore, Miss Lu, your performance was commendable. Having just broken through to Ningguan, you possess such strength. Few in the inner sect could compare. Do you think I would fail? It is not merely my belief. Everyone thinks the same. Historically, those who passed the inner sect assessment with Kai My cultivation were all of the saint body or divine body caliber. Unless you possess such extraordinary talent, it is impossible to pass." Lu Yuan asserted firmly. Lin Yuan replied calmly, "What the saint body can achieve, I too can accomplish." With that, he sidestepped and advanced forward. Observing her beloved, Lu Yichan confidently stated, "Now let us await the outcome." As Lu Yuan turned back, her previous suspicion solidified. Yes, his meridians must not be ordinary. Having such terrifying strength at the 3rd level of Kaimai, it could not possibly be from normal meridians. At the very least, it must be of divine caliber to surpass her, who possessed spiritual eyes across so many minor realms. At that moment, as Lin Yuan made his move, all eyes were firmly fixed upon him. Could Lin Shixiang truly create a miracle with his Kaimai strength? "You may begin," the elder signaled to the youth. Lin Yuan nodded gently, his fair hand gradually gathering strength as his yin-yang divine technique activated, a mighty yuan qi erupting from within, enveloping him entirely. So powerful! The crowd's expression shifted. Though merely Kaimai, the power he released rivaled that of Ningguan, even surpassing all previous contestants. Simultaneously, they sensed that within this yuan qi, there was a profound wooden attribute essence swirling forth, akin to a gentle spring breeze, delighting the senses. What vibrant vitality! Could this youth possess a wood spirit body? The elder could not help but speculate. Under the gaze of the multitude, the young man struck down with his palm, fiercely impacting the tablet. Bang! The stone tablet instantly illuminated with 3 striking lines, their brilliance blinding, causing everyone to squint. 3 tiger strengths. To think that such formidable power could be unleashed with such ease, achieving the strength of 3 tigers. Moreover, the opponent possesses merely the realm of Kaimai. Is this not utterly astonishing? Just as everyone anticipated the conclusion, another intricate pattern shimmered into existence, captivating the audience's gaze. For distinct patterns, a fourth pattern indeed. Could it be that a mere Kai-mai cultivator has summoned the strength of 4 tigers? Surely, they were not mistaken. Following a brief moment of stunned silence, the venue erupted into waves of astonishment. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Is this still a cultivator of Kaimai? Their power could rival that of the Lin Yuan realm. So, this is the true strength of senior brother Lin? I had thought that senior sister Lu would secure the top position in the assessment. Yet here stands one even more valiant. Such an achievement would undoubtedly rank among the finest in the history of our sect. With such overwhelming prowess, it is no wonder that Fairy Lu has taken a liking to him. The onlooking disciples could not help but express their admiration. Their gazes towards the youth now devoid of any doubt, filled instead with genuine reverence. Nearby, Lu Yuyan's lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, just as I had surmised, I knew he could not merely possess a spiritual vein, but rather the legendary divine vein. How else could he have bested me? With this thought, she let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, being defeated by a cultivator with a divine vein is entirely reasonable and not a disgrace at all. Elder, what other matters require your attention? Why did your earlier display of power carry an essence of wood? Do you perhaps possess a related constitution? Yes, it seems so, but would spirit body? That should be the case, though I have not verified it. Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brows. Puzzled, I was under the impression that you possessed a special spiritual vein. How then do you also possess an extraordinary constitution, given that throughout the history of Tianlan continent, no one has ever simultaneously held both a spiritual vein and a spirit body? It is only natural for him to be confounded. The elder stroked his beard, stating, "It appears we will need the higher-ups of the sect to examine you further to ascertain the truth. Go ahead." The elder nodded and then addressed the crowd. Those participating in the assessment should wait here for a moment. I will first report your results and then personally escort you into the inner sanctum. Very well. Young master, I knew you could successfully pass the assessment. Lu Yichan gleefully leaped into the man's embrace, her eyes sparkling with surprise and joy. Based on her initial conjecture, Lin Yuan could perhaps unleash the strength of 3 tigers, which would have already been remarkable. Little did she expect him to exceed her expectations, achieving the strength of 4 tigers. That is indeed the strength of 4 tigers. Few have managed to attain such a feat in previous inner sanctum assessments. Not to mention that Lin Yuan is merely at the Kaimai realm, making it utterly unbelievable. Such an accomplishment can only be described as a prodigy among prodigies, a pinnacle among the elite. She could already envision the frenzy among the heads of the various peaks as they scrambled to recruit him. After gently patting the beauty's back, Lin Yuan softly remarked, "The assessment was not difficult. Passing is quite normal." Lu Yichan retorted, "That is not the same. You have unleashed the strength of 4 tigers. How can that be considered an ordinary success? It is rather satisfactory, I suppose." This remark made Lu Yuyan twitch her lips, secretly thinking, "Is that what you call a normal performance? Then what are we to consider our performance?" Cough, cough. She lightly cleared her throat, her expression quite complex. "Young master, your results are truly astonishing. Regarding my previous remarks made in the practice room, I must admit my fault. I failed to recognize your talent, and I humbly request that you do not hold it against me." At this juncture, she finally lowered her haughty head, willingly offering an apology. Lin Yuan, however, was not inclined to relent, smirking coldly. "Miss Lu, do you believe a mere apology can suffice for such personal affronts?" Chapter 91. Results revealed. Heads of peaks compete for talent. Lu Yuyan's expression darkened. "What then does the young master wish from me?" Lu Yichan's expression changed instantly. "Young master, how has she offended you?" "Elder Ma, where is the disciple you mentioned?" "Elder Ma, is it truly possible for a disciple to unleash the strength of 4 tigers? Are you not jesting with us?" The elders began to voice their inquiries, and the elder, feeling helpless, responded, "I understand your disbelief. Had I not witnessed it myself, I too would find it hard to believe. To substantiate my words, he retrieved a recording stone, activated it with his energy, and continued, "I have recorded the results of the disciples, and you shall see for yourselves." As he spoke, an image materialized in the air, displaying the scenes from the recent assessment. "There is no need to play all of this. Let us skip to the crucial parts." An elder urged. "Very well, very well." The elder confirmed, accelerating the playback of the recording. Moments later, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Bang! Upon hearing the sound of a palm striking the stone tablet, and witnessing the 4 radiant patterns, all the elders could not help but gasp in astonishment. "This, the strength of 4 tigers. It is indeed the strength of 4 tigers. Such an exceptional disciple has emerged within our sect. Yunlan Sect has truly struck gold." In their astonishment, they swiftly turned to scan their surroundings, soon identifying the individual they sought. "Lin Shizi, I am Elder Yin Yaofeng, specializing in the power of the 5 elements. I observe that you possess the vitality of wood, making you exceptionally suited to join my fold. Lin Shizi, your palm strength is astounding. Your physical form must also be formidable. Come train in our Yunjan Peaks techniques, and you will undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse. Disciple, I share a close friendship with the head of the Alchemy Pavilion. Should you choose to be my disciple, I assure you an endless supply of elixirs. Disciple, you are exceptionally handsome. Why not accompany me to Yunxia Peak? It has been ages since we welcomed a male disciple, and with your divine countenance, the young ladies will surely be enchanted and captivated." One elder after another extended their invitations, igniting a fervent atmosphere. "I apologize, esteemed elders, but I have already set my sights on a preferred peak, and I must regretfully decline your generous offers." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the crowd attempted to voice their opinions, they were suddenly met with the sound of several sonic booms, a wave of powerful auras sweeping over them, overwhelming their senses. So powerful, the entire assembly shuddered, turning to gaze into the distance. There stood 6 figures, 4 men and 2 women, floating in the air, each exuding an extraordinary aura, unmistakably of significant importance. Greetings to the esteemed elders. The elders recognized the identities of the newcomers and respectfully bowed. The heads of the peaks. These individuals are indeed the heads of the various peaks. Some outer sect disciples, aware of the inner sanctum's hierarchy, could not help but display expressions of shock. These are individuals who govern each peak, second only in status to the sect leader. Yet now, they have all appeared for the sake of a single disciple. However, considering Lin Yuan's achievements, they quickly found it understandable. For a Kaimai realm cultivator to unleash the strength of 4 tigers is an extraordinary feat, and it is only natural that the heads of the peaks would come forth. "Elder Ma, where is the disciple you spoke of?" one of the women inquired. She wore a light purple gown, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her delicate features adorned with a hint of makeup, rendering her exceedingly beautiful. The elder immediately pointed. "He is the one I mentioned." The 6 individuals followed his gesture and beheld Lin Yuan's visage. The woman in the purple gown's eyes brightened. What a handsome young man. Such a rarity indeed. Beside her, a burly man clad in a vest scoffed. "What? Has Elder Qi taken a liking to him, feeling a stir of emotions?" The woman rolled her eyes. "Elder Sure, do not jest. I am the head of a peak, of esteemed lineage. How could I be moved by a junior? I merely find this young man pleasing to the eye, a sight that delights the heart. Spare me your sarcasm. How could you, as a peak leader, discern that this young disciple is suited for cultivating the physical body?" A middle-aged man on the right interjected, then turned to the youth. "Greetings, disciple. I am the head of Yin Bing Peak, renowned for our weaponry. We practice all manner of arms, and my specialty lies in the sword. Should you wish to join my peak, I would gladly take you as my personal disciple, passing on my swordsmanship to you." A personal disciple. How fortunate for Lin Yuan that a head of a peak is willing to accept him as a personal disciple. What extraordinary luck. At this moment, everyone felt a pang of envy. Becoming a disciple of the sect's leader, who represented the pinnacle of power, meant enjoying the finest treatment within the peak. This was a coveted status sought after by countless disciples. If they were in his position, they would undoubtedly accept without hesitation. However, Lin Yuan remained unmoved, quietly observing the words of these prominent figures. "Ha, old Li, This disciple of mine hasn't even mentioned a preference for swords. Why are you so eager? The elder in the black robe retorted, then turned to Lin Yuan, speaking kindly, Disciple, I am the leader of Yunhan Peak. If you have any understanding, you would know that our peak specializes in the cultivation of spiritual power. While I am unsure if you possess the talent for this path, given your ability to unleash the four tiger strength, your soul's power must be extraordinary. Would you be willing to have a small trial at our peak? Beside him, the elder in white scoffed, Old Mo, do not mislead the youth. Wasting time on your spiritual power training, instead of spending time at your peak honing the soul, it would be far better to delve into alchemical skills at my peak. Any one of the four paths, even with a slight achievement, would place you far above ordinary cultivators. The black-robed elder glared fiercely. What nonsense! How is cultivating spiritual power a waste of time? Have you forgotten how our predecessor, Mo Chi, achieved sainthood through spiritual power? Such a figure like Mo Chi emerges only once in tens of thousands of years. On what basis do you think this disciple possesses such talent? That is why I suggested a small trial. What trial? This is merely delaying the disciple's future. Spiritual power is the orthodox path. Your unorthodox methods are what truly hinder him. As the two began to bicker, a mature woman interjected, Enough, both of you. You are of such age and yet bicker like children before the disciples. It is quite embarrassing. Unlike the youthful woman in the purple dress, this woman was elegantly dressed in pure white, her dark hair arranged high with a jade hairpin, exuding an air of simple elegance. Upon hearing her words, the two elders ceased their quarrel and turned to her, inquiring, What is it? Didn't you, Leader Shun, accept the talented young woman a few years ago? Are you looking to take another? At this point, the woman in purple quickly responded, Indeed, we have already ceded the starry fate bone to you. You cannot snatch another from us this time, or it would be too greedy. In Chapter 92, the leader's seduction and substantial conditions unfolded. You need not instruct us. We are equally capable, she continued. Precisely, your Yunyao Peak has monopolized nearly half of the excellent disciples within the sect. If this continues, how will we other peaks survive? Will our legacies even endure? Brother sure speaks wisely. Today, this disciple can join any peak, but he must not join Yunyao Peak. The leaders protested in unison, making the mature woman the target of their ire. However, she remained unfazed, responding coolly, The choice of which peak this disciple joins is ultimately his decision, not yours. After that, she turned her gaze toward Lin Yuan and extended an olive branch. Disciple, I am Shun Mingzhu, leader of Yunyao Peak. I specialize in various secret techniques and elemental powers. If you are willing to join my sect, I promise to train you as the next leader. Her words caused a stir. Among all the conditions presented, her promise was undoubtedly the most substantial. The next leader, that was the position of the leader. Countless disciples toil in their cultivation, yearning to ascend to such a lofty throne. And now, the path to that throne lay before Lin Yuan, leaving him with no reason to refuse. Faced with such an enticing offer, Lin Yuan was initially taken aback, then sighed inwardly, Unfortunately, I have already made a pact with the sect leader. Otherwise, I might have chosen Leader Shun, as it would also allow me to be with Yuan'er, making our cultivation much more convenient. Nearby, Louis Chan's eyes lit up upon hearing the words of the beautiful woman in white. But then she recalled Yun Qiang's words, and her expression dimmed. With the sect leader's prior statement, even Shin Mingzhu had no chance of accepting Lin Yuan. It was truly regrettable not to share the same master with the young man. Liu Yin looked on with envy. She had long desired to join the beautiful woman's sect, and now Lin Yuan's treatment was precisely the scene she had dreamt of. How could that petty fellow be so fortunate? The beautiful woman calmly replied, I have not obstructed you from accepting disciples, nor have I silenced you. You may propose any conditions, and the disciple can hear them. This is a fair competition. What grievances do you have? Fair competition? You have already promised to train Lin Yuan as an heir. How can we compete? Thus, she turned her beautiful eyes toward the youth, gently persuading, Young disciple, I am Qi Bixia, leader of Yunshao Peak. While I cannot offer the same conditions as Leader Shun, I can promise you that should you choose to join Yunshao Peak, I will arrange for over 10 female disciples to serve you, accompanying you day and night in your cultivation. Coupled with our peak's supreme techniques, Your cultivation will surely soar to unprecedented heights. In an instant, the expressions of the onlookers shifted. The female disciples of Yunshao Peak were renowned for their beauty, captivating many male disciples. To promise 10 was an unimaginable offer. What man could resist such a tantalizing proposition? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth in a mix of amusement and disbelief. This Qi Bixia had truly dared to make such a promise, even using female disciples as bargaining chips. It was reminiscent of college days in the past. The thought was indeed exhilarating, but he already had several women eagerly waiting for his attention, leaving him no time to expend energy on strangers. How shameless of you, Qi Bixia, to use your disciples' bodies as bait to lure men. Even Shan Mingzhu, who had remained composed, could not help but rebuke her. Indeed, Qi, what you are doing is truly excessive. Those disciples are not your tools to be used at will. Such actions tarnish the name of a leader. The various leaders chimed in their disapproval, yet Qi Bixia remained unfazed, responding calmly, "You all jest. I have been a leader for so many years without forcing anyone. I dare to say this because I believe that with the talent of this disciple, the female disciples at my peak will willingly serve him." Upon hearing this, everyone silently nodded in agreement. With Lin Yuan's talent and appearance, no female disciple would be able to resist him. It would not be difficult to arrange for 10, or even dozens. After the woman spoke, she once again focused on the youth. "Disciple, we have laid out all our conditions. After listening for so long, which peak do you lean toward?" At that moment, all eyes were on Lin Yuan, awaiting his decision. "Which peak do you think Lin Shixiang will choose?" "I suspect it will be Yunyao Peak, as that is an opportunity to become the master of a peak, a condition unmatched by the others." "Huh, isn't Yunshao Peak's offer just as enticing? With beautiful companions and accelerated cultivation, it is akin to living a celestial existence. You only think of women. Is life not about pursuing such joys? If you are uninterested, do not hinder others in their pursuits." As the crowd debated, a melodious voice suddenly resonated from the skies. So many leaders gathering today, the outer sect is indeed lively. In a flash, a figure clad in white appeared, seemingly without a trace of energy, suddenly materializing before the assembly. Such speed, despite the distance of her voice, she arrived in an instant, without a hint of spiritual energy dispersing. This feat could be deemed a divine skill. The outer disciples had never laid eyes on this woman, yet her grand entrance suggested that her status was anything but ordinary. Indeed, just as they formed this speculation, all the elders and the head elder simultaneously bowed to the lady. "We greet you, esteemed sect master." The sect master. The visitor was unexpectedly the sect master. My goodness. The junior disciples were granted the rare privilege of witnessing the sect master's true form, a divine blessing indeed. Due to her prolonged seclusion, Yun Xieying seldom appeared within the sect, entrusting all affairs, great and small, to the elders of Yunhuang Peak. Even when a disciple possessing the starry fate bone emerged 2 years prior, she remained in retreat. Consequently, Louis Chan had never had the opportunity to meet her. It was only recently, during the turmoil instigated by the malevolent forces, that she was compelled to emerge and oversee the situation. Naturally, few were aware of the matters pertaining to the 100 Cities tournament, and upon her return from the mountains, she had not met with the other disciples. Therefore, from the perspective of the head elders, it had been several decades since she had last made an appearance. Such a long absence typically indicated that only events of monumental significance could summon such a high-ranking figure. Yet today, she arrived like a tempest, catching all the sect's upper echelons completely off guard. Chapter 93. The beautiful sect master. In my imaginings, what could have prompted the sect master to leave her retreat? With this question lingering, Qi Bixia was the first to inquire. "Esteemed sect master, has something significant occurred within our sect that necessitates your personal involvement?" They had not considered Lin Yuan, as Yun Xiang had declared several hundred years ago that she would no longer accept disciples, choosing instead to focus on her cultivation and enhance her own strength. Having made such a declaration, it was assumed she would not resume teaching disciples. Even if Lin Yuan's talent was exceptional, under the collective gaze of the assembled, Yun Xiang candidly stated, "I have heard that an extraordinary disciple has emerged in this inner sect assessment, one who, despite merely being in the meridian opening stage, has demonstrated the strength of 4 tigers. I could not resist coming to see which disciple possesses such remarkable talent and what extraordinary constitution they might possess. Indeed, her visit was for Lin Yuan. The higher-ups were rather taken aback. While Lin Yuan's achievements were commendable, they hardly warranted the sect master abandoning her seclusion to investigate. Logically speaking, had Yun Qiang still been in retreat, she would not have emerged for such a matter. It seemed she had simply heard of the inner sect assessment and, out of curiosity, had come to witness it herself. However, Shen Mingzhu interjected, "Not quite, esteemed sect master. You are here merely to meet the disciple, while we are here for the purpose of accepting disciples." Upon hearing this, the head elders immediately grew tense. Should the sect master reconsider and express a desire to accept disciples, they would certainly lose their opportunity. Noticing their anxiety, Yun Qiang could not help but chuckle. As Shun Zhongzhu has stated, "I am only here to meet someone. I have no other intentions, so you need not worry. Please proceed with your plans to accept your disciples." Throughout this exchange, she had not even considered the possibility that the disciple in question could be Lin Yuan, as she recalled that during their last encounter in the mountains, his talent was only above average, far from the pinnacle required to achieve such astounding results. Upon hearing her words, the head elders let out a collective sigh of relief. As long as the sect master did not seek to recruit anyone, the decision would ultimately lie with the disciples themselves. Below, Lin Yuan, seeing Yun Qiang's arrival, intended to greet her, but was taken aback by her statement. "Wait, didn't you say you want to take me as your disciple? Why has that intention changed?" He pondered this perplexity, his mouth half open before he closed it again, standing quietly and observing her. "By the way, where is that disciple now? I am quite curious about his appearance, given such outstanding accomplishments." Yun Qiang cut to the chase. Abandoning any further pleasantries, Qi Bixia pointed towards Lin Yuan, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Esteemed sect master, that young man over there, do you not find him quite handsome?" "Handsome? Is he a male disciple? Let me see for myself," Yun Qiang replied, turning her gaze in the indicated direction. Then, she was met with a familiar visage. Ah, how could it be him? The beautiful sect master, clad in a white dress, was momentarily stunned. Despite considering countless possibilities, she would never have anticipated Lin Yuan. If memory served correctly, 2 months prior during their parting in the mountains, he had only reached the 6th level of meridian opening. How much could one possibly advance in such a brief time? Surely, he had not yet entered the condensation pill stage, and yet he was here participating in the assessment? Had Qi Bixia pointed to the wrong person, or was it merely a coincidence that this youth bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yuan? With a whirlwind of thoughts racing through her mind, she endeavored to maintain a composed expression, gently inquiring, "Qi Zhongzhu, are you certain this individual is the disciple in question?" Qi Bixia nodded emphatically. "Yes, he is indeed the one who achieved the best results. Elder Ma personally confirmed it. He would not deceive us." Upon hearing this, Yun Qiang turned her gaze towards the elder responsible for the assessment, her eyes filled with inquiry. Under her scrutiny, the elder trembled and promptly retrieved a recording stone, declaring, "Please observe the footage. I would never dare to lie." Soon, the projection materialized, and he quickly fast-forwarded through the scenes, showcasing Lin Yuan's assessment. As she witnessed the youth illuminating 4 lines with a single palm strike, Yun Qiang swallowed hard, her previously calm gaze finally stirred with emotion. It is indeed this young man. He truly is the one. Achieving the strength of 4 tigers before reaching the condensation pill stage. Such a miraculous feat should originate from a transcendent power. So why would he choose to join Yunlan Sect? Why even participate in the 100 Cities tournament? Was he merely a young master seeking to experience life among the common folk? Yes, that must be it. Suddenly, she recalled the ominous figure had once mentioned that this youth's background was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals like themselves. Lin Yuan must belong to a top-tier force, at least on par with Yunlan Sect, for no other explanation sufficed to account for why a 7th-level demon would intervene on his behalf. With this realization, everything began to make sense. Thoughts raced through her mind, leading Yun Qiang to conclude that Lin Yuan had an unfathomable background. Yet, She remained ignorant of the identity of the force behind him. It mattered not. Regardless of which faction it was, cultivating a favorable relationship would never be a misstep. Having reached this conclusion, she ceased her ruminations and promptly turned to the youth, smiling radiantly as she praised. "Well done. You, my young friend, are exceptional. To match the strength of 4 tigers before reaching the condensation pill stage is a remarkable achievement. After thousands of years, Yunlan Sect has finally witnessed the emergence of such a prodigious talent. It is indeed a sign of great prosperity, and I am deeply gratified." Outwardly, she spoke thus, but internally she conveyed, "Young master, I once declared within the sect that I would no longer accept disciples. Now, with this sudden change of heart, there may be dissent among the elders, and I could be branded as untrustworthy. However, since I have promised you, I cannot go back on my word. Thus, to maintain my credibility, you must take the initiative to approach me and request to become my disciple, allowing me to justify my acceptance of you. My esteemed sect master, having previously made such a declaration, why now express the desire to take me as your personal disciple? Is this not contradictory?" Yin Xiang felt equally helpless. Initially, she had considered Lin Yuan to be somewhat impressive, but not of the caliber to garner the attention of the head elders. Once he entered the inner sect, she could have easily cited an old acquaintance as her reason for accepting Lin Yuan as a disciple, thus ensuring his care without provoking any dissatisfaction. After all, accepting a multitude of mediocre disciples was merely a trivial endeavor. In contrast, exceptional disciples were rare. If one were to monopolize all of them, how could others continue to impart their teachings and carry on the legacy? Chapter 94. The head elder's support, requesting to become the sect master's disciple from his perspective. The sect master's strategy appeared sound. Yet Lin Yuan's remarkable achievements had completely derailed her plans. Who could have anticipated that this young man would be so formidable, achieving the strength of 4 tigers while still in the meridian opening stage? Not only the head elders, but even she found herself compelled to accept him as a disciple. Alas, at that moment, she was solely focused on her cultivation and regretted voicing such impulsive words. With a sigh, she cast a subtle glance at the young man, hoping for an unspoken plea for him to voluntarily seek her as his mentor, thus preserving her reputation. Of course, if Lin Yuan were unwilling, she would have no choice but to forcefully take him as a disciple, thereby losing her credibility. Had she known this would occur, she would have concealed her abilities during the previous assessment to avoid attracting the attention of the sect leaders. Nevertheless, it was merely a matter of actively seeking a disciple. Since he was the sect leader, her initiative would not diminish her dignity. As she contemplated this, she was about to speak when the elder in white robes interjected. "What the sect leader says is indeed true. In my humble opinion, this disciple possesses extraordinary talent, and none of us sect leaders have the qualifications to instruct him. It is most fitting for you, sect leader, to take him under your wing." Everyone was taken aback. Wasn't this elder the one who had previously wanted Lin Yuan to join Yanshu Peak? Why had he suddenly changed his tune? The elder had his own reasoning. Since Lin Yuan lacked the aptitude for an alchemist, it was unlikely he would join Yanshu Peak. Thus, it was better to send him directly to Yunhuang Peak, ensuring that no one gained an advantage, thereby achieving fairness. The other sect leaders quickly grasped this logic, although they felt a tinge of reluctance. They recognized that their own peak had limited opportunities to accept the young man, and soon they were all in agreement. Indeed, with the disciple's level of talent, ordinary individuals were unworthy to instruct him. It must be the sect leader who personally took charge to avoid wasting this uncut gem. The disciple's talents were comparable to the sacred body. According to our sect's customary practice, he should naturally enter Yunhuang Peak. Yes, a talent of such caliber. If he does not join Yunhuang Peak, would that not render us a laughingstock among the 10 sects of the eastern region? In an instant, apart from Qi Bai Xia and Shunming Zhu, every sect leader earnestly voiced their suggestions. Their sudden declarations caused the expressions of the 2 women to shift. Originally, as long as the sect leader remained uninvolved, they had the highest probability of accepting the young man based on the terms they had offered. However, with Yin Xiang now in the mix, the likelihood of them taking him as a disciple diminished significantly. After all, if given a choice, anyone with sense would choose the sect leader. Yin Xiang felt a wave of surprise, followed by a surge of delight. The support from the sect leaders was undoubtedly in her favor, akin to finding a pillow when one feels drowsy. Amid her joy, she feigned hesitation and remarked, "What you say is not without merit. The talent of this disciple indeed stirs my heart. Yet I have previously declared that I would no longer take disciples. If I were to accept him now, would that not be a breach of my word?" Hearing her implied desire to take on a disciple, the others renewed their support. "Sect leader, you speak too heavily. The premise of your earlier statement was that our sect would no longer produce extraordinary talents. Yet that premise has been shattered. In this situation, it is not considered a breach of faith. Yes, we sect leaders possess limited strength. If we were to rashly teach this disciple, we would risk tarnishing Ming Zhu's reputation. Only you, sect leader, can ensure that this rough gem is sculpted into a delicate treasure. Such talents as the sacred body appear but once in a millennium. Our sect is fortunate to have gained one, and it is only fitting that the strongest elder guides him. Currently, the other powerful individuals in our sect are in seclusion, and only you, sect leader, are available to impart your teachings. Your earlier words were likely spoken without intent. If a mere casual remark were to cause our sect to lose a future powerhouse of the Purple Mansion realm, how could we face our ancestors of Yunlan Sect? The sincerity of the sect leaders was palpable, as if they genuinely cared for Lin Yuan and the sect leader. This left the two women inwardly cursing. What are these old geezers pretending for? Just because they have no opportunity to take in a disciple, they wish to sabotage others. Truly despicable. Despite their inner fury, they dared not show it, for the individual before them was the sect leader, far superior in both status and cultivation. To contradict her would undoubtedly undermine her dignity, leading to severe repercussions. Faced with the adulation of the crowd, Yun-Chi-Ing sighed helplessly. "As you all say, it has been far too long since our Yunlan Sect has produced a peerless talent. If this continues, we may fall from our position among the 10 sects of the eastern region. For the future of our sect and this disciple's prospects, I shall betray my previous vow and disregard my word this once." With that, she turned her sparkling eyes upon the young man and, parting her red lips, spoke. "Disciple, I am Yun-Chi-Ing, the sect leader of Yunlan Sect. Are you willing to enter my tutelage and become my direct disciple?" After a long, circuitous route, Lin Yuan finally heard those words. In silent contemplation, he nodded and replied, "It is an immense honor for me that the sect leader personally extends this invitation. I have no reason to refuse." Yun-Chi-Ing smiled with delight, her voice filled with warmth. "Excellent. From now on, you shall be my second disciple. I will devote myself wholeheartedly to your instruction." Upon finishing, she glanced apologetically at the two women beside her. "Elder Qi, Elder Shun, I regret having to intervene this time and take away the disciple who might have been yours. I sincerely apologize. If you harbor any grievances, feel free to express them." Though she said this, the two women dared not voice their true feelings. They could only offer forced smiles and wave their hands dismissively. "The sect leader truly puts us to shame. For the disciple to enter your tutelage is only just and reasonable. How can we possibly harbor resentment? Indeed, it is commendable that you are willing to sacrifice your own cultivation time for the sake of teaching a disciple. We should be expressing our gratitude to you." The attitudes of the two women brought comfort to Yun-Chi-Ing, who nodded appreciatively. "Thank you both for your understanding. Furthermore, as the sect leader, teaching disciples is my duty, is not a matter of sacrifice. Well then, since I have finished accepting my disciples, it is time for me to take my leave. There are many talented individuals among those who pass the assessment. You may continue your selections. I shall be taking my leave first." With a swift conclusion to the topic, Yun-Chi-Ing gestured to the young man, causing Lin Yuan's body to move uncontrollably to her side. The two then transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the depths of the mountain gate in an instant. The sect leaders had contended for so long, yet the ultimate victor was the sect leader. This sight caused all the disciples to sigh in awe. Indeed, when it came to status, the sect leader was paramount, far surpassing the sect leaders, who lacked even the courage to contest for the talent. Lu Chan and Lu Yin gazed longingly in the direction where the master and disciple had disappeared, their faces filled with envy. They understood that with Yun-Chi-Ing as his mentor, Lin Yuan would gain access to the best resources of the sect. Coupled with his own exceptional talent, he would thrive as if swimming in water or soaring like a tiger with wings. Surely, a place among the future giants of the eastern region awaited him. Chapter 95. The Sect Leader's Misunderstanding, the Beauty's Confusion, Yunhuang Peak. In a verdant courtyard atop the peak. Esteemed sir, I truly did not expect to see you again so soon, merely 2 months later. Having brought Lin Yuan to this place, Yin Shiying turned to face him, her tone tinged with complexity. She had anticipated that his breakthrough to the Ningguan realm would not occur until next year or the year after. Yet unexpectedly, he had come to participate in the assessment this year, achieving such astonishing results, leaving her utterly unprepared. Indeed, I too did not anticipate our reunion would come so swiftly. Sect Leader, Lin Yuan feigned a sigh and continued, I apologize for my lack of restraint during the assessment, resulting in such an impressive score and putting you in a difficult position. Yin Shi-Ying smiled wryly. There is nothing wrong with giving it your all in the assessment. It is I who failed to consider adequately. Had I known you were so extraordinary, I should have brought you into the inner sect sooner to avoid causing such a stir. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. In retrospect, the outcome is not so terrible. It merely caused you to break your word. You are so remarkable that it is only right for you to seek me as your master. Others have no objections, and therefore, this matter is not of great consequence. As she spoke, she suddenly teased. At this point, you still address me as esteemed sir? Realizing his faux pas, Lin Yuan promptly bowed and declared, Disciple Lin Yuan, greeting my master. Yin Xiang promptly adjusted the man's posture, speaking softly, Good disciple, since you address me as such, allow me to bestow upon you a token of our meeting. With that, she retrieved a cloud-shaped crystal from her bosom and handed it to the man, introducing, This is the Ju Yun stone, capable of gathering the essence of clouds. With this aid, it should not be long before you can strive for the Ningguan realm. Ju Yun stone? Essence of clouds? Lin Yuan's expression reflected his confusion. Yun King elaboratit. Our Yunlan Sect derives its name from a unique secret technique that extracts the essence of power from clouds, enhancing one's strength. This technique is known as the Ji Yun Ju, practiced by all inner disciples, and I shall now impart it to you. As her words concluded, a message flowed into Lin Yuan's mind. After a brief period of comprehension, he could not help but praise, what an extraordinary Ji Yun Ju. To harness clouds for strength is indeed a rare marvel. Yin Xiang smiled lightly. Every powerful sect possesses its own ultimate technique, and of course, Yunlan Sect is no exception. Otherwise, how can we claim our place among the 10 sects of the Eastern region? Master, what does it mean to be one of the 10 sects of the Eastern region? Lin Yuan inquired. The Eastern region is vast and teeming with various factions. The most formidable 10 sects have been collectively named the 10 sects of the Eastern region. I see. So our Yunlan Sect is one of them? Indeed, we have maintained our position among the 10 sects for over 10 millennia, boasting an extraordinarily rich heritage. However, in recent years, our sect has experienced a decline in talent, leading to a significant reduction in the number of high-ranking experts, placing our status in a precarious position. As she spoke, a hint of worry shadowed the beauty's eyes. Clearly troubled by the current state of their sect, Lin Yuan clenched his fist. Master, please do not worry. I shall diligently cultivate and strive to uphold the glory of our sect. Yun Xiang shook her head with a sigh. Your talent is commendable, and had you no background, the sect could indeed rely on you. Alas, at the end of the day, you are still from another faction. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan, momentarily taken aback, soon understood. She was under the impression that he had a different affiliation. Should he clarify? Maintaining this misunderstanding could allow him to intimidate her with a non-existent background. However, should he do so, Yin Xiang would certainly withhold vital resources and treasures from him. After all, in her eyes, he remained an outsider, and she would not foolishly nurture a child of another faction. For Lin Yuan, having secured safety, a background was no longer necessary. Cultivating resources took precedence. After much contemplation, he chose to be forthright. Master, I possess no background, aside from that great demon. Only the Yunlan Sect stand behind me. Then why would that sinister entity assist you? This matter involves secrets that I cannot disclose at this time. Yun Qiang scrutinized him quietly, and after a moment, she smiled gently. Very well, I trust you. Lin Yuan could not help but frown. Her demeanor suggested a discrepancy between her words and thoughts. Nevertheless, he decided to let it go. Time would reveal all truths. Then I shall thank you for the gift. Master, he nodded, accepting the crystal with gratitude. It is merely a small token of my esteem. Additionally, should you encounter any issues in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out. I shall do my utmost to assist you, Yun Qiang added. As she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed something, stepping closer to the man and extending her hand. Master, you. Lin Yuan instinctively moved back, only to see her hand resting on his chest, smoothing his disheveled robes. Once finished, she looked up at him with a hint of apology. Memories flooded back to Lin Yuan of Qin Run, who had similarly welcomed him into the courtyard, tidying his attire and assuring him, from this day forth, you are my disciple, and I shall do my best to assist you through any difficulties. 2 years later, the scene was almost identical, yet the person was different. Images of the past flickered through Lin Yuan's mind, and a nostalgic expression slowly crept across his face. Noticing the shift in his demeanor, Yun Qiang inquired, What troubles you, disciple? Are you recalling something? Lin Yuan bit his lip and sighed. To be candid, before I met you, I had another master, but he has since passed away. Oh, who was he? An outer sect elder. He did not conceal his past, revealing Qin Ren's identity and his previous experiences. Upon hearing his explanation, Yun Qiang was momentarily perplexed. Did he not have a powerful background? How could he end up as a menial disciple? Even after his death, he relied solely on his wife, struggling to afford a tall maidan. Could it be that his words were indeed truthful, and he truly lacked any background? Yet how could one explain the sinister figure's attitude towards him? A whirlwind of thoughts surged within her mind as Yun Qiang expressed her lament. It is indeed unfortunate that our sect had such a loyal elder, only to meet his demise at the hands of a villain. I shall instruct to allocate some resources to compensate the Qin family and ensure their well-being and safety. Lin Yuan clasped his hands. Master, your benevolence is commendable. With such actions, my master, no, let me call him father, will surely rest in peace in the afterlife. Yun Qiang nodded. You are a good disciple, seeking vengeance for your father's death. It is a blessing for him to have taken you as a student. Ah, master, you flatter me. I am merely fulfilling my duty as a disciple. You have done well to act on his behalf. Many disciples sever ties upon their master's death. I would never stoop to such depths. By the way, outer disciples may select a martial technique from the second level of the Sanjing Pavilion when entering the inner sect. Furthermore, as my personal disciple, you have the privilege to access the third level as well. Are you saying I can choose a martial technique from the third level of the Sanjing Pavilion? Indeed. With boldness, Lin Yuan inquired, Might there be earth-level martial techniques in the third level? Certainly, the martial techniques, there are at least of low earth-level quality. Upon receiving her affirmation, Lin Yuan instantly felt a surge of excitement. Earth-level martial techniques. They far surpass their counterparts in strength, and after practicing them, his combat prowess would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Seeing her young disciple's enthusiasm, Yun Qiang chuckled softly. Earth-level martial techniques demand a high level of proficiency from the user. As a mere beginner, you would find it exceedingly challenging to wield them. Thus, I recommend selecting from the second level first, and consider the third level once you reach the Juqi realm. Her words fell like a bucket of cold water, quickly sobering Lin Yuan. Indeed, his current cultivation was still too weak, even with the assistance of the Jiu-Yang Divine Pulse. He would likely only be able to unleash a fraction of the earth-level martial technique's power. Furthermore, mastering high-level martial techniques would certainly take time. Rather than exhausting himself over them, it would be wiser to start with a technique. Understood, master. Good. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yuan eventually took his leave, citing cultivation as his reason. Watching the young man's retreating figure, Yun Qiang furrowed her brow, a deep sense of uncertainty flashing in her eyes. She still could not see through his true nature. Master. Suddenly, a woman clad in gray appeared beside her, offering a scroll. Here is the complete dossier of Lin Yuan since his entry into the sect. Please review it. Yun Qiang accepted the document. her gaze scanning each page until she swiftly absorbed the information regarding Lin Yuan's recent growth. In just 3 short years, he had risen from a menial disciple to the champion of the Yuan'er Sect competition, and within mere months, had advanced from the 5th level of body tempering to the 3rd level of pulse opening. This young man must certainly harbor a significant secret. Quietly contemplating, she gradually realized that Lin Yuan might indeed lack a background, but had undoubtedly encountered fortuitous opportunities recently. Otherwise, one could not explain such a terrifying rate of advancement. Master, I perceive that this young man's recent experiences are exceedingly abrupt. He must possess something extraordinary. Should we take steps to investigate further? The gray-clad woman suggested. Yes, master. In a forested area atop a peak. After bidding farewell to Yun Qiang, Lin Yuan found a quiet spot to sit cross-legged, intending to test the efficacy of the Ji Yun Ju. A rush of pure energy surged within him, filling his heart with joy. Could this be the essence of the clouds? In terms of purity, it rivaled the yin-yang power obtained through cultivation. Alas, the quantity was too scant. If only there were more, he would be confident in breaking through to the Ningguan realm right now. Did not my master give me a stone to gather essence? With this thought, he took out the Yun Duo crystal from his pocket and activated it with his Yuan Qi. Boom! As he did so, the crystal radiated a dazzling green light, and a powerful suction erupted from within, spreading into the sky. Soon, clouds in the distance began to converge, appearing in clusters, overwhelming the space above him. Each cloud exuded a pure white aura, and even from afar, one could sense the richness of the energy. My heavens! Truly, this is the gathering cloud stone. Its efficacy far surpasses my own absorption, Lin Yuan exclaimed in excitement, hastily employing the Ji Yun Ju to collect the essence suspended in the air. Meanwhile, atop Yunsha Peak, under the open sky, a young girl in a white dress stood in meditation, panting slightly, beads of sweat dotting her fair forehead. After spending several hours, she finally managed to gather the clouds. Letting out a sigh of relief, she gazed at the clouds above with a look of satisfaction. The yin-yang gathering technique is quite taxing. Given her cultivation level, it took her a considerable effort to achieve this result. Now, all she needed to do was operate the Ji Yun Ju to absorb the essence from these clouds, and her cultivation would advance further. However, just as she was about to employ her secret technique, a sudden force of suction swept in, pulling all the clouds away. She was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? Where have my clouds gone? Which rascal has stolen my clouds? Surprised, she immediately took flight, pursuing the direction the clouds had vanished. Before long, she arrived at the summit of Yunhuang Peak, landing on a massive rock, looking up to see an immense expanse of white clouds floating in the sky, dense essence seeping from them towards the ground. With such a large quantity, someone must have used the gathering cloud stone. Was it an elder from Yunhuang Peak? As she pondered this, her gaze followed the direction of the essence's flow, where she spotted a young boy seated on the ground, eyes closed in quiet meditation. Such a youthful disciple. Is he a new addition to the sect? What brings him to this peak? Could he be the offspring of some significant figure? Her mind instinctively questioned, and she quickly realized that this person had interrupted her efforts. The cloud she had painstakingly gathered over half a day had been abruptly disrupted. Who could endure such a grievance? She resolved to confront him, but before she could move, she sensed a powerful aura erupting from him. Is he attempting to break through? No. Is he breaking through to Ningguan? Has he entered the inner sect before even condensing his Qi Yuan? Realizing Lin Yuan's cultivation level, she was taken aback. Due to the inner sect's assessment, disciples must at least be at the Ningguan realm. The Kaimai realm had only appeared in the distant past. Yet here, someone was condensing their Qi Yuan? This was indeed astonishing. Perhaps he had relied on connections to enter the inner sect. She would wait for him to finish his breakthrough before settling the score. On the other side, empowered by the essence, Lin Yuan finally touched upon the threshold of the Ningguan realm. Sister Shuang, to break through this realm, I need to open the second meridian, correct? Yes, but first, you must condense your Qi Yuan, and then we will work together to open the meridian. Great. With that, he retrieved the Qi Yuan Dan he had earned from the Yuan'er Sect competition and promptly consumed it. As he dissolved the medicinal properties, he exerted all his effort the robust Yuan qi within him swirling and condensing, ultimately forming a thumb-sized milky white pill. This is the Qi Yuan? Focusing his mind, he sensed the immense power contained within the pill. The Yuan qi he could unleash now far purer than when he was at the Kaimai realm. All right, Xiao Yuan. Having successfully condensed your Qi Yuan, let's channel our power to break through the second meridian, the Dumai. Yes, Sister Shuang. Like the first time they struck the Renmai, both were fully concentrated and exerted all their strength against the meridian's entrance. What overwhelming energy! Is he truly breaking through to Ningguan? The girl nearby watched in astonishment. She recalled that her own energy when condensing the Qi Yuan was less than half of what he was emitting. Observing his momentum, one would not be remiss in thinking he was breaking through to the gathering Qi realm. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and Sister Shuang continued their assault on the meridian. Through their relentless efforts, the sealed Dumai finally opened a small crack. Seizing the opportunity, they exerted all their strength, and the meridian was completely breached, torrents of yang qi bursting forth, flooding into the youth's limbs and bones. Refreshing, exhilarating. For a moment, Lin Yuan felt his body brimming with energy, as though a divine being stood before him, and he could easily topple it. Gulp. The force unleashed upon his breakthrough utterly astonished the girl, her eyes widening in disbelief, her throat dry as she struggled to comprehend the scene before her. This is beyond anything. Condensing a Qi Yuan is akin to opening up a Qi Si. Who has ever broken through to Ningguan in such a manner? Is this young man perhaps a reincarnated being of great power or possessing a sacred body? While she was still in shock, Lin Yuan turned his head, gazing at her, and asked, "Who are you? Why are you spying on my breakthrough?" As he spoke, his eyes roamed over her figure, and a hint of admiration flickered in his gaze. The girl, dressed in a white dress, had delicate features, long hair cascading over her shoulders, her upper body accentuated by high peaks, her legs long and fair like pillars, and she wore exquisite purple wooden sandals, her delicate instep and rounded toes laid bare for the world to admire. What a stunningly beautiful young lady. He had sensed someone lurking nearby, but he never expected it to be such a charming girl. He wondered why she had chosen to spy on him. Spy? I was spying on you? Little thief. This young lady kindly refrained from interrupting your breakthrough, and you dare accuse me of spying? How can someone be so shameless? The girl quickly approached him, her demeanor fierce as she began to scold him. Lin Yuan frowned. This lovely girl appeared enchanting, yet her temperament was quite the opposite. What do you mean? Why do you call me a little thief? I have stolen nothing from you. Hee, you have stolen my clouds, haven't you? Stolen your clouds? Yes. I worked hard for half a day to gather those clouds, only for you to snatch them all away in an instant. Can you not call yourself a thief? This revelation finally dawned on Lin Yuan. It turned out his earlier actions had inadvertently siphoned her clouds. Such an unforeseen consequence. My apologies, miss. It was indeed my oversight. I was so focused on breaking through that I neglected to observe what was happening around me. I used the gathering cloud stone without realizing it disrupted your cultivation. Upon understanding the situation, he bowed with sincere regret. After all, he had inadvertently interrupted her efforts, and a formal apology was in order. Observing his handsome face and hearing such earnest words, the girl's anger dissipated significantly. You little thief are rather polite, considering you did not act with ill intent. I shall not pursue your transgressions further. Lin Yuan smiled gratefully. Thank you for your understanding, miss. The girl tilted her head, huffing slightly. Do not rejoice too soon. Although I shall not pursue the matter, the compensation you owe cannot be overlooked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's smile faltered, and he contemplated the significant loss the other party had incurred. With a gentle sigh, he inquired, "Very well, what compensation do you seek?" The young lady, resting her chin upon her hand, gazed thoughtfully for a moment before exclaiming, "I am in need of a servant. You shall serve me for a month. And when the time is up, I will grant you your freedom." Huh? Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback and promptly declined. "I apologize, but I have never been anyone's servant. I cannot fulfill such a request." The young lady's expression soured. "Do you realize how many people vie to be my servant? You reject such an incredible fortune that has fallen upon you? How ungrateful of you." Lin Yuan scoffed. "They may revel in being sycophants, but I have no interest in such a role. What does sycophant mean? She asked. It refers to those who pursue you. Oh, so you are envious because so many pursue me? Lin Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you unwell? What did you say? The young lady became enraged, raising her delicate fist to strike. Lin Yuan gently caught her fist, attempting to soothe her. My lady, please calm yourself. Let us talk rationally and avoid violence that would ruin our cordiality. You have insulted me. How can you expect me to remain calm? That was merely a slip of the tongue, but your words are indeed quite perplexing. Are you implying it is my fault? Let us first cease hostilities before debating whose fault it is. With a firm grip, Lin Yuan pushed her away. The young lady stumbled back, her expression one of astonishment. How could this mere ant, who had only recently entered the realm of Ningguan, manage to push her? Someone at the 5th level of Ningguan? Just as she was about to question him further, a figure suddenly approached from a distance, landing beside them. It was a woman clad in a flowing dark gown, tall and graceful, with a strikingly beautiful and ethereal visage. Her long black hair was adorned with a deep purple butterfly hairpin, exuding an aura of mysterious elegance. Emo Shiji, what brings you here? The young lady asked, her surprise dissipating. The woman spoke softly. Shizhuan is looking for you. He did not sense your presence on the peak, so he sent me to find you. She then glanced at Lin Yuan, feeling a wave of admiration. What a handsome young man. When did such a youthful disciple appear on Yunhuang Peak? Lin Yuan met her gaze and bowed respectfully. I am Lin Yuan, honored to meet Shiji. Lin Yuan, you are the one who demonstrated the strength of 4 tigers during the assessment? Upon hearing his name, the woman immediately exclaimed, Indeed, I just heard about your exploits from Shizhuan, and here we meet. It seems we are quite fated. She chuckled lightly, introducing herself. I am Mo Konglan, a disciple of the esteemed Qishou. Lin Yuan complimented. So, Shiji is a disciple of the headmaster Qishou. I am truly honored. There is no need for such formality. Your master is the esteemed sect leader, and in terms of status, I am far beneath you. As their conversation unfolded, the young lady's face was filled with confusion. For tigers? Sect leader's disciple? Shiji, who is he? Can you introduce him to me? Upon her inquiry, Mo Konglan recounted Lin Yuan's achievements and status. After hearing this, the young lady's mouth fell agape. You little rogue, to have gained the personal favor of the sect leader. You possess quite the talent. Montak Konglan Chakut. If it weren't for the fact that you don't recognize Shidi, I would suspect you two were secretly meeting here. The young lady's cheeks flushed, and she quickly denied, Shiji, what nonsense are you spouting? This little rogue stole my hard-earned Baiyun, and I despise him. How could I possibly be meeting with him? He stole your cloud? Indeed. The young lady explained further, and Mo Konglan understood the situation. Shimmy, while Lin Shidi's actions were indeed inappropriate, it was unintentional. Do not hold it against him. I know it was unintentional. Otherwise, why would he offer such a simple form of compensation? Simple? Lin Yuan interjected, his lips twitching in annoyance. You asked me to be your servant for a month, and you call that simple? Such an outrageous demand is nothing short of an insult to me. How is it outrageous? Others beg to be my servants, and I wouldn't even give them a glance. It is merely because I find you somewhat pleasing to the eye that I suggested it. The young lady defended herself passionately. Lin Yuan was about to retort, but was interrupted by Mo Konglan. Enough, Shimmy, temper your headstrong nature and desist from your folly. What folly have I committed? Is it not right for someone who has wronged me to provide compensation? Compensation is indeed warranted, but your request is excessive. A talent as exceptional as Lin Shidi cannot be reduced to a mere servant. That would be an insult not only to him, but to the sect leader as well. Having him serve me tea and water is hardly a degrading task. Is it not reasonable? The young lady argued. Besides, Shiji, are you not the one who dotes on me the most? Why then do you speak in favor of this little rogue? The very notion of calling him a servant is, in itself, excessive. Even as my beloved Shimmy, I cannot favor you unjustly. But the young lady attempted to protest. But Mo Konglan gently patted her head, interrupting, Enough, Shimmy, consider this as a favor from your Shiji and let the matter rest. My apologies, young sir. My Shimmy is spoiled and unreasonable. Her ludicrous demands may have caused you amusement. Mo Konglan offered a wry smile and a bow. Lin Yuan observed the retreating figure of the young lady and sighed. While her demeanor is indeed somewhat unpleasant, I have ultimately benefited from her misfortune. I should offer some form of compensation, lest I feel guilty. Mo Konglan's eyes twinkled as she proposed, if Shidi truly wishes to compensate Shimi. Perhaps you could assist me with a task? Oh, what do you propose, Shiji? I have known Shimi for many years. She owes me a fair amount of favors. If you are willing to help me, I shall inform her of your assistance, and I am certain she will no longer harbor resentment towards you. Perhaps even develop a fondness for you. Using your goodwill to compensate for her loss does seem reasonable. What assistance do you require, Shiji? The loss of those clouds is hardly significant. You need not feel guilty. Furthermore, what I mentioned pertains to an event 2 months hence at the Zhangjian Mountain Manor, where the Wu Jian Grand Ceremony will take place. I would be grateful if you would accompany me. The Wu Jian Grand Ceremony? This is a grand event hosted by the Zhangjian Mountain Manor, where all the talented disciples from the Eastern Domain are eligible to attend. It is an opportunity to enhance one's swordsmanship and perhaps even acquire an unparalleled divine sword. Oh, such a remarkable opportunity exists? Indeed. But the condition for participating in the Wu Jian is that one must be accompanied by a partner of the opposite gender, hence my request. Why not seek other male disciples? You are aware that I am from Yunxia Peak, where there are virtually no male disciples, and I have no familiar friends of the opposite gender. I felt a sense of fate in encountering you today, which is why I chose you. Now I understand. Your request poses no issue. I am merely concerned that my lack of swordsmanship might hinder your experience at the Wu Jian. The Wu Jian is conducted independently, so your performance will not affect the other. You need not worry. Very well then. I shall accompany you 2 months hence. Excellent. It is settled then. Mo Konglan smiled brightly and continued. The young lady you just met is Zhao Cailian, the granddaughter of Master Zhao. She holds a prominent position within the sect, so do be cautious not to provoke her in the future. Even the sect leader may struggle to protect you. Lin Yuan expressed surprise. Master Zhao? Is he a senior of our sect? Indeed, he is the esteemed elder of our sect, possessing formidable strength at the Purple Mansion realm, and he has been in seclusion for many years. The Purple Mansion realm. Lin Yuan's demeanor shifted, and he gravely replied, Thank you for the warning, Shiji. I shall exercise caution around her. Mo Konglan produced a jade token from her robes and spoke. You are welcome. This is my personal disciple's token. You should possess a similar one, correct? Indeed. Lin Yuan also took out the jade token, a gift he had received not long ago while exchanging pleasantries with the sect master. Mo Konglan extended her hand directly, bringing their jade tokens into contact, and continued. Inner disciples each possess their own identity tokens, which can establish a connection through touch. As long as we are not far apart, we can communicate directly using the tokens. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt an additional spiritual thought within his token, by simply using his spiritual consciousness to vocalize. He could convey information to the other S-Jade token. This functionality is quite convenient. He couldn't help but praise. Mo Konglan smiled and said, Indeed, it is convenient. Once you enter the Inner Sect, not only will you have your identity token, but there are also numerous intriguing places waiting for you to explore. If you have time in the future, I will personally take you there. That would be too troublesome for you, senior sister. I wouldn't want to delay your cultivation. He replied, Not at all. Sometimes when one reaches a bottleneck in cultivation, it can be rather idle. I might as well take you along, which would also be a contribution to the sect. Your noble intentions are admirable, senior sister. Rest assured, I will remember this and will contact you through the jade token when the time comes. Very well, farewell, junior brother. Mo Konglan mischievously winked at the young man, then vanished into the air, leaving Lin Yuan standing alone. Chapter 99. The shortcomings of divine skills, restless heart compared to that headstrong junior sister. This senior sister is truly a good person, he remarked after the 2 women had departed. Good person? I beg to differ. Aling Shuang suddenly interjected, leaving Lin Yuan momentarily stunned. Why do you say that, Sister Shuang? Does Mo senior sister have any issues? Inviting you to comprehend the sword after just 1 meeting? Do you find that normal? That does seem a bit abrupt, but it can be understood, considering she mentioned having no acquaintances of the opposite sex within the sect. I observe her cultivation has already reached the gathering chi realm, indicating she has been in the inner sect for at least a decade. How could she not have acquaintances? Even if she truly didn't tea, she wouldn't invite a newly admitted stranger, would she? That makes sense. Mo Senior's sister indeed lacks sufficient rationale for inviting me, which suggests she may have lied earlier. But why would she do so? Perhaps she covets something you possess. What could I possibly have that would attract her? Have you forgotten the attack from Song Mian? Sister Shuang implies she is also after the opportunities that lie within you. That seems unlikely. After all, I am a disciple of the sect master, and we have no conflicting interests. Would she really scheme against me for an elusive opportunity? One can never be too sure. Perhaps she harbors other intentions we cannot fathom. In any case, safety is paramount. Caution is wise. Haha, very well, Sister Shuang. Do you think her hidden intentions might be that she finds me handsome and has taken a liking to me? With your remarkable appearance, it is not outside the realm of possibility. Lin Yuan had initially made a jest, but was taken aback when the other agreed, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Cough. Sister Shuang, you flatter me too much. While I may possess an outstanding appearance, Mo Senior Sister's profound cultivation makes it implausible for her to fall for a mere junior. What I said earlier was just a jest. You are right, we should indeed be on guard. Good, as long as you understand. Compared to this scheming senior sister, I find that straightforward and innocent junior sister much easier to interact with. From his perspective, only his master and Louis-chan could rival the beauty of the women he knew. Of course, the three women each possessed distinct styles. His master embodied the mature charm of femininity. Louis-chan exuded a cold and proud heroism, while this Zhao junior sister radiated a charming and delicate beauty. Each of these three could captivate any man. Having already won over the first two, Lin Yuan suddenly recalled Zhao Calian's grace, and an idea surfaced in his mind. How sweet and soft it would be to hold Zhao junior sister in his arms. Furthermore, Mo Senior Sister, with her tall and curvaceous figure, full bosom, and rounded hips, was flawless to the point of being beyond reproach. Coupled with the exquisite beauty of the two women, they were indeed rare gems of the human realm. What ecstasy would it be if they were to shed their garments and share the same bed, their fair bodies entwined? Surely it would be a delight that could elevate any man's soul to the heavens. As these thoughts stirred in his mind, his heart began to race uncontrollably. It is worth noting that prior to encountering Gu Shuqin, he had never interacted with the opposite sex and had scarcely entertained thoughts regarding romantic matters. He was not the type to be unable to contain himself at the sight of a beautiful woman. Moreover, given Zhao Jr.'s sister's headstrong nature, he felt no affection toward her. So what could possibly lead him to think of her? Xiao Yuan, are you thinking about those two women from earlier? Aling Shuang inquired, sensing the young man's emotional turmoil. Yes, I'm not quite sure why I feel this way. Feeling embarrassed that Sister Shuang had perceived his trivial thoughts, Lin Yuan blushed. An appreciation for beauty is a natural impulse. It is completely normal to have such thoughts. While that may be true, my self-control should not be so lacking. It is indeed somewhat unusual. Let me take a guess. Could it be due to that joint cultivation technique? The words of Long Nu struck Lin Yuan like a bolt of enlightenment, and he exclaimed, exactly. Ever since I began practicing this technique, my desires seem to have magnified tremendously. When alone, I can maintain my composure, but if there is a woman nearby, especially a beautiful one, I cannot help but feel restless, instinctively wanting to possess her. Aling Shuang pondered, it seems this is the backlash of the technique. Even heavenly level techniques cannot compare to the effects of your yin-yang divine skill. Gaining benefits inevitably comes with a cost. Being disturbed by desires is within reason. Lin Yuan sighed. What should I do then? I cannot continue to be so lustful. It will surely affect my cultivation. Isn't your cultivation reliant on joint training? It shouldn't have much impact. Besides, what's wrong with desiring beauty? You are a young man full of vigor. It would be abnormal if you weren't tempted. Normal it may be, but I cannot let it go too far. Then why not abandon the yin-yang divine skill and switch to another technique? That way you won't be disturbed. Abandon the yin-yang divine skill? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately shook his head. That is out of the question. My current achievements are almost entirely dependent on this divine skill. How could I possibly abandon it and still hope to grow stronger? Since you understand this, then just go with the flow. Go with the flow? Yes, the desire for women is a man's nature. You cannot change it. Since you cannot suppress it, why not embrace it? Capture those two girls and harness their vital essence to aid your growth, simultaneously resolving your desires. It is truly a twofold benefit. Let's put that aside for now. I already have my master and the others. I'm not looking for more women at this time. As Lin Yuan spoke, a thought suddenly occurred to him. By the way, Sister Shuang, I have heard a secret technique that temporarily clears the mind of distracting thoughts. Perhaps that could assist me. There is indeed such a technique, known as the cleansing heart method. You might want to inquire about it. Very well. I will first bring my master and the others into the inner sect, and then seek this technique. With plans set, Lin Yuan departed from Yunhuang Peak, returning towards the outer disciples' residence area. Chapter 100. Slaying the Steward. Preparing to move, he saw an old man clad in yellow seated on a stone chair, his legs crossed. His gaze greedily scanning the figures of Yuan'er and Deng Fushi, filled with avarice. As Miao Yitzi was an outer disciple, he could not make any remarks about her, so he focused his inquiries on the other two young girls. These two girls were truly exquisite. To find such beauty among the outer disciples was a rare treasure, and for them to be lingering in this widow's courtyard was a sheer waste. Once I capture these two beauties, I shall drive out all those superficial women. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the beautiful woman spoke up. Steward, you claim they have violated the rules. But are there none among the women in your own courtyard who have done the same? Upon hearing this, the old man's expression darkened. Impudent. The old man declared himself the overseer of this region, believing he had the authority to accommodate outsiders. Were you, a mere elder, to question my actions? Gu Shuqin retorted disdainfully. My disciple displayed the strength of 4 tigers during the inner sect assessment and was accepted as a direct disciple by the sect master. What do you claim I am? As Lin Yuan's companion, she naturally attended the assessment alongside him. However, not all outer sect disciples were privy to this information. The old man seemed unaware of the news and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Gu Shuqin, has your husband's death driven you mad? I know your disciple ranked first in the outer sect competition, but he has merely reached the 3rd level of Qi opening. What right does he have to participate in the inner sect assessment? And a direct disciple of the sect master, you say? Why not claim he is the next sect master? The identity of the next sect master remained uncertain, but your position as overseer could certainly be relinquished. Suddenly, a young voice from outside rang out, accompanied by a flash of sword light. With a swift motion, the old man's eyes widened, a line of blood appearing at his throat as his body fell backward, separating into two. The arrogant overseer, who had oppressed others for years, met his demise this day. Observing this, the 4 women's expressions shifted, and they turned to the man at the entrance, rushing towards him. Husband, brother, senior brother, Yuan'er, calm down, my dear ones. Is it truly necessary to be so excited after just one day apart? Are you all simply missing your senior brother? Miao Yitzi intertwined her arm with his, her face radiant and blooming like a flower. We witnessed your assessment results. They were astonishingly impressive, truly deserving of being my senior brother. You are the finest man in the world. Gu Shuqin added, Yuan'er, your achievements are remarkable. Attaining the strength of 4 tigers at the Qi opening stage is likely unparalleled in the history of our sect. Lin Yuan smiled and replied, the inner sect assessment is merely the beginning of one's cultivation journey. There is no need for boasting. Even if one achieves great results now, future accomplishments remain uncertain. Miao Yitzi chuckled. Senior brother, you are too modest. With such extraordinary talent, you are destined to become a formidable figure at the Zifu stage. We are truly fortunate to be in your presence. Zifu stage, Yuan'er and Deng Fushi exclaimed, their faces filled with astonishment. Initially, they had not fully grasped the significance of his achievements, merely recognizing them as excellent. However, upon hearing Miao Yitzi's words, their hearts trembled at the thought of such powerful beings, which seemed unfathomable to them. That their husband possessed such qualifications left them utterly awestruck. Junior sister, you flatter me. The future remains unknown. Let us focus on the present. Lin Yuan then cast his gaze upon the old man's corpse, his tone turning cold. This old scoundrel has bullied the weak and committed numerous wrongs in the outer sect. He has finally paid the price for his actions. He recalled his days as a servant disciple when many of his peers had suffered at the hands of this man, leaving him with a poor impression. After advancing to an outer sect disciple, He had gradually forgotten about this character until he dared to come seeking his woman, providing Lin Yuan with a reason to act. Following Lin Yuan's gaze, Yunlan expressed her concerns. This man must have held a significant position in the outer sect. Will you not face retribution for killing him? Lin Yuan gently patted the girl's head, assuring her, do not worry. He is merely an overseer. Even if I killed 10 like him, the sect would not utter a word. Yunlan sighed in relief. That is good to hear. Miao Yitzi giggled. Sister Ling, you underestimate senior brother. With his status as a direct disciple of the sect master, he need not regard anyone in the outer sect. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. This man dared to harbor ill intentions towards you all, and he deserved his fate. Let's not dwell on him any longer. Now, let us proceed to the inner sect. Inner sect. The eyes of all the women brightened. The younger three may not have fully comprehended the significance, but Gu Shuqin was visibly excited. Having been a disciple for many years, she understood that the inner sect and outer sect were entirely different realms. Only by entering the inner sect could one truly be considered a disciple of Yunlan Sect. It was the goal pursued by all outer sect disciples and the place she yearned for. She had thought she would never have the opportunity to enter. Little did she expect to relocate today, feeling as if she were dreaming. Noticing the beautiful woman in a daze, Lin Yuan wondered, what is the matter, Shizhuan? Nothing. Just feeling emotional. My Yuan'er has grown up. He no longer needs his Shizhuan to protect him. Gu Shuqin sighed, gazing at the man's face. Memories of the past 2 years flooding her mind. The fledgling she once sheltered had unwittingly matured, capable of soaring freely into the sky. Lin Yuan smiled. Even if I have grown, I will always be your Yuan'er, forever honoring you and repaying your kindness with the rest of my life. His words warmed the beautiful woman's heart. Yet before the 3 younger women, she feigned restraint. All right, little charmer, no need for such sentimental words. Let's first tidy up our belongings and then head to the inner sect. Understood, Shizhuan. Under Gu Shuqin's direction, the group began to move about in the courtyard. Chapter 101. Yu Yan's regret and moving into the cave, dwelling the scene, shifted to another location. The grand hall atop Yunyao Peak. Shun Mingzhu stood with her hands clasped behind her back, gazing at the striking young woman in a purple dress before her. Your purple eyes possess formidable power and exceptional talent. With diligent cultivation, you are bound to become a strong figure one day. Although it was regrettable to have missed out on Lin Yuan, receiving a promising disciple like Lu Yuyin somewhat balanced her feelings. Yes, master. I will dedicate myself to training and strive to bring you honor. The young woman raised her hand in salute, her voice resolute. Indeed, such ambition is commendable. Shun Mingzhu nodded slightly, then turned to her other disciple. Yuan'er, now that Yu Yin has joined my ranks, she is your junior sister. You must look after her well. Understood? Lu Yichan replied respectfully, understood, master. I will take good care of my junior sister. Good, I've conveyed all I needed to. You may begin your training. With that, the beautiful woman's figure flickered and vanished. At this moment, Lu Yin finally relaxed her tense heart. The other party's aura had been overwhelmingly powerful, leaving her scarcely able to breathe while standing before her. Lu Yichan turned to her with a smile. Congratulations on joining our master's sect. Now on this peak, I will at least have some company. Lu Yin also turned to her, bowing again. Thank you, senior sister, for your kind words. I'm still quite unfamiliar with the inner sect and Yunyao Peak, and I anticipate encountering many questions. I hope you will assist me in clarifying them. Lu Yichan waved her hand dismissively. That's no trouble at all. However, I'm still troubled by what the young master mentioned earlier. Could you please explain it to me? Upon hearing that Lin Yuan had claimed Lu Yuyin had insulted him, her impression of the young woman plummeted. In Lu Yichan's eyes, Lin Yuan held an unparalleled status, and no one was permitted to disrespect him. The fact that this woman had dared to insult Lin Yuan was a direct affront to her principles. Observing the sudden seriousness on Lu Yichan's face, Lu Yuyin realized that if she did not provide a satisfactory explanation, a confrontation was likely. The matter is such. The purple-clad young woman sighed, recounting the events that transpired in the training room. Upon learning the truth, Lu Yichan furrowed her brows. I understand that your Lu family is powerful and that your clansmen can be quite arrogant, but does that justify such behavior? To call someone weak just because they're less capable? Are you not afraid of hidden backgrounds? Lu Yuan smiled wryly. At that time, I was immature and spoke thoughtlessly, offending young Master Lin. I truly regret it now. In truth, she had never anticipated that a once weak and insignificant boy could grow to such heights. Had she foreseen Lin Yuan's current predicament, she would undoubtedly have refrained from uttering those words. Alas, in this world, there are no what-ifs. The mistake has been made, and one must bear the consequences, for no amount of regret can undo the past. Louis Chan softly remarked, at this point, discussing such matters is futile. Given the young master's temperament, he surely will not forgive you merely for an apology. Lu Yian bit her lip in a plea. Senior sister, you are his woman. If you were to speak a few kind words on my behalf, it might yield some effect, wouldn't it? Louis Chan shook her head. It would be of no use, junior sister. I know the young master's temperament. He is not one to be easily swayed. Moreover, your words at that time were indeed somewhat excessive. She recalled the effort it took for Lin Yuan to accept her when she had first lost herself to him, and that was under the circumstance that they had already been intimate. Lu Yuyan, not being Lin Yuan's woman, stood even less chance of being readily forgiven. The girl in the purple dress, feeling helpless, asked, is there truly no other way? Louis Chan chuckled softly. There are indeed methods, but you may find them hard to accept. What methods? Lu Yuyan inquired. How can a woman seek forgiveness from a man? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyan's expression froze for a moment before she quickly realized, Senior sister, you can't possibly mean that I should offer myself, can you? Louis Chan's beautiful eyes twinkled with amusement as she replied, it is good that you understand. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You may handle the rest. With that, she turned and departed, leaving the girl in the purple dress alone in the hall. Offer myself to that miserly fellow? What nonsense! As a member of the Lu family and the possessor of the Ji Yaoling Mu, Lu Yuyan held her own pride and would never submit to a man over a trivial matter. Besides, to offer oneself is in essence to sell one's body, is it not? Such a disgraceful act, she could never bring herself to do it. I've already apologized. This matter is settled. If he dares to trouble me again in the future, I shall not fear him. Lu Yuyan snorted coldly and